Rex Stout's Nero Wolfe. Starring Mavor Moore as Nero Wolfe and Don Franks as Archie Goodwin. Today's episode, Disguise for Murder, with special guest stars Lally Cadeau, Jack Creeley, Neil Monroe, Eric Peterson, and Fiona Reed.
I had made two mistakes. When the president of the Manhattan Flower Club persuaded Nero Wolfe to show his orchids to the members one afternoon, I should have fought it.
This is a Brassavola, isn't it?
No, sir, that's not a Brasso. It's a Lilia.
Are you sure?
And after the date had been set and the invitation sent, when Wolfe had arranged that I should stay up in the plant rooms with him and Theodore to mingle with the guests, I should have put my foot down.
Could I grow that on my coffee table? Is that a pansy?
No, madam. I doubt if you could grow Miltonia on a coffee table. Sorry.
Well, it's near a very sunny window.
But I hadn't. As a result, it'd been up there a good hour and a half, grinning around and acting pleased and happy.
I'm so sorry. How clumsy of me.
Oh, it's quite all right, madam. Your sleeve just happened to hook it. It'll bloom again next year. It was understood that the Manhattan Flower Club was choosy about who it took in, but obviously its standards were different from mine. Oh, the men were okay as far as men go. But the women... It would have been a relief to spot just one who could have made my grin start further down than the front of my teeth. There had, in fact, been one. Just one.
Excuse me, miss. Are there any questions I could answer for you?
About what?
Oh, say, about orchids.
I haven't any questions about orchids at all.
Eventually, feeling that the damn grin might freeze on me for good, I beat it down to the office, poured myself 2 inches of bourbon, and sat at my desk with my feet up. Well, hello. Did you think of some questions after all?
Could I have a drink?
Sure. I got scotch, rye...
Anything, quick. Give me yours.
Hey.
Oh, did I need that?
You like more?
No. You're Archie Goodwin?
And you're the Queen of Egypt.
I'm a baboon. I don't know why they ever taught me to talk. Look at my handshake. I'm all to pieces.
You do seem a little upset. When I saw you upstairs...
I want to see Nero Wolfe. Right away.
Well,
I want to tell him something before I change my mind. And then I'll get a job at Macy's or marry a truck driver. I want to see Nero Wolfe.
Oh, I'm afraid that can't be done. Not until the party's over, at least.
Are people coming in here?
No.
May I have another drink, please?
Well, shouldn't you give that one time to settle?
I'll help myself.
You'll pardon me saying this, but for a member of the Manhattan Flower Club, you seem a bit of a screwball.
I'm not.
A screwball?
A member.
I see.
I could tell you.
Many people have.
I'm going to.
Good, shoot.
I'm afraid I'll change my mind, and I don't want to.
Okay. Now, ready, go.
I had a friend once, as close as a person like me ever comes to having a friend,
Mm-hmm.
and a man killed her, strangled her. And if I told what I knew about it, they could have caught him. But I was afraid to go to the cops, so he's still loose. And she was my friend. That's getting down toward the bottom, isn't it?
That's fairly low. Of course, I don't know you any too well. Why were you afraid to go to the cops?
Because I'm a crook.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Oh, what do? Steal orchids?
No, certainly not. I wouldn't be small, and I wouldn't be dirty. At least, that's what I thought. But once you start, it's not so easy. You meet people and you get involved, you know?
Yeah, I know.
I realized long ago that I'd made a big mistake. I wasn't what I thought I was going to be. A romantic, reckless outlaw. You can't do it that way. Or anyhow, I couldn't. About a year ago, I decided to break loose. A good way to do it would have been to talk to someone, the way I'm talking to you now. But I didn't have sense enough to see that.
So you didn't break loose?
No, I kept putting it off. And then I met this man in Florida who had a lead, and we followed it up here just a week ago. That's what I'm working on now. That's what brought me here today. Oh, God. If only I hadn't come here, I wouldn't have seen him.
Seen who?
I should have looked away from him, turned away, quick, when I realized who he was. But I was so shocked, I couldn't move. Oh, God, how dumb could I be? I just stood there staring at him, thinking I wouldn't have recognized him if he hadn't had the hat on. And then he turned and looked right at me. And he saw that I knew. Oh, God. Mrs. Orwin asked me what was the matter. And then I saw Nero Wolfe, and it gave me the idea of telling him. And then I saw you going out, and as soon as I could break away, I came down to find you. Oh, there. I feel better now.
Yeah, it's good bourbon. Is it a secret who you recognized?
No. I'm going to tell Nero Wolfe, then he can't touch me.
Why not?
Because I'll get Nero Wolfe to tell him that if anything happens to me, he'll know who did it. You'll know, too. You'll both know.
Well, we would if we had his name and address. He must be quite a specimen to scare you that bad. Speaking of names, what's yours?
Do you like Marjorie?
So-so.
I used Evelyn Carter in Paris once. Do you like that?
It's not bad. What are you using now? Hey, come on now. You're not in a vacuum, and I'm a detective. They took the names down at the door.
Cynthia Brown.
Cynthia Brown. I like that fine. Now, upstairs you were with two men and a middle-aged lady. That's Mrs. Orwin.
Yes.
And she's the current customer, then, the lead you picked up in Florida.
Yes, but that's finished.
Hmm?
Since I'm telling you and Nero Wolfe, I'm through.
Oh, the job at Macy's or marry a truck driver. Who did you recognize upstairs?
Can anyone hear us?
No, that door goes out to the front room. Today it's the cloakroom. This room's soundproof, including the doors.
This has to be done the way I say.
Sure, why not?
I wasn't being honest with you.
Oh, well, I wouldn't expect it from a crook. Start all over again.
I don't just want Wolfe because I'm scared.
Mm-hmm.
I'm scared, all right, but I want him to get that man for murder. Will he do that?
Well, he might. Now, what kind of evidence have you got? Have you got any?
I saw him that day in her apartment.
Whose apartment?
My friend's, the one I told you about. I stopped in to visit her that afternoon. I was just leaving. Doris was inside the bathroom. And as I got near the entrance door, I heard a key turning in the lock. And that man came in. When he saw me, he just stood and stared. I knew Doris didn't want me to meet her bank account, and of course I assumed it was him making an unexpected call, so I mumbled something about Doris being in the bathroom and got the hell out. Oh, God, if I'd known. I went and kept a cocktail date and then phoned Doris's number to ask if our dinner date was still on, considering the visit of the bank account. There was no answer. They found her body the next day. There wasn't a word about the man in the papers. No one had seen him come or go. And I didn't open my mouth. I was a lousy coward.
And you just saw that man again upstairs looking at the orchids?
Yes.
That's a pretty good script. Look,
it is no script. I wish to God it was.
Okay.
He looked straight at me, and his eyes...
Yes.
Archie?
Yes, sir.
What the devil are you doing down there? Come back up here.
Soon. I'm talking with a prospective client.
This is no time for clients. Come at once.
I have to go upstairs. Mr. Wolfe sounds a little pressed. Do you want to wait here?
Yes.
If Mrs. Orwin asks about you...
I didn't feel well and went home.
Okay. Now, it shouldn't be long. The invitations say 2:30 to 5. If you want a drink, help yourself. Well, keep the door closed. Well, what name does this murderer use when he goes to look at orchids? Come on, damn it. What's his name?
I don't know.
You don't?
No.
Well, describe him then.
You wouldn't believe... Not now. I want to see what Nero Wolfe says first.
Look, if you can't trust me...
Oh, it's not that. Honest. Look, I might as well tell you. You'd never want any part of me anyway. This is the first time in years that I've talked to a man just straight. You know, just human. You know, not figuring on something one way or another. I've enjoyed it very much, Mr. Goodwin.
You just call me Archie. But describe him for me. Just sketch him out.
Not until Nero Wolfe says he'll do it. You'll understand why then.
I had to leave it at that. Upstairs in the plant rooms, Wolfe shot me a look of cold fury, and I turned on the grin. I found the party Cynthia, if that was her name, had been with. Mrs. Orwin?
Yes. Well, how did you know my name?
The young lady that was with you.
My sister?
I guess so. You are...
Colonel Percy Brown.
Yeah, Miss Brown asked me to tell you that she went home. I gave her a little drink. It seemed to help, but she decided to leave.
Oh, dear. Was she all right?
She's perfectly healthy. There's nothing wrong
For
with
her, you should have made it 3 drinks, 3 big ones. Just handed the bottle.
Be quiet, Jean.
Certainly, Mama.
Percy, perhaps you should go and see about
It's
her.
not necessary, Mimi, really.
Yeah, she's all right. I left Mimi, Percy, and Jean and moved around among the guests, being gracious and keeping my eyes peeled. I had been known to have hunches, and it would be something for my scrapbook if I picked up the killer of Doris Hatton, and it turned out to be Sunfast. Cynthia Brown hadn't given me the Hatton, only the Doris, but that was enough. The papers had given it a big play, of course. Beautiful young woman, no visible means of support, strangled in exclusive Manhattan apartment. A great deal had been made of the fact that the yellow silk scarf she'd been strangled with had the Declaration of Independence printed on it. I kept on the go through the plant rooms, leaving all switches open for a hunch, but it wasn't till nearly 5 o'clock when it happened. A guy at the north bench leaned over to pick up a plant, and I got a buzz at the back of my neck. It was the way his fingers closed around the pot, especially the thumbs. No matter how careful you are of other people's property, you don't pick up a 5-inch pot as if you were going to squeeze the life out of it. Nice flower.
What color do you call the sepals?
Nankeen yellow.
Nanking yellow. How very persuasive.
He put the pot back and marched off without another word. I followed him up to the landing and down 3 flights of stairs. There were only a few stragglers left in the hall, and Saul Panzer was at the door letting them out. My man went directly to the front room where Fritz was helping Mrs. Orwin with her coat.
Could you hand me the brown tweed, please?
Of course.
Excuse me, but we're checking guests out as well as in. Your name, please?
My name? Ridiculous. Stand aside, please.
Problem, Archie?
I don't know, Saul. I'd like to know that man's name. What the hell?
In there! He's in there!
What?
On the floor!
What is it? What is it?
In there! Oh,
Take care of her, Fritz. Fritz!
I'm here, Arch.
It's too late, but send Fritz down the block for Dr. Vollmer.
Right.
Oh, no one leaves, Saul. Keep everyone that's left.
Gotcha.
Yes?
It's me in the office. You better come down. That prospective client is here on the floor, strangled. I'm sure she's gone, but I sent for Doc Vollmer.
Is this flummery?
No, sir. Come down and look at her, and then ask me.
Hey, you can't go in there.
All right, don't come in here.
Insist on knowing what... My God.
Yes, sir.
How did it happen?
Don't know.
Who is it?
Don't know.
The man at the door won't let us leave.
No, sir, and you can see why. Now, outside,
I certainly
please.
can, but we know nothing about it. My name is Carlyle, Homer N. Carlyle, Executive President of North American Foods. This is my wife.
How do you do?
How do you do?
My wife is merely acting under impulse.
I wanted to see the office. I didn't even go in. I'm sorry.
We're both sorry. I'll do the talking, Ellen. Now, we have an appointment, and there's no reason why we should be detained.
Look, we're all sorry, but you can't leave.
I insist.
Look, if nothing else, your wife discovered the body. We're stuck worse than you are with a corpse in our office. We haven't even got a wife that had an impulse.
Percy, please do it.
What's going on there, Saul?
Guy insists on leaving.
Of course I insist on leaving. You can't hold me here.
Colonel Brown, I'm afraid... Saul, stop him.
What the hell do you people think?
You were warned, Colonel. Now, if you'll all...
Guilt.
What?
Guilt. The compression got too great and boom, he exploded. I was watching him.
Who the hell are you?
My name is Morley. I'm a psychiatrist.
Well, that's swell. Now go back in the front room and watch all of them. With a wall mirror in there, you can include yourself.
This is illegal.
You can't hold me here.
Trying to...
My appointment is very...
Now listen to me.
Oh, here's Nero Wolfe.
My name is Homer N. Carlyle. I am president of North American Foods. Be quiet.
I only wanted to see your office, and there she was on the floor.
Archie, get this tigress off me. Ellen, stop it. Hush. Madam, you have torn my lapel. My wife is distraught, sir. It's shut up. Distinguished group of sincere and devoted gardeners. Pfui. Saul.
Yes, sir.
Are you armed?
Yes, sir.
Put them all in the front room and keep them there. Let no one touch anything around this door, especially the knob.
Yes, sir.
Archie, come in the office with me. Good God.
Yes, sir, it's not pretty. Sometimes you can do something, but it wasn't even worth trying.
Long ago, can you guess?
I saw her alive an hour ago. I would guess she's been dead about half an hour.
Finger marks?
No, something soft like a strip of cloth was used. Say a scarf.
You haven't called the police?
No, I wanted a word with you first.
Very well. Report quickly before we call Inspector Kramer.
Saul. Yes, Inspector?
You and Fritz were in the hall all afternoon.
The hall and the front room, yeah.
Who did you see enter or leave the office?
I saw Archie go in about 4 o'clock. I was just coming out of the front room with someone's hat and coat. I saw Mrs. Carlyle come out just after she screamed. And in between those two, I saw no one enter or leave. We were very busy at that time.
What about you, Fritz?
I saw no one. I didn't even see Archie go in. Excuse me, Inspector Kramer.
Yes?
My duties here are of the household and not professional. Your men are still busy in the office. The front room is full of guests. And now here you are in my dining room. I need to know how long you are going to be in my dining room. Mr. Wolfe needs his dinner.
Well, I'll be goddamned.
All this disturbance.
It can't be helped, Fritz. How many people are left in the front room?
Mrs. Orwin and her party, the Carlyles, and that strange doctor, the psychiatrist.
Have we plenty of ham?
Yes, sir.
Sturgeon?
Yes, sir.
Later, probably. For the guests in the front room, but not the police. Are you through with Fritz, Mr. Kramer?
Yes. Saul, you were at the door with Goodwin when that woman screamed and came running out of the office. But you didn't see her enter the office. Why not?
We had our backs turned. We were watching a man who had just left go down the steps. Archie had asked him for his name, and he had said that was ridiculous. If you wanted, his name is Malcolm Vedder.
What the hell it is? How do you know?
I had checked him in along with the rest.
Are you telling me that you could fit that many names to that many faces after seeing them just once?
Hey, there's more to people than faces. I might go wrong on a few, but not many. I was at that door to do a job, and I did it.
You should know by now, Mr. Kramer, that Mr. Panzer is an exceptional man.
All right, that's all for now, Saul. Wait in the front room. Rowcliffe, you heard the name Malcolm Vedder. Check it on that list and send a man to bring him in.
Yes, sir.
Jesus, there are 219 names on that list.
Yes.
This house won't hold that many.
Not all at once. They came and went.
Oh, great. Goodwin's story. I mean, the girl's story as Goodwin told it.
You got it exactly as she told it to me.
Sure I did. Nothing saved, nothing held back.
No.
What do you make of the girl's story, Wolfe?
What followed seemed to support it. I doubt if she would have arranged for her death just to corroborate a tale. I accept it. I credit it.
What do you know about the killing of Doris Hatton?
Oh, newspaper accounts.
Love nest killing in Manhattan's most exclusive apartment building. Who paid the rest?
Something like that. Yeah.
Why can't police find him? Are they protecting
I
him?
don't read the tabloids.
3 of our best men spent a month trying to start a trail. One of them is still working on it. Nothing. Not .1.
Yes, I sympathize.
Oh, you sympathize. Great. Well, maybe you can sympathize with the way I feel about the fact that Goodwin sat there in your office and was told that that man was right here on these premises. And did he pick up a phone and call us? No, he went upstairs and watched to see if anybody squeezed some flower pot.
You're irritated, Inspector. Not that he was on the premises, but that he had been. Also, I was taking it with salt. The girl was a screwball. Also, she was saving specifications for Mr. Wolfe.
Also, I know you. How many of the 219 guests were men?
I'd say a little over half.
And how do you like it?
I hate it.
Mr. Kramer, something has occurred to me that does not seem to have occurred to you.
Naturally, you're a genius. What is it?
Something that Mr. Goodwin told us. I want to consider it a little.
We could consider it together.
Later. Those people in the front room are my guests. Can't you dispose of them?
Yeah, I'd like to dispose of them. Let's see the woman who found the body. What's her name, Carlyle?
Inspector, my wife and I have been held here now for 2 hours. I know you have your duty to perform, but citizens have a few rights left, thank God. Now, why are we being detained?
Mr. Carlyle, a woman was murdered here today.
Well, that has nothing to do with us. I warn you. If my name or my wife's name is published in connection with this miserable affair, I'll make trouble, and I'm in a position to.
Your wife discovered the body.
By accident.
May I say something, Homer?
It depends on what you say.
Oh?
What do you mean by oh?
I mean that I sent for your wife, not you. But you came with her. Why?
Well, to protect her, of course.
Does she need protection?
Certainly not. I mean...
Then why don't you just sit down while I ask her a few questions? You wanted to say something, Mrs. Carlyle.
Only that I'm sorry for the trouble I've caused.
There, do you see?
I wouldn't say you caused any trouble exactly, except for yourself and your husband. The woman was dead whether you went in there or not. Now, I have to ask you some questions, if only as a matter of form, because you discovered the body. There's no question of your being involved more than that, is there?
How the devil could there be?
How long had you been downstairs before you went into the office?
Oh, we'd just come down. I was waiting for my husband to get his things.
Had you been downstairs before that?
No. Or only when we came in.
What time did you arrive?
A little after
3, I think.
At 3:20.
Were you and your husband together all the time, continuously?
Of course. Well, you know how it is. He would look a little longer at some things sometimes, and I would move on a little.
We were together the whole time. Do you see what I meant, Inspector? My wife has a habit of being vague. This is
I'm
just
not
another...
actually vague. It's just that everything is relative. For instance, who would have thought my wish to see Nero Wolfe's office would link me with a horrible crime?
My God, you hear that? Link.
Why did you want to see Wolfe's office?
Why, to see the globe.
What globe?
Oh, yes, it's famous. I'd read about it, and I wanted to see how it looked. A globe 3 feet in diameter. Oh!
What?
I didn't see it.
Well, you were distracted. By the way, did you know her? Had you ever seen her before?
You mean her?
Yes, her name was Cynthia Brown.
We've never known her or seen her or heard of her.
Had you, Mrs. Carlyle?
No.
Inspector, surely you can see how this has upset my wife. Haven't you asked enough questions?
Oh, I suppose, for now. Thank you, both of you. We won't bother you again unless we have to. Rowcliffe, pass them out.
Oh, Inspector?
Yes?
I don't suppose... would it be possible for me to look at the globe now, just a peek?
For God's sake, Ellen, come on.
Excuse me, sir.
What is it, Rowcliffe?
We're all through in the office, sir. We've covered everything. Nothing is being taken away, and it's all in order. We were especially careful with the contents of the drawers of Wolfe's desk.
My desk? You went through my desk?
Oh, yes.
She was killed there. She was strangled with something, and murderers have been known to hide things. Did you get anything at all, Rowcliffe?
I don't think so. Of course, the prints have to be sorted, and there'll be lab reports. How do we leave it?
Seal it up, and we'll see tomorrow. You stay here and keep a photographer. The others can go.
What?
Have that woman sent in, Mrs. Irwin.
Orwin, sir?
I'll see her.
Wait a minute. You're going to seal up what, the office?
Certainly.
You don't mean that. We work there. And we live there. All our stuff is in there.
Go ahead, Lieutenant.
Mr. Kramer, have you the effrontery
It's routine.
That's a lie. It is not routine.
It's my routine. Your office is not just an office. It is the place where more fancy tricks have been played than any other spot in New York. When a woman is murdered there, sealing it is routine.
No, Mr. Kramer, I'll tell you what it is. It is the malefic spite of a sullen little soul and a crabbed and envious mind. It is the childish rancor of a primacy too often challenged and offended. It is the feeble wriggle of a word.
I've been hearing about you for years. I'm Eugene Orwin. This is my mother.
Inspector.
My mother is not feeling well. At the request of your men, she went in with me to identify the body of Miss Brown.
Take this chair, Mrs. Orwin.
I would like to make a statement on behalf of my mother and myself. I hope you'll permit it.
Mr. Orwin, I sent for your mother.
I am a member of the bar.
A statement would be welcome if it's relevant.
I thought so. So many people have an entirely wrong idea of police methods.
We come across that.
Now, since Miss Brown came here today as my mother's guest, it might be supposed that my mother knew her well. But actually, she doesn't. That's what I want to make clear.
Go ahead.
Then here are the facts. In January, my mother was in Florida. You meet all kinds in Florida. My mother met a man who called himself Colonel Percy Brown. Colonel in the British Reserve, he said. Later, he introduced his sister Cynthia to her. My mother saw a great deal of them. My father is dead, and the estate, a rather large one, is in her control. She lent Brown some money. Not much. That was just an opener. But a week ago...
It was only $5,000, and I didn't promise him anything.
Mother. A week ago, she returned to New York, and they came along. The first time I saw them, I knew they were imposters. He didn't sound like an Englishman. Certainly she didn't.
I was in the middle of a yawn when Wolfe passed me a slip of paper on which he'd scribbled, "Bring sandwiches and coffee for you and me. Tell Fritz to serve those left in the front room, no one else." I left the room, filled the order, and returned to the dining room with trays for Wolfe and me.
Most of the others had gone because I wanted to persuade Mr. Wolfe to sell me some plants.
But after Miss Brown left you, your group was never separated at all?
My mother and I were never separated, but I believe Colonel Brown did wander off by himself once or twice.
I see. Well, I think that'll be all for now, Mr. Orwin. You and your mother can return to the other room.
You won't keep us much longer, Inspector.
I think we'll be through quite soon now.
I do appreciate your consideration.
Goodwin, you told me you had seen Orwin and his mother separated from each other during the afternoon.
Pass the Dijon mustard, would you please, Mr. Wolfe?
Here.
Oh, thank you so much. Yes, Inspector. I saw them separated several times.
So he lied.
Oh, yes.
The pepper, please, Archie.
Oh, of course, sir.
Thank you.
Is that imported ham?
Oh, no, it's Georgia. Fed on peanuts and acorns, cured to Mr. Wolfe's specifications. Smells so good, but it tastes even better. I'll copy the recipe for you. Oh, no, damn it, I can't because the typewriter's in the office. I am sorry.
Rowcliffe, get that Colonel Brown in.
Yes, sir. That man you wanted, Vetter, he's here.
The flower pot strangler? And I'll take him first.
Bring in Mr. Vetter, please.
You know I can't make up my mind which of these sandwiches is the best. Ham or sturgeon. So I like to alternate. First a bit of ham, then sturgeon, then ham, then...
Typical.
Typical of what?
Typical of police clumsiness. Pulling me into this. The newspaper men out front recognized me, of course. And the damned photographers, my God.
Why do they recognize you?
I am Malcolm Vetter.
Oh, yes?
I am not unknown. I am currently starring in The Primitives on Broadway.
Oh, an actor. Yeah. Oh, it'll be tough for you having your picture in the paper. We need help, us clumsy police, and you were among those present. You remember this flower club?
I am not, sir. I came at the kind invitation of a friend, Mrs. Arthur Beauchamp.
And were you with this Mrs. Beauchamp this afternoon?
I was not. Mrs. Beauchamp had to leave early to keep an appointment. I chose to remain to look at more orchids. If only I'd left with her, I would have avoided this dreadful publicity.
Were you acquainted with Miss Cynthia Brown or her brother, Colonel Percy Brown? Did you see them upstairs?
I saw no one that I had ever known or seen before, except for Mrs. Beauchamp.
Did you know Doris Hatton?
Who?
Doris Hatton.
Doris Hatton? She was also strangled. I remember now.
Yes?
God, imagine strangling a beautiful woman. Put out the light.
What?
And then put out the light.
Did you know Doris Hatton?
Othello. No, I didn't know her. I only read about her. Damn it all. I only came here to look at orchids. God.
A little more mustard, please, Mr. Wolfe.
Your name, please.
My name is Colonel Percy Brown.
Which army are you in?
I think it will save time if I state my position. I will answer fully and freely all questions that relate to what I saw or heard since I arrived here this afternoon. Answers to any other questions will have to wait until I consult my attorney.
Well, the trouble is, I'm pretty sure I don't give a damn what you saw or heard this afternoon. I want to put something to you. As you see, I'm not even wanting to know why you tried to break away before we got here.
I merely wanted to...
Forget it. Now, on information received, I think it's like this. The woman who called herself Cynthia Brown, murdered here today, was not your sister. She was working with you on an operation of which Mrs. Orwin was the subject. Now, as far as I'm concerned, that's only background. Otherwise, I'm not interested in it. My work is homicide, and that's what I'm working on now.
I'm listening.
For 2 months now, you've been on intimate terms with Cynthia Brown. She certainly must have mentioned an experience you had recently. A friend of hers named Doris Hatton was murdered. And she had information about the murderer. She must have mentioned that to you. Now you can tell me. Now, if you do, we can nail him for what he did here today, and it might even make things a little smoother for you. Well?
I'm sorry.
For what?
I'm sorry I can't help.
Do you expect me to believe that during all those weeks she never mentioned the murder of her friend?
I'm sorry I can't help.
Oh, I'm sorry, too. Okay. We'll go on to this afternoon. On what you said you'd answer fully and freely, do you remember a moment when something about Cynthia Brown's appearance, some movement she made, or the expression on her face, caused Mrs. Orwin to ask her what was the matter with her?
No, I don't believe I do.
I'm asking you to try. Try hard.
Well, I may not have been right there at the moment, in those aisles, in a crowd like... We weren't rubbing elbows continuously.
You do remember when she excused herself because she wasn't feeling well?
Yes, of course I do.
Well, this moment I'm asking about came shortly before that. She exchanged looks with some man nearby, and it was her reaction to that made Mrs. Orwin ask her what was the matter. Now, if you saw that look and can describe the man, I wouldn't give a damn if you stripped Mrs. Orwin clean and 10 more like her.
I didn't see it.
You didn't?
No.
You didn't say you're sorry.
Well, I am, of course, if it helps.
Oh, to hell with you. Levy, take him out and tell Stebbins to send him down and lock him up. Material witness. And he's got a record somewhere. Find it.
Yes, sir. I wish to phone my attorney.
There's a phone down where you're going. If it's not out of order, take him, Levy. And tell the men to start gathering up. We're leaving. Everybody out to my office.
But there's one more, sir.
One more what?
In the front room, a man.
Who?
His name is Nicholson Morley. He's a psychiatrist.
Oh, let him go. This is a goddamn joke.
Yes, sir.
Clear up, Rowcliffe. Oh, before I go, Wolf, earlier you said something had occurred to you.
Did I?
Something in Goodwin's report of what Cynthia Brown said to him.
Was that just before you ordered my office to be sealed?
Come on, Rowcliffe, let's get out of here.
Excuse me, sir. That man Morley insists on seeing you. He says it's vital.
What is he, a screwball?
I don't know. He may be.
Oh, bring him in.
Come in, Dr. Morley.
You have something to say, Doctor?
I have. Something vital.
Well, let's hear it.
The talk in the front room is that the murder of Cynthia Brown may be connected with the strangling some months ago of Doris Hatton. May I assume that is so?
If you want to, why do you ask?
And may I ask if you have a definite object of suspicion?
If you mean, am I ready to name the murderer? No. Are you?
I think I may be.
Go ahead.
Oh, not quite so fast. I must first make one more assumption, that these were not commonplace crimes with commonplace discoverable motives, or the murderer would have been vulnerable to your very efficient police techniques. Now, assuming those techniques have failed, we must ask why.
Must we? Okay, why?
Because the most powerful motives on Earth are motives of personality, which cannot be exposed by any purely objective investigation. If the personality is twisted, distorted as it is with a psychotic, then the motives are twisted too.
Get down to it.
Very well. You know the names of all the people who were here today. I am willing to offer my services. I don't think there are more than 3 or 4 men in New York qualified for such a job. All you have to do is have them brought...
Wait a minute. Are you suggesting that we deliver everyone that was here today to your office for you to work on?
Oh, no. Only the men, of course. There's an excellent chance that I can tell you who the strangler is, and when you know that...
Excuse me. Sorry to cut you off, Doctor, but I have to get downtown. I'm afraid your suggestion won't work. I'll let you know. Come on, Rowcliffe.
Mr. Wolfe, you are intelligent and literate. I should have had you more in mind. May I count on you to explain to that policeman why my suggestion is the only hope for him?
No. Mr. Wolf's had a hard day, so have I. Would you mind closing the door after you?
But...
This way, please.
They've all gone.
Everyone.
Go and look at the office door.
I did. It's sealed. Malefic spite.
Huh?
Oh, this isn't a bad room to sit in.
Archie, I want to ask you something.
Yeah, shoot.
Do you accept without reservation the story Miss Brown told you?
In view of what happened, yes.
All right, then assume it. Assume that the person she had recognized followed her downstairs and saw her enter the office to join you. That he waited until you came out and went upstairs. That he took an opportunity to enter the office unobserved, got her off guard, killed her, got out unobserved, and returned upstairs. All of those assumptions seem to me to be required unless we discard all that and dig elsewhere.
I'll take it that way.
All right. Then we have significant indications of his character. Now consider it. He's killed her and is back upstairs, knowing that she was in the office talking with you for some time. He'd like to know what she said to you, specifically whether she told you about him, and if so, how much.
Yeah.
Now, I put it to you, with that question unanswered, would a man of his character leave the house? Or would he prefer the challenge and the risk of remaining until the body had been discovered to see what you would do.
I'll be damned. He would stick around till the body was found. And if he did, then he's one of the bunch Kramer's been talking with. So that's what occurred to you that Kramer didn't get, huh?
No, by no means. That's a different matter. This is merely a tentative calculation for a starting point. If it's sound, I know who the murderer is.
Well, if you want me to get him on the phone, I'll have to use one in the kitchen.
I want to test the calculation.
So do I.
But there's a difficulty.
Huh?
The test I have in mind, the only one I can contrive to my satisfaction, only you can make. And in doing so, you'd have to expose yourself to a great personal risk.
Well, since one of you flinched or faltered in the face of danger to me.
No, this danger is extreme.
Well, so's the fix you're in. The office is sealed, and in it are the book you're reading and the television set. Now, let's hear the test.
Very well. The decision will be yours. Pass me the Manhattan telephone directory and an envelope from that bureau drawer there. Take paper for yourself.
Here you are.
I'll take this down while I look up the address. She told me who to send this to and more. I have kept it to myself because I haven't decided what is the right thing to do. Stop. I would like to have a talk with you first, and if you will phone me tomorrow, Tuesday, between 9 o'clock and noon, we can make an appointment. Please don't put it off, or I will have to decide myself.
I gather from the grammar I signed my name.
Oh, yes.
Hell, we could forget the calculation and send this to every guy on that list and wait and see.
I prefer to send it to only one person. The one indicated by your report of that conversation. The one to whom I am addressing this envelope. There. That will test the calculation.
And save postage. The extreme danger, I suppose, is that I'll get strangled?
I don't want to minimize the risk of this, Archie.
I'll have to go to Times Square right away and mail this. May I have the envelope, please?
Of course. There you are.
I don't believe it. I was with Wolfe in the plant rooms the next morning when the call finally came. Nero Wolfe's residence, Archie Goodwin speaking.
You sent me a note
Did I? What about?
about an appointment. Can you discuss it?
Sure, I'm all alone. There's no extensions on. But I don't recognize your voice. Who is this?
I have two voices. This is the other one. You made a decision yet?
No, I was waiting to hear from you.
That's wise, I think. You free tonight?
I can wriggle free.
Drive the northeast corner, 51st Street and 11th Avenue. Get there at 8 o'clock. Park on the corner. You got that?
Got it.
You'll be alone, of course.
Yeah. I still don't recognize your voice. You know, I don't think you're the person I sent the note to.
I am. It's good, isn't it?
Mr. Wolfe, you saved a lot of postage.
Ah, you have an appointment?
For 8 o'clock.
Get Saul. We have planning to do.
By the time I left to keep the appointment, we had no less than 7 contingency plans. I parked at the meeting place at 7:47 and cranked down the window for a good view of the filling station across the street. At 7:59, exactly on schedule, a taxi pulled in and stopped by the pumps. And the driver got out, lifted the hood, and began fiddling around inside. Saul was in the passenger seat. I rolled up my window and waited. A kid, barely old enough for high school, was motioning to me to roll down my window.
You, Goodwin?
Yeah.
This is for you.
Hey, wait a minute. Come back here. Make no signal of any kind. Follow the instructions to the letter, or there will be no meeting. Jesus. Goodbye, Saul Panzer. Hello, contingency plan number 2. The instructions that followed gave a driving route so complex that even Saul couldn't have followed without being spotted, especially since I had a chaperone. A dark blue sedan followed my every turn for a full hour and a quarter that I drove in circles around New York till I arrived at my destination, a dingy warehouse near the East River. I parked as instructed in the note and waited. The sedan pulled up behind me, and a rat-like little man got out and opened my door.
Well, we got here.
Yeah, you damn near lost me at one light. You come with me.
Contingency plans number 3, 4, and 5 went out the window when we entered the warehouse, went up 2 flights of badly worn stairs, and walked down a dingy hall to the rear of the building.
In here.
You sure that's him?
What do you think? He'd be here if I wasn't?
Okay, bud. Take off your hat and coat and sit in that chair.
Hey, hold it. I haven't explained yet. All right, now the idea is simple. The man that's coming to see you don't want any trouble. He just wants to talk. So we tie you in that chair and we leave. He comes, you have a private talk. He leaves, we come back and cut you loose. Plain enough?
It's too damn plain. What if I won't do it?
Then he don't come and you don't have a talk.
What if I walk out now?
Go ahead. We get paid anyhow. You want to see this guy? There's only one way. We tie you in a chair.
Look, I don't want any trouble either. How about this? I sit in the chair, you fix the cord to look right, so I'm free to move in case of fire. There's $100 in my wallet in my breast pocket. Before you leave, help yourselves.
A lousy sea. For Christ's sake, shut up and sit down.
All right, suppose I show you what else is in my pocket. Here, like this gun.
Ah, jeez.
And suppose we all go for a little walk down to the nearest police station.
Okay, wise guy. And then what do we do, eh? Look, you either want to see this guy or you don't. Seeing how you got the gun out, I guess he's got to know you. I don't blame him for wanting your hands arranged for. Make up your mind.
Well, that was it. There were no contingency plans left. And I'd promised Nero Wolfe that if this should happen, I would turn around and go home. Okay, I'll do it, but don't you tie him too tight. You know, I've been around the block, and I can find you guys again if I care to, and don't think I can't.
Just put a gun on the table and sit.
How long will I have to wait?
You'll see. Not long.
They did a really thorough job of tying my hands to the back legs of the chair and my ankles to the front legs. Then they left, and I waited. But not for long. The door opened, and my man entered. He was wearing a gray pinstripe suit and a dark gray Homburg with a topcoat over his arm. He had gloves on.
Hello, Mr. Goodwin. Would you have known me?
Not from Adam.
Let's talk. So she told you about me?
Yes.
What'd she tell you?
About that day at Doris Hatton's apartment, about recognizing you yesterday?
She's dead. There's no evidence. You can't prove anything.
Then you're wasting a lot of time and energy in the best disguise I ever saw. It's not too hard to get evidence if you know where to look.
Yeah, but you haven't told the police.
No.
No, Nero Wolfe?
No.
Why not?
I'd like to quit the detective business. For $100,000, I could do it. It could be arranged so you get what you pay for.
How could you arrange that?
We'll find a way. We'll have to, or you'll have me on your neck for the rest of your life.
You threaten me?
No. Believe me. I don't want you on my neck either.
No, I suppose you don't. Mr. Goodwin, let me explain my point of view.
Go ahead.
You're quite right, of course. I don't want you on my neck.
Good, of course.
But I don't want to pay you $100,000 either.
All right, 90.
I don't want to pay you anything.
Yeah, that's not being reasonable. I'll tell the cops.
I don't think so. Let me show you what I have in my pocket.
Is that the scarf you killed Cynthia Brown with?
Yeah, it is.
You come one step closer and I'll yell.
Oh, they're out of hearing.
Keep in front of me.
They won't be back for 15
Keep
minutes.
in front of me. Now, look. Hey, look, it's no good anyhow. There's a note for you from Nero Wolfe. In my breast pocket. Now, get it. But stay in front of me.
You can't trick me.
Don't you want to know what it says? All you have to do is reach. Hey, what can I do?
Very well.
There, now. You see? Read it. Go ahead.
If Mr. Goodwin's not home by midnight, the information given him by Cynthia Brown will be communicated to police. And I shall see the day after immediately.
Right, see? It's no good. Now, he did it this way because if you had known I had told him, you might have just sat tight. He figured that you might think that you could handle me. I admit you tried your best. He wants that 100,000 by tomorrow, 6 o'clock, no later.
Can't get that much by then.
Okay, he'll take your IOU. You can write it on the back of that note. My pen's here in my pocket. He'll be reasonable about it.
I'm not such a fool.
Who said you were? Now use your head, that's all. We've got you. A little thing like signing an IOU won't make it any worse. He won't press you too hard. Here, get my pen.
No, Mr. Goodwin, you haven't got me yet.
Keep in front of me. You use that scarf and Wolf will tell the cops.
Unless I use it on him, too.
You keep in front of me.
Goodbye, mister.
Keep in front of me now, I told you.
What the hell's going on
here? You
here?
can't get away with it.
What time does your watch say?
9:32.
It's not 15 minutes. I told you to come back in 15 minutes.
Yeah? Yeah, well, we got to thinking. We want to be sure we get paid.
Told you to come back.
Yeah, well, we've had bad experiences before. $2,000 is a lot of money.
Here, take it. Take it. Get out.
Don't take it.
What's the matter? It's got germs?
No, it's peanuts, you saps. It's peanuts. This guy's worth 10 grand to you, as is. 10 G's. That's a reward for him.
Yeah, what are you talking about?
Do you know who you got here? That's the strangler the police are looking for. You read today's papers? You see the scarf in his hand? Look, he's trying to hide it.
Yeah, he's crazy. He's trying to make a fool.
Do you want to know his name? I'll give you his name. Mrs. Carlyle. Mrs. Homer N. Carlyle. You want her address?
Mrs. Did you say Mrs.?
That's a woman. Watch her now. Keep her away from me. Keep her away. Don't let her touch me.
Okay, pal, hold it right there.
Let me go.
Jesus, it could be a woman.
There's one way to find out.
Yeah.
Don't you touch me. No. Don't you touch me. Don't you touch me.
Well, I hope you're satisfied. You and Goodwin have got your pictures in the paper again. Got a lot of free publicity. And I got my nose wiped. But you got no fee.
No fee.
I suppose you thought you could pry a fee out of somebody. That's why you suppressed evidence.
Oh, now, Mr. Kramer, I suppressed no evidence.
Okay, I can't prove it, but I know it. If she hadn't been described to Goodwin, how did you know to send that blackmail note to her?
I explained to you. I concluded that the murderer was among those who remained.
Yes, but why her?
There were only 2 women who remained. Obviously, it couldn't have been Mrs. Orwin. With her physique, she'd be hard put to pass as a man. Besides, she's a widow, and it seemed a sound presumption that Doris Hatton had been killed by a jealous wife.
Yeah, but why a woman? Why not a man?
Yeah. I told you in my dining room that something had occurred to me, and I wanted to consider it.
Yeah?
Later, I would have been glad to tell you about it if you hadn't acted so irresponsibly and spitefully in sealing up this office.
All right.
That made me doubt if you were capable of proceeding properly on any suggestion from me, so I decided to proceed myself.
Get to it. What occurred to you?
Well, simply this. Miss Brown told Mr. Goodwin that she wouldn't have recognized the murderer if he hadn't had a hat on.
So?
She used the masculine pronoun, naturally, throughout that conversation, because it had been a man who'd called at Doris Hatton's apartment that October day, and he was fixed in her mind as a man. But it was in my plant rooms that she had seen him the other day, and no man wore his hat up there. But nearly all the women had hats on, so it was a woman.
I don't believe it.
You have a record of Mr. Goodwin's report of that conversation. Consult it.
I still wouldn't believe it.
Well, there were other little items. For example, the strangler of Doris Hatton had a key to the door. But surely the provider who had so carefully avoided revealment wouldn't have marched in at an unexpected hour to risk encountering strangers. And who's so likely to have found an opportunity or contrived one to secure a duplicate key as the provider's jealous wife?
You can talk all day. I still don't believe it.
Starring in today's episode were Mavor Moore as Nero Wolfe, Don Franks as Archie Goodwin, and Cease Linder as Inspector Kramer. Lally Cadeau was Mrs. Carlyle. Jack Creeley, Malcolm Vedder, Neil Monroe, Colonel Percy Brown, Eric Peterson, Dr. Morley, Fiona Reed, Cynthia Brown, Denise Ferguson, Mrs. Orwin, Michael Tate, Gene Orwin, Henry Raymer, Homer N. Carlyle, Nick Nichols, Charlie, Jim Morris, Skinny, Alfie Scott, Saul, and Frank Perry was Fritz. Music was composed and conducted by Don Gillis. Technical operations by John Jessup. Sound effects, Bill Robinson. The production assistant was Nancy McElveen, and casting consultant was Ann Weldon Tate. Disguise for Murder was written and produced in Toronto by Ron. Rex Stout's Nero Wolfe. Starring Mavor Moore as Nero Wolfe and Don Franks as Archie Goodwin. Today's episode, Before I Die, with special guest stars Jane Eastwood, August Schellenberg, and Maria Loma.
That Monday afternoon in October, life in the office of Nero Wolfe, where I worked, was getting to be more than I could stand.
What time is it, Archie?
When you asked me 5 minutes ago, it was 3:25. It is now 3:30. And when you ask 5 minutes from now, it will be 3:35. But I won't be here to answer, because I am going out for a walk.
A simple answer would have done. Indeed, it would have been all that was expected.
Oh, boy. My walk will last for half an hour, by which time you will be upstairs with your orchids, which will give me a 2-hour break from seeing you in this pitiful state. I wasn't blaming him. I was merely fed up with him. You see, it was smack in the middle of the great meat shortage after the war. And to my 270-pound boss, a meal without meat was an insult. He'd got so desperate that he started taking long walks, as, for instance, back and forth between his chair and the bookshelves. Anyway, I got my coat on and was just reaching for the front door.
Your name's Archie Goodwin.
Thanks. How much do I weigh?
Come on out. Guy here in a car wants to see you.
The black Cadillac.
Yeah.
Uh-huh. Oh, hold it for a minute.
Who is at the door?
Oh, a man with an embalmed face.
What's this? You're taking your gun?
I was asked to step down to the curb and see a man in a car. I recognize the man since he is one of our most famous citizens, Tizio Parito, also known as Daisy Parrott. His latest title is the King of the Black Market.
Look, when he phoned this morning, I told you I wouldn't see him.
Yeah, and I told him. I guess Daisy Parrott doesn't take no for an answer.
You're Archie Goodwin.
And you're Daisy Parrott. What do you want?
Hey, boss, he's got his hand on a gun in his pocket. And he's a damn fool to let you stand behind him.
Mr. Wolfe knows you're here. Now, what do you want?
I want to see Wolfe.
Nope. No, sir. I told you on the phone this morning that Mr. Wolfe is too busy to see you. He's got more work than he can handle now.
I intend to see him. Bring him out here.
Now, look. Don't think I'm laughing you off. People who laugh you off are apt to show up at a funeral playing the lead, okay? But whatever you have in mind, Mr. Wolfe wants no part of it. Now, that may make you sore, which I'd like to avoid if possible.
Archie!
My God.
Archie, what does Mr. Parrott want?
Nothing. He just stopped by.
He wants to see you.
Then confound it, Archie. Bring him in here.
What?
Bring him in. Be seated, Mr. Parrott.
I don't like it in here. I've got something private for you. Come out and sit in my car.
Oh, I rarely leave my house. I do like it here. I'd be an idiot to leave this chair made to fit me.
Okay, Goodwin. You go out and sit in my car.
No, sir. I do nothing without Mr. Goodwin.
You might make exceptions. This might be a good exception to start with.
No, sir. Please, sit down. Even if you decide against entrusting secrets to Mr. Goodwin and me, there's a little matter I'd like to discuss with you.
What do you want to discuss?
Well, in my own field, I am an expert. I sell expert information, advice, and services. I understand that you are also an expert in a different field. Presumably, you know where certain things are and how they may be got. I am, on the whole, a respectable and virtuous citizen, but like everyone else, I have my smudges. Where is some meat?
You want a slice of the meat racket?
No. I want slices of beef and pork. I want some meat to eat. Lamb, veal.
Oh, you just hungry.
Yes, I am.
Goodwin. Ring Lincoln 63232 between 7 and 10 in the morning and ask for Tom. Use my name.
Ah, thank you, sir. Now for your business. Mr. Goodwin told you on the phone this morning that I was too busy to see you. Of course, that was flummery. What was in his mind was that while the occupational hazards are relatively high in the detective business, in your business they're substantially higher, and the combination of the two would be inadvisable. I must admit regretfully that I agree with him. It would be foolish for you to entrust me with secrets only to be told that I can't undertake a job for you, so I tell you in advance I'm sorry.
I need help.
Doubtless, or you wouldn't have
I don't often need help, but when I do, I get the best there is, and I pay for what I get. There. 50 C's. $5,000. That will do for a start. I'm being blackmailed, and your job is to stop it.
But I've told you, Mr. Perry,
I'm being blackmailed by my daughter.
Hold it.
Nobody in this world knows about that except me, and now...
I said, hold it. Now, I want to warn you that Mr. Wolfe is every bit as stubborn as you are. This is damn dangerous for all concerned. Now, he's told you he doesn't want to hear it, and neither do I. Now, Mr. Wolfe, what's wrong with egg salad sandwiches?
But she's not really my daughter. The one who's blackmailing me. Now you know that, too. I have got a daughter, a real one. She'll be 21 next month. Where you going?
You'll have to excuse me, Mr. Parrott.
You walking out on me?
I always spend from 4 to 6 upstairs with my plants. Always. If you insist on confiding your troubles to me, tell Mr. Goodwin about it. I'll phone you later.
You know something? Pots.
Huh?
You're crazy, both of you. What's that gun in your hand for? Crazy as bed bugs.
Okay, tell me about it.
When my kid was just a baby, I got sent up the river for a long spell, and while I was there, her mother died. It took me nearly 5 years before I found the kid, never mind how. And by then, I decided it wasn't safe for her to know who her father was, or for anyone to know I had a kid. So I found a way to send money to her, keep her in schools and all.
Uh-huh.
And I got reports on her every 3 months, and everything was okay. It was working just fine till, Thumbs Meeker bitched it up.
Thumbs Meeker?
You heard of him?
I've heard of him. And how he got his name.
And Thumbs sent a punk to tell me that if there was any little favor he could do for my daughter, just let him know, capiche?
And it was his way of saying he'd found out and he could put the screws on you.
Yeah, but he hadn't. I mean, he found out I had a daughter, but he hadn't found her yet. So I had to stop. There's only one thing in the world I'm afraid of, Goodwin.
Huh?
That someone will find my daughter and tell her the truth. It's ruined my life having a daughter. Where she's concerned, I can't think straight, and I can't act straight. I mean, look at my coming here and spelling this. Worse yet, look what I did a year ago April. I rented a penthouse, and I brought a girl there to act as my daughter. I knew it was dumb, but my brains wouldn't work, and I did it.
Why?
To draw Thumbs Meeker off. If he thought that was my daughter living in the penthouse with me, naturally he wouldn't look for her in other places, especially in colleges. I thought it would keep my secret sewed up. Everything seemed fine for a few months. Then the little bitch put the pliers on me.
The phony daughter started blackmailing you?
Yeah. First in small amounts. Then every month it got bigger. So far, she's into me for $25,000.
I don't get it.
What?
Well, how do I put this? Most people would wonder, with your reputation, why she hasn't had an accident, like getting in the way of flying pieces of metal or something.
That's all exaggerated.
Yeah.
Rumors start and everyone believes them.
Well, why didn't you handle her or have her handled?
My daughter? My own daughter?
Wait, she isn't.
As far as everyone knows she is. I would have to do it myself, and even then it would have to be very risky. She's got it all figured out. What if she disappears? How would Thumbs Meeker dope? I'd be right back where I started. They'd be looking for trails again. I've looked at it from all angles, and it's no go.
And you're stuck with an expensive daughter.
Like hell I am. Last night she hit me for $50,000. That settles it. I've got to have help. I picked on Nero Wolfe, but from what I know of him, he's got brains, and mine won't work on this. That $5,000 is just for a start. I'll pay what it's worth, and it's worth plenty.
Look, he won't touch it.
Her name is my daughter, is Violet Parrott. Her real name is Angelina Murphy. She was on the jump in Salt Lake from a rolling and cleaning charge. I went out there and got her myself. See, I doped it that I'd have her sewed up because the Salt Lake Fuzz would like to have her back if she got tricky. But it didn't take her long to realize that I couldn't unload her. Okay. You'll have to deal with her. Is it true Wolf never leaves the house?
Absolutely true. So you see...
Violet will be here at 9 o'clock tonight.
Mr. Wolf will have to call you. Now,
after he's seen Violet, there's another job he'll have to do. With my real daughter. He'll have to be very careful.
Look, that can wait.
Her name's Beulah. Beulah Page. I'll write her address down for you.
Look, Mr. Parrott, there's no
point... Goodwin.
Yeah?
I know I can trust you. I'll be in touch. Ciao.
Ciao.
Why are you disturbing me, Archie? I'll be down at 6 o'clock.
This is urgent. A question for you to mull.
Well?
What color do you like in shrouds?
Beulah Page. This address is near Columbia University, less than half an hour away.
Yes, sir.
Get her. Now, if possible.
But Parrott said...
We don't even know there is a daughter. All we have is what Parrott told us.
Miss Beulah Page is registered at the university. Medical and Social Services Studies honor student. I checked.
I want to see her. At the very least, I want you to see her.
You can introduce me to her?
Boy, she's 20 years old. Flummox her.
Hello.
Hi there. I'm looking for Miss Beulah Page.
Well, you found her. Are you a preacher?
Well, no, I'm not exactly. My name is Stevens, Harold Stevens from Dayton, Ohio. May I have a moment?
Sure. Only it's too bad you're not a preacher.
It certainly is, if you want one. What I want to ask, I would like very much to have a talk with you this evening because, well, I'll only be in the city a short while, and I want to tell you about the Dayton Community Health Center.
How did you know I was interested in health work?
Oh, Miss Page, we keep our ears to the ground at all universities. Your outstanding record is known to us, and of course we've read your thesis.
You've read my thesis?
Indeed we have. It's outstanding, which is why I would like to have a talk with you.
Oh, well, that's very exciting, but... Oh, come in, please.
Thank you.
This is Mr. Shane, Morton Shane. Mr. Stevens, is it?
Harold Stevens. How do you do?
Oh, well, I've got to tell him, Mort. The reason I asked you if you were a preacher.
Oh, yes.
Because we're going to be married.
Well.
We just decided to, just before you knocked on the door. So, you see, you're the first to know.
Congratulations.
You're tiddly.
Oh, no, I'm not. I'm happy. And if I'm a little tiddly, it's your fault.
Oh, wait a minute. Who made the cocktail?
Hasn't a girl got a right to make cocktails when she's engaged, Mr. Stevens? Oh, wait, there's a little left. You are good luck. You have to have one with us.
Well, wait a minute. Wait, I've got a better idea. Now, I ought to be ashamed of myself for busting in on your celebration, especially right at dinner time. Why not let me help you go on celebrating? How about a betrothal dinner?
Well, I don't know.
Oh, that sounds just great. Morton, it's fate.
Look, I'm staying with a friend in town who happens to be a very famous man, and he's also very hospitable. I'll call him up right now and tell him we're coming, all right?
Well, after all,
what's he famous for? Who is he?
Come on. He's Nero Wolfe, the detective. I've known him for years.
Oh, Martin, let's go have dinner with Mr. Wolfe. Oh, please. You can't refuse my first request as your bride-to-be.
Beulah.
Oh, let's make him go, Mr. Stevens. He has a strong sense of propriety because he's in his last year at law school. He thinks lawyers are the guardians of everything from social conventions to moral righteousness.
Not righteousness. Right.
There, he accepts. Let's go.
To my surprise, Wolfe helped out over dinner by hopping all over the place. Conversationally, that is. It saved me from having to talk about the Dayton Health Center.
He asked Beulah about her courses. He talked about cases he had handled, which fascinated Shane, which in turn fascinated Wolfe. He adores adulation. He even ended up calling him Morton, for God's sake.
Morton, I hope you're prepared to face the fact that very few people like lawyers. I don't, as a general rule. You know, they're inveterate hedgers. They're insufferable word stretchers. I had a lawyer draw up a tort for me once. Look, that's a simple conveyance, and he made it 11 pages. Oh, God. Well, 2 would have done it. Have they taught you to draft torts?
Oh, naturally, sir, that's in the course, yeah. I try not to put in more words than are necessary.
Well, for heaven's sake, keep it brief. A little more wine.
Thank you.
Oh, there's a crack in your wine glass. Fritz, replace Mr. Shane's glass, please. Yeah. Well, Miss Page, let me give you another helping of zucchini alla.
It was like that right through dinner. Almost more than I could stand. And after dinner, Wolfe and Beulah sang songs. Well, at least Beulah sang. She was in very high spirits. And Wolfe was moving a finger to keep time and evidently trying to hum. For him, that was drunken revelry. I'm sure his mood could only have been brought on by a girl whose father could get him a pork chop. I had to remind Wolfe of our appointment, or he would have ended up with both daughters in the house at the same time. I finally got the 2 celebrants into the car and was driving them home.
You know, you're a swell guy, Stevens. That was a swell idea you had. Hey, now I got one. What do you think of this? You drive us to Maryland and we'll get married. No!
Now who's tiddly?
Well, that's a good idea, isn't it?
It stinks.
Why?
Look, I may not have any father or mother or even aunts or uncles, but I don't have to sneak off to Maryland in the dead of night to get a husband. I'm going to have flowers and white things and sunshine if I get a break. Anyway, what about that test tomorrow? You said it was important.
Well, it is.
Home, Stevens. Him first, because he has to study. And then you can come up to my apartment and tell me about your health center. You haven't said a word about it all evening.
Well, I didn't want to spoil the celebration. Brides-to-be should not discuss business on their betrothal night. I'll phone you tomorrow, okay?
Sit down, Miss Murphy. I like eyes at my level.
The name is Parrott. Violet Parrott.
No, Miss Murphy, it won't do. Mr. Parrott told me who you are. I do not intend to prolong this. He hired me to make you stop blackmailing him.
Aha! My father told you that?
Mr. Parrott sat there.
Daisy Parrott telling anyone I'm not his daughter? Now, you think I believe that?
I think you'll find it difficult to believe, Miss Murphy, because you've misjudged his character.
Ha!
You haven't stopped to consider that his strongest feeling, stronger even than his feeling for his daughter, is his vanity. He cannot stand to have you diddle him.
And how are you going to stop me?
I don't intend to stop you.
Then what am I doing?
Mr. Parrott made the same mistake you did. He misjudged a man's character. Mine. You have demanded $50,000 from him? Collect it.
I don't get you.
Within 24 hours after you receive it, you will pay me $45,000. You may keep 10%.
What? What makes you
If you don't pay me, the Salt Lake police will come and get you.
But, you goddamn fool, you can't do that to Daisy. He doesn't have to let you alone like he does me, you know. All I have to do is tell him.
Naturally, I prepared for that. He won't believe you.
I get it. I give it to you, and you hand it to him, and he gets off cheap. Well, now, wouldn't that be sweet? And Daisy thought I'd fall for that?
I assure you, Miss Murphy, Mr. Parrott knows nothing of this. This is my own idea, and I intend to profit from it. So will you. You can keep 10,000 out of every 100,000 we get.
Oh, look, come on. I've got more brains than that. And more guts than you give me credit for, too.
Well,
you think it doesn't take guts to stand up to Daisy Parrott? Wait, I'll show you. I'm wearing sleeves tonight. Here's why.
He did that to you?
That's not all. There's other places. But you'd have to pay to see them. And I took it. I told him, listen, I said, you can hurt me all you want, but don't think I'll just go, baby. And if you hurt me too much, well, I'm not dumb. I've taken certain precautions.
What precautions?
Just never you mind. But I've got Daisy Parrott all right, and I'm the only one that ever did that and lived to tell it. And now he thinks he can get most of it back with this lousy runaround?
Well, you'll have to think this through. The point is that even if you're 99% convinced that Mr. Parrott arranged for me to take this line, dare you risk that 1%? What if I am acting on my own hook? You'll never know what minute or where you'll feel that hand on your shoulder.
Suppose I wasn't there.
Oh, you're not thinking straight. If you disappear, Mr. Parrott might possibly decide not to find you for obvious reasons. I wouldn't. I would find you. I am fully as vain as Mr. Parrott, or every bit as ruthless, and I will not be diddled. This interview is over. I'm sure you'll give it your best thought.
My God, is he fat.
You know, I admire you.
Mm-hmm.
No, you really stood up to him. Well, luckily, you don't have to decide now. You got time to sleep on it, which is a good idea. Shall I take you home, tuck you in?
Hey, you don't look like a grister. You look healthy and handsome.
Inside, I'm clean but mean. I didn't offer to drive you home because I noticed you've got your own car, but I can go along just for the air.
Air. Oh, boy, Dumpling, do I need air.
We'll share it. 90% for you and 10 for me. You know, Angelina, you're sunk.
You can cut out the Angelina. Just call me Angel Food.
Ooh, I don't like angel food. I'll call you Maple Delight. No, but you're absolutely sunk if you try to pull it through. And I speak frankly because I admire you in more ways than one.
Oh, Dumpling.
And also because I enjoy life, and I don't care to leave it at this point. If you go on putting the B on Parrott and don't give Wolf his 9/10, Parrott will find out sooner or later. Then not only will Wolf get it, but I'm liable to get it too. Even if I'm not as healthy and handsome as you thought I was there for a minute, I do have my skin on straight, and I kind of like it that way.
Just go on talking. You haven't said anything yet, but your voice goes right through me. I don't even want to drink.
Look, to show you how selfish I am, I've got a suggestion. You haven't got a chance to clean up. Not one in a million. You're squeezed in between Daisy Parrott and Nero Wolfe, and that's no setup for a Sherman tank, let alone a lady.
You were going to make a suggestion?
Tell Parrott, or I'll do it for you, that the jip is up. You're merely his loving and obedient daughter, but it would be nice to have an allowance of, say, $300 a week.
$300 a week?
You'd probably settle for that, no hard feelings. Wolf wouldn't be able to get a cut of it, and you'd be earning over $15,000. That's more than a U.S. senator gets today. Hey, you know, I usually hate to be driven by a woman driver, but you're good. I thought you would be. You're very good.
I can turn corners and back up. Yeah, that's my building just ahead. You wouldn't con me, would you, Dumpling?
If you still think Parrott and Wolf framed it, you're batty. You don't know Wolf.
I don't know you either. So, let's see what we can do to fix that up now, huh? We'll leave the car here. Later I'll come down and drive you home. Come on.
Angelina, Miss Murphy, I don't think you...
Dumpling.
What?
This isn't Halloween night, is it?
No, it's not good.
Then why's that guy in the car wearing a mask?
Get down!
Ah! I'm shot. Oh, my God, I'm shot.
Don't move, kid. Just try to be quiet. Angel food. Don't.
Shame. God damn. Shame.
Okay, Goodwin, we lock you up. Oh, Inspector Kramer, you said that 4 times. I don't like the idea, and neither will Mr. Wolfe or his lawyer, but I prefer it to more of this. Go ahead. Oh, damn you. Look, let me summarize it for you. Daisy Parrott came to see Mr. Wolfe to consult him. If I had information for you on that, which I haven't, it would only be secondhand. Then in the evening, Parrott's daughter arrived, apparently to consult Mr. Wolfe about the same thing as her father, and I've told you you'll have to get that from Wolfe, too.
And I've told you Wolf's door is bolted, and Fritz says he can't be disturbed. He's asleep.
Try him after breakfast. Say 11 o'clock. course, I won't be there to let you in if I'm in that cell. Then I escorted Miss Parrott home with her driving the car. We arrived at her apartment building
Where's Daisy Parrott?
You mean now?
Now.
I have no idea.
Is he holed up in Wolf's house?
Oh, good God, no. It makes my teeth chatter just to think of it.
Did your teeth chatter when he was there yesterday?
Now, look. It will soon be dawn. Now, I told it over and over. All I know. You know damn well the man to tell you what Parrott and his daughter wanted is Wolf. You know damn well I can't tell you. You also know if you hold me, Mr. Wolf will resent it, and you won't be able to depend on a thing he says. Now, Kramer, what do you want to do? Get in another jab in a private feud or solve a murder? Okay. I warn you. I'm going to take a nap. Either in a chair, or on a cot, or home. In bed. Get out of here.
Go on, get.
In the cab on the way home, I was trying to add it up, but I couldn't even begin. Why had Parrott decided to erase Violet? And what was the big idea of dragging Wolf in? Not to mention me. I decided I would have to shoot Parrott. It wasn't merely a hangover from my sensation as I watched Violet die on the sidewalk. It was a realization of where Wolf and I were sitting. To be tangled up in a gang war between Daisy, Parrott, and Thumbs Meeker wasn't taking a risk. It was checking out. But then as we pulled up to the house, I changed my mind. Killing Parrott was the worst thing I could do. The guy I really wanted to shoot was Wolf. All this for a pork chop.
Hold it right there, Goodwin. No funny moves, Goodwin. That's a gun in his pocket.
Is it the one he used last night?
Don't be too smart. I want to ask you about last night. My car's around the corner. Go ahead. We'll come behind.
We can talk here. I've often talked here. What do you want to ask me?
Get going.
I like it here.
What's that?
Taxi. Hey, we shouldn't be out in the open like this.
I said get going, Goodwin.
I was about to say I like it here. You can relax, Parrott. Even if I had ideas, which I haven't got my gun. They took it away.
Hey, that cab! Get down, boss!
I didn't duck or dive. I just dropped. This time I didn't see the man in the cab at all, even to see if he was wearing a mask. I was moving too fast, rolling to get around the corner to safety. When it was safe, I stuck my head around the corner and saw two forms as flat as mine. Only they were much quieter. I crawled over to them. Parrott and Face were never going to be dangerous to anyone again.
Archie, is that you?
I think so, Fritz.
Do you need help?
Just to get in, Fritz. Take the chain off the door.
Did you kill somebody? Archie! What the devil is it now?
Just a couple of corpses on the sidewalk. By luck, one of them isn't me. Sorry to have disturbed your sleep.
So Kramer didn't have to wait till after breakfast to see Wolf. He and his squad of scientists arrived within minutes and stayed for hours. Wolf told him almost everything about Parrott's visit, but he saved items like Violet being a phony and the kind of lever she had in her father. The real daughter was left out entirely. And when the company finally left, the sunlight was entering the window beyond Wolf's desk.
That may have well been the longest night I ever spent. I hope they're... Nero Wolfe's office.
Archie, Saul here. I want the boss.
Hold on. Saul Panther.
Good. Go up to your room and look at your face. It needs washing.
So would yours. You spent the night rolling around on site. You mean you have private business with Saul? You got him working on something?
Certainly, Mr. Parrott's job.
Since when?
I phoned him last evening when you were escorting Miss Murphy home.
Why?
Because of something that had been said that aroused my suspicions. If you're out of it, Archie, you won't have to lie to the police when you go downtown to sign your statement. Go and wash your face.
Yeah, well, I'll be damned. Excuse me.
Oh, by the way.
Yes?
I suppose it would be futile to call that number Mr. Parrott gave us, now that he's dead.
I'm out of it. My breakfast was interrupted 4 times by phone calls, and that went on all morning. That wasn't so bad. Stalling journalists had to be routine with me over the years, but one of the calls was a sample of what might be expected from life from then on, as long as it lasted.
Goodwin?
That's my name.
I'm a friend of Daisy Parrott's. I want to ask you a couple of questions. Be at the 7-Eleven Club this afternoon at 2 o'clock.
I'm tied up at the office, but if you'll give me your name and number, I'll ring you if I find I can make it.
It's too bad you wasn't tied up at the office last night.
When Wolfe is upstairs with his orchids, every morning from 9 till 11, he does not like to be disturbed. So I buzzed to tell him about that call.
That's all? You interrupted me to tell me that?
Yes, sir. Oh, and another man called. Said his name was Schwartz, and he's Daisy Parrott's lawyer. He wanted to see you immediately. I told him 11 o'clock. But if you regard him as out of it, too, I can ring him and tell him not to come.
No, 11 will do. Archie, did you try that Lincoln number? Mr. Parrott said between 7 and 10.
No.
Sit down, Mr. Schwartz.
Thank you. Mr. Wolfe, I must apologize for being urgent about this appointment, but I felt there should be no delay. I gathered from Mr. Parrott last evening that you had not explicitly given your assent, and
Assent to what?
Why, to your appointment in his will as executor of his estate, in effect the guardian of his daughter.
Huh?
Did you?
Utterly preposterous.
I was afraid of that. It will complicate matters. You see, there is a question whether the $50,000 provided for that purpose will go to the executor if the executor is not you.
Did you say 50,000?
Yes.
Tell me about it.
In the past, I have attended to a few matters for Mr. Parrott of a minor legal nature. But last evening, he came to my office, my apartment. He has never been to my office, and asked me to draw up some papers at once in his presence.
What time was this?
Oh, he arrived about 9. Was there until after midnight. I'm afraid it took a long while. You understand, it's a difficult business, extremely difficult to convey property by testament to a daughter without naming or identifying her in any way. Your functions are limited strictly to the legacy of his daughter. There are only 2 other provisions in the document under consideration. $50,000 to you as executor, and the same in amount to me.
Let me see it.
In a moment, yes, sir. I should explain that the large sum left to me was not to compensate me for drawing up some papers. It was to pay me for not opening this envelope addressed to you and examining the contents. I must say he misjudged me entirely. 1/10 that amount, 1/50th would have sufficed. So, having said that, there is the will, and this is the envelope.
Thank you.
Well, at least we know where Parrott was when the police couldn't find him last night.
Yes. Mr. Schwartz, considering the circumstances, I think Mr. Parrott would expect me to let you know this much. Archie, would you read this page to Mr. Schwartz?
Yes. To Nero Wolfe, if this is the wrong one I'm pulling, it's the worst mistake I ever made, but I think I can count on you after seeing you today and sizing you up. I don't think I'm going to die, but what if I do? That's my problem. My daughter has got to be protected. I mean, she has got to get what belongs to her, and that's my problem.
Thank you. The envelope also contains a marriage certificate and a birth certificate. Put them in the safe, Archie.
Then you accept the office?
I do.
In that case, I have a question. With the daughter dead, how do you propose to perform the functions of your office?
A reasonable question. I had Archie read you that page because I wanted to understand why I cannot give you an answer. Since Mr. Parrott trusted you, he would expect me to give you this much satisfaction. The daughter is not dead. Beyond that, Mr. Parrott left it to me, and so will you.
I see. I hope you'll forgive me if I mention another detail. I understand that Mr. Goodwin here was present when Miss Parrott was killed.
Yes.
He was also present when Mr. Parrott and his companion were killed.
Yes.
But Mr. Goodwin was not injured.
Only my pride.
Mr. Wolfe, I don't know whether you fully realize the inferences that will be drawn by Mr. Parrott's associates when they...
Nero Wolfe's office. Archie
Can he talk to me now?
Hold on a moment, I'll see. The man who called earlier. The one who wouldn't leave his name.
I'll take it. Nero Wolfe speaking. Your name, please? Oh, I'm sorry, sir. I never speak to people without a name. Just a moment. Fabian. Thank you. Hold the line a moment, please. Mr. Schwartz, have you ever heard of a man called Fabian?
Yes. So have I.
Yes, Mr. Fabian, what is it? Oh, I see. I must tell you, I never make appointments outside my house. No, indeed. I assure you I'm not frightened at all. Yes, I realize that, but I seldom go out for... If you... Well, I have a suggestion. Why don't you come to my office, say, at 2 o'clock this afternoon? You have the address? Good.
Mr. Wolfe, I was about to say when the phone rang that Mr. Parrott's associates are men of action. To put it baldly, they will kill both you and Mr. Goodwin the first chance they get. Now, I was about to suggest certain precautions...
Mr. Fabian says he wants to ask me something.
Great heavens, to let him in?
If he is really dangerous, and if he has drawn the sort of inferences you fear, my own office is the only safe place to meet him. This business has to be settled sooner rather than later, doesn't it? Shall we continue?
Nero Wolfe's office, Archie Goodwin speaking.
You said your name was Harold Stevens.
Oh, boy, just what I needed. Actually, at the moment, the name is Mudd. Harold Mudd here.
That's not funny.
Certainly isn't. Look, actually...
I want to know about the man that got killed and how you happen to be...
Hold it. Wait a minute. Start again. What have you seen, heard, and done?
I've seen pictures, just now in the Gazette.
Oh.
One of a man named Daisy Parrott, and I know him in a certain way, and he's been killed. And for a certain reason, that's bad news for me. Another picture is of you, and it says your name is Archie Goodwin.
Right.
And you work for Nero Wolfe.
That's right.
And it says you were with Daisy Parrott when he was killed. So I want to know what... I'm coming over there.
No, don't do that. You stay where you are. I'll come over and pick you up. I'll be right over. It's the friend of the law student. Very upset.
I gathered. You can leave at once. I can finish my business with Mr. Schwartz without you.
Yes, sir.
And Archie, arrange it carefully.
That's why I'm picking her up, sir.
How do you do, Miss Page? And, Morton, I wasn't expecting you.
He wouldn't let me come alone.
I certainly wouldn't. I'd like to know what this is all about. Goodwin saying his name was Stevens. And why were we sneaked in the back way like this?
The sidewalk in front of our house was the scene of 2 murders, and quite conspicuous.
I demand to know what is going on.
Miss Page deserves an explanation, and she'll get it. Doubtless you'll get it later from her. Mr. Goodwin and I are taking Miss Page up to the plant rooms to show her my orchids and have a talk with her. Now, there are books and magazines down there.
I must insist.
No. Don't try. Archie, tell Fritz there'll be 2 luncheon guests at one shop.
My God.
You're impressed?
I've never seen such a blaze of color in my life.
Someday you must spend an hour or 2 up here. Now I'm afraid we haven't time. You're not an infant, Miss Page.
I'm 20 years old.
And I won't have to use a nipple for this. You know what a hypothetical question is?
Certainly.
And I'll put one to you. Suppose these things. That with me as intermediary, your father has arranged to make available to you a considerable sum of money. That he is not in a position to disclose himself to you and cannot ever be expected to do so. That he has put it wholly within my discretion whether you shall be told his name and your mother's name. And that the circumstances are such that it will be one deuce of a job to keep you from guessing his name and guessing it right. Now, supposing all that, here's something for you to think over.
Yes?
You want me to tell you the names or not?
Oh, I don't need to think it over. I want you to tell me.
Oh, that's an impulse.
Oh, good Lord, an impulse. If you only knew what I want to know.
What if your father is, say, a convicted pickpocket?
I don't care what he is. I want to know.
Then you should. Mr. Parrott, your father, died last night out there on the sidewalk.
I knew it.
The devil you did.
I knew it.
Oh, good God. Deal with this, Archie.
Miss...
Why haven't you got the sense to go, too?
Now, look, the room just under this one is mine. It's unlocked, and it has a bathroom with a mirror. There's no hurry. We can wait.
Down so soon, Archie? Is she all right?
She needed a shoulder to cry on, but with her fiancé under the same roof, I didn't think it would be fitting. Morton's in the front room, pacing. Nero Wolfe's office, Archie Goodwin.
Let me talk to him.
It's Kramer.
Mr. Kramer, how are you?
I'm fine. You?
The way I always am before lunch. Hungry.
Enjoy it. This is just a friendly call. I wanted to let you know that you were right as usual when you decided to keep it all to yourself and tell us only one thing that was worth a damn about Parrot's daughter being wanted in Salt Lake. We got onto her through the Washington fingerprint piles, as you knew we would. I don't think she was the daughter at all. Her name was Angelina Murphy, though she used others. She had about 10 years coming. I suppose I might as well ask if you have anything to add.
No. No, I think not.
Nothing at all? But the job you took on from Parrot?
No, nothing.
Okay. I didn't expect it. Enjoy your lunch.
Oh, at least I heard that before I died.
What?
Well, Kramer knowing you've got things he could use and merely telling you to enjoy your lunch. Do you know why?
Yes. It was, in effect, an obituary. If I were a sentimentalist, Archie, I'd be touched.
He thinks we haven't got long to live.
Yes.
What do you think?
I think we should enjoy our lunch.
Excuse me, sir. Mr. Schwartz has arrived. He says he has an appointment at 2.
Thank you, Fritz. Well, I must apologize for ending the meal so abruptly, but callers are expected. Miss Page, I think it would be best for you and Morton to leave the same way you came.
I don't want to leave yet. Couldn't I wait? There are things I'd like to ask.
Certainly. You may wait in the plant rooms if you wish.
Morton, too?
No, wait. I don't like the way things look here. I don't know what explanation you've given Miss Page. These callers you're expecting, are they connected with Miss Page or her affairs?
With Miss Page? No. With her affairs, yes.
Who are they?
One of them is a man called Fabian. Another is named Schwartz, a lawyer, a member of the bar. And I've invited a private investigator currently in my employ, Mr. Saul Penzer.
I want to be present.
Morton, no. You don't understand.
Miss Page's name will not appear in the conversation. I can see no reason why you shouldn't be there if you want to. That will be Mr. Fabian. So please go ahead into the office, Mr. Shane. Archie and I will join you shortly. Mr. Fabian, it is part of your legend, sir, that you never go anywhere unarmed. Are you armed now?
Yeah. Any objections?
None at all, but I'm not calling you a liar, but I would be better satisfied if I saw proof. Where is your weapon? Easily available?
It's available.
Would you mind showing it to me?
Comedy. Here. I could have had it out and in again 20 times. I came to get some proof from you and Goodwin here.
Excuse me. We'll go into the office and sit down. This way, sir. You know, I must apologize to you, Mr. Fabian, for appropriating a few minutes of your time, but this will only take a few...
Fritz has got it, sir.
You're Schwartz.
Yes, Mr. Fabian, you may remember.
Yeah, I remember.
Archie, you can't go in.
Fritz,
Mr.
are you all right?
Wolfe?
How are you going to stop me? Fabian, what you doing here?
I got you covered, Thomas.
Not here and now, Fabian.
Who gave you the steer?
Nobody. I came on business.
Lift them up.
Oh, Tommy Rocky, this is preposterous. Besides you two, there are 5 people in here. What do you expect to do, shoot all of us? Nonsense. And who the devil are you, sir? What do you mean bounding into my house like this?
That's Mr. Thumbs Meeker. Mr. Wolfe, sir.
You heard me, Fabian. Not here and now. He's right. I came on business.
You came on business? What business?
Who are these guys?
Well, they're here on business, too. What's yours?
I want to know if it's true that you told the cops that your punk put a finger on Parrot and his daughter for me.
No.
They seem to have that idea.
It isn't true.
Oh, I'm a liar?
I don't know whether
a liar or not, but if the police have made any such statement or intimation, they are. I would have expected you to be sufficiently familiar with police methods not to come running to me with anything as silly as that.
You didn't tell him that.
Certainly not.
You're Goodwin.
Yeah?
Did you?
No, am I a half-wit? Mr. Meeker, now that you're here, I suggest that you stay. Please, be seated. I was about to tell these people who killed Mr. Parrott and his daughter, and how and why. It will be doubly interesting because the man who did it is present.
I wouldn't want to miss that.
Hey, I'm present.
Yes, sir, but it wasn't you. Sit down. I don't like to talk to faces on different levels. And you too, Mr. Fabian. Yeah, that's better. Now then, first about Mr. Parrott's daughter. The police know that the young woman who was killed last night was not his daughter, but they don't know that he actually has a daughter. I do, and I know who and where she is because Mr. Parrott told me about her in this room yesterday. At this very moment,
Go slow.
If you please. No power on earth, Mr. Fabian, not even the kind of primitive power you rely on, will keep me from telling this properly. You can shoot me, but you're not going to, so don't interrupt. Mr. Parrott's real daughter is at this moment in this house, upstairs looking at my orchids. He told me...
That's a lie.
She doesn't think so, Mr. Shane. And don't you interrupt me. Mr. Parrott entrusted her interests to me, and I intend to guard them. Some 18 months ago, he discovered that you, Mr. Meeker, had learned of his daughter's existence and were trying to find her. So he tried a finesse. He went to Salt Lake City and arranged with a young woman named Murphy, a fugitive from justice, to come to New York and live with him as his daughter.
Go slow.
Oh, don't be absurd, Mr. Fabian. The police know all that. The arrangement was made, and Miss Murphy came to New York and became Miss Violet Parrott. But before long, she began demanding sums of money, increasingly larger, with the threat that she would make a disclosure if he didn't pay, and he paid.
That's crazy. Daisy Parrott would never pay blackmail.
Oh, but he did, Mr. Fabian, because, you see, Miss Murphy had somehow found out who and what and where his daughter was, and that put his daughter in jeopardy.
Daisy would never have put up with that. He would have handled it.
Mr. Parrott couldn't handle this because Miss Murphy had taken precautions. To protect herself, she told someone else.
Someone else?
With Mr. Panzer's help, I have discovered the identity of that person.
Who? Who was it?
Miss Murphy, out west, had been attached to a man in some of her unsavory enterprises. That man came to New York, I don't know when, but it may be surmised that it was about the time Miss Murphy began demanding money from Mr. Parrott.
Who is he?
That man decided on a stroke of his own. Unknown to Miss Murphy, he contrived to meet the daughter, to pursue a friendship with her, to ask her to marry him, and to be accepted. He had enough temerity to masquerade as a law student. And indeed, his temerity was unlimited. He didn't even bother about an alias. He became engaged to marry Mr. Parrott's daughter under his own name, Morton Shane.
That's a lie.
No, Mr. Shane, that is the truth. I know it. I can prove it. What I don't know yet is why. Why did you shoot and kill Miss Murphy and Mr. Parrott? Merely to clear the track, to get them out of the way since the daughter was betrothed to you? Possibly, but I doubt it. More probably, something had happened. You'd become aware of some deadly threats. Had Miss Murphy, by any chance, discovered your association with the real daughter?
You'll eat all of this, you fat, lying son of a bitch. I'm going.
Stay where you are. You got anything else?
Nothing but proof. Last evening, Mr. Parrott's daughter and this young man dined with us. And one or two remarks he made stirred a faint suspicion in me. Faint, but simple to test. He said he was in his last year at law school, and I asked him if he'd learned to draft torts. And he said he had. Mr. Schwartz, you're an attorney. Is that possible?
No, certainly not. A tort is an act, not a document, as any law student would know. You can't draft a tort any more than you can draft a burglary.
I had my chef save your wine glass, Mr. Shane, and after you had left, I got in touch with Mr. Panzer. Through the FBI, we learned of your background and your record. And I also arranged that Mr. Panzer should pick you up last evening in front of the building where Mr. Parrott's daughter lives and keep on your trail.
I'll kill you, you son of a...
paper says the DA's decided not to charge Meeker or Fabian because the man has a right to defend himself. And all the witnesses agree that Shane shot first.
Oh, perfectly sound.
Yeah. I hate to disturb your reading.
Then don't.
But I would like to make it clear that I don't believe Saul was on Shane's tail that night. I think you put that in to make Shane go for his gun.
That's not sound at all.
Uh-huh.
Mere conjecture.
You knew Fabian would get Shane. And you had to do it that way because you knew you couldn't pin the killings on Shane.
Indeed.
You had no proof. As a responsible guardian, you had a problem. Your ward was engaged to a murderer, and you were afraid that she was so wired to him that she might take him. Now, that's where you made your mistake.
Oh, yes?
Oh, yes. You see, once Beulah laid eyes on me, Shane was right out of the picture.
Oh, shut up, Archie.
Yes, sir. In an hour or so. Now, I am willing to be chastised, too, because on one count I have it coming. I told you that just before Violet quit for good, while I was kneeling there beside her, she said, "It's a shame." A shame. Of course she didn't. What she said was, "It's a Shane." Shane. Yeah, I fumbled that one. And hereafter, I'll wash my ears better.
Archie.
Okay, go on and read. Go on. Because I'm going up to change my shirt. I'm taking your new ward out to dinner tonight. But don't jump to the conclusion that I'm thinking of marrying her. I don't want you dragging Fabian and Thumbs Meeker down here on my account.
Starring in today's episode were Mabel Moore as Nero Wolfe and Don Franks as Archie Goodwin. Jane Eastwood was Angelina Murphy, August Schellenberg, Daisy Parrott, Maria Loma, Beulah Page, David Hemblin, Thumbs Meeker, David Stein, Morton Shane, Alfie Scott, Saul Panzer, Cease Linder, Inspector Kramer, John Evans, Fabian, and Frank Perry was Fritz. Music was composed and conducted by Don Gillis. Technical operations by John Jessup. Sound effects by Bill Robinson. Production assistant was Nancy McElveen, and casting consultant Ann Weldon Tate. Before I Die was written and produced in Toronto by Ron Hartman. Next week,
Listen, I wouldn't trust no cop if he was a baby and stark naked.
Nero and Archie meet Hattie Annis.
A witch can be 20 minutes late.
A what?
Of course, nobody believes in witches anymore. Certainly I don't. But now I'm not so sure.
Hattie owns a theatrical boarding house.
Do you happen to know that all stage people are crazy?
They have no monopoly.
My name's Tammy Baxter, short for Tamiris. I haven't decided yet which one to use in the marquee when I'm a star.
Hold it.
What's the matter, Buster?
Come here. Behind the sofa.
Oh.
Easy.
Oh, my God. It's Tammy.
Yeah.
Now you'll never get your name up in lights. I'll get up when I like and I'll walk out when I like.
Steady.
Both liquor.
Here, let me help
the
you.
great detective Nero Wolfe, just a flunky for the cops. Get in here quick.
Thanks.
Hey, you might have brought me something to eat. You're no good.
Well, if I'm no good, why'd you let me in?
Because I thought you had something to eat.
Actually, if I wasn't any good, would I bother to come and tell you to stay away from that door because they're going to bust it in?
No, they won't.
Why won't they?
Because they know if they do, I'll shoot.
You've got a gun?
No, but they don't know that.
Oh,
All right, Buster. I've never hired a detective before. You want me to sign something?
Who are you hiring, Miss Annis?
I'm hiring you.
To do what?
What? To show the cops. To make them wish they'd never set foot in my house.
No
to
way.
make them eat dirt.
Next week, Rex Stout's Counterfeit for Murder, with guest stars Joy Coghill, Brent Carver, Gilly Fennick, Lynn Griffin, and Sandy Webster. Rex Stout's Nero Wolfe. Starring Mabel Moore as Nero Wolfe and Dawn Franks as Archie Goodwin. Today's episode, Counterfeit for Murder, with special guest stars Joy Coghill, Brent Carver, Gilly Fennick, Lynn Griffin, and Sandy Webster.
I was on my way out to deposit a check in Nero Wolfe's bank account when I saw her through the frost on the one-way glass panel of the front door. Now, my rule is never be rude to anyone unless you mean it. But when I saw her there on the stoop, her gray hair straggling all over her dirty face and her coat missing a strategic button, well, I meant it. I don't want any, thanks.
You would have once, Buster. 30 years ago, I was a real treat.
My, how time flies.
Hey, wait! I want to see Nero Wolfe, the detective.
Sorry.
Do I gotta walk right through you?
There are difficulties, lady. 1, I'm bigger than you are. 2, Mr. Wolfe only sees people by appointment. 3, he won't be available till 11 a.m. 4, my watch says 10.
I'll come in and wait.
No.
I'm half froze.
No go.
Listen, are you nailed down?
I'm just fascinated. What's your name?
My name's Annis. Hattie Annis.
What do you want to see Mr. Wolfe about?
Listen, I'll tell him when I see him.
You'll have to tell me, Mrs. Annis.
Miss Annis.
Oh, I'm sorry. My name's Archie Goodwin. I'm Mr. Wolfe's assistant.
I know who you are.
Oh.
And if you think I look as if I can't pay Nero Wolfe, there's going to be a reward, and I'll split it with him.
Now, you want a reward, you go to the police.
Listen, I wouldn't trust no cop if he was a baby and stark naked. I got it. Right here in my purse.
What have you got?
I'll tell Nero Wolfe. Listen, Buster, I'm no Eskimo. Let the lady in, will you?
No, it's no go. We got strict rules around here. Go around the corner and have a coffee, or duck into the cleaners and have them fix that coat button.
What?
Come back at 11:15, and maybe Mr. Wolfe will see you. That's all I can do.
Okay, I'll be back. You keep this package for me, Buster.
Oh, what's in it?
It won't bite. And don't you open it till I get back. I don't want no cop to get hold of it.
I don't know why I took it, except that she trusted me, which meant she had fine instincts and no sense at all. Could have been a bomb, but it didn't tick, so I just stashed it under the couch in the front living room and went off on my errand, thinking maybe it was the Hope Diamond and I should have put it in the office safe. I was so worried by the time I got back to the front door of the old brownstone that I almost tripped on a fur coat on the top step before I noticed somebody was sitting in it.
It's a terrific idea, this outdoor waiting room. But you ought to install a magazine rack.
She was the kind of girl Hattie Annis might have been 30 years ago. Right age, right face, right legs, so far as I could see. I decided to invite her inside so she could take her coat off. Welcome to the office. I'll sit here. You can sit there.
A man told me through a crack in the door that Mr. Wolfe was engaged and Mr. Goodwin was out. Mr. Goodwin, I presume?
You do, but it's okay by me. Your turn.
My name's Tammy Baxter, short for Tamiris. I haven't decided yet which one to use in the marquee when I'm a star.
Well, that would depend. If it's a musical, Tammy.
Mm-hmm.
But if it's Lady Macbeth, Tamiris.
Hey, thanks.
Don't mention it.
Why don't you ask me what I want?
I'm putting it off because I may not have it.
Oh, that's nice. I like that.
Hmm.
That's a good line if you knew how to read it.
Okay, how's this? What do you want?
Don't call us, we'll call you. I'm not an actress yet, only gonna be.
Oh.
I don't want much, just ask about my landlady, Miss Annis. Hattie Annis? Has she been here?
Here? When?
This morning.
I'll ask Fritz, the housekeeper. Fritz!
A male housekeeper?
He's also the chef. Mr. Wolfe doesn't like women around the house.
Can I be of assistance, Mr. Goodwin?
Oh, Fritz. Mr. Brenner. Did anyone besides this lady come in while I was out?
No, sir. No one.
Any phone calls?
No, sir.
Oh. Thank you very much, sir.
Well, thank you, sir.
No, thank you, sir. Well, apparently not, Miss Baxter.
That's funny. She said she was going to take something to... I'm worried.
Why should you worry?
You would if you knew her. She almost never leaves the house, never goes more than a block away. She's no loony, you know, but she's not quite all there. And we all feel responsible for her.
All?
It's a boarding house.
Oh.
A dump, almost. But anybody in show business or trying to be can get a room there, even if you don't pay every week. I only hope she's... Well, if she comes, will you phone me?
Oh, sure. If you'll give me your phone number.
Oh, my, you read that line wrong, too. Got your little black book handy?
I don't care if it is the Hope Diamond in that package, Archie. I will not see your Miss Annis.
But when you see her, Mr.
I'm
Wolfe...
not going to see her. I have letters to dictate to you, one about a rare orchid they found in Brazil,
No.
and no unpunctual elderly delinquent is going to interrupt...
Maybe a witch can be 20 minutes late.
A what?
Maybe something happened to her broomstick. Now, no, of course, nobody believes in witches anymore. Certainly I don't. But now I'm not so sure. She has this strange fascination. You know, have I got a screw loose?
Yes. A witch, you say?
Oh, she must be. I'm bewitched.
All right, I'll give her 2 minutes, but not unless she flies here within the next 5. Otherwise, I shall go and sample Fritz's chestnut soup.
That'll be her now. I'll go and get it.
Remember, 2 minutes.
It was her, all right, looking as if she'd been hit by a car. Turned out she'd been hit by a car. I caught her as she passed out and carried her onto the couch in the front room. Now, there's no chair in there big enough to hold Nero Wolfe's 1/7 of a ton, but he was a good sport about it.
I am perfectly capable of standing for 2 minutes, Archie.
Oh, you don't look it. You do fine for Falstaff.
I take it you are feeling better, Miss Annis.
Yeah.
You told Mr. Goodwin a car came up over the curb and hit you.
Not hard enough to knock me down. The curb spoiled his aim, and I jumped.
And the car went on.
Yeah. I just gone home to sew that button back on my coat after your crack about my appearance, Buster. And I almost got back here when that...
Did you see who was driving the car?
No, he come up behind me. Or she did. So I stumbled back here and I rang the bell.
And I got you before you hit bottom.
And I missed out again.
What?
Carried in the arms of a man, and I didn't even know it. Oh, what's life up to?
Madam, I told Mr. Goodwin I would give you 2 minutes. Let us make the most of them.
Oh, some wonderful day. Buster here carries me over the threshold, and Falstaff gives me 2 minutes. Hey, and here's another one with coffee.
Oh, thank you, Fritz.
You're quite welcome, sir. For the lady.
Yeah, if you please, Fritz, yeah.
Hey, I like him.
Miss Annis, Mr. Goodwin tells me you have something you think is good for a reward. What is it?
Do you happen to know that all stage people are crazy?
They have no monopoly. Thank you, Fritz.
Yes, sir.
Hey, that's good coffee, Fritz.
Thank you, madam.
I like him. I was born in this house on 42nd Street. I always lived there. And my father owned a theater. You see, stage people are special. They always have been. And that house is only 8 minutes' walk from Times Square. Hell, I only need one room and a kitchen, so they can live there. They pay me when they can.
Well, who lives there now, Miss Annis?
5 of them.
Huh?
3 men and 2 girls. And they all use the kitchen and keep their rooms decent. At least they're supposed to. I never go in. My room's on the 2nd floor front, you see.
If you please, madam, to the point.
I'll get there, Falstaff.
Oh.
That's good coffee.
Yeah, it is.
The ground floor is the parlor. And nobody goes in there much since my mother died 2 years ago. But once a week, I go in and I take a look around. When I went in yesterday, a mouse run out from under the piano and went in back of the bookshelves. You believe a mouse can run up a woman's leg?
No.
No, neither do I. No. So I got my umbrella from the hall, and I poke around behind the shelves. But he didn't come up.
Oh, must we listen to a Beatrix Potter tale?
So I took some books out. And in back of them was a little package I'd never seen before.
Aha.
And I opened it. And that's what I brought.
Yeah, it's under the sofa, sir. I'll get it.
We can split the reward 3 ways. You, me, and Buster here. Open it, Buster.
All 20s, Mr. Wolfe.
How much?
2 inches, 250 to the inch. That would make it about
$10,000. Very tidy, madam. It belongs in the hands of the police.
Hey, no, you don't. You take it to the cops and goodbye. Listen, whoever drove that car knew I had it and tried to kill me.
I'll get it. All of a sudden, Grand Central Station. Yes, sir?
My name is Albert Leach, U.S. Treasury Department, Secret Service Division. Here's my badge.
Uh-huh. That checks out.
I'd like to speak with Mr. Wolfe and Mr. Goodwin.
Mr. Wolfe isn't available. I'm Mr. Goodwin.
Want to ask about a woman named Baxter. Is she here?
Around 25, 5'4", light brown hair, 120 pounds, fur coat.
That fits.
No.
What do you mean, no?
She's not here.
Then how do you know?
She was here this morning for about 10 minutes.
Has she been back?
No.
Another woman, Hattie Annis. She been here?
You know, Mr. Leach, I don't mind being polite, but what the hell? Mr. Wolfe is a licensed private detective, and so am I. And we don't answer miscellaneous questions just to pass the time. I've heard of Hattie Annis because Miss Baxter asked if she'd been here, and I told her no. She asked me to phone her if she came, but I probably won't.
I'm an officer of the law, Goodwin, and an agent of the U.S. government.
As I said, that checked out. And
I want to know if Hattie Annis has been here today.
Why don't you ask her? Miss Baxter gave me the phone number. Here, you want it?
I have it. I know your reputation, Goodwin, and Wolfe's.
Good.
You may get away with a few fancy tricks with the New York City Police Department, but I advise you not to try any with the Secret Service. We'll be seeing you.
Hold everything, Mr. Wolfe. Those bills are counterfeit.
Yes, we know that.
You do? How'd you find out?
Miss Annis just told me so.
You knew they were phonies?
Of course. Why would he hide real money in my parlor? And why would I bring it to Nero Wolfe?
How did you find out, Archie?
That was a T-man at the door.
A what man?
A T-man, a Secret Service agent of the U.S. Treasury. That's their job, counterfeiters. He wanted to know if a woman named Baxter was here this morning.
Tammy Baxter? Tammy Baxter was here?
That's right, and he wanted to know if you were here, too, and I insulted him, so he left.
You insulted a T-man? Why didn't you show him in?
And have her accuse me of substituting phonies for the real money she walked in here with?
Hey, what did you say?
Call the Secret Service at once, Archie, and tell them it's here. If Miss Annis leaves before they arrive, keep the package and give her a receipt. Good day, madam, and please don't get up.
Hey, don't you madam me. You mean that? Call the cops and hand it over?
Not the cops, Miss Annis, the Secret Service. I have a responsibility as a citizen. Counterfeit money is contraband. I can't let you walk out with it.
I'll get up when I like, and I'll walk out when I like.
Steady.
Bootlicker.
Here, let me help you.
The great detective, Nero Wolfe, just a flunky for the cops.
Hey.
If Falstaff was here, I'd apologize.
Madam,
to him.
I
and
cannot...
you can't glare me down. This lady is going to talk. Now, don't you touch me, Buster.
Take it easy.
You know better, thinking I pull a switch on you. It may be counterfeit money, but it's not your counterfeit money, it's mine. I find that stuff in my house. I'd rather burn it than turn it over to the cops. So I think I'll get a detective to find out who put it there. So I go to Nero Wolfe, and this is what happens. You want to suck up to the cops. I spit at you. I don't spit, but I spit at you.
Miss Annis, you have a point. I reject the charge of civility, but you have a point. Has a private citizen the right to confiscate contraband? I doubt it. That counterfeit money is yours until seized by public authority, which I am clearly not. I confess to error, but I was prompted by expediency, not sycophancy.
What?
I merely wanted to get clear of the muddle. Now, I offer a suggestion. Mr. Goodwin will put the bills in my safe and go with you to your house to investigate. You say you wanted to engage me to find the counterfeiter. Well, he will decide if that is feasible without an expensive inquiry. If it isn't, I'll return your property to you, but I'll notify the Secret Service that I am doing so. And in either case, I shall expect no fee.
We split the reward 3 ways.
I have no interest in a reward. Archie, be good enough to escort Miss Annis home.
Okay, there it is on the corner. Let's go.
No. You wait for the green light. Can't you see that cop over there?
That's all they're good for, waving their arms.
Okay, now we can go. Why do you hate cops, Hattie?
Now, don't you call me that. Not till I know I can trust you.
Okay, Miss Annis. Why do you hate cops?
My father. The cops shot him down.
Huh?
No provocation. He was just in the way. Never even apologized. Said it was a mistake. Mistake. That's all they ever make, mistakes.
I'm sorry I opened the wound. Listen, tell me about this Tammy Baxter. She must be involved somehow because that T-man...
It could have been Tammy, Buster.
Why not?
Oh, she only has 1 suit, 2 dresses, 3 blouses, 2 skirts, and her fur coat was rabbit. A counterfeiter would have had more clothes.
I thought you said you never went into their rooms.
Well, only when they arrive here.
When did she arrive?
3 weeks ago.
What do you know about her?
I don't ask for references. I just size them up, you know what I mean? Hey, here we are. Come on in.
Hattie, is that you?
Yeah, it's me.
Where on earth have you been, or above it or beneath? Without you, this house is a sepulchre. There are no oranges. Oh, how'd you do, sir?
Archie Goodwin, Raymond Dell. Mr. Dell plays Shakespeare.
Oh, good for you, Sir Raymond.
Oranges here in the kitchen, Ray. I went out and got some. Oh, listen, Hattie, do you know where... Oh.
Martha Kirk, Archie Goodwin.
And what do you play, Juliet?
Thank you, kind sir. But I'm not ready for that yet. Hattie, do you know where Tammy is? 2 phone calls, a man.
No, I ain't seen her.
Are you looking for a room, Mr. Goodwin?
Mr. Goodwin ain't in the theater, Raymond. He's a reporter. He come to write a magazine piece about me and my house.
You mean we'll all be famous?
Something like that.
Come on, Mr. Goodwin. He wants to see the house. I hope the beds are made.
We'll see you both later.
Come and have brunch, Ray. Listen, have you seen the kitchen knife anywhere?
How was that? Was that okay?
Just fine. They're interested, and that'll help. Is this the parlor?
Yeah, I got the blinds down so it's dark.
Oh.
Hey, mind the sofa. I'll get the light.
Oh, that's better. Hey, nice fireplace.
Now, here we are. I put the books back like they were, but everything else is just...
Hold it.
What's the matter, Buster?
Come here. Behind the sofa. Easy.
Oh, my God. It's Tammy.
Yeah.
Now you'll never get your name up in lights.
Yes?
Me. Calling for Miss Annis's house to report a complication. Went into the parlor to look at the bookshelf and found Tammy Baxter on the floor with a kitchen knife in her chest. The girl who came in this morning and the tea man was interested in. I'm keeping my voice low because this phone is in the hall and there are people in the kitchen with the door open. I have my eye on it.
Have you called the police?
Miss Annis won't, so I'll have to. I suppose I ought to contact Leach, the tea man.
Why him?
To tell him the lady whose health he was inquiring after is dead. But I need instructions. When I start answering questions, what do I say?
Not again.
Again what?
Again you. Huh? Your talent for dancing merrily into a bog is extraordinary.
I am not dancing, and I am not merry. It would be a nuisance to have to explain why we postponed reporting that counterfeit money.
Oh, that.
I could omit the detail that we knew it was phony, at least until they find my fingerprints on it.
Phooey! That woman has got us into the worst kind of...
She says she's not going to see any cops and has locked herself in her room. Even if they break the door down, I doubt if they'll hear much. Now, one will get you 10. She won't even tell him where she went this morning. But if you prefer me to confess that we know all about...
I prefer to obliterate the entire episode. Confound the woman. Oh, all right. Omit that detail.
Okay. Now I'll call the Marines.
I know you, Goodwin. And I know Wolfe. You say Wolfe told her he wanted no fee and no reward, but he sent you here with her and you paid for the cab? Nuts.
Inspector Kramer, I was just helping a nice old lady.
Quit your clowning.
It's nice to see you again, too, Mr. Leach.
I told you we'd meet again, Goodwin. I want to know.
Look, I'm in charge here, Leach. Now, exactly when did you discover the body?
I didn't look at my watch.
That's a lie. With your training, you'd look automatically. Raymond Dell and Martha Kirk say you and Miss Annis left the kitchen just after 1. And you call my office at 1:34 for half an hour. What were you doing?
Getting Hattie Annis up to her room and talking her down off the ceiling so I could call you. She has a personal attitude toward cops. A cop shot her father.
Yeah, 15 years ago. Hasn't she any sense?
No. Oh, then I went to the John. Is that okay?
No, it is not okay. You're getting into deep trouble, Goodwin.
I warned you not to try any tricks with the Secret Service, Goodwin.
That you did, Mr. Leach.
And at that very moment when I was asking you if Hattie Annis had been there, she was inside with Wolfe. You just admitted it. You withheld information required by an agent of the federal government in the performance of his duty, and you'll answer for it.
I'll answer now. Why should I tell you anything about anybody? If you had any proper ground for asking me about Hattie Annis, you didn't mention it. She and I found a dead body in her house, and it's Inspector Kramer's job to catch murderers, and it's just possible there's a connection between the package Miss Annis found and brought to Mr. Wolfe, so I'll answer his questions. I can't think offhand of any question I owe you an answer to. You want to try?
I'll pick the time, Goodwin, not you. Inspector, I'll be in my office if you get anywhere with this bunch.
Listen, Goodwin, we need your help here.
What? Am I hearing you right, Inspector? Well, I'd love to help, honestly.
I bet. Did you tell that Annis woman to bolt herself in?
No, I told you just like it happened.
Yeah. Well, she won't open the door. She won't open her trap. We don't want to smash the door unless we
No,
have
she's
to.
not my client, nor Mr. Wolfe's.
Yeah. But wouldn't she open the door if you asked her nice?
Probably.
Okay, ask her.
Only if you and your men stay down here with the door shut. And I mean down here.
Okay, Goodwin. It's a deal.
Who is it?
Me, Buster Goodwin. I'm alone. Let me in. I want to ask you something.
Where are they?
They're downstairs. Look, I'm not a flunky.
Okay. Get in here quick.
Thanks.
Hey, you might have brought me something to eat. You're no good.
Well, if I'm no good, why'd you let me in?
'Cause I thought you had something to eat.
Actually, if I wasn't any good, would I bother to come and tell you to stay away from that door because they're going to bust it in?
No, they won't.
Why won't they?
'Cause they know if they do, I'll shoot.
You've got a gun?
No, but they don't know that.
Oh, May I have permission to call you Hattie?
No, not till I see what happens.
Okay, Miss Annis. Now, here's a gen. If Inspector Kramer and his football squad have to smash that door down to get at you, it's an absolute certainty they'll take you downtown and hold you as a material witness.
A witness to what?
They're investigating a murder that occurred in your house, and you're a suspect, whereas if you let them in polite...
Wait a minute. I'm a suspect?
Sure. Now, when you came home to sew the button on your coat, you could have done it then.
You suspect
No,
me?
no, of course not. Look, even if I'm no good, I'm not a half-wit.
Ay, they'll have to carry me.
They will. And in handcuffs.
And they'll need them. All right, Buster. I've never hired a detective before. You want me to sign something?
Who are you hiring, Miss Annis?
I'm hiring you. Call me Hattie.
Thank you. But you can't hire me. I work for Nero Wolfe.
Then him.
To do what?
What? To show the cops. To make them wish they'd never set foot in my house.
No
to
way.
make them eat dirt.
He wouldn't take the job. If you hired him to investigate the murder, he might fill your order on the side. But I doubt if you could afford it.
I'll pay him $42,000, and that ought to be enough.
What will you sell besides the house? The yacht?
Now, don't try to be funny, Buster. It's in tax-exempt bonds in the bank. You want me to sign something or not?
Now, that's not necessary now that I can call you Hattie. All right. You may not be available later today, so we'll leave it that you've hired Nero Wolfe to investigate the murder. Now, if he doesn't take the job...
Well, why wouldn't he take the job?
Because he's a genius and he's eccentric, and geniuses don't have to have reasons. Now, you leave the door unbolted, and I'll tell Kramer...
I will not. If they break in that door, they'll pay for it, Buster.
Okay, you have it your way, Hattie. And before I go, I might as well start earning that $42,000. You got a stamp pad in that desk?
Yeah. What for?
Your fingerprints, Hattie. All 10. One of the rules in our house is no business talk at meals, and another is no business in the orchid rooms except in emergencies. There being no emergency except deciding whether he was going to work today or not, Nero Wolfe took my report not in the plant rooms with their dazzling color, but in the potting room next door. Theodore was washing pots in the sink.
Theodore, you must be very careful of this beauty. Don't plant her too deeply. Right? Now then, Archie, to your report.
Thank you, sir. The main thing is I'm pretty sure Hattie Annis is on the level.
You mean she's innocent of that girl's murder?
I think so.
On what grounds?
Well, she couldn't possibly have been faking when we discovered the body. First she said to the corpse, right, "Now you'll never get your name up in lights."
Well, sentimental, but you're right. I doubt if she's capable of inventing it.
Yeah, then she says, "Oh, no, that's the kitchen knife." Well, I mean, how corny can you get?
Huh.
Now, I'd never try to predict what the lady was going to do. But I know what she didn't do. She didn't kill Tammy Baxter.
But what's the connection, then? What had the Baxter girl to do with Hattie Annis's counterfeit bills?
I don't know. But there's got to be one. Because I called Kramer and Leach separately, and they both turned up at the house together.
Coincidence?
No, sir. They'd been talking. Planned a little campaign for handling yours truly.
I must say, Kramer and Leach, neither of them asking if you knew the money was counterfeit. It's an insult to your intelligence and mine.
My guess is Leach told Kramer not to mention it, because what Leach wants to find is the source. He'd rather catch an engraver than a murderer any day. And if counterfeiting was mentioned to me, I might mention it to someone else, like a reporter.
God knows I wouldn't put it past you. Oh, thank you, Theodore. Splendidly potted. Oh, yes. Let me hold a little beauty. All right, on, Archie, on.
Next, Tammy Baxter was a tea woman.
A tea woman?
Well, you have tea men, you can have tea women.
Oh.
When Leach was here this morning, why didn't he ask me what Tammy Baxter had told me? Because he knew. She'd already reported to him. Also, he knew the phone number of that house. Said so. And Kramer. Why wasn't he more interested in my talk with Tammy only an hour before she was murdered? Because he already knew from Leach.
Then she'd been posted in that house by the secret police.
What else? Someone who lived there was passing bad money. If they knew who, they'd know who killed Baxter. So I figure they don't.
Oh, it's one of the 4 rumors. Is that it?
They all use the kitchen knife. Raymond Dell, who's an old ham, and then there's Noel Farris. He's a young, sensitive type. Paul Hanna, a character juvenile from Central Casting, and Martha Kirk, who has 20-year-old dimples and a nice smile. They work irregularly, but that's showbiz.
Nonetheless, one or more may have an alibi.
Check. Oh, if Hattie Annis is your client,
Go on.
you probably want to phone our lawyer since you don't like leaving your clients in the coop.
Oh, phooey, lawyers cost money. Those bonds of hers may not exist. She's probably an indigent.
Not a chance. She's my favorite screwball, but she's not a liar. I'm in her debt. She made Kramer ask me a favor.
Oh, all right, then. Call Parker. Have him get her out on bail.
Fine. Now that's settled, I assume you don't intend to let go of your client's property unless a court orders you to.
What property?
The package. According to Kramer and Leach, we're not supposed to have guessed the bills are phony. I thought I'd try the package for fingerprints, okay?
No objection. But there'll be other prints than yours. Hers, for instance. How will you know them?
I got hers before I left.
You took...
There are 7 good prints, 12 fair ones, and 14 smudges. The only ones you can identify are mine and Hattie's. Either he wore gloves or he wiped it.
Confound you, Archie!
You dropped the pot.
Then pick it up.
Yes,
No. You look after it, Theodore. Oh, confound you, Archie, I say again. Why ask permission for something you've already gone ahead and done?
Because I had to know you'd taken her on as a client.
Oh, phooey. Now what? Come.
Excuse me, Mr. Wolfe, but there's a party below wishing to see you.
What party, Fritz? Didn't you tell him I'm busy?
Yes, sir. Messrs. Dell, Ferris, and Hannah, and Miss Kirk.
All 4 of them.
This is the limit. Did you invite them, Archie?
No, sir. It's a surprise party.
Perhaps you'd be good enough to explain this intrusion. Are you the spokesman, Mr. Hannah?
No. Go ahead, Martha. This was your idea.
It was not, Paul. It was Hattie's idea, Mr. Wolfe. Well, it's crazy. The idea that Hattie... Well, it's just crazy.
It may well be, Miss Kirk. Mr. Ferris, what is she talking about?
She means the idea that Hattie killed Tammy Baxter. It was Hattie's idea that we should come and see you. Crazy.
It is not, Noel. Right, Raymond?
Idiot children, snapping and yapping in the face of tragedy.
Oh, shut up, Raymond. Death isn't tragedy. Life is tragedy.
It isn't life or death.
Was it Miss Annis's idea that the 4 of you should come and expound philosophy to me? Miss Kirk, do I gather she spoke with you?
I was coming downstairs, and they were carrying her out, and she saw me and said she had hired you and Mr. Goodwin to make the cops eat dirt. And we had to come and tell you everything we told the cops.
They were carrying her, literally, bodily?
Yes, 2 men.
Had they forced the door of her room?
Yes.
Possibly actionable. For the record, Miss Annis is my client, but my job is not what she said. It's to investigate the murder committed in her house.
It was committed by a sex maniac. Twice last week, a man followed Tammy right to the door. Well, I offered to ambush him, but she said no. If he did it again, she'd handle him. She would, too.
Sir Lochinvar Hannah. Damn clever, these sex maniacs. Must have had a set of keys and known exactly where to find the kitchen knife.
You keep harping on that, Noel. I identified it because anyone could, with that nick in it.
I did.
Oh, God. The thought that the knife I'd used so often to slice tomatoes...
Spare us your sensitivity, Noel. We came here to serve a friend in whose debt we are, not to prattle. We know that Hattie was not herself. We cannot judge her. We can only ask, what can we do or say to help her?
Hattie said we should tell Mr. Wolfe everything we told the cops.
That may not be necessary. When 4 people are conversing in my presence, and I know that one of them committed murder less than 12 hours ago, I'd be a dolt to get no inkling at all.
You know it was one of us? How?
Not by an inkling, Mr. Ferris. There is the knife. And there is my conviction on grounds to satisfy me that Miss Annis didn't use it. 3 of you came here to help a friend.
We all did.
No, one of you came because you didn't dare to refuse. Nor will that one dare to refuse to answer my questions, and thus expose himself or herself. If I fail, it'll be because I haven't asked the right questions, and I don't intend to fail. Mr. Dell, have you paid your room rent for the past 3 months?
That's not the kind of question the police ask.
No, but it's the kind of question I ask. Have you?
You could just as well ask Hattie. I have paid no rent for 3 years. She has asked for none.
Miss Kirk? Does the question embarrass you?
No, I've been there a year and pay $5 a week.
From current income?
I haven't any. I'm attending a ballet school. I get a monthly check from my father.
I see. Mr. Ferris?
Well, I haven't figured it out. I pay her whatever I can, when I can. I've been there for 18 months. A little TV, a stage show that flopped.
I take it you're a trifle behind. Mr. Hannah?
I'm taking no dare. You say you know one of us killed Miss Baxter, but I don't believe you. Whoever killed her got into the house somehow and used the knife. Anyone coulda. I ain't taking no dare.
Your spunk is impressive, Mr. Hannah, but are you here to oblige your friend or to show off your conceit?
I've been there for 4 months, and I paid every week. That proves something, for God's sake.
That you are not a pauper. Now, Miss Kirk, for what you have told the police, one detail only. Where were you this morning?
I slept in till about 11, got up and did my exercises in my room. About 12:15, I came down, saw there were no oranges, and went out and got some. I wasn't gone more than 10 minutes. I was cooking up some breakfast when Hattie came in with Mr. Goodwin and said
Yes, that's far enough, thank you. Did you see any of the others this morning?
No, not till Ray came to have breakfast, or brunch.
Mr. Dell, I know you came downstairs when Miss Annis entered the house with Mr. Goodwin, right, Archie?
That's right, sir.
And before that, Mr. Dell?
Nothing. I was asleep.
Then how did you know there were no oranges?
What? Oh, well, I read late. Sophocles, Oedipus Rex, as a matter of fact. About 5 o'clock, I wanted an orange. There weren't any in the kitchen, so I went back up to my room.
At night, you read. How do you spend your afternoon?
What's that got to do with it?
I'll be the judge.
Oh. All right. I babysit.
You what?
I have a painter friend by name Max Ada who lives in an East Side tenement. His wife is dead. He has 2 small children. From 2 to 7 p.m., I am their reluctant keeper. Are you happier knowing my shame?
What is Mr. Ada's address?
Oh, this approaches lunacy. His address is 314 Mission Street.
Thank you. Mr. Hannah, since I'm now only asking for what you've already told the police, I hope you won't be provoked.
You do like hell. I left the house a little after 9 o'clock and spent a couple hours around the West Side docks.
What were you doing around the docks?
Looking. I'm playing a longshoreman in a show at the Mushroom Theater. And then I hopped a bus downtown. I got to the theater just before 12. We just started rehearsing when a guy comes up to me and flashes a badge and takes me in for questioning.
Where is the Mushroom Theater?
Bowie Street.
Do you have a leading role in the play?
No.
How many lines have you?
Not many. It's a small part. Hey, look. I'm just starting out, okay?
Yes. And you, Mr. Ferris?
You know, when the questions the cops asked me made me realize I was actually suspected of murder, and I also realized I had no alibi. It looked pretty dark, Mr. Wolfe. I thought maybe the others had solid alibis and could prove it, so I feel a lot better now. So I thank you, Mr. Wolfe. Well, actually, I left the house a little after 10 and called at 4 different agencies. 2 of them might remember I was there, but...
What kind of agency?
Casting, theater, and TV.
You visit them daily?
About twice a week.
And the other 5 days, how do you pass the time?
2 days, sometimes 3, I make horses and kangaroos and other animals. I go to a workroom and model them and make molds. I get $8 for a squirrel, 20 for a giraffe.
Where is this workroom?
In the rear of a shop on First Avenue. Harry's Zoo, it's called. The owner is Harry Archie. He has a 16-year-old daughter as beautiful as a Rosie Dawn Buck. She lisps. Her name is Alonka.
Now, this is not a comedy, Mr. Ferris. I engaged to act for Miss Annis only 5 hours ago, and I haven't arranged my mind. So my questions may be at random, but they are not frivolous. Now that I have seen and heard all of you, I am better prepared. I bid you good night, and leave Miss Annis to thank you, 3 of you, for coming. The 4th will begin to feel the pinch.
After I showed them out, I got back to Wolfe in his office. He was leaning back with his eyes closed, a sure sign that he was anything but asleep. Then he opened them and shot me an order.
Get Saul and Fred and Ori at 8 in the morning in my room.
Then he shut his eyes again. There's no use asking why he wanted to bring in the 3 best operatives south of the North Pole to the tune of a couple of $100 a day plus expenses, but Wolfe doesn't waste dough like that on a mere inkling. I never did get to find out why, because at 7:30 the next morning, Leach the T-Man turned up with a federal court order. He wanted the package. What the hell, I gave it to him. He gave me a receipt, and Kramer arrived with a state court order to pick it up as evidence in a murder case. All I could do was show him the receipt from Leach and suggest they split it half and half. Kramer became undignified.
Damn you, Goodwin. Did you know that money was counterfeit?
I told him point blank no, and felt better. It's always a relief to get a lie off your chest, but 10 minutes after he left, I got a phone call, an invitation I couldn't refuse to have coffee with the district attorney before it got cold.
Goodwin, this is serious. Maybe the most serious trouble you've ever been in.
It's up against stiff competition, sir.
And I think you'll find it in your interest to overcome your tendency to crack wise.
Yes, sir, we shall overcome.
You dispose of evidence in a murder case.
I have?
You deliberately arranged for Mr. Leach to beat Inspector Kramer to that package.
I did. But Leach asked for it first, that's all.
And I don't suppose you have any idea why the Secret Service was interested in that package?
He kept me there for 8 hours and didn't learn a thing. What I learned was that they hadn't got anything out of Hattie Annis either. They let her out on bail witness. I figured Parker, the lawyer, would have taken her back to Wolfe's. Her in mind. What I didn't have in mind was another surprise party.
I think you know everybody, Archie. Inspector Kramer, Mr. Leach from Treasury, Miss Annis, her boarders, Mr. Dell, Mr. Hanna, Mr. Ferris, and Miss Kirk, and, of course, Sergeant Stebbins at the door.
Happy Thanksgiving or whatever. I hope I didn't interrupt.
You already have.
Thank you.
Okay, Wolfe, we didn't come here just to hear you speak.
Oh, yes, you did.
Well, if you got something, let's have it.
You know well enough I have something, Mr. Kramer, or you wouldn't have come.
You told me on the phone that you had a stroke of luck.
I did have, but I invited it. I knew where to send the invitation. In fact, I sent invitations to 3 different addresses by special messengers. An East Side tenement, a shop on First Avenue, and a building on Bowie Street which houses a theater.
I'm damned if I know what you're talking about.
You don't. But the others do. Those places sound familiar, Miss Kirk?
Yes, they do.
The tenement, Mr. Dell, is where you, well, shall I use your word, babysit?
If you must.
And the shop, Harry's Zoo, if I remember correctly, Mr. Ferris, is where you work between engagements.
The work is very artistic.
I did not say otherwise. And the theater in the building on Bowie Street, Mr. Hanna, your stamping ground, I believe.
You know I played there. I told you.
Indeed you did.
Okay. So where did you have this stroke of luck?
In a sense, at all 3 addresses. But my expectation was centered on one of them. When my expectation was realized, I was faced with a question whether to notify you, Inspector, or to notify Mr. Leach. And, preferring not to choose, I asked both of you to come along with the others. Miss Annis, my client, was already here.
Damn right I'm here.
Yes. You, Miss Kirk, Mr. Dell, and Mr. Ferris had a right to be present. And as for you, Mr. Hanna, since you're both a counterfeiter and a murderer...
That's a lie.
Hold it, Hanna.
Hey, you let go of me.
Are you arresting him, Mr. Leach?
No, Mr. Kramer. Are you?
Nobody's arresting me. Let go.
Sit down, Hanna. You're under arrest as a material witness in the murder of Tamiris Baxter. Watch that door, Sergeant.
That's prudent, Inspector, since I have no conclusive evidence. Only, talking to these people last night, I had faint intimations. Miss Kirk.
What about me?
Unlikely. You go to ballet school, you exercise each morning, and receive a monthly remittance from your father, all of which can be checked. Mr. Dell?
Have I done something right?
Yes, you paid no rent for 3 years. Mr. Ferris?
I knew you'd get around to me.
Yeah, an interesting possibility. But your statement that 2 of the agencies you visited yesterday morning might corroborate your whereabouts makes it improbable that you followed Miss Annis here at the same time.
So what?
So, Inspector, my attention centered on Mr. Hanna. He'd lived there only 4 months. He'd paid for his room every week. He'd almost certainly lied when he said Miss Baxter had told him a man twice followed her to the door. Miss Baxter was an agent of the Secret Service of the Treasury Department.
Who said so?
No one, Mr. Leach. Mr. Goodwin inferred it, didn't you, Mr. Goodwin?
Well, I ran it up the old flagpole.
Listen, Goodwin.
You have carried discretion to an extreme, Mr. Leach, in concealing your interest in the occupants of that house.
What I told him?
Finally, Mr. Hanna's account of his movements yesterday left him completely free up to noon. He could have followed Miss Ennis here, then back to her house, stolen a car, and when she left the house a second time, tried to run her over, thinking she still had the incriminating package. Well, he failed. So that's of little consequence now.
Damn little consequence in anything you've said so far.
Oh, I could speculate further. Did he kill Miss Baxter because she'd seen him try to kill Miss Ennis with the car? She was certainly in the neighborhood. And perhaps confronted him when he returned to the house? Oh, well, it's your job, Inspector, not mine to screw a confession out of him.
I've got nothing to confess. You're going to regret this, Wolf. You're going to regret it good.
I think not, Mr. Hanna. Following my speculations, I sent 3 men to 3 addresses. Saul Panzer here, who leaves less to luck than any man I know, went to the Mushroom Theater. 3 times he phoned to report, and the 3rd time asked for reinforcements. In a word, he'd nosed around, abetted by the superintendent whose palm he'd oiled, and discovered that the 3rd floor of the old building was occupied by a job printing shop with 2 presses and the usual engraving equipment. I gather there was a fight, as you may observe from Mr. Panzer's blackened right eye. The 2 printers were at length subdued and tied up and now lie under the devoted surveillance of Fred Durkin and Ori Cather.
That's breaking and entering, aggravated by assault. Unless you got the evidence.
Oh, I have, Mr. Kramer. In behind stacks of paper on one of the shelves, Mr. Panzer found 8 stacks of new $20 bills. And in a compartment in back of a cupboard are 4 engraver's plates that were probably used to make them. And one of the printers, Mr. Panzer is prepared to swear, aren't you, Mr. Panzer, said to his mate the words, "I told you Paul would squeal." I believe, Mr. Hanna, your first name is Paul.
I'll get you, Wolf.
Grab him, Sergeant. Hold it right there, Hanna.
So, gentlemen, I was faced with a dilemma. Since he was both a counterfeiter and a murderer, I leave it up to you, Mr. Leach, who has the priority. But since Mr. Kramer seems to have him under arrest...
You see, Falstaff, I told you, don't trust the cops.
One day, 3 weeks later, Wolf and I were in the office disagreeing about something when we had a visit from Hattie Annis. She opened her handbag and took out a little package wrapped in brown paper, and we both thought, good Lord, she's found another one. But she put it to one side and brought out an envelope.
This check you sent me, your letter says it's for my share of the reward, $100. Did you keep your share?
Yes.
Did you get yours, Buster?
Oh, sure, yeah.
Yeah, well, I don't believe either of you. And this bill, $5,000 for services and $621.65 for expenses. Buster, didn't I say I'd pay $42,000?
I guess you did, yeah.
Then here it is.
Hey, last time funny money, this time bonds.
I cannot accept these, Miss Anna.
Oh, you can call me Hattie, Falstaff. I've held on to these bonds since my father died. First time I ever signed them over. But it was worth every dollar of that $42,000 to see you beat that Inspector Kramer at his own game. I didn't like what I saw in the paper, where that no-good Paul Hanna had confessed. I got no use for nobody that confesses to the cops. But you two made them eat dirt. You gave me the best day of my life.
Well, thank you, Miss Alice.
Hattie.
Hattie? Yeah. Archie? I think a trust fund might be in order so that Hattie may have even better days to come.
Starring in today's episode were Mavor Moore as Nero Wolfe, Don Franks as Archie Goodwin, and Cease Linder as Inspector Kramer. Joy Coghill was Hattie Annis, Brent Carver, Paul Hamill, Gilly Fennick, Raymond Dell, Lynn Griffin, Martha Kirk, Sandy Webster, Leach, Nikki Guadagni, Tammy Baxter, Peter Blay, Noel Ferris, and Frank Perry was Fritz. Music was composed and conducted by Don Gillis. Technical operations, John Jessup. Sound effects. Rex Stout's Nero Wolfe. Starring Mavor Moore as Nero Wolfe and Don Franks as Archie Goodwin. Today's episode, The Cop Killer, with special guest stars Jackie Burrows, Brian George, Arch McDonnell, and Marion Waldman.
The truth of the matter is that everyone doesn't understand my sense of humor. It's not the first time my mouth has gotten me into trouble.
Mr. Goodwin, you told me once that people in danger have only to mention your name.
So when Tina and Carl from the barber shop turned up at the front door that morning, I didn't know at first how to deal with the situation. Nero Wolfe was due down from the plant rooms at any minute, and he's extremely finicky about seeing people without an appointment. Also, his fees are very high, and as his assistant, I am expected to screen would-be clients. I really should have sent Carl and Tina on their way.
This is a so nice, safe room for you and Mr. Wolfe, two such great men.
Oh, no, he's the great one. I just caddy and talk too much. Now, what's this about danger?
We love this country, Mr. Goodwin. We love...
Let me talk, Carl. We do love this country, Mr. Goodwin, and we want to see more of it. But you see, we don't know where to go. I have $50 here.
Well, that wouldn't get you too far.
Oh, no. The $50, this is for you.
What?
To tell us where to go. You know our name, Vardas. You know we are married. So there is no question of morals. Only all we want is to do our work and live in private, Carl and me. And we think...
Archie, I want to see the germination records of those orchids. Oh, you didn't tell me we had callers.
No, sir, because I knew you would be down soon. You know Carl. He takes your coat at the barber shop, and Tina's a manicurist there. It's all right. They're married. They just dropped in to buy $50 worth of travel. Yeah.
Why he went?
He's angry?
No, sit down, please. As you said, he's a great man. It makes him a little eccentric. Now, you were saying...
We don't want Mr. Wolfe mad at us.
No, forget it. He's only mad at me, which is chronic. Now, why do you want to travel?
Is what I said. We love this country, and we want to go more into it. Far in.
You're both scared stiff, aren't you? Now, what's this danger Carl mentioned?
I don't think that makes any difference.
It's no good, Tina. We must tell Mr. Goodwin if we want him to help us.
Please.
Hi. I met Tina 3 years ago in concentration camp in Russia. If you want me to, I tell it you why is they will never let us get out of there alive. Not in 100 years, but I rather not to talk so much about it. It makes me start to tremble, as you can see.
Oh, okay. Save that part. But you did get out alive.
Oh, yes, we are here.
But they think we are dead.
You see, Vardas is not our name then. We take name later when we get married in Istanbul.
You shouldn't tell any places. No places, no people at all.
You are most right. Was not Istanbul.
Okay. Istanbul is out. You got married somewhere in else.
Yes. And then later we nearly get caught again. We do get caught again, but... You're most right, Tina.
At a certain time, in a certain way, we cross that ocean.
We try very hard to come to this country according to rules, but is in no way possible.
I see.
It is nearly a year now since we get the jobs at the barber shop, and life is be so fine and sweet that we are almost healthy again. Oh, what we eat. We even have some money saved. We haven't got...
$50.
You're most right, $50. We be happy beyond our dreams 3 years ago, except we don't know what minute someone comes and asks us how we get here.
Ah, so the danger is...
We will be sent back.
Right.
And we know exactly what will happen to us there. I am not surprised if you feel deep contempt when you see me trembling the way I do, but To understand situations like this, I believe you have to be somewhat close to it. As I am, as Tina is.
The danger has come, Mr. Goodwin. This morning, a man came to barber shop and asked us questions. An official.
What kind of an official? Was he wearing a uniform, you mean?
No, in the regular clothes. But he showed us card from police department. His name was on it. Jacob Wallen.
What time this morning?
Little after 9 o'clock, soon after shop open. He talked first with Mr. Fickler, the owner, and Mr. Fickler bring him around behind partition to my booth, and the man, he take out notebook and ask me questions.
What kind of questions?
My name, where I live, where I came from, how long I've been working there, all that kind. And then, about last night.
Last night?
Yeah, where I was and what I was doing last night.
Did he say why he was curious about last night?
No, he just asked questions.
Did he ask to see your papers?
No, that will come next. That's why we can't go back there. We have to leave here today, now.
Did he question Carl, too?
Yeah, yes. Right after me. And after Carl came out, he sent in Jimmy, but Carl and I knew we had to get out. So we wait till Mr. Fickler went to back up shop for something, and then we just walk out.
And you came here?
No, first we went to our room where we live, and we pack our stuff.
Yeah, but then we realized that we don't know about where to go, and we might make some terrible mistakes, so we talk it over. We decide that best thing will be to come to you and pay you to help us.
Why me?
Because we don't know many people here, and you are a professional detective. And anyway, Carl like you, best of all customers. You don't tip him much, so it's not that. I have noticed you myself, the way you look. You look like a man who would break some rules, too, if you had to.
Thanks. Ah, damn it. Now, why did you have to beat it? That alone fixes you.
What else we can do?
Well, he was questioning the others, too. He was concentrating on last night. What about last night? What were you doing? Out there breaking more rules?
Oh, no, we don't. We go straight home and eat in our room as usual.
Then I wash some clothes.
And I read book.
About 9 o'clock we go for
And
walk.
we are in bed by 10:30.
Our usual time.
Well, then why did you run this morning?
Mr. Goodwin, policemen asking questions has different effect on different people.
Right.
If you have a country like this one and you are innocent of crime, all the people of your country are saying with you when you answer the questions. But two people alone can't answer policemen's questions anywhere in the world. Takes it whole country to speak to policemen, and Tina and I, we don't have it one.
The country we had once, it is no longer a country. It is just a place to wait to die. Only if we are sent back there now, we will not have to wait.
Please, Mr. Goodwin, take it $50. Take and tell us where to go. All little facts that will help us.
Perhaps you can give us letter to some friends.
It's not going to do any good. Now, if they're really after you, you'd be throwing your money away. Save it for a lawyer.
Who are you phoning?
Mr. Wolfe, in the kitchen.
Yes? Are they gone?
No, sir, they got themselves into a mess. I'm putting them in the front room till I get back.
Where are you going?
To get a shave. You can dock me. All right, you two. All right, in here. And keep away from the window and don't budge from this room till I get back.
Oh no. I don't think we can't. Carl?
I like him.
All right, move along there. Move along. There's nothing to see.
What's all the excitement, officer?
Accident in here. No one allowed in.
How did the customers in the chairs get in? I'm a customer.
Only customers with appointments. You got one?
Certainly. Jimmy, how soon?
Now, who whistled for you?
Sergeant Curly Stebbins. What's homicide doing here?
Don't tell me you and Nero Wolfe are involved in this.
I dropped in for a shave. I'm a regular customer.
Uh-huh.
Hey, Mr. Fickler, how long have I been leaving my hair here?
Oh, hello, Mr. Goodwin. For over 6 years, Sergeant Stebbins. This is the famous detective, Mr. Archie Goodwin. Mr. Nero Wolfe comes here, too.
Thanks, Arnie.
Famous?
It's just a burden. It's a damn nuisance.
Yeah, well, don't let it get you down. You just dropped in for a shave?
You got it. Write it down. I'll sign it.
Who's your barber?
Jimmy.
Jimmy's busy.
So I see. Well, I'm not pressed. I might chat with you, or I could read one of these magazines. I might even get a manicure.
You get manicures?
I might, for my eyes.
For your eyes?
Haven't you seen Janet, the manicurist?
Clown. She's in the booth talking to Inspector Kramer.
Kramer's there, too? What's happened?
You know the other manicurist, Tina, or her husband, Carl Vardis?
I know Carl well enough to tip him for taking my coat. I can't say I know Tina, but of course I've seen her. Why?
I'm just asking. The sight of you or Wolfe anywhere near a case makes me want to scratch.
Isn't that a shame?
So let's get it on the record in case it's needed. Have you seen Vardis or his wife this morning?
Sure.
You have?
Yes. I put them in our front room, and I told them to wait, then I beat it here to tell you. Now, if you step on it, you can still catch them.
Excuse me if I don't laugh, okay?
Okay.
I mean, they killed a cop, or one of them did.
Killed a cop?
Yeah. A detective from 20th Precinct, Jake Wallen.
Here in the barbershop?
Yeah, this morning. The other side of that partition.
Here in the barbershop?
Yeah, this morning. The other side of that partition, in her manicure booth. Stuck a long pair of scissors in his back and got his heart.
This was seen by someone?
No, not seen or heard, damn it, but it was very busy in here, and those noisy massage things were going off and on.
But you know it's them. Their prints on the scissors or something?
Yeah, we'll do all right without prints. They hopped it.
You'll do all right without prints. Now,
Yeah,
wait.
We found out where they lived. They packed up and gone.
That still doesn't mean they did it. I mean, some people get very scared at the sight of
You
blood.
seem very interested. Why?
Excuse me, Sergeant.
Yeah?
It's my lunchtime.
Yeah.
I just go down to the cafeteria at the end of the hall.
Yeah. Hey, Jeffy.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Fickler here is going to lunch. Go along, stay with him.
I want to phone my wife.
Why not? Stay with him, Jeffy.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
If you settle for Carl and Tina, why does Arnie there have to have company at lunch?
We haven't got Carl and Tina. Until we do, we're checking out everybody and everything. Now, I asked you, why are you so interested?
It's just natural curiosity. What else?
You could have a client.
No, we don't.
Yeah, we're looking for
Well,
one.
don't make me laugh. Who in this barbershop could afford Wolf's fees?
Yeah, I suppose. But
I guess
still
I'm
think-
curious because I can't believe you'd hang it on those two just because they ran. Come on now, you must have something else.
We have.
There, you see?
We think Jake Wallen came to take Carl.
For what?
Well, last night around midnight, a couple of pedestrians, 2 women, were killed uptown by a car. The car kept going. We found it a few hours later abandoned with a dented fender, blood, other items which tagged it.
Carl's car?
No, stolen. Reported earlier last night. 20th Precinct sent Jake Wallen to it. He was the first to give it a look. Wallen was supposed to go home when his shift ended at 8 this morning, but he didn't. He phoned his wife that he had a hot lead on a hit-and-run killer and was going to handle himself and grab a promotion.
Yeah, but what led him to this shop?
That's what we'd like to know. It had to be something he found in the car. We don't know what. The goddamn fool kept it to himself and got killed.
Well, did he mention it or show it to anyone here?
They say not. All he had with him was a newspaper. Today's News, the early edition out last night. We can't spot anything in it. There was nothing in his pockets, nothing on him that helps any. You know all the barbers here?
Well, I know Arnie Fickler, the owner, Jimmy, who cuts Wolf's and my hair, Ed, who takes the appointments because he's next to the phone. The rest I only know to see.
What do you know about them?
To help you, probably nothing.
Try.
Okay. Fickler, the boss, was once attacked bodily in here in his shop by his ex-wife. Ed once slapped Fickler's face when Fickler accused him of swiping lotions. Jimmy has been here a year now, and he's the best barber, which is why Wolf and I go to him. But he plays the horses, and he infuriates Fickler because he sometimes takes magazines while they're still current. Now, Jimmy thinks Janet, the manicurist, must have a sideline like dope peddling.
Oh, yeah? Why?
Because she refuses his advances, which by him means she's got to be too independent.
Oh, Jesus, Goodwin,
You
I mean,
asked
you
for it,
just...
that's all I know. I mean, apart from that, they're all strangers to me.
What the hell are you doing here, Goodwin?
Good morning, Inspector Kramer. Ah, good. I see you finished with Janet. Now maybe I can get my manicure. Hello, Janet.
Hello, Mr. Goodwin.
I asked you what you're doing here.
I'm just waiting for a shave. I'm an old customer here. Ask Pearlie. Go ahead.
straight, Stebbins? Yeah, he comes here regularly. I checked.
Come in here, Stebbins, for a minute.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Well, Janet, I was wondering where you were.
What? Did you say something, Mr. Goodwin?
No, there's nothing vital. And call me Archie. I'm not married.
You're a detective, aren't you?
Yeah.
How can I keep them from putting my picture in the paper?
You can't if they already have it, have they?
I think so. I wish I was dead.
Oh, come on now. Pretty young girl like you.
I mean it. My folks in Michigan think I'm acting or modeling. I keep it vague and here, oh my God.
Oh, work is work. Anyhow, if your picture gets printed and it's a good likeness, who knows what'll happen?
Yeah, this is my Gethsemane.
You what?
My Gethsemane, you know.
I'm not sure.
You know, where you have to make a decision.
Oh, I see. What was the inspector asking you just now?
I only wish I had some guts.
Why? What would you do?
I'd tell all about it.
All about what?
all about what happened.
You mean last night? Why not try it out on me and see how it goes?
How it happened this morning. How I was going back to my booth after I finished Mr. Levinson in Ed's chair. And he called me into Tina's booth and he seized me with one hand on my throat so I couldn't scream. And there was no doubt at all about what he intended, so I grabbed the scissors from the shelf and without realizing what I was doing, plunged them into him with all my strength. And his grip on me loosened, and he collapsed into the chair.
That's how it happened?
That's what I would tell them if I had any guts. See, I would have to be arrested, and then have a trial, and then...
Hold it. Who called you into the booth?
The man that got killed, of course. See? The marks on my throat.
No, I don't.
Too early for the bruises to show, I could say.
Good Lord, that would get you top billing anywhere, wouldn't it?
That's what I'm saying.
Well, then go ahead and tell it.
I can't. I simply can't. It'd be so damn vulgar.
Yeah, it would be if it wasn't true.
About your not being married, I hadn't even thought. There was an article in Collier's magazine last month about career girls getting married. Did you read it?
No, I must have missed that one.
Oh, that article was silly. I think a girl should get her career established first. That's why when I see an attractive man, I never wonder if he's married. But by the time I'm ready for one, these will be too old. See, that's why I wouldn't ask you if you knew anyone in show business, because I wouldn't take help from a man. I think that a girl...
Ready, Mr. Goodwin?
Oh, good, Jimmy. Just scrape of the face.
Did you phone?
Huh?
Did that fathead Ed forget again?
Oh, no. I just got caught eating a shave, that's all. You seem to have had some excitement here, Jimmy.
We sure did. Hey, Carl. You know Carl?
Sure.
He killed a man in Tina's booth.
What?
Then they both ran. I'm sorry for Tina. She was all right, but Carl, I don't know. Hey, how's that? Too tight?
No, it's fine. Jimmy, I'd watch it if I was you. You know, it's a little risky to go blabbing that Carl killed him unless you can prove it.
Yeah, well, he had fits.
Fits?
Yeah, like he'd shake all over. And what did he run for?
I couldn't say, but I mean, the cops are still poking around here. There's even an inspector.
This towel's hot now.
Oh, yeah, it sure is.
Hey, they're after evidence. You gotta have evidence. For instance, they want to know that man who was killed. Did he show me anything? Or did he ask me anything about some article from the shop? That would be evidence, see?
Yeah. What did he ask you?
Hell, what didn't he ask? You'd think I was taking out insurance or something, you know? I told him where to get out.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. He asked me what was I doing last night. Do you believe it?
Come on.
Yeah.
Oh, you didn't tell him, eh?
Nah, he kept on at me, so I figured, what the hell, and told him. Why not? That's my philosophy, Mr. Goodwin. Why not? It saves trouble. As long as my wife doesn't find out, huh? Yeah, all us in there asking questions. One at a time. Janet was the last.
Well, who found him dead?
Fickler. 10 or 15 minutes later, geez, he come yelling out of there. I damn near nicked my customer. How's the razor, all right?
It's fine, just fine.
Yeah, then the cops come. Man, it's been nothing but questions ever since. Who went behind the partition after Janet came out? They want to know. I tell them, how do I know? I had a customer at the time. When exactly did Carl and Tina leave? They must have asked me that 20 times. But I can't say and I won't say. Carl did it all right. But they can't prove it by me. They got to have evidence, right? But not me.
Goodwin, Inspector Kramer don't like you being here.
Neither do I, Sergeant. Neither do I. Yeah, thank God this didn't happen to be Wolf's day for a haircut. You never would have believed it. Speed it up just a little, Jimmy. Mr. Wolfe hates to wait lunch. The first surprise when I got home was that Tina and Carl were not in the front room. The second surprise was to find them sitting with Wolfe at the dining room table.
Than any other jackass. You're just in time, Archie. You like veal and mushroom.
I asked the Vardas to wait in the front room till I got back.
I invited them to join us. I don't sit at my table alone when there are unfed people in my home.
Yes, sir, but there's a problem.
Yes, Archie?
I know you have a paroxysm if I try to bring up business during meals, but 18,000 cops would give a month's pay to get their hands on Carl and Tina, your guests.
Oh, indeed. Why?
Have you talked with them?
No, I merely invited them to lunch.
I see. I ran into Kramer and Stebbins at the barber shop.
Oh, confound it.
Yes, sir, and the rest of their squad that handles only one kind of case. It's quite interesting, really, but first lunch, of course. I'll go and put the chain bolt on. Please dish me up some veal.
Please be seated. Mrs. Vardas, I think you'll find the red chair quite comfortable.
Thank you, Mr. Wolfe.
That was it fine cooking.
Thank you, Mr. Vardas. Fritz takes great pride in his veal. Now then, Archie, what have you gotten us into this time?
Us?
Yes, I'm responsible for their presence since they were my guests at lunch.
Okay, if that's how it is. I did not invite them to come here, let alone to have lunch. They came on their own, and I let them in, which is one of my functions. Having started it, I'll finish it. Carl, Tina, it's dangerous for you to stay here. Now, I know of a safe place up in the Bronx for you to lay low for a couple of days. You shouldn't take a taxi or the subway, so we'll go around the corner to the garage, get Mr. Wolfe's car, and you can drive it up there.
Excuse me, you will drive us up there?
No, I'll be too busy.
Yeah, but I can drive car. I don't know how.
Okay, then your wife will drive. Now, you can leave the car.
No, she can't. She don't know it either.
What do you mean you can't drive a car? Certainly you can. Everybody can drive a car.
In this country, yes, but we are new in this country. We have never had the chance to learn.
You've never driven a car?
No, never.
And Carl?
Never.
What the devil is this?
It has a bearing, as you'll soon see. Now, here's how it is. A precinct detective named Jake Wallen called at the barber shop this morning and began asking questions. Fickler took him into Tina's booth, and he questioned Tina first. Then the others had sessions in this order. Carl, Jimmy, Ed, and Janet. After Janet came out, there was a period of 10 or 15 minutes when Wallen was in the booth alone. Then Fickler went to see, and what he saw was Wallen's body with scissors buried in his back.
Carl! No. Oh, no. Oh, Carl, you didn't.
Archie, make us
Tina,
Mrs.
no.
Vardas, please.
You understand? No.
Mrs.
No.
Vardas.
Stop. And that man was killed there in Tina's booth?
Yes.
Then, of course, this is end for us. But please, I ask you not to blame my wife, because we go through many things together. She thinks I can do things that are not possible for me. But I do not kill that man. I do not touch him.
About driving a car. Was that flummery?
No, sir, that comes next. Last night around midnight, a hit-and-run driver in a stolen car killed 2 women up on Broadway. The car was found parked at Broadway and 96th Street. Wallen from the 20th Precinct was the first one to look it over. In it, he apparently found something that led him to the Goldenrod barber shop. He showed up there and called the roll as described, with the result also as described. Now, Kramer has bought it that the hit-and-run driver found himself cornered and used the scissors. And Kramer, don't quote me, is not a dope. Now, to qualify as a hit-and-run driver, you must meet certain specifications, and one of them is knowing how to drive a car.
Then the best plan would be for Mr. and Mrs. Vardas to go back to the shop at once and submit to Mr. Kramer's questioning.
Except for 2 things.
What?
1, the fact that they landed will make it very tough. And 2, even though it is settled that they didn't kill a cop, their lack of documents will fix them anyhow.
Wait, their lack of documents?
Yes, sir, they're in the country illegally. They escaped from a concentration camp in Russia.
Oh, confound it.
An interesting angle is that you are harboring fugitives from justice, and I am not. I told Pearlie they're here.
You what?
That's the advantage of having a reputation for gags. You can say practically anything if you handle your face right.
Oh.
I told him they were here in our front room, and he sailed right over it. So I'm clean, but you're not. If you don't want to call Kramer yourself, which I admit would be a little thick since they were your luncheon guests, I could get Pearlie at the shop, tell him that they're still here, and why hasn't he sent for them?
It might be better if you let us go ourselves, no?
No. There is another alternative to consider.
Oh, yes, sir. What?
Since Mr. Kramer and Mr. Stebbins are still there at work, they may at any moment disclose the murderer.
Oh, I doubt it. They settled for Carl and Tina, and what they're looking for is evidence, especially what it was that led Wallen to the shop.
Mrs. Vardas, except for Mr. Fickler, that man questioned you first. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Did he produce any object? Did he show you any object whatever?
No, I'm sure he did not. He had the newspaper in his hand.
Yes, he asked about no object, anything in the shop?
No.
He took nothing from his pocket?
No.
The newspaper he had, did he take that from his pocket?
No, he had it in his hand when he came in from the booth.
In his hand or under his arm?
In his hand, I think. Yeah, I'm sure.
Was it folded up?
Well, of course, newspapers are folded.
Yes, Mrs. Vardas. Just remember the newspapers you saw it in his hand. I'm making a point of it because there's nothing else to make a point of, and we must have a point if we can find one. Was the newspaper folded up as if he'd had it in his pocket.
No, it was not. It was not full that much. When he sat down, he put it at the table, and it was the way it is on newsstands, so that's how it was folded.
But he didn't mention it.
No.
And you noticed nothing unusual about it? I mean the newspaper?
No, it was only newspaper.
What is it, Fritz?
Inspector Kramer is at the door, sir. He insists on seeing you.
Oh, confound it. Archie, quickly. See our guest to the front room.
All right, now hurry, you two. Now, sit there in the corner. Don't go near the window or doors. This time, don't move until I tell you. Is that clear?
But...
No, there's no but. Is that clear?
Yes.
Now, bring Mr. Kramer in, Fritz.
Yes, sir. Mr. Wolfe will see you now.
Well, it took you long enough.
Good afternoon, Mr. Kramer. Fritz, will you bring beer, please? You'll have some beer, Mr. Kramer?
I'm here on business.
Indeed. How can I help you?
You can tell me what Goodwin was doing at that barber shop this morning.
Oh, I understand he went for a shave. Isn't that right, Archie?
Yes, sir.
I have learned over a stretch of years that when I find you or Goodwin within a mile of a murder, something fancy can be expected. Let me finish. I know you've been going to that shop for 2 years, and Goodwin for 6 years. But the owner, Arnie Fickler, says that in the 6 years Goodwin has been going there, he has never once gone for just a shave. Not once. He goes only for the works. Haircut, shampoo, and shave. So today, 2 hours after a murder, he goes there just for a shave. I don't believe it.
Then you don't? I'm not responsible for your credulity quotient.
No one would believe it.
I don't see how we can help you.
I believe that Goodwin went to that shop because he knew a man had been murdered there.
Then you believe wrong. Your credulity quotient needs an overhaul. Until I got there, I hadn't the slightest idea or suspicion that a man had been murdered there or anywhere else.
Your going there had nothing to do with the murder?
Put it that way if you prefer. I'll write it out and sign it for you if you like.
I would like. Word it yourself, but say it right.
You'll get it.
Today.
Okay, right now if you want.
You know the law about withholding evidence as well as I do. You ought to by this time the stunts you pulled.
You thought that I had sent Archie to the shop on business?
I still think so.
Then you might as well have an affidavit from me, too. In it, I will say that I did not send him to the barber shop and that I heard and knew nothing of the murder until he returned and told me.
You'll swear to that?
As a favor to you, yes. Since you wasted your time, you might as well get a little something out of it. But, Mr. Kramer, I still don't know your real reason for coming here. According to Archie, the murderer is known. And all I have to do is find him. What could you expect to get from me?
When I see Goodwin poking around, I want to know why.
I don't believe it. Archie, I think you must be responsible for this.
Me? How?
You're brash. You talk too much.
What?
It must have been something you did or said. What was it?
I don't get it.
What did you say to Mr. Kramer?
Practically nothing. I just answered a civil question.
What did you say to Stebbins?
Oh, I just asked what was going on, and he told me. And then I told you about it.
Not verbatim. What did you say?
Nothing. Damn it. Of course Pearlie wanted to know what brought me there, and I took... Oh, wait a minute. Maybe you're right at that. Pearlie asked me if I had seen Carl or Tina this morning, and I said sure. I'd put them up here in the front room and told them to wait, and if he would step on it, he could find them.
I knew it. Your confounded tongue.
Huh?
So that's it, is it, Mr. Kramer? Sergeant Stebbins told you that.
He mentioned it.
Then why have you waited to pounce? Since Archie has rashly disclosed our little secret, it'd be useless for me to try to keep it. That's what we use the front room for, mainly, to keep murderers in. You're armed, I suppose. Go in and get them. Archie, open the door for him.
Oh, certainly. I wouldn't want to stand in the way of justice. There you are, Inspector. I'm scared of murderers myself, or I'd be glad to help.
Well, Mr. Kramer...
Comedy. I just happened to drop in on my way down to my office. I'll expect those affidavits this afternoon.
Whatever you say, just as long as we're not going to be jailed for harboring fugitives. Nero Wolfe's office, Archie Goodwin speaking.
Goodwin, is Inspector Kramer there?
Yeah, he's here, Pearlie. He just happened to drop in on his way downtown. It's for you, Inspector.
Yeah, Pearlie, what is it? When? Bad? Does she know who? Goodwin. Well, why him? You're sure? Oh, Jesus. I'll be right there. Come on, Goodwin, you're coming with me.
What is it? What's happened?
The manicure is Janet. Someone tried to kill her.
Who?
She won't say. She says the only person she'll tell is you.
Me? Why me?
That's what I want you to tell me in the car on the way. Then now, come on.
She was found on the floor of her booth out cold from a blow on her head. We brought her to, and she can talk, but she won't. She says she won't talk to anybody except her friend Archie Goodwin. How long have you known her?
Until today, I merely leered at her. The only chat I've ever had with her was here today, under your eye, huh? But look what it did to her. Is it any wonder my opinion of myself is what it is?
Yeah, you've never seen her outside the shop?
Never.
That can be checked.
Yeah.
Right now, we want you to get her to talk. Oh, God damn her. She stopped us cold. Come on.
Hey. Hold it. If I'm going to ask her questions, I ought to know what happened.
Oh, Jesus, Goodwin. There are only 3 of us left here. I was on the phone. Jaffe and Sullivan were there on chairs. The barbers were working on customers. Someone wanted a manicure. Fickler called Janet. She didn't come.
Where was she?
On the floor of her booth, out cold. She'd gone there maybe 15 minutes before.
Alone all that time?
Well, I think all the barbers had gone back behind the partition at least once during that time.
You think?
Goodwin, I said I was on the phone quite a lot.
Oh, Jesus. How bad is she hurt?
Well, not bad enough for the hospital. Doc let us keep her here. She was hit above the right ear with a bottle taken from the supply shelf. The bottle was big, heavy, full of oil. It was there by her on the floor.
Any prints?
Oh, come on, Goodwin. For God's sake, start at school. He had a towel in his hand or something. It is a barber shop. Come on.
Just a minute. What did the doctor say when you asked him if she could have just been testing her own skull?
Well, he said it was possible, but he doubted it. Come and ask her.
Here's your friend, Archie Goodwin, Miss Stahl.
Hello, Janet.
Hi.
How do you feel? Terrible?
No, I don't feel at all. I'm past feeling.
Can I have a look at that bump on your head?
Oh, if you're careful.
You tell me if it hurts.
Oh.
Oh, doing your hair is going to be a problem for a while. Who did it?
Send them away and I'll tell you.
Certainly. You men, come on, get out.
What
if
is?
I had been here, this never would have happened. Now leave us.
Now, look, Goodwin.
Out.
Come on, Sergeant.
Wow. You sure showed them.
Well, it was shocking. You could have been killed or disfigured for life. It could have ruined your career. Thank God you got a good thick skull.
I started to scream, but it was too late.
What started you to scream? Seeing him? Hearing him?
It was both. I was sitting in the customer's chair with my back to the door. I was just sitting there trying to think, you know.
I know.
And then there was this little noise behind me, like a stealthy step.
Uh-huh.
And I looked up and I saw him reflected in the glass right behind me with his arm raised, and I started to scream, but before I could get it out, he struck.
Right. You were sitting in the chair, this chair, with your back to the door like this, right?
That's it. I was thinking
And
like...
you saw his reflection in that crinkly glass partition there?
Yeah.
And you recognized him?
Yeah.
The glass is crinkly. It'd be hard to get a clear reflection. You're sure you recognized him?
Well, of course I'm sure. That's why I wouldn't speak to them. That's why I had to see you.
Why did you have to see me?
Because of who it was.
Who was it?
It was that one with the big ears and the gold tooth, the one they call Stebbins. Or they call him Sergeant.
Are you telling me that Sergeant Stebbins hit you with that bottle?
Well, I can't say it was him that hit me. I think people should be careful what they accuse other people of. I only know it was him I saw standing behind me with his arm raised, and then something hit me. From that, one can only draw conclusions.
Yeah, but Janet...
Besides, he was rude to me this morning, asking me questions, and all day he's been looking at me in a rude way. Not the way a girl is willing for a man to look at her, because she has to expect that.
Yeah, but Janet, that doesn't make sense.
Well, does it make sense for Mr. Fickler or Jimmy or Ed to want to kill me? Why would they?
But why would Stebbins?
I told you.
I've never known him to strike a woman without a cause.
Oh.
What did he have against you?
I don't know. When they ask me that, I'll just have to say, I don't know. Now, that's what you've got to tell me, how to answer things to reporters. I can't keep on saying, I don't know, or why would they print it? What hit you? I don't know. Who hit you? I don't know. Why did he want to hit you? I don't know. Oh, God. I mean, who'd want to read that? What should I say to them?
I don't know. We'll come to that. First, we're
No, we ought to settle it right now. That's how you'll earn your 10%.
My 10% of what?
of everything I get as my manager. Shake on it.
Hey, that's a darn good idea, but I think...
I can tell the reporters to ask you about things I don't know. It's called referring them to my manager.
Janet, you tell the reporters I'm your manager, and I'll give you a lump that'll make that one seem as flat as a pool table.
Oh, but I need some answers to give.
Oh, just say it's a mystery. People love a mystery.
That's it. That's the kind of thing. Oh, I knew I could count on you. Oh, what do I say when they ask me if I'm going to go on working here? Couldn't I say I don't want to desert Mr. Fickler in the time of trouble?
Great. That's the ticket.
Just came to me.
That's the thing that we have to work on. How to handle the reporters. Now, what they like best is to get the jump on the police. Now, if you can tell them something that the cops don't know, they'll love you forever. For instance, now...
Yeah? For instance, what?
Suppose for a minute that it wasn't Stebbins that hit you.
But...
Just suppose that it was someone else. Why would someone want to get you?
I don't know.
Maybe, just maybe, you do know something. But you don't know that you know it. You see what I mean?
No.
Well, maybe sometime today you saw or heard something, and this person, now let's call him X.
X?
Yeah, X. And if X knew that you told about it, that would put him on the spot, so that's why he had to kill you.
Oh, I get you. You mean a motive.
Exactly. It's just like a motive. Now, here's the point. If you can remember what it was you heard or saw that scared X, wow, those reporters will be your friends for life. Now, for God's sake, don't miss the chance. Concentrate.
Okay.
Remember everything you saw or heard here today and tell it to me now.
Right. I don't remember anything.
Concentrate. It was probably some little thing that didn't seem important to you at all.
Maybe I could say that...
No, it's got to be true.
Oh,
Well, let's...
4 to 9. I'm always punctual.
Swell. Were the others here already?
Some were and some weren't.
Who was and who wasn't?
Good Lord, I don't know. If you're going to expect me to remember things like that, then we might as well just quit. When I came to work, I was thinking of something else. A lot of the time, I'm thinking of something else, so how could I notice?
I'll tell you what. I think you're ready. I'm going to send in a reporter.
A reporter? Oh, God, I'm not ready.
Sure you are. Just use your common sense and stick to facts.
Oh, give me a minute. I want to fix my...
You heard.
We heard.
I had to come up for air. If you shoot her, send her brain to Johns Hopkins.
We can find it. Gee, did she knock herself out?
I doubt it. It was a pretty solid blow to raise that lump. You didn't find a prince in the bottle. Bothering about princes been either. You better pick someone good to be that reporter from the Gazette. Can I go home now?
No, she might insist on seeing her manager again.
Oh, come on. Oh, well. I'll have to call Mr. Wolfe and let him know. I do work for him, you know. So I dialed the number that I knew best and reported. And then I waited. I waited for nearly 2 hours while they brought in a detective that Janet might think was a reporter. I think he came out even more confused than she was.
Mr. Kramer, will you ask this man to let me pass?
Well, I'll be damned.
I don't believe it.
Let him in, Jaffe. Well, what happened? Dynamite?
I came to get a haircut. Jimmy, are you free?
Yes, sir.
You want a haircut, huh?
Yes, sir. As you can see, I need one.
Oh, yeah. All right, Jimmy. Come and cut Mr. Wolfe's hair. You just dropped in? Like Goodwin this morning?
Certainly not. Mr. Goodwin told me on the phone of his fruitless talk with Miss Stahl, and I thought it well to come.
Okay, you're here. You don't leave your house on business for anybody or any fee, but you're here. And you're not going to leave until I know why, without any such crap as murderers in the front room.
Not as short as last time, Jimmy.
No, sir.
Mr. Kramer, you can badger me if that's what you're after and get nowhere, but I offer a suggestion. Why not work first? Why don't we see if we can settle this business, and then if you insist, go after me? Or would you rather harass me than catch a murderer?
You know how to catch the murderer?
Quite possibly. I'd like to propose certain assumptions about what happened here today. Do you care to hear them?
Oh, listen, but don't drag it out.
I won't. Please don't waste time challenging the assumptions. I don't intend to defend them, much less validate them. They're merely a basis of exploration to be tested. The first is this, that Wallen found something in the car that had killed 2 women. No, Jimmy, I don't like it this way. I want a direct view, not reflections. Turn me around, please.
Like this?
Thank you.
Janet isn't here. Do you want her?
If possible. Can she sit up?
Stebbins. She says it makes her a little bit dizzy.
Who'd notice? Bring her.
Yes, sir.
You were going to make some assumptions?
Yes. The first is that Wallen found something in the car that led him to this shop. Some object, obviously, since there was no one to tell him anything.
We made that assumption without any help.
And it still holds?
Yes.
That's fortunate, since all of my assumptions concern that object. The second is that Wallen had it with him when he came here. I can support that with strong
You don't
evidence.
need to. We made it and we hold it.
Very well, that saves time. Not too short back there, Jimmy.
No, sir.
The third is that he had the object inside the newspaper he was carrying. It was an early edition of the news on sale last evening, not on sale this morning. He had it in his hand, folded to approximately the size of 12 inches by 9 inches.
You know a lot about it.
I know nothing you don't know. It's difficult to account for his carrying a stale newspaper in that manner unless it was a container for some object. At least the assumption is good enough to work on. The fourth is that whatever the object was, the murderer got it and disposed of it, because no object that could have led Wallen to this shop was found on his person or in the booth. The fifth assumption is that the murderer was neither Carl nor Tina Vardis.
How do you know that?
I shall
want to know why
support that assumption. Don't waste time clawing at me. Since Carl and Tina are not involved and therefore didn't take the object away with them, it's still here in the shop. That is the sixth assumption. And it's good only if your surveillance of these people here all these hours has been constant and alert. Now, what about it? Could any of them have removed such an object from the shop?
I want to know why you're excluding Carl and Tina.
No, not now. First, we'll complete this test. We must know whether the object could have been removed by anyone other than Carl or Tina.
No.
How good a no?
Good enough for me. No man has stepped outside this shop alone. Something could have been slipped to a customer, but that's stretching it. And we've had them under our eyes.
Not apparently the one who assaulted Miss Stahl.
That was in the shop. Is that a point?
I suppose not. Then we assume that the object is still here. The seventh assumption is this, that no proper search for such an object has been made. Have you searched thoroughly, Mr. Stebbins?
We've looked. Carl and Tina had to have taken it.
Yes, but granting my assumption which excludes their taking it, has there been a proper search?
No.
Then it's about time. Mr. Fickler.
Yes, Mr. Wolfe?
You run this place and you can help us. But I address all of you who work here. Put your minds on this. You too, Jimmy. Stop a moment. Listen.
Hell, I can work and listen too, Mr.
You
Wolfe.
cannot. I want full attention.
Okay.
Miss Stahl, are you listening?
What?
What we're after is an object with something on it that identifies it as coming from this shop. Ideally, it should be the name and address or phone number, but we'll take less if we have to. We are supposing that it was inside the newspaper as Wallen was carrying it, so it should be flat and of those dimensions. Now, all of you went to the booth and were questioned by Wallen, but he showed you no such object and mentioned none. Is that correct?
Yes.
Yeah.
No, he didn't.
Then only the murderer saw it or was told of it. And later, when the opportunity came for him to dive into the booth and kill Wallen, he got the object and disposed of it somewhere in this shop. Now, I put it to you, and especially to you, Mr. Fickler, what is it and where is it?
Maybe it was the newspaper itself.
Possibly, but I doubt it. Where is the newspaper, Mr. Kramer?
At the lab. There's nothing on it or in it that could have brought Wallen here.
What else has been taken from here to the lab?
Nothing else but the scissors and the bottle that was used on Miss Stahl.
Then it's still here. All right, Jimmy, finish.
Yeah, it looks like a turkey to me, even with your assumptions. Say we find something like what you want. How do we know it's it? And even if we think it's it, where does that get us?
We'll see when we find it. For one thing, fingerprints.
Nuts. If it belongs here, of course it'll have their prints.
Not their prints, Mr. Stebbins. Wallen's prints. As I understand it, he didn't go around touching things here. He entered, spoke to Mr. Fickler, was taken to the booth, and never left it alive. So if we find anything with his prints on it, we've got it. Have you your fingerprinting equipment here?
Get it, Stebbins. And Wallen's prints from our file.
The search must be thorough and will take time. First, I ask all of you to search your minds. What object is here, belongs here, that meets the specifications I've described? Now, surely you can tell us, Mr. Fickler.
I don't know. Unless it's a towel. But why would he carry a towel like that?
He wouldn't. Anyway, a towel wouldn't help us, so I reject it. Miss Stahl.
I think he may have been keeping the paper because there was something in it he wanted to read. I know I often do that. Say it's an evening paper, and I don't have time to...
Yes, we'll consider that. Jimmy?
I don't know a thing like that in the store, Mr. Wolfe. Not a thing.
Boy, either you have no brains at all, or they're temporarily paralyzed, or you're all in a conspiracy. I am looking straight at such an object right now.
What? Where?
On that table.
The magazine?
Of course. You subscribe to them, Mr. Fickler. They come through the mail. Then the name and address is on them. That Time magazine, for example. The addressee is on the cover. Surely it deserves examination, and others, too. What if he took it from here and had it in his pocket when he stole the car and drove up Broadway, and in the excitement of his misadventure, he failed to notice it had dropped from his pocket and was on the seat of the car. And Wallen found it there, took it, and saw the name and address on it. Eh? You sent for the equipment and the prints, Mr. Stebbins? Then we ought to be able...
Oh, I remember. You remember, Jimmy? This morning I was standing here, and you came in with a hot towel, and you had that magazine. You tossed it under there, and then you asked...
Shut up,
I asked
you
you, you've been steaming it.
Too late,
What?
Jimmy. We all...
Dumb brother.
Get those scissors from him. I don't want anything else to happen.
Found it. My barber.
As stubborn as Kramer was, he never did learn why Wolfe went to get a haircut that day. But he did learn plenty about Jimmy Corelli. Jimmy was wanted as a bail jumper under another name in West Virginia on charges of car stealing, drunken driving, and assault, to name just a few. He had a really colorful background. As for Carl and Tina, I took a strong position on them Tuesday evening in the office after they had been sent up to the south room to bed.
You know damn well what'll happen. They won't go to Ohio or anywhere else. They'll stay here, and someday, maybe next week, they'll be in trouble again. And they'll come to me again because Carl likes me and because I rescued them this time.
You rescued them?
And I'll try to help them again, and you'll have to butt in again because you can't get along without me, and it'll go on like that year after year. Why not take care of it now and live in peace?
Oh, shut up, Archie. I'm reading.
Yes, sir, in an hour or so. There are people in the government who owe you something. For instance, Carpenter. I have Carpenter's home number, and I might as well get him now. Shall I make it person to person?
I got my naturalization papers 24 years ago.
I wasn't discussing you. You've caught it from Janet.
Starring in today's episode were Mavor Moore as Nero Wolfe, Don Franks as Archie Goodwin, and Cease Linder as Inspector Kramer. Jackie Burroughs was Janet, Brian George, Jimmy Corelli, Arch McDonnell, Carl Vardas, Marion Waldman, Tina Vardas, Arnie Hart, Mr. Fickler, James Morris, Sergeant Stebbins, and Frank Perry was Fritz. Music was composed and conducted by Don Gillis. Technical operations, John Jessup. Sound effects, Bill Robinson. Production assistant was Nancy McElveen, and casting consultant, Ann Weldon Tate. The Cop Killer was written and produced in Toronto by Ron Hartman. Next week.
What's this?
Well, as you see, it's a marriage license for Archie Goodwin and Margot Dickey. It cost me $2.
Flummery.
No, sir. No flummery. I could be mushy about it, but I won't. I will only say that I'm hooked at last. Margot intends to spread the tidings at the Christmas office party, so I have to be there.
You are deranged. Sit down.
I suppose it is a form of madness, but there, I've got it. It's like what Margot was reading to me the other night, some poem. I think it was Greek. Oh, love, resistless in thy might, thou mightest
Shut
shine.
up and sit down.
Yes, sir. We haven't set the date yet. We don't want to rush it.
I don't believe it.
You will.
Archie goes to a Christmas party.
There. That makes it unanimous.
Thank you, Alf. My secret public place. I'll start again. There are times when love takes over. Santa Claus, where's yours? You have to drink, too.
Well, he can't drink through the mask.
No, I suppose not.
There are times...
When love takes over. Thanks, Alf. There are times when the little demons disappear down their rat holes, and ugliness itself takes on the shape of beauty. When the darkest corner is touched by light. When the coldest heart feels the glow of warmth. When the trumpet call of goodwill and good cheer drowns out all the babel of mean little noises. This is such a time. Merry Christmas. Merry, merry, merry.
Merry Christmas. What a lovely toast, Kurt. Simply lovely. Well, I must write it down and have it printed. That part about the trumpet call. Kurt! Oh, Kurt, what is it, Kurt?
Merry
Next week, Rex Stout's Christmas Party with guest stars Marty Maradon, Linda Sorensen, Patricia Hamilton, Gordon Thompson, and John Granick.
We hope you have enjoyed this week's Nero Wolfe episode. Be sure to join us for the remaining 9. If you enjoy listening to drama on radio, tune in tomorrow for Sunday Matinee on CBC AM, which features a story called The Eighth Wonder, a play about the original Siamese twins, Chang and Eng Bunker. The play is a first by Toronto writer Linda Zwicker, and deals with the twins in their later years as 2 distinctly separate men, but tied together for life by a ligature at the base of their chests.
Oh, God damn it. God, that hurts. What are you doing, Chang?
I stubbed my toe. Do you mind?
Well, don't just lurch forward like that. You absolutely snapped my head. Why don't you watch where you're going?
An accident's an accident. If they made these bloody hotel doors wider...
Well, there's nothing you can do about that except to be more careful in future.
Why don't you keep your sanctimonious advice to yourself?
Why don't you shut your quarrelsome mouth and the door while you're at it?
Now, where's that Christian philosophy? Where's that other cheeking?
What a rotten thing to say.
I get so tired of seeing you hide your true feelings behind that veil of piety. One day at a time, a season to all things in moderation.
Why are you goading me, Chang? What's your problem?
I'm just getting a few things off my chest.
You have no subtlety, Chang. You never did have. It never occurs to you to handle anything but head on. You always just bash right ahead.
At least I have feelings.
And I don't. You've lived with me for 60 years, every minute, every hour, every second, and you don't think I have feelings?
The Eighth Wonder by Linda Zwicker, tomorrow on Sunday Matinee. Also coming up on CBC AM on Friday, February 12th, our Playdate series features 2 plays. The first is Stopover Point by Audrey Thomas, and the second, The Answerer by Rex Deverell. Later that day, tune in for Nightfall, our horror series on CBC AM. We will be presenting a play called The Club of Dead Men, a dramatization by John Douglas of a short story by J. Wentworth Day. please check your local listings for the exact times and dates of these programs. If you have any comments or suggestions about the radio dramas you hear, write to us at Post Office Box 500.
Rex Stout's Nero Wolfe. Starring Mavor Moore as Nero Wolfe and Dawn Franks as Archie Goodwin. Today's episode, Christmas Party, with special guest stars Marty Meriden, Linda Sorensen, Patricia Hamilton, Gordon Thompson, and John Granick.
I'm sorry, Mr. Wolfe, but I told you 2 days ago that I had a date for Friday afternoon, and you said it was all right, so I'll drive you to Long Island on Saturday or Sunday.
That won't do, Archie. Mr. Thompson will be at Mr. Hewitt's place only until Saturday noon. He's the best orchid hybridizer in England, and I'm grateful to be invited to spend a few hours with him. We should leave here about 12:30.
I really am sorry, but I have to keep that date Friday afternoon. It's a Christmas party at the office of Kurt Bottweil. Now, you remember him. We did a job for him a few months ago.
Yes.
You may not remember a member of his staff named Margot Dickey, but I do. I promised her that I'd come to the party.
Oh, pfui. A party? I have only one opportunity.
Then take it. Your idea that a car is a death trap if I'm not driving is unsound. You can take a taxi.
I hope to get some useful information from Mr. Thompson, and you will take notes.
Not if I'm not there. Hewitt's secretary knows orchid terms as well as I do, and so do you.
Archie, how many times in the past year have I asked you to drive me somewhere?
If you call it asking, maybe 18 or 20.
Not excessive, surely. If my feeling that you alone are to be trusted at the wheel of a car is an aberration, then I have it. We will leave for Mr. Hewitt's place Friday at 12:30.
All right. All right. I didn't intend to spring this on you till tomorrow, but I guess it will have to be now. Here, take a look at this.
What's this?
Well, as you see, it's a marriage license for Archie Goodwin and Margot Dickey. It cost me $2.
Flummery.
No, sir. No flummery. I could be mushy about it, but I won't. I will only say that I'm hooked at last. Margot intends to spread the tidings at the Christmas office party, so I have to be there.
You are deranged. Sit down.
I suppose it is a form of madness, but there, I've got it. It's like what Margot was reading to me the other night, some poem. I think it was Greek. Oh, love, resistless in thy might, thou mightest
Shut up and
even...
sit down.
Yes, sir. We haven't set the date yet. We don't want to rush it. Now, you may not want me to be here anymore, but that's up to you. As far as I'm concerned, I'd like to stay. I'd hate to end such a long association. The pay is okay, especially if I get the raise at the first of the year, which is a week from Monday. I'm used to my room upstairs, and I like Fritz's cooking, and the billiard table in the basement, and the one-way glass panel in the front door.
Archie, sit down.
I've told Margot all this, everything, including the fact that you're allergic to women, and we've discussed it, and we think it might be worth trying, say for a month. When we get back from the honeymoon, we could take over the second floor, and if the trial works out, the new furniture or the decorating would be up to us. I mean, since she works for an interior designer, we could get things wholesale.
I don't believe it.
You will.
What about Miss Rowan?
We won't drag Miss Rowan into this.
What about the thousands of others you dally with?
Not thousands. Not even 1,000. And I'll look up Dally.
Oh, for heaven's sake, sit down.
No, sir. Right now you're stirred up. We'd better discuss this some other time. In a few days, you may hate the idea of having a woman in your house, even worse than you do now, or you may have cooled down to a simmer. Could I have my license back, please? I want to go and show it to my bride-to-be.
Archie, darling.
Yes, my own. I've got it.
Oh, Archie, I knew you could. How much do I owe you?
This one's on me. Doesn't the groom always pay for the license? Besides, I've already had my money's worth out of it. Shall I send it over by messenger?
No, I think I'd better collect it in person. Where are you?
I'm in a phone booth. I'd just as soon not go to the office right now. Mr. Wolfe wants to be alone to boil. How about the Tulip Bar in 20 minutes? I feel like buying you a drink.
Oh, no. No, lover. I feel like buying you a drink.
At precisely noon the next day, Friday, a black limousine drew up in front of the house, and Wolfe, with the brim of his old black hat turned down and the collar of his new gray overcoat turned up for the snow, descended the stoop, stood like a small mountain on the bottom step till the chauffeur had opened the door. Then he crossed the sidewalk and climbed in. I watched it from above, from a window of my room. Then I showered and got dressed for the party.
Archie, lover, you got here.
Margot, my own.
Come on over to the bar and help us sample.
Look, if I come too early, where is everybody?
It's just office staff now. Clients are invited for later.
Oh.
You remember Alf Kiernan, our business manager?
Mr. Kiernan.
Archie Goodwin. Sure, you were snooping around our office last year when we had that tapestry theft. What a pleasant surprise.
I'm sure.
And this lovely person under Alfie's adoring gaze is Cherry Kwan, our, I don't really know how to describe your job, dear. All-around handy person?
A receptionist will do. You brought a detective, Margot. Has something been stolen?
No, dear, but I may need protection. Archie, you recognize our bartender, of course, all the way from the North Pole.
Oh, is that what you call a designer touch? Santa Claus tending bar?
The designer touch, that's ho, fella.
Santa, I think you're divine. And I love your sweet mask and all that lovely padding and your dear little white gloves. Now, if you want to hee-hee instead of ho-ho, that's all right by me.
Oh, thank you, Miss.
You're welcome. My friend Archie needs a drink, Santa.
Oh, certainly, Miss.
Champagne only, Goodwin. The designer touch.
3 different brands. The Kurt Bottweil touch.
Yes. Shall we sample the Veuve Clicquot this time, Santa?
Oh, certainly, sir.
Santa, you're adorable.
Stop tugging at me, Leo.
Oh, here comes the angel on our Christmas tree, Mrs. Porter Jerome. This is Archie.
She means that I provide the money that runs this organization. Leo, take my wrap, will you? It's stifling in here.
Yes, Mama.
And this is Mrs. Jerome's son, Leo Hatch,
Who does all the work around here and gets none of the credit. I thought this was to be a family affair.
Well, Archie's like family to me. I invited him.
You're a blessing, Margot. Leo, get me a drink.
Yes, Mama, as soon as I get rid of your mink, Mama.
Archie and I have something to discuss, if you'll excuse us.
A pleasure.
Oh, Cherry, love, I don't think you have the Christmas family spirit. You have another drink and cheer up now, you hear? Come on, Archie.
Bartender, don't just stand there. Pour me a drink. Well, can you hear me behind that mask?
Margot, if this is a Christmas party, why do I have a feeling that it's Halloween?
Well, you should work here. One big happy family.
I'll bet.
What do you think of Cherry?
She's pretty.
Pretty as me?
Nothing like as pretty as you. Oh, if only that marriage license was real. I can get a real one for $2. What do you say? Huh?
You
on.
wouldn't marry Miss Universe if she came on her knees with $1 billion.
I dare her to try it. Did the license work?
Like a charm. Absolutely perfect, Archie.
Oh, good. No, that means it's all over between us.
Oh, yeah. Archie, darling, look, I'll be a sister to you.
I don't need a sister. Okay. I'm the rejected suitor, but I want the license back for a souvenir.
Archie, that's sweet.
No, it's serious. Now, I don't want it kicking around. I could be hooked for forgery. You mail it to me once my own.
Well, I can't. He tore it up.
The hell he did? Where are the pieces?
Gone. He threw them in his wastebasket. Now, you will come to the wedding.
What wastebasket? Where is it?
In his office last night after dinner. Will you come to the wedding?
I will not. My heart is bleeding. Mr. Wolfe's heart will bleed, too. Look, I should be getting out of here. I'm going to be expected to sulk, and I don't think I can sulk.
You won't have to. Kurt won't know I've told you yet. Look, here comes my intended now.
Merry Christmas! All my blessings to my loyal staff and fellow workers. Merry. Goodwin, I didn't know you were here. Welcome.
Thank you, sir.
Now, before the clients and other guests arrive, I have an announcement to make and a toast to drink. Is everybody's glass filled?
Oh,
Everyone ready? Right. Now, There are times when love takes over. There are times...
Now, wait a minute. You don't have a glass. You have to drink two.
Of course. Well, I'll just have a sip of champagne.
Oh, nonsense. You should enjoy two. I'll get your private bottle from your office.
It doesn't have to be Pernod. I should drink what everyone else is drinking.
Nonsense. You should enjoy it just as we do. Now, could I have a glass, please, Santa? There. That makes it unanimous.
Thank you, Alf. My secret public vice. I'll start again. There are times when love takes over. Santa Claus, where's yours? You have to drink, too.
Well, he can't drink through the mask.
No, I suppose not.
There are times...
When love takes over. Thanks, Alf. There are times when the little demons disappear down their rat holes, and ugliness itself takes on the shape of beauty. When the darkest corner is touched by light. When the coldest heart feels the glow of warmth. When the trumpet call of goodwill and good cheer drowns out all the babel of mean little noises. This is such a time. Merry Christmas. Merry, 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 merry Christmas.
What a lovely toast, Kurt. Simply lovely. Well, I must write it down and have it printed. That part about the trumpet call. Kurt! Oh, Kurt, what is it, Kurt?
Mary is
Get a doctor.
Stand back, everyone. Get back. Now he needs air.
Do something. Somebody do something.
Cyanide has a very distinctive smell, and it must have been a big dose to hit him that hard and that fast. Kiernan was loosening Botvile's collar, and Margot was squatting at her groom-to-be's feet, taking his shoes off. I could have told her she might as well let him die with his boots on, but I didn't. I had 2 fingers on his wrist and my other hand inside his shirt, and I felt him going. His heart stopped, and he's not breathing.
Can't you do something?
Look, I'm a licensed detective, and I'm supposed to know how to act in these
Well,
circumstances.
do
I don't want
something.
to-
He's dead.
Is it a heart attack?
I'd say he was poisoned.
Oh, my God.
Yeah. It looks like his drink was poisoned. All right, until the police come here, no one will touch anything, especially that bottle of Pernod, and no one will leave this room. I want you... Wait a minute, where's Santa Claus?
I don't know.
He was here a minute ago.
Did anyone see him go?
He didn't go out the main door. No one passed my desk.
The office. There's a private elevator in Kurt's office.
I'll go.
No, you stay. I'll go and take a look. Margot, you come with me. Kiernan, call the police. Spring 73100.
Right.
Look, the elevator just hit the main floor.
Damn, we're too late. Push the button and bring it back.
It's coming.
Good.
What are you looking for?
The wastebasket. I can't seem to find the wastebasket.
Well, it's right there, that gold leaf thing.
That? That's a wastebasket?
Archie, are you crazy? What are you doing?
Is this where he threw the license?
Yes, but what possible degree?
Damn, it's not here.
How can you worry about a license when the... Look, the elevator's here.
Stand back.
Look.
Don't touch anything. Huh. Well, that's what's left of our Santa. Suit, hat, boots, mask, and he kept the white gloves, of course.
Mr. Kiernan and Mr. Hatch will be taken to the district attorney's office for further questioning. The rest of you can go for the present, but you'll keep yourselves available at the addresses you've given. Before you go, I want to ask you once again, here together, about the man who was here as Santa Claus. You've all claimed you know nothing about him. You still claim that?
Inspector Kramer.
Yes, Mr. Kiernan.
I'm not objecting to going to the DA's office for 3 hours. I haven't objected to anything. But we've told you all we can. I know I have. Seems to me your job is to find Santa Claus.
Do you mean to say that no one knows anything about him?
So they say. It seems that Botvile himself had arranged for him. He came up in the private elevator and put on the costume in Botvile's office. You may as well know there is some corroboration for that. The costume came from Burleson's in 46th Street. Botvile phoned them yesterday afternoon, ordered it sent here, marked personal. Miss Kwan admits receiving the package and taking it to Botvile in his office.
I didn't admit it, Inspector. I said it.
We're also covering agencies which might have supplied a man to act Santa Claus, but that's a big order.
It's also a waste of time. If he was just a hired person, why would he kill Kurt? And besides, he wouldn't have known that the poison was kept in my workshop downstairs.
We waste most of our time, Mr. Hatch, but our job is to be thorough. We're going to find that Santa Claus, and when we do, we'll see. If we can't see him for it, we'll have to look further. And we'll expect all of you to help us. I'm taking it for granted you all want to help.
What does that mean? That we are under suspicion? I and my son are under suspicion?
What I said, Mrs. Jerome, is that we'll expect help from all of you. Don't you want to help?
Well, I would help if I could, but I know nothing about it. I only know that my very dear friend is dead, and I don't intend to be abused and threatened. What about the poison?
The medical examiner expects the autopsy to verify that it was cyanide. Your son uses potassium cyanide in his work with metals and plating. There's a large jar of it on a stair from Botval's office to the workroom. Now, anyone who knew that, and who also knew that Botval kept an open bottle of Pernod in his desk, couldn't have asked for a better setup. 4 of you have admitted knowing both things. You, Mrs. Jerome, admit knowing about the Pernod, but not the poison.
That's not true. She did know about it.
You little slut. How dare you lie about me? There. You tell that lie again, and I'll slap the other side of your face.
Sit down, Mrs. Jerome.
But she's lying. She can't
I said
lie.
sit down and stay sitting. Miss Kwan, you say Mrs. Jerome knew about the potassium cyanide?
Of course she did. In the workshop one day, I heard her son telling her how he used it and how careful he had to be.
Mr. Hatch, do you verify...
Oh, nonsense. What if he did? Perhaps he did. I'd forgotten about it. I told you I won't tolerate this abuse.
So far as I know now, only one of you has told a lie. You. That's on the record. I'm telling you lies only make it harder for you. But sometimes they make it easier for us. I'll leave it at that for now. Mr. Kiernan, Mr. Hatch, my men will take you downtown. The rest of you can go. But remember what I said. Goodwin, I want to see you. I'll just sit in my car. Get in.
Look, if you're taking me downtown, I want something to eat first. It's past my mealtime.
You're not wanted downtown, not right now. Get in out of the snow. What were you doing there today?
I told you, having fun, 3 kinds of champagne. Miss Dickey invited me.
I'm giving you another chance.
Huh?
You were the only outsider there. Why? You're nothing special to Miss Dickey. She was going to marry Botval. Why were you there?
Ask her.
We have asked her. She says there was no particular reason, that she stuttered around it. What I say, anytime I find you near a murder, I want to know. I'm giving you another chance.
Oh, thanks. But I can't use it. I have nothing more to tell you. Lay off and go find your murderer.
I know you, Goodwin.
Yeah, you even called me Archie once. You know, I treasure that memory.
I know you.
Treasure it.
Do you expect me to believe that guy got out of that room and away without you knowing it?
Look, I was kneeling on the floor watching a man die.
Huh?
You're just talking to hear yourself. You don't think I was an accessory to the murder or the murderer's escape.
I don't say he was the murderer. But if you knew who he was and didn't want him involved in it for some reason, like maybe earning a fee and let him get away, what about that?
That would be bad. If I asked my advice, I would be against it.
God damn it. Do you know who he is?
No.
Did you or Wolfe have anything to do with getting him there?
No.
All right, pile out. I'll be wanting you downtown sometime.
You know where to find me. You know, I approve of your rule not to discuss business during a meal, but this is my meal, and you finished yours. I've got something on my chest, and it's not business, it's personal.
The death of Mr. Botval was reported on the radio at 7 o'clock.
Oh, yeah.
You were there.
Mm-hmm, yeah, I was there. I was kneeling by him when he died. But what I want to report is what happened before he died. It's about the marriage. Miss Dickey has called it off. She told me she had decided to marry Botval.
Oh, indeed.
Yes, sir. It was a jolt, but I would have recovered in time. I'm going to blot her out.
For me, of course, this is satisfactory.
Oh, I know it is. Huh, how'd you make out in Long Island?
Long Island? Well,
Did Mr. Thompson have anything new to say about orchids?
Have you finished your meal? Will you have any more?
No, that should do it, except for this coffee here. It's satisfactory.
Very well, then. I, too, have something on my chest.
Oh, yeah?
It's not easy. Perhaps the best way to begin is to show you something.
Well, go ahead. What is
it? These white gloves.
Are those... Where did you get... Are those the white gloves?
Yes.
How'd you get them? Oh, my God, I don't believe it. You? It was you? Oh, my God.
You wore the gloves so I wouldn't recognize your hands, and then you so I wouldn't recognize your voice. And all that dear, sweet patting that Margot loves so much was all you.
Have you finished?
Yeah, sorry, I got something in my throat. Why? Huh? Why'd you do it? Oh, my God. Were you really that desperate? The thought of a woman living in your house, of losing an employee after you'd got used to me? You had to go and see for yourself. What were you going to do, anyway? Save me from a fate worse than death?
Shall we take it that I love to dress up as Santa Claus and tend bar?
Oh, sure. Oh, sure, why not? Well, now, where do we start? Do you want to know what happened after you left?
The details can wait. First, where do we stand? Was Kramer there?
Yes, certainly.
Did he get anywhere?
No. Well, he probably won't till he finds Santa Claus. Oh, my God, about 1,000 men are looking for you this very minute. Where did you get the gloves?
At a store on 9th Avenue.
Oh, boy.
Confound it, I didn't know a man was going to be murdered.
When did you phone Bottweil to arrange it?
Yesterday afternoon.
Do you think he told anybody about it?
No, he said he wouldn't.
I know he got the costume, so that's okay. When you left here at 12:30, did you go straight to Bottweil's?
No, I stopped to buy the gloves and then met him for lunch at Rusterman's. From there, we took a cab to his place, arriving shortly after 2 o'clock, and took his private elevator up to his office. He immediately got a bottle of Pernod from a drawer of his desk, said he always had a little after lunch, and invited me to join him. I declined. He poured a liberal portion in a glass, drank it in 2 gulps, and returned the bottle to the drawer.
Boy, the cops would sure like to know that.
No doubt. And the costume was there in a box. There's a private bathroom at the rear of his office.
I know the layout.
I took the costume there and put it on. He'd ordered the largest size, but it was a squeeze, and it took a while. I suppose I was in that bathroom for half an hour. When I returned, the office was empty, but soon Bottweil came up the stairs from the workshop and helped me with the mask and wig. They'd barely been adjusted when Mrs. Jerome and her son Leo appeared, also coming up the stairs from the workshop. I left and went into the studio and found Miss Kwan, Miss Dickey, and Mr. Kinnan there.
Yeah, and before long I was there, so none of them saw you unmasked.
No.
When did you put the gloves on?
The last thing, just before I entered the studio.
Oh, then you left prints.
Archie,
I know. You didn't know there was going to be a murder. You left your clothes in the bathroom. Are you sure you got everything when you left?
Yes, I'm not a complete ass.
Private elevators at the rear of the hall downstairs. Did anyone see you leaving it or passing through the hall?
No, the hall was empty.
How'd you get home? Taxi?
No. Fritz didn't expect me until 6 or later. I walked to the public library, spent some 2 hours there, and then took a cab.
You walked all the way to the library because you couldn't admit to Fritz that you hadn't been to Long Island, that you had been playing...
Confound it! Marry the woman and be damned!
I beg your pardon, but you have to admit the situation is a little unusual. Shall I describe it, or do you want to?
I would like to hear you try.
Yes, sir. I suspect the only thing to do right now is phone Inspector Kramer and invite him to come and have a little chat. And when he comes, open the bag.
No, I will not do that.
Then, next best, I go to him and spill it there.
No.
Okay. They have 1,000 men looking for Santa. They'll check the prints they find in the office, and eventually they'll match it to yours. Now, they'll cover all the stores for sales of white gloves to men. They'll trace Bottweil's movements and find that you lunched with him. Now, you're sunk. Kramer's been itching for years to lock you up, and any judge would commit you as material witness who would run out. And another thing.
Yes?
If you wait till they find you, you can't tell them that Bottweil took a drink from that bottle shortly after 2 o'clock, and it didn't hurt him, or they should book you for withholding evidence. Shall I call Kramer?
No. I will not confess that performance to Mr. Kramer. I will not unfold the morning paper to a disclosure of that outlandish masquerade.
Then you're just going to sit here and read a book till they come with a warrant.
No, that would be fatuous. I am going to find the murderer and present him to Mr. Kramer. There's nothing else.
Oh, that's fine. Well, then. We may have 2 weeks, and we may have 2 minutes. At this very minute, some fingerprint expert is comparing the prints of Wolfe, Nero, number 709...
Do I answer?
Of course.
Nero Wolfe's office. Archie Goodwin speaking.
Goodwin?
Well, Inspector Kramer, what a pleasant surprise.
I want you down at my office at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning.
All right, sure. Anything special?
10 sharp.
Well, I've already told them 6 times I know absolutely nothing about Santa Claus. They may not ask again.
Now, I want a complete report of what happened there after I left. But first, I want background. In your intimate association with Miss Dickey, you must have learned things about those people. What?
Not much. I guess I have to explain something. My association with Miss Dickey was not intimate.
Oh, choose your own adjective. I meant
It's
no
not an
innuendo.
adjective. This isn't going to be easy. See, Miss Dickey's a very good dancer. She's an exceptionally good dancer, and for the past couple of months, I've been taking her here and there, and last Monday she asked me to do her a favor.
Yes.
She said Bottweil was giving her the runaround, and he'd been going to marry her for a year, but he kept on stalling, and she wanted to do something about it. You see, Sherry Kwan was after him, too.
Archie, would you get to the point?
And she asked me to get a marriage license blank and fill it out for her and me. She'd show it to Bottweil and then tell him it was now or never, and that way she'd force his hand.
Archie.
Yes, sir.
Are you telling me that license was...
Yes, sir. I want to make it clear that I had no intention of showing it to you. I did that on the spur of the moment because you were being so stubborn.
I was being stubborn.
Yes, sir. Margot said the trick worked a treat. Bottweil tore up the license, threw it in his wastepaper basket, and agreed to marry her.
Then you're not on intimate terms with Miss Dickey?
No, sir.
All right. Even so, she must have spoken of that establishment and those people.
Some, yes.
And one of them killed Bottweil. The poison was put in the bottle between 2:10 when I saw him take a drink and 3:30 when Kennan went in and got the bottle. It's a strong possibility that the opportunity was even narrower, that the poison was put in the bottle while I was in the dressing room. Since 2 of them, Mrs. Jerome and her son, were in the office with Bottweil when I left. It must be assumed that one of them, or one of the 3 people in the studio, had grasped an earlier opportunity. Now, what about them? Had any of them reasons to do away with Bottweil?
There are motives aplenty. Mrs. Jerome has put $500,000 in the business. She thinks she owns Bottweil. Very upset and jealous of Margot and Cherry Kwan. Son Leo, who has vinegar in his veins, not blood, very jealous of Mama's interest in Bottweil and of all his future inheritance being spent on Bottweil. Kiernan, I don't know about him for sure, but judging from the looks he was giving Cherry Kwan, I suspect he would like to mix some Irish with her Chinese. And if he thought Bottweil had him stymied, he might have been tempted to take steps. That can't be Kramer, but he could have sent someone.
Oh, let Fritz get it. He knows how to handle police. Continue. Had Miss Dickey a motive?
Oh, I got her a license to marry, not to kill. If she was lying when she said it worked, she's almost as good a liar as she's a dancer. Well, maybe she is. Well, if it didn't work, she might have been tempted.
And Miss Kwan?
There you've got me. You know, I think she works at being inscrutable. Cherry Kwan is a mystery to me.
Yes, Fritz, what is it?
Miss Cherry Kwan to see you, Mr. Wolfe. She says it's extremely urgent.
Bring her in.
Yes, sir.
Speak of the devil.
Will you come in, miss?
I was afraid to telephone because you might tell me not to come. So I just came. Will you forgive me?
Take a chair, Miss Kwan.
Oh, I must get myself together. I'm nervous because it's so exciting to be here. I've read about you so much. Oh, there's the famous globe, and the bookshelves, and the safe, and the couch. Oh, and of course, Archie Goodwin. And you, to actually see you behind your desk in your enormous chair.
Miss Kwan,
Of course, I saw you this afternoon, but that wasn't the same thing. You could have been anybody in that silly Santa Claus costume. I wanted to pull your whiskers.
If I understand you, Miss Kwan, I'm at a loss. If you think you saw me this afternoon in a Santa Claus costume, you're mistaken.
Oh, I'm sorry. Then you haven't told them?
Madam, if you must talk in riddles, talk to Mr. Goodwin. He enjoys them.
But I am sorry, Mr. Wolfe. I should have explained first how I know. This morning at breakfast, Kurt told me that you had phoned him and arranged to appear at the party as Santa Claus. That's how I know. But you haven't told the police? Then it's a good thing I haven't told them either, isn't it?
This is interesting. What do you expect to accomplish by this fol-de-rol?
Oh, dear. You with so much sense. You must see that it's no use. If I tell the police, they will investigate.
Very well. I concede that you could create an unpleasant situation by taking that yarn to the police. I don't suppose you came here merely to tell me that you intend to. What do you intend?
I think we understand each other.
I understand only that you want something. What?
You are so direct, so very abrupt, that I must have said something wrong. But I do want something. You see, since the police think the murderer was the Santa Claus who ran away, they may not get on the right track until it's too late. You wouldn't want that, would you?
Well, that's your premise.
I wouldn't want it. I wouldn't want whoever killed Kurt to get away, no matter who it was. But you see, I know who killed him.
Oh, you do?
Oh, yes. I have told the police, but they wouldn't listen until they find Santa Claus. Or if they listen, they think I'm just a jealous cat.
Who killed him?
I'll tell you. Margot Dickey and Kurt were having an affair. A few months ago, Kurt began on me, and it was hard for me because I had a feeling for him. I had a strong feeling. But you see, I am a virgin, and I wouldn't give in to him. I told him the first man I slept with would be my husband. Can you understand that?
I think so.
Last night, late, it was after midnight, he phoned me that he had broken with Margot for good, and he wanted to marry me. He wanted to come and see me, but I told him I was in bed and we would see each other in the morning. He persuaded me to go to his apartment for breakfast, and I did this morning. But I am still a virgin, Mr. Wolfe.
That is your privilege, madam.
Oh, is it a privilege? When I got to the studio, I was surprised to see Margot there, and how friendly she was. That was part of her plan, to be friendly and cheerful with everyone. She has told the police that Kurt was going to marry her, that they had decided last night to get married next week, Christmas week.
Have we reached the point? Did Miss Dickey kill Mr. Botwell?
Yes, of course she did.
And you told the police that?
Yes. I didn't tell them all that I have told you, but enough.
With evidence?
No. I have no evidence.
Then you're vulnerable to an action for slander.
Does that matter? When I know I am right, when I know it? But she was so clever, the way she did it, that there can't be any evidence. But it has got to be proved somehow. There has got to be evidence to prove it.
And you want me to get it?
It would be very good if the evidence proved who killed Kurt and also proved who Santa Claus was. Wouldn't it?
Go on.
You have men who do things for you. And one of them can say that you asked him to go there and be Santa Claus, and he did. He can say that while he was in the dressing room putting on the costume, he heard someone in the office and peeked out to see who it was. And he saw Margot Dickey get the bottle from the desk drawer and put something in it.
I see.
He can say that he ran away because he was frightened and wanted to tell you about it first. I don't think they would do anything to him if he went to them tomorrow morning and told them all about it, would they? Oh, just like me. I don't think they would do anything to me if I went to them tomorrow morning and told them that I had remembered that Kurt told me that you were going to be Santa Claus.
And that's what you want.
Did I say it so you understand me?
Oh, you did indeed. You put it admirably. Buzz for Fritz, Archie. I suppose, Miss Quan, it's futile to advance the possibility that one of the others killed him. As if so, it would be a pity.
Excuse me, I interrupt. I know she killed him.
I don't. And even if I bow to your conviction, before I can undertake the stratagem you propose, I'd have to make sure there are no facts that would scuttle it. It won't take me long. You'll hear from me tomorrow.
I can't wait longer than tomorrow morning to tell them what Kurt told me.
Oui, you can and you will. The moment you disclose that, you no longer have a whip to dangle at me. You'll hear from me tomorrow.
Yes, Mr. Wolfe.
Miss Quan is leaving, Fritz. Show her out.
It was very exciting to be here. I hope it will be early tomorrow.
Oh.
Who do you think will be best for it? Saul, Fred, Ori Cather?
Sit down. You see through women?
Huh?
Well?
Oh, no, not that one. I pass. I wouldn't bet a dime on her one way or the other. Would you?
No. She's probably a liar and possibly a murderer. If you sit down, I must have everything that happened there today after I left. Every word and every gesture.
You read your statement over?
I have read it. I am ready to sign it.
And you've left nothing out?
Nothing I can think of. Nothing in any way relevant.
Goodwin, I'm going to give you a break.
Again?
That statement says specifically that you've reported everything you did there yesterday afternoon.
Yeah, as I said, I've read it. So?
So who put your fingerprints on some of the pieces of paper in Botbau's wastebasket?
Well, I'll be damned. I forgot to put gloves on.
You don't forget things. So you have deliberately left it out. I want to know why, and I want to know what you took from that wastebasket and what you did with it.
Yeah, I'm also damned because I thought I knew how thorough you are, and apparently I didn't. I wouldn't have supposed you would go so far as to dust the contents of a wastebasket when there was nothing to connect them. But I see I was wrong. Oh, boy, I hate being wrong. Well, we learn something new every day.
You haven't answered my question.
Now, look. Santa Claus had run. Kiernan was calling the police, and I guess I was a little rattled. And I must have looked around for something that might give me a line on Santa Claus, and my eye lit on the wastebasket, and I went through it. I haven't mentioned it because it wasn't very bright, and I like people to think I'm bright, especially cops. Now, there's your why. As for what I took, the answer is nothing. You want me to write that in?
You are very bright, and you don't get rattled. Yes, I want you to write that in. And initial it.
As you wish. This may take a little time. I'm a slow writer. Say, I hope I'm not holding you up. Wolfe wasn't in the office when I got home, of course, because his afternoon session up in the plant rooms is from 4 to 6 without fail. There was no note on my desk from him, so apparently there was still no instructions. But there was information on it. My desk ashtray, which is purely decoration, since I seldom smoke, had 3 cigarette butts in it, Faro brand, the kind Saul Panzer smokes.
Yes, Fritz.
It's not Fritz, it's me. I'm back.
Oh, you.
Yeah, me. There's nothing urgent to report. They found my prints on the stuff in the wastebasket, but I escaped without loss of blood. Is it all right for me to empty my ashtray?
Yes, please do so.
But then what do I do?
I'll tell you at 6 o'clock, possibly earlier.
Damn. Nero Wolfe's office. Archie Goodwin.
Archie, it's Saul. Glad to hear you're back home safe.
Well, I'm glad somebody is. What's up?
Message for Mr. Wolfe.
Yeah.
Tell him everything is set. No snags.
That's all?
Right. Be seeing you.
Yes.
Saul called and said to tell you everything is set, no snags.
Oh, well, satisfactory.
Well, congratulations. Am I in the way?
Oddly enough, no. Have chairs in place for visitors. 10 should be enough. 4 or 5 will come shortly after 6 o'clock. I hope not more. Others will come later.
Refreshments?
Liquids, of course. Nothing else.
Anything else for me?
No.
Satisfactory youth.
I don't thank you for coming because you came in your own interest, not mine.
My mother and I came to find out what you're up to.
You will, Mr. Hatch. I sent each of you an identical message saying that Mr. Goodwin has certain information which he feels he must give to the police not later than tonight. But I have persuaded him to let me discuss it with you first. I
didn't know Cherry Kwan would be here.
You do now. I hope Miss Dickey and Mr. Kiernan will join us soon. Before I tell you what Mr. Goodwin's information is, I need a few facts from you. For instance, I understand that any of you could have found an opportunity to put the poison in the bottle. Do you challenge that?
I've already told
Did
that
you
inspector
mean to
that
tell
I will
me that
not
you
do
got
your...
us to
I warn
come
you, I
here
will
for
not
that?
make accusations
You,
like...
please. I point no finger of accusation at any of you. I merely say that none of you can prove that you had no opportunity. Can you?
This is ridiculous. It was that guy playing Santa Claus. Of course it was. I was with Bottweil and my mother all the time, first in the workshop and then in his office. I can prove that.
But Bottweil is dead, and your mother is your mother. Did you go up to the office a little before them, or did your mother go up a little before Bottweil did? Is there acceptable proof that you didn't? And the others have the same problem. Miss Kwan?
If you mean I can't prove I wasn't in the office alone yesterday, no, I can't.
What information has Goodwin got?
We'll get to that. A few more facts first. Mrs. Jerome, when did you learn that Bottweil had decided to marry Miss Kwan?
What? What did you say?
No, Mother, no.
Kurt marry her? That little strumpet?
Oh, this is wonderful. Really wonderful. Goodwin hasn't got any information, and neither have you. Why you wanted to get us together and start us clawing at each other, I don't see that. I don't know why you're interested, but maybe I'll find out if I give you a hand. Maybe we all put poison in the bottle, and that's why it was such a big dose. If it's true that Kurt had decided to marry Cherry and Alf Kiernan knew it, that would have done it. Alf would have killed 100 Kurts if it would get him Cherry. If Mama knew it, she would have gone for Cherry instead of Kurt, but maybe she figured there would soon be another one, and she might as well settle it for good.
Shut up, Leo.
Are you sure, Mama? I was about to say that Cherry would seem to be the most likely.
Mr. Wolfe.
She has the best brain of the lot and by far the strongest will. But I understand that while she says Kurt was going to marry her, Margot claims that he was going to marry her. Of course, that complicates it, and anyway, Margot has more than her share of the kind of pride that is only skin deep and therefore can't stand a scratch. If Kurt did decide to marry Cherry and told Margot so, he was an even bigger imbecile than I thought he was. Which brings me to me. I am in a class by myself. I despise all of them. If I'd taken to poison, I would have put it in the champagne as well as the Pernod and really enjoyed myself.
But I have my...
Out of my way, I've got to see him.
Mr. Wolfe, I couldn't stop him.
What is this? What's going on here?
Good evening, Mr. Kramer. I was expecting you.
The hell you say? I want a word
I'm
with...
delighted to see that you brought Miss Dickey and Mr. Kiernan with you. Good evening, Sergeant Stebbins. Good evening, Saul.
Panzer?
Yes, sir.
I'm running this. Panzer, you're under arrest, and you stay with Sergeant Stebbins and keep your mouth shut. I don't want
No, Mr. Kramer. If Saul is under arrest, take him out of here. You are not running this, not in my house. If you have warrants for anyone present, take them and leave these premises. Would you bulldoze me, Mr. Kramer? You should know better.
I want to talk with you.
Certainly. Be seated.
Not here, alone.
It would be a waste of time. My way will be quicker and better. You have a choice, sir. Either go with whomever you can lawfully take, or sit down while I tell you who killed Kurt Bottweil. Now, Miss Kwan, if you don't mind moving, Mr. Kramer likes that chair.
You know who killed Kurt Bottweil?
I confess that I stretched it a little, but I soon can and will. First, some facts for you. I assume you know that for the past 2 months, Mr. Goodwin has been seeing something of Miss Dickey. He says she dances well.
Yeah, you can save that for later. I want to know if you sent Saul Panzer to meet whoever...
You will. I'm headed for that. But you may prefer this firsthand. Archie, if you please, what Miss Dickey asked you to do last Monday evening and what happened?
You want me to tell...
Yes.
We were dancing at the Flamingo Club. She said Bottweil had been telling her for a year that he would marry her next week, but next week never came, and she was going to have a showdown with him. She asked me to get a blank marriage license and fill it out for her and me and then give it to her, and she would show it to Bottweil and tell him it was now or never. I got the blank on Tuesday and filled it in and gave it to her.
Well, go on. And yesterday afternoon?
She told me that the license trick had worked perfectly. That was about a minute before Bottweil entered the studio. I said in my statement to the DA that she told me Bottweil was going to marry her. But I didn't mention the marriage license because it was immaterial.
Did she tell you what happened to the license?
She said Bottweil had torn it up and put the pieces in a wastebasket by the desk in his office. That was the night before, Thursday evening.
And what did you do when you went to the office after Bottweil had died?
I dumped the wastebasket, put the stuff back in piece by piece. No part of the license was there.
You made sure of that?
Yes.
Any questions, Mr. Kramer?
No.
Goodwin lied in his statement. I warned him. I'll deal with that later. What I want to know is...
Then Cherry took it. You took it, you professional virgin.
I did not. Mr. Wolfe, I am not going to wait any longer.
Miss Kwan, I'm doing this. Another fact, Mr. Kramer. Yesterday, I had a luncheon appointment with Mr. Bottweil at Rusterman's restaurant. He had once dined at my table and wished to reciprocate. He'd asked me to do him a favor on the way, to stop at a shop and pick up a pair of white cotton gloves, medium size, for a man.
You bought the white gloves?
It struck me as a peculiar request, but Mr. Bottweil is a peculiar man. At lunch, he explained somewhat vaguely what he wanted them for. I gathered he'd taken pity on some derelict he'd seen on a park bench and had hired him to serve refreshments at the office party, costumed as Santa Claus. And he decided that the only way to make his hands presentable was to have him wear gloves. You shake your head, Inspector.
You're damn right I do. You would have reported that. No reason on earth not to.
I didn't report it because I thought you'd find the murderer without it. The derelict Santa had obviously skedaddled out of fright, since he couldn't possibly have known of the jar of poison in the workshop, among other things. And, as you know, I have a strong aversion to involvement in matters where I've no concern or interest.
You're reporting it now.
I am indeed, because I understood from Mr. Goodwin that you were intensifying your search for the man who was there as Santa Claus. And with your army, it probably wouldn't take long to get to me, and I'd be under inquisition. I must report the episode now and suffer your rebuke for not reporting it earlier, but in the meantime, I wanted to make use of my singular advantage. I knew that the man who acted Santa Claus was almost certainly not the murderer, and I needed first to have a talk with one of these people, and I did so when Miss Kwan came here last evening.
Why, Miss Kwan?
Mr. Wolfe.
You can decide later whether such details matter. With Miss Kwan, I discussed her associates at that place and their relationships, and I became satisfied that Bottweil had, in fact, decided to marry her. That was all. You can also decide later whether it's worthwhile to ask her to corroborate that.
I ask her now. Miss Kwan...
Mr. Wolfe is speaking. I'll wait till he's finished.
Thank you. This morning, I acted. Mr. Goodwin was at the district attorney's office with you, so I called in Mr. Panzer to do some errands. Would you tell Mr. Kramer about the first one, Saul?
Yes, sir. I was to learn whether Bottweil's wastebasket had been emptied since his conversation with Miss Dickey in his office Thursday evening. I got the name and address of the cleaning woman who worked at that establishment, and I found her, and I had a talk with her. She told me that the wastebasket had been emptied at about 6 o'clock Thursday afternoon, and not since then.
Cherry must have taken them.
Meanwhile, I was phoning everyone concerned, Mrs. Jerome and her son, Miss Kwan, Miss Dickey, Mr. Kinnan, and inviting them to come here for a conference at 6:15. I told them Mr. Goodwin had information which he intended to give to the police, which incidentally wasn't true, and that I preferred to discuss it first with them.
I told you so.
Mr. Panzer's second task was the delivery of some messages. He'd written them in longhand at my dictation on plain sheets of paper. They were identical and ran as follows. Saul?
When I was there yesterday putting on my costume, I saw you through a crack in the door, and I saw what you did. Do you want me to tell the cops? Be at Grand Central Information Booth, upper level, at 6:30 today. I'll come up to you and say, St. Nick.
By God, you admit you got Panzer to do that?
I proclaim it. The messages were signed Santa Claus and put in plain envelopes, and Mr. Panzer made sure they were delivered. Now, these were not so much shots at random as they may appear. If one of those people had killed Bottweil, it was extremely likely that the poison had been put in the bottle while the derelict was donning the Santa Claus costume. So it was highly probable that the murderer would believe he'd been observed and would be irresistibly impelled to meet the writer of that message. One of the shots would reach its target. The question was, which one?
Are you going to tell us now?
Yeah, there was the possibility, of course, that one or more of them would go to you with the message, Inspector. Only the murderer would go to the rendezvous without first consulting you. So, you may now report. What happened in the vicinity of the information booth after you arrived?
Yes, sir. I arrived at 6:20. Within 3 minutes, I had recognized 3 homicide men scattered around in different spots. I don't know if they recognized me. At 6:28, I saw Alfred Kernan walk up near the booth and stand there about 10 feet away from it. And I was just about to go and speak to him when I saw Margot Dickey coming up from the 42nd Street side. I went to her first and said St. Nick. She said, "Who are you? What do you want?" I said, "Excuse me, I'll be right back." And I went over to Alfred Kernan and said to him, "St. Nick." As soon as I said that, he raised a hand to his ear, and then here they came, the 3 homicide men who I had recognized, and Inspector Kramer and Sergeant Stebbins. I was afraid Miss Dickey would run, and she did start to, but they had seen me speak to her, and 2 of them stopped her. They took us to a room back at the parcel room and started in on me, and I followed your instructions. I told them I would say nothing whatever, except in the presence of Nero Wolfe, because I was acting under your orders. When they saw I meant it, they brought us here. Anything else?
No, satisfactory. Inspector, I assume Mr. Pence is correct in concluding that Mr. Kiernan gave your men a signal, so Mr. Kiernan had gone to you with the message.
Yes. So had Mrs. Jerome and her son Leo.
But Miss Dickey hadn't.
No.
Of course, I expected it to be Miss Dickey, since she lied about the license. The rest of what she told Mr. Goodwin was under suspicion.
Why would I tell Archie that Kurt was going to marry me if it wasn't true? It would have been stupid. He'd find out.
Not so stupid if you knew that Bottfile would soon die. Far from stupid. If you'd already put the poison in the bottle, it would purge you of motive, or at least help to do so.
Kurt was going to marry me.
No, Miss Dickey. It's a fair surmise that on Thursday evening Bottfile told you that he would not marry you, that he had decided to marry Miss Kwan, and you decided to kill him and proceeded to do so. And it must be admitted that you would probably never have been exposed, but for the complications injected by Santa Claus and my resulting intervention. Have you any comment, Miss Dickey?
Don't answer. I'm running this now.
You may.
Inspector, Cherry took those pieces from the wastebasket. She did it. She killed him.
No, Miss Dickey. She didn't go there to meet a blackmailer, and you did. Take her, Stebbins.
Episode were Mabel Moore as Nero Wolfe and Dawn Franks as Archie Goodwin. Marty Meriden was Cherry Kwan, Linda Sorensen, Margot Dickey, Patricia Hamilton, Mrs. Jerome, Gordon Thompson, Leo Hatch, John Granick, Kurt Bottfile. Cease Linder was Inspector Kramer, Alfie Scoff was Saul Panzer, and Frank Perry was Fritz. Music was composed and conducted by Don Gillis. Technical operations by John Jessup. Sound effects, Bill Robinson. Production assistant was Nancy McElveen, and casting consultant was Ann Weldon Tate. Christmas Party was written and produced in Toronto by Ron Hartman. Next week.
Is that amphogel you're taking?
It is. I haven't had to take this stuff since that hideous experiment with eels in the spring.
Nero and Archie meet society's foremost hostess.
You remember me, Mr. Wolfe?
Oh, indeed I do. You're the woman who came here 2 years ago and tried to bribe me to play the clown.
Bribe? That's silly. I offered you $2,000 to come to a party and be the detective in a murder game. $2,000 and all the beer you could drink for a few hours' work.
Archie is introduced into society.
This is my brother, Daniel, Mr. Goldwyn.
Goodwin.
What?
The name's Goodwin.
Of course. Daniel, will you show Mr. Gordon to the office?
Goodwin.
And when you're finished, please join us on the terrace for cocktails.
Thanks.
You know the girls and Larry, of course.
Mm-hmm.
And I hear you've met Mr.
I've had the pleasure.
So the only one you don't know is Dr. Brady. This is Mr. Goldman.
No, the name is Gulenwangle.
The party game was murder.
Are you going to faint?
No, I'm all right
you?
now. I never scream, really. I never do, but it just seems so, you know. cutting myself with glass so soon after Miss Huddleston.
Yeah, well, just take it easy.
I didn't scream when I cut myself. I'm not quite that silly, really. I'm
I
not.
know.
But I screamed when I saw the piece of glass lodged in the bath brush. It seemed so...
Let me see that.
There.
Next week, cordially invited to meet death, with guest stars Barbara Hamilton, Terry Tweed, Ken James, Lynn Darragon, and Tom Harvey. Rex Stout's Nero Wolfe. Starring Mavor Moore as Nero Wolfe and Dawn Franks as Archie Goodwin. Today's episode, cordially invited to meet death, with special guest stars Barbara Hamilton, Terry Tweed, Lynn Darragon, Ken James, and Tom Harvey.
When Bess Huddleston phoned to ask Nero Wolfe to come up to her place at Riverdale right away, I know I should have cut her off short. But I suggested that if she came up to our office about 3, Mr. Wolfe would be delighted to see her, which was a lie. After her other visit to him, Wolfe would not be delighted to see Bess Huddleston at any time. But what the hell? The August heat had made him even lazier than usual, and it had been as dull as a blunt instrument since our last case. He needed stirring up.
My God, with all your weight in this heat, I should think you'd sweat more. You remember me, Mr. Wolfe?
Oh, indeed I do. You're the woman who came here 2 years ago and tried to bribe me to play the clown.
Bribe? That's silly. I offered you $2,000 to come to a party and be the detective in a murder game. $2,000 and all the beer you could drink for a few hours' work. Now, surely that was a reasonable offer.
If you have come, madam...
Relax. I don't want you for a party this time. I wish I did. Someone is trying to ruin me.
Ruin you? What, financially, physically?
Just ruin me. You know what I do? I do parties.
I know what you do.
Very well. My clients are rich and important people. So what do you think the effect would be? Wait, I'll show you.
Oh, you dropped something.
Oh,
down there.
That's nothing. Just toss it in the wastebasket.
Oh, into the wastebasket.
Here it is. What do you think of this letter?
Archie.
This is confidential.
So is Mr. Goodwin. Read it to me, Archie.
The envelope is addressed to Mrs. Jervis Horrocks, New York City, and the message reads, was it ignorance or something else that caused Dr. Brady to prescribe the wrong medicine for your daughter? Ask Bess Huddleston. She can tell you if she will. She told me. It's all in fancy type and there's no signature.
There was another one, but I haven't got it. It was sent to a very rich and prominent man, and it said, where and with whom does your wife spend most of her afternoons? Ask Bess Huddleston. She told me. The man showed it to me. His wife is one of my
Please. Are you consulting me or hiring me?
I'm hiring you to find out who sent those things.
It's a mean kind of job. Often next to impossible. Nothing but greed could induce me to tackle it.
Certainly. I know how to charge, too. I expect to get soaked. But where will I be if this isn't stopped, and stopped quickly?
Very well. Your notebook, Archie.
I can save you some time. The paper and envelopes are the kind used by my assistant, Janet Nichols.
Your assistant at...
At arranging parties. Very clever girl, really. She thought of the Stryker Giant and Dwarf party.
Giant and Dwarf... Go on, please. Both messages were typed?
On my typewriter, owned by me, I should say. It's used by my secretary, Mariella Timms. Both of the girls live in my house.
And both had access to the typewriter?
Oh, yes. My office is never locked.
Anyone else? Servants?
No use to bother about servants. No servant ever stays long enough to develop a grudge.
Yes, the newspapers are full of the stories of the alligators, bears, and other disturbing elements in your home.
Publicity is important in my line of work. You grow plants.
I grow orchids, but not for publicity. Does anyone else live in your house?
Well, there's my nephew, Larry. He's on my payroll, too, but there's no point in even thinking about him. He'd never do a thing like that.
What about the insinuations in the letters, the wrong medicine of the questionable afternoon?
I know nothing about those things, and anyway, they're irrelevant. The point is that some malicious person is trying to ruin me by spreading hints that I'm blabbing secrets about people. Whether the secrets are true or not has nothing to do with it.
Okay. Now, forget about where Mrs. Richman spends her afternoons. Maybe at the ball game. But just as a matter of record, did Mrs. Jervis Horrocks have a daughter? And had she been sick and had Dr. Brady attended her?
Yes, Mrs. Horrocks' daughter died a month ago, and Dr. Brady was her doctor.
Died of what?
Tetanus. She scratched her arm on a nail in a riding academy
There is
stable.
no wrong medicine for tetanus.
It was terrible, but it has nothing to do with this. The point is that someone is trying to ruin me, and it's got to be stopped. And if you're as smart as you're supposed to be, you can stop it. Of course, I ought to tell you, I know who did it.
Do you know?
Yes, I think I know. No, I do know.
Well, then why, madam, are you annoying me?
Because I can't prove it. And she denies it.
What, you charged her with it?
I discussed it with her. And also with Mariella, and my nephew, and Dr. Brady, and my brother. I asked them questions. I saw I couldn't handle it, so I came to you.
By elimination, the culprit then is Miss Nichols.
Yes.
But you have no proof. What do you have?
I have a feeling.
Oh, phooey. Based on what?
I know her.
Do you? By divination? Phrenology? What specific revelations of her character have you observed? Does she pull chairs from other people?
Cut the glitter. You know quite well what I mean. I say I know her, that's all.
I see. Flatly, you don't like her. She must be either remarkably stupid or extremely clever to have used her own stationery for anonymous letters. Had you thought of that?
Certainly. She's clever.
How long has she worked for you?
3 years.
You pay her adequately?
I certainly do.
Then why does she want to ruin you? Sheer cussedness?
She thinks she has a grievance.
Which is?
A private matter. Wouldn't help you any. Look, I'm willing to pay you for finding out who sent those letters and getting proof.
You mean you pay me for fastening the guilt on Miss Nichols?
Not at all. On whoever did it.
No matter who it is?
Certainly.
But you're sure it's Miss Nichols?
I'm not sure. I said I have a feeling. Look, I have to go. I'll be late for an appointment. Can you come up to my place tonight?
No, I cannot. As you know, I rarely leave this house.
Then how can you...
First, I'd like to see the young women. Send them here. I'll be free at 6 o'clock.
Oh, God. You would have made a wonderful party. If I could sell it to the Crothers, I could make it $4,000.
Good day, Miss Huddleston.
Don't bother to see me out. You couldn't move fast enough to suit me anyway.
Archie.
The reason I gave her an appointment was quite simple. You haven't accepted a case
Bring
since...
me that thing that she dropped.
Well, the thing I threw in the wastebasket?
Yes. What is it?
Well, it's a snapshot of a girl's face. Nothing special to my taste. Trimmed off so it's six-sided in shape. It's about the size of a $50.
Interesting.
You want it for your album?
See that those young women are here at 6 sharp, Archie.
I'm Janet Nichols.
And I'm Mariella Timms.
We have an appointment with Mr. Wolfe.
For 6 o'clock. You're late.
I'm sorry. It's my fault.
Well, come in. We'll go into the office. Since it's 20 minutes past 6, Mr. Wolfe has gone to the kitchen and started operations on some corned beef hash.
You mean he's eating corned beef hash?
No, that comes later. He's concocting it.
Now, I really am sorry. I didn't get back until after 5, and I was in riding clothes and had to change.
If you ladies will, just wait a minute. Make yourself comfortable, please. I'll see if I can pry him out of the kitchen.
Seasoning, Fritz. It's only the dryness, the texture.
But, Mr. Wolfe, you won't let me use olive oil.
Well, if I could interrupt this cabinet meeting, Miss Nichols and Miss Timms are here.
They're late. Tell them to come back tomorrow. Fritz, I will not allow you to put olive oil.
Well, I hear y'all making corned beef hash.
Archie.
I asked him to wait in the office.
Excuse me, but corned beef hash is one of my specialties. Well, now, let's see. Well, there's nothing in this bowl but meat, is there?
As you see.
Why, it's ground too fine.
Ground too...
This is Miss Timms, Mr. Wolfe, Mr. Fritz Brenner, our chef.
Ground too fine for what? This is not a tender fresh meat with juices to lose.
Oh, now, honey, you just calm down. It's not ruined, only it's better if it's coarser. Oh, and that's far too much potatoes for that meat. But if you don't have chitlins, well, then you can...
Chitlins?
Fresh pig chitlins, of course. Well, that's the secret of it. Fried shallow in olive oil with onion juice.
Good heavens. I've never heard of it. It's never occurred to me. Fritz?
It might go. We can try it as an experiment.
Yeah. Archie, go to Kretzmeyer and see if he has pig chitlins. 2 pounds.
Oh, you better let me help, Fritz. It's sort of tricky.
Slight change of plans, Miss Nichols. Oh.
What's the matter?
What did you do with it?
What did I do with
The
what?
snapshot you took from my desk. It's the only picture I've got of you. Where'd you put it?
I don't know what you mean.
That picture is my property, and I want it. Let's say fluttered into your bag. Now look in your bag.
It isn't
then
there.
I'll look into your bag.
No. It isn't there. It's down my blouse.
Okay. You have an alternative. Either you dig it out yourself, or I will. Now, first way is most ladylike. I'll even turn my back.
Please, it's my picture.
It's a picture of you, but it's not your picture.
Miss Huddleston gave it to you, didn't
Let's
she?
say she did.
And she thinks I sent those awful letters. I know she does, and I didn't.
Good.
Only
good.
a skunk would send letters like that.
That is another matter which Mr. Wolfe is handling. I'm handling the picture, and I want it back. Now, do I take it?
No. Just turn around.
I'll count to 3. 1, 2...
All right. There you are.
Thank you. Now, you'd like to come with me?
Where are you taking me?
Miss Nichols, you and I are about to hunt the wild pig chitlin in its lair.
What? I won't have any hash, thank you.
No hash?
No, thank you.
Could I have Fritz slice some ham for you?
Oh, yes, thank you. You won't eat the hash because I cooked it. That is not so. I just don't like corned beef. But it has pig chitlins. I don't like pig chitlins either. Mr. Wolfe, I thought we came here to discuss those letters.
After dinner, Miss Nichols, I never discuss business at a meal.
I have an engagement at 9.
Now, that was what I call a truly productive evening. We have them here for 3 hours, and what do we got? Janet doesn't like corned beef hash. Mariella doesn't like Janet. Fritz doesn't like Mariella. I think Mariella's kind of cute. I just love the way she pops her eyes when she says corned beef hash.
Oh, shut up.
That's what the whole evening has been. Hash. If you think you're going to solve this case...
Look, go up there tomorrow and look around. Check the servants, the typewriters. Talk to the nephew and decide if I must see him, and if so, bring him. And get Dr. Brady here. After lunch would be best.
Right.
Around 2. Now, please get your notebook and take a letter. Get it off tonight's special delivery.
Yes, sir, I'm ready.
To Professor J. Martingale of Harvard.
Harvard?
Dear Joseph, I have made a remarkable discovery stop. You may remember our discussion last winter regarding the possibility of using pig chitlins in connection with the...
Oh, boy. If I had taken a gun with me that afternoon, I swear I would have found a use for it. Since I read newspapers, the trick fence at Bess Huddleston's estate in Riverdale was no surprise to me. I parked the car, walked up a path through the trees and bushes towards the house. I don't know what warned me. I suppose I was aware of being watched. Nice. Nice, fella. Easy boy. Easy. Nice orangutan. Easy now. Easy boy. I'm a friend. Honest. I was invited. If this is your private path, why didn't you say so? All right. Okay. I'm going.
He wants to play tag.
What?
He wants to play tag.
I don't.
Well, if you offend him, he'll bite you.
Oh.
Start past him and dodge when he goes to touch you.
Huh?
Dodge a couple of times, then let him tag you and say Mr. in an admiring voice. That's all.
Mr.
Mr. is his name.
Oh. Well, I could turn around and just go home.
No, I wouldn't try that. He'd resent it.
Well, then I could sock him one.
You might. I doubt it. Besides, if you hurt him and my aunt ever catches you... I suppose you're Archie Goodwin?
Uh-huh.
I'm Larry Huddleston. I didn't send those letters and don't know who did. My aunt is upstairs arguing with her brother Daniel, but I can't invite you in until you get past Mister.
Does everyone who comes here have to play tag with this damn overgrown orangutan?
He's not an orangutan. He's a chimpanzee. He doesn't often play with strangers. It means he likes you.
Oh, swell. Here, mister. Come on, catch me. You missed. Ha, ha, ha. Try again. Whoa, look, you caught me. Oh, mister. Nice, mister. Oh, God, I feel like a damn fool.
Very good. You've made a friend for life.
Oh, great, great. My heart bleeds. Here's my hand.
Oh, did he bite you?
No, he must have just scratched me, I guess. It's just a scratch.
Come on up to the house. I'll get you some iodine.
You keep a first aid outfit beside the front door?
We keep iodine in every room.
Why?
On account of Mister. He never bites deep, but he often breaks somebody's skin. Then Logo and Lulu, sometimes they take a little nip.
Logo and Lulu?
The bears?
Oh, yeah, the bears, yes. Where are they now?
Having a nap somewhere. They always nap in the afternoon. They'll be around later.
Great, I can't wait.
That's all there is to
This
it.
is my
I've
aunt
told you
now.
1,000 times. Oh, you've come. How are you?
Fine.
This is my brother Daniel, Mr. Goldwyn.
Goodwin.
What?
The name's Goodwin.
Of course. How did you make out?
Shouldn't we go up to your office?
Heavens, you can talk in front of Daniel and Larry. We've discussed the whole thing.
Oh, okay. We talked with Janet and Mariella.
Mm-hmm.
Dr. Brady was requested to call at our office at 2 o'clock today, but he was too busy.
Huh. He wasn't too busy to come up here and ride one of my horses. They ought to be back soon. He's with Janet now. You can meet him then.
Okay, now, if I can see where Janet keeps her stationery and take a sample from that typewriter...
Daniel, will you show Mr. Gordon to the office?
Goodwin.
And when you're finished, please join us on the terrace for cocktails.
Thanks.
Larry, you come with me. We need to settle about the Furstenberg.
There's nothing to settle until
So,
the Furstenberg...
you're a detective.
That's what they tell me.
Anyone who sends letters like that deserves to be immersed to the chin in a 10% solution of hydrofluoric acid.
Why, would that be painful?
Well, yes, it would. Do you want to ask me anything?
Well, what should I ask you?
Well, that's the trouble. There's nothing I can tell you. I have no information to offer or even suspicions, but I could offer a comment. 2 comments.
Number 1?
It is worth considering that 4 people would be injured by anything that might happen to my sister. I'm her brother, and I have a deep and strong affection for her. The young ladies are employed by her, and they are well paid. Larry is also well paid, frankly, too well. But for his aunt, he might earn $4 a day as a helper on a coal barge. I know of no other occupation that would not strain his faculties beyond their limit, except maybe a gigolo. But the point is, his prosperity depends entirely on hers. So it is conceivable, and I offer this merely as a comment, that we 4 may properly be eliminated from suspicion.
Okay, that leaves 1.
1?
Sure. Doc Brady.
By no means. You misunderstand me.
Hmm?
Now, I know very little about Dr. Brady, though it so happens that my second comment concerns him. I insist it is merely a comment. You have the letter received by Mrs. Horrocks?
Yes.
Then you have probably realized that while it purports to be an attack on Dr. Brady, it is so manifestly absurd that it couldn't possibly damage him. Mrs. Horrocks' daughter died of tetanus. There is no such thing as a wrong medicine for tetanus, nor a right one either. The antitoxin can prevent tetanus, but if the toxin has reached the nerve centers, nothing can cure it. So the attack on Dr. Brady was no attack at all.
Gee, that's interesting. Are you a doctor?
No, I'm a research chemist, but any standard medical...
Sure. I'll look it up. What reason do you suppose Doc Brady might have had for putting your sister on the skids?
So far as I know, none. None whatever.
Then that lets him out. With everyone out, there's no one left but your sister.
My sister?
She must have sent the letters herself. Should we look at the office?
and just in time. Haskell will bring drinks out in a minute. You know the girls and Larry, of course, and I hear you've met Mister.
I've had the pleasure.
So the only one you don't know is Dr. Brady. This is Mr. Goldman.
No, the name is Gulenwangle.
Don't mind her, Mr. Goodwin. It's a pose. She pretends she can't remember the name of anyone not in the social register. Since her entire career is founded on snobbery.
Oh, snob yourself. You were born to it and believe in it. With me, it's business. But for heaven's sakes, let's not... Oh, mister! Oh, mister, you devil! Oh, mister! Don't you dare tickle my feet! Give me back my slipper!
Now, don't mind them, Mr. Goodwin. It's a game they play. Mister loves to tickle her feet.
Yes, I know how playful he is.
Mister, now you stop it! Stop it! Oh, now here comes Haskell with our drinks. Now you be a good boy or Mummy won't. Look out! Oh. Now, see what you've done, you naughty boy. You've upset Haskell's tray and smashed the glasses. Oh, Haskell, for God's sakes, don't leave now with guests coming for dinner. Go to your room and have a drink and lie down. We'll clean this up.
My name is Hoskins.
Oh, so it is. Of course it is. Go and have a drink, Hoskins.
Yes.
Oh, it's all right, baby. It's all right. Mummy's not mad at you. You just wanted your drink, didn't you? Oh, there's a baby.
You give him a drink?
Oh, yes. Just fruit juice, of course.
Oh, good. I can imagine him with a martini under his belt.
There we are. Everything cleaned up, and Mummy's big boy has his drink. Everything's better now. It seems to be a day for breaking things. Someone broke my bottle of bath salts, and it splattered all over the bathroom. And whoever did it just left it that way.
Who, mister?
Oh, I don't think so. He never goes in there. I didn't care to ask the servants. Oh, well, I better go and see if there's going to be any dinner or anyone to serve it. Where did Mister put my slipper?
Oh, there it is, under the hammock.
Ah, I see it. Oh, damn!
What is it?
A piece of glass in my slipper. Cut my toe.
I'll get the iodine.
Here, look at that. Not too bad.
Oh, ouch! It's bleeding a lot.
Well, we'll stop that in a minute. Just a shallow gash in the bottom of your toe.
Oh, well, mister, for heaven's sakes, be quiet. Mummy's all right.
Here's the iodine and bandages, Doctor.
Thank you. Now, this will sting for a moment.
Ouch! Ooh. It's all right, mister. Dr. Brady isn't hurting Mummy. The iodine is making it better, see? Hey, bring that back, mister.
Give Mariella the bottle, mister. Give it here. Oh, my. Does iodine kill grass?
We'll find out soon enough, won't we?
That was Tuesday, August 19th. On Wednesday, the 20th, Dr. Brady came to the office for an interview with Wolfe. The next day, Brother Daniel and nephew Larry came. But all we got out of that was that among the men, nobody liked anybody. Wolfe was fed up and refused to budge further on the case. The call came from Mariella on Monday morning, and I went straight upstairs to the plant rooms to tell him. Bess Huddleston is dead.
Oh, let me alone, Archie. I've done all I can. I've seen them all, and it's nothing. Someone will probably get another letter before long.
No, sir, there'll be no more letters. I'm stating facts. Friday evening, tetanus set in from that cut in her toe, and just about an hour ago, she died. Mariella just called to tell me.
Tetanus?
Yes, sir.
That would have been a large fee.
Well, it would have been if you'd seen fit to do a little work.
Oh, it was no good, and you know it. I was waiting for another letter. Well, filed it away, including the letter to Mrs. Horrocks to be delivered to her upon request. I'm glad to be rid of it.
The funeral service was on Wednesday afternoon, and of course there was a big crowd, even in August, for Bess Huddleston's last party. Cordially invited to meet death. I decided to go. Call it a hunch. Not that I saw anything criminal. only something incredible. There it was at the foot of the casket, 8 black orchids that could have come from nowhere else in the world, and a card with his initials the way he scribbled them, N.W.
Inspector Kramer, this is a surprise. What can I do for you?
Well, you can tell me what you were doing for Bess Huddleston.
You? The Homicide Bureau? Why do you want to know?
Because a guy is making himself a pest down at headquarters, her brother. He says she was murdered.
Murdered?
Yes.
Offering what evidence?
None at all.
Well, then why bother me about it, or yourself either?
Because we can't shut him up. There's an argument.
Oh, yeah?
Look, I don't need to tell you about that cut on her toe, since Goodwin was there.
Yes, I've heard about it.
The brother Daniel says she couldn't have got tetanus from that cut. He says it was a clean piece of glass that dropped into her slipper when that tray of glasses fell on the terrace. He saw it.
Yeah, so did I.
And the slipper was nearly new and clean. And she hadn't been walking around barefooted. Now, he claimed there couldn't possibly have been any tetanus germs in that cut. At least not enough to cause so violent an attack so soon.
You had the slippers tested?
And the bandages, even the iodine in the house. No tetanus. So, under the circumstances...
Subsequent bandages?
No. The dressing Brady found on it when he was called up there Saturday was the one he had put on it originally.
Wait, well, listen. I know. When that damn orangutan tickled her
No,
feet.
we went into that, too. Highly unlikely. Now, even if it could have had enough germs on its paw, Dr. Brady cleaned the wound and applied iodine.
But he didn't give her antitoxin.
No, and he regrets he didn't. But he doesn't blame himself because no doctor alive would have done so. By Saturday, the poison had reached the nerve centers, and it was too late for antitoxin, though he tried it.
I ask you again, Mr. Kramer, why do you bother me with all this, or yourself?
Well, I'm satisfied it was an accident, and I want to cross it off. But before I do, I'd like to know, what was the job you were doing for her?
No doubt. Oh, didn't any of those people tell you?
No.
None of them?
No.
Then how do you know she'd hired me?
The brother told me, but he doesn't seem to know why.
You say you're satisfied that the death was accidental? You've no evidence of a crime?
That's right.
Then I can't answer you. Miss Huddleston hired me for a confidential job. Her death does not release me. It merely deprives me of the job.
My God, you can be honorable when you want to be.
Inspector,
Let me ask you a question, a plain question. Do you think she was murdered?
No.
What the hell do you think?
Nothing at all about that. I know nothing about it. I have no interest in it. The woman died as all women do, may she rest in peace. And I lost a fee. Now, why didn't you ask me this? If you knew what I know, if I told you all about the job she hired me for, would you feel that her death required further investigation?
Okay, I ask.
The answer is no, since you've discovered no single suspicious circumstance. Now, do you have some beer?
No, I don't want any beer, damn it. And don't bother to see me out.
You know, I think he's miffed. Well, you were a little patronizing after all. He was just being thorough.
Phooey. Either he didn't have sense enough to learn everything that happened that afternoon, or he missed his best chance to expose a crime if there was one. It hasn't rained the past week, has it?
No.
Then he wasn't being thorough.
Well, that ruined my night for me. Instead of going to sleep in 30 seconds, it took me 30 minutes trying to figure out what the devil he meant. Next morning, I got stubborn. I sat at my desk and went over that party at Riverdale in my mind second by second as I reported it to Wolfe. And I got it. Suddenly, there it was, as obvious as lipstick. And that's when Brother Daniel arrived.
My sister was murdered.
Mr. Huddleston, Mr. Kramer was here. He told me what you believe.
And not just what I believe, not anymore. It's what I can prove.
Indeed. What have you
see, this morning, everything fell into place for me. My brain seemed to be working again. You know, it'd been such a shock.
Mr. Huddleston, I understand
luckily it hadn't
your concern,
rained.
But what did you say?
I said, luckily it hadn't rained.
Go on.
So I got a garden trowel, and I lifted out the piece of turf where the orangutan poured the iodine. I also took pieces from each side of it for comparison.
That was sensible. But did you analyze them yourself?
Well, certainly not. I took them to Fisher Laboratories and had them do it. Now read this report. Not a trace of iodine and millions of tetanus bacilli, hundreds of millions, all concentrated in that one piece of turf. The other two pieces had no sign of tetanus.
Mr. Huddleston, why did you bring this to me? Take it to the police.
Because Inspector Kramer thinks I'm a nuisance. He doesn't listen to a word I say. I can't get any satisfaction from him.
Oh, Archie, what the devil's going
I won't
on
be
out
long
there?
now.
See what it's all
Speaking
about.
of nuisances, sir, I might have known.
That's all right, Fritz. I'll take care of it. Mr. Kramer, what do you want?
Come along, Huddleston. You too, Wolf, Goodwin. You're all coming to the station with me.
If you ever find time to glance over an interesting document, it's called the Constitution.
Shut up, Archie. Mr. Kramer, what in the name of heaven is the matter with you?
Not a thing, not a damn thing. Listen, last night, sitting right at this desk, what did you say? What did you tell me?
Your tone and manner.
You said, in case you've forgotten, that you weren't interested in the death of Bess Huddleston. Weren't interested?
I did.
Well, this afternoon, somebody in my office got an idea. We do that once in a while. I sent a man up there. And young Huddleston showed him where the monkey poured some of that iodine, only to find the turf had already been taken by Daniel Huddleston, who told Janet Nichols he was on his way here.
That was foolish of you, Mr.
This is the rawest one you've ever pulled, Wolf. Removing evidence, destroying evidence.
Nonsense, and stop shouting. Mr. Huddleston came here of his
Save
own
it.
accord.
Look,
I
I'll
have
get it from him
nothing to
and
do
from Goodwin
with-
and from you, but separately. I'm taking you all downtown.
Nonsense, Mr. Kramer.
I am.
You strut and bluster, yes, but we're under no obligation, moral or legal.
Tell it to the DA.
accompany you
This
anywhere.
time we've got you for tampering with evidence. How do I know what you're
I
doing? I'm gonna
honestly think the murderer of Bess Huddleston might never have been caught if Inspector Kramer hadn't been so foolhardy as to take us all down to the station. I've never seen Wolf so furious. From the moment he set his large bulk inside the police car until Nathaniel Parker, our lawyer, got him released, maybe 2 hours in all, not one word crossed Wolf's lips. But the scowl on his face would have scared Joe Louis out of the ring. They kept me at the station longer, of course, because I had seen Bess cut herself and the chimp pour the iodine. I got home about 10 o'clock.
Have you eaten, Archie?
Sort of, sir. Kramer sent out for hamburgers about 7 o'clock. Very greasy.
Yeah. And Mr. Huddleston's been released, too?
Yes, sir. I gather they let him go before they released me. Is that amphogel you're taking?
It is. I haven't had to take this stuff since that hideous experiment with eels in the spring.
Oh, yeah.
Mr. Kramer will pay for this. Oh. Report.
Nothing. Routine. Questions and a signed statement.
Malevolent spite. He'll pay. I want you to go to Riverdale tomorrow before Kramer's men get there.
Sure. What do I do?
Tetanus bacilli and spores are more or less around everywhere. But, of course, especially in the neighborhood of horses. The soil around the barnyard reeks with it. Now, consult the stableman and learn...
I doubt if there is one. I gather the horses are gone.
Find him. Or speak to the butler if he's there. I wish to know whether anyone has removed anything, any material from the vicinity of the stable. A small paper bag filled at the manure pile would have been ideal.
The only container I could find was a candy box. Dr. Brady said that would do. The stableman helped him fill it.
Where'd he take it from? The stall?
No, sir, from the pile.
Oh.
He dug into the middle of the pile.
Did he say why he wanted it?
He did explain, sir. He said he wanted it for a test. One of his patients had died of tetanus. I forget her name.
When was this?
About a month ago. Perhaps a little more. I remember rather clearly. It seemed such an unusual thing to do.
Mm-hmm. Who was with him that day? One of the girls?
No, he was alone when he did that. I forget who he had been riding with.
Who's that?
There's nobody in but Miss Nichols. She's in her room.
Where?
Last door on the right.
Come on, Hoskins. Janet? Janet?
Who is it?
It's Archie Goodwin. What happened? Can I come in?
No, I'm not dressed, sir.
We heard a scream. Do you need any rescuing?
No, I'm all right now.
What happened?
Well, it's nothing serious. I was having a bath and I cut my arm with a piece of glass.
You what? I'm coming in.
No.
Don't
I'm
look,
not
Hoskins.
dressed.
sir.
Here, now put this towel around yourself, Janet.
I'm
It protects
all right,
civilization. Let me see that arm.
It's not much, really. It's barely an inch long.
Are you going to faint?
No, I'm all right
you?
now. I never scream, really. I never do, but it just seems so, cutting myself with glass so soon after Miss Huddleston.
Yeah, well, just take it easy.
I didn't scream when I cut myself. I'm not quite that silly, really.
I
I'm not.
know.
But I screamed when I saw the piece of glass lodged in the bath brush. It seemed so...
Here, let me see that.
There, see.
Gee. Have you got any idea how this could have gotten in the brush?
No, nothing's been broken in here.
I'll take it. And let me have that iodine bottle.
It's all right, really. I've already put some on.
Yeah, I can see that. I'll take this iodine, too. Hoskins, I want you to bandage your arm as tightly as possible to stop the bleeding. Girlie, I do like you in that towel, but I think you better get dressed. I'm going to take you for a shot of antitoxin.
Antitoxin?
Just a precaution. It's nothing to worry about. I'll be making a phone call downstairs.
Did you smell the iodine?
I did. There's no odor at all. Whatever's in that bottle isn't iodine.
Then get her away from there.
Yes, sir. This is my intention.
At once, and Archie.
Please, she's naked. Now, I haven't got a white horse, and she hasn't got that much hair, so as soon as she's dressed, we're off.
I'll phone ahead to Dr. Vollmer to have the antitoxin ready, and also to the Fisher lab to prepare for a test of that iodine. Now, go straight there after you leave Dr. Vollmer.
Yes, sir.
Stay there while they do the test and phone me as soon as they have the results.
Okay, here it is. What was in the bottle is a substance called argyrol, which stains like iodine. And it's alive with tetanus bacilli.
Of course.
And I didn't tell you earlier because of all the rush, but Dr. Brady took a sample of that barnyard soil about a month ago.
Satisfactory. Come home at once, Archie, and bring Miss Nichols with you. Miss Timms, Dr. Brady, and the two Mr. Huddlestons are on their way here now at my urgent request. I'll delay proceedings until you arrive.
Proceedings? What's going on?
I am about to unmask a murderer. Please hurry.
How long will this take? I'm due at my office at 1 o'clock.
I'm afraid you may be a little late at your office, Dr. Brady. I'm
What
sorry.
kind of a performance is this? You send him the telephone. I don't
Please,
be
I said that to get you here. The situation is no longer as I represented it on the phone to any of you. I told you that it was definitely known that Miss Huddleston had been murdered. Now, we're a little further along. I know who murdered her.
The hell you do.
I do. That's one change in the situation. The other is that an attempt has been made to murder Miss Nichols.
What?
All right, please, there's no cause for alarm. The attempt was frustrated.
What kind of an attempt?
This will go more quickly and smoothly with no interruptions. I'll make it as brief as possible. I assure you I have no wish to prolong the unpleasantness, especially since I find less than enjoyable the presence in this room of an extremely unattractive person. I shall call that person X. Now, as you all know, X began with an effort to injure Miss Huddleston by sending anonymous letters.
Nothing of the sort. We don't know that one of us sent those letters, and neither do you.
Put it this way, Mr. Huddleston. I make statements. You suspect beliefs. In the end, there'll be a verdict, and you will concur or not. Now, X sent those letters. Then I am forced us to exclude women, at least temporarily, by the pronominal inadequacy of our language. Then he became dissatisfied with the results, or something happened, no matter which. In any case, X decided on something more concrete and conclusive: murder. The technique was unquestionably suggested by the recent death of Miss Horrocks by tetanus. A small amount of material procured at the stable, immersed in water, furnished the required emulsion. It was strained and mixed with argyrol, a substance that stains like iodine but is odorless. The mixture was put in a bottle with an iodine label, and the bottle was substituted for the iodine bottle in the cabinet in Miss Huddleston's bathroom.
In a bathroom? Well, you mean just in case?
Yes, Miss Timms, yes. But X was not one to wait indefinitely for some accidental disjunction in Miss Huddleston's skin. He carried the preparations further by smashing her bottle of bath salts and leaving slivers of glass all over her bathroom.
That did happen. She told us about it that day.
Please. A beautifully simple method for murder. If she cut herself, there was the iodine bottle. If not, no harm done. Try again.
Nuts. How can you possibly know that?
Those were the preparations. Now, as we all know, the first attempt failed. But chance presented itself again that very afternoon on the terrace. A tray of glasses was upset, and the pieces flew everywhere. X conceived a brilliant improvisation on the spot. Helping to collect the broken glass, he deposited a sliver in Miss Huddleston's slipper, and entering the house on an errand, as all of you did in connection with that minor catastrophe, he got the bogus bottle of iodine and placed it in the cupboard in the living room, removing the genuine bottle kept there. It would take only half a minute, and as you know, it worked. Miss Huddleston stuck her foot in the slipper and cut her toe. Her brother brought the iodine, Dr. Brady applied it, and she got tetanus and died. By the way, Doctor, that suggests a question. Is it worthy of remark that you failed to notice the absence of the characteristic odor of iodine? I merely ask.
There was a breeze on the terrace. It would have been difficult to notice any odor.
Oh, no, I'll accept that, Doctor. So X's improvisation was a success. From his standpoint, it was next to perfect. Might indeed have been perfect, invulnerable to any inquest, if the chimpanzee hadn't poured some of that mixture on the grass. And if X hadn't been foolish enough to try again. Yesterday, he put some of the bogus iodine in the cabinet in Miss Nichols' bathroom and wedged a piece of glass in her bath brush.
I just can't believe it.
And this morning, Miss Nichols got in the tub, cut her arm, took the bottle from the cabinet, and applied the iodine.
Good God, then she must get some
Calm yourself, Doctor. Calm yourself. Antitoxin has been administered.
By whom?
By a qualified person. Please be seated. Thank you. Miss Nichols does not need your professional services, but I'd like to use your professional knowledge. Archie, have you got that brush?
Yes, sir. Here it is.
Now, you use a bath brush, don't you? Show us how you manipulate it. On your arm.
Well, up and down like this.
Yeah, that'll do. Thank you. No doubt all of you, if you use bath brushes, wield them in a similar manner. Not with a circular motion or around the arm, but lengthwise, up and down. So the cut on Miss Nichols' arm, as Mr. Goodwin described it to me, runs lengthwise about halfway between the wrist and the elbow. Is that correct, Miss Nichols?
Yes.
And it's about an inch long, a little less?
Yes.
Thank you. Now for you, Doctor, your professional knowledge to establish a premise invulnerable to assault. Why did Miss Nichols carve a gash nearly an inch long on her arm? Why didn't she jerk the brush away the moment she felt her skin being ruptured?
For the obvious reason that she didn't feel it.
Didn't feel it?
Certainly not. I don't know what premise you're trying to establish, but with the bristles rubbing her skin, there would be no feeling of the sharp glass cutting her, none whatever. She wouldn't know she'd been cut until she saw the blood.
You're sure of that? You'd testify to it?
I would, positively.
And any other doctor would?
Certainly.
Then we'll have to take it that way. Now, Miss Nichols, you have no idea who tried to kill you this morning.
No, I haven't. None.
You, Mr. Huddleston?
I don't know a damn thing.
You don't. Dr. Brady?
No, certainly not. But you said you know who murdered Miss Huddleston, so if you would just
I
explain...
prefer to do it this way, Doctor. Have you anything to tell me?
No.
Nothing with any bearing on any aspect of this business?
No.
What about the box of stable refuse you procured for the purpose of extracting tetanus germs from it?
Oh, I admit I should have told you that.
Well, is that all you have to say about it? Why didn't you tell the police when they first started to investigate?
Because I thought there was nothing to investigate. I continued to think so until this morning when you phoned me. It would have served no useful purpose.
What did you do with the stuff?
I took it to the office and did some experiments with the help of two of my colleagues. We were settling an argument. Then we destroyed it. All of it.
Did any of these people here know about it?
I don't know. Oh, yes, I remember I discussed it, telling them how dangerous any small cut might be.
Not me. If I'd known you did that...
So, all but one of you know of Dr. Brady's procuring that box of material from the stable, and all withheld the information from me. You're hopeless. Let's try something more specific. The day Miss Huddleston came here, she told me that Miss Nichols had a grievance against her, and she suspected her of sending those anonymous letters. Now, I ask all of you, including you, Miss Nichols, what was that grievance? No one? All right, I ask you individually. Miss Nichols?
Nothing. It was nothing.
Mr. Daniel Huddleston?
I have no idea.
Miss Timms?
I don't know.
You hesitate?
I don't know.
Dr. Brady?
If I knew, I would tell you.
Mr. Larry Huddleston?
I told you before that I don't know a damn thing. That goes right down the line.
Indeed. May I have your watch a moment, please?
What?
That hexagonal thing on your wrist. May I see it a moment?
What do you want with my watch?
I want to look at it. It's a small favor. You haven't been very helpful so far.
Okay. Here. What can it do me?
Thank you. Now, the Huddleston folder, Archie.
Yes, sir.
You are a very silly young man, Mr. Huddleston. Incredibly callow. Thank you, Archie. Here is a picture of Miss Nichols, trimmed to 6 sides, apparently to fit the back of this watch. This point could be definitely determined by opening the watch case, but I'm not going to do it because it'll be opened later and microscopically compared with the picture to prove that it did contain it.
You give me that.
Stop him, Archie.
All right. Sit down, Bud.
I suggest that it's time for you to help us a little, Mr. Huddleston. When did your aunt take that picture from you?
You fat bastard.
I'll try once more, sir. You are going to answer these questions. If not for me, then for someone less fat but more importunate. Would you rather have it dug out of your servants and your friends and acquaintances? It's shabby enough as it is. Now, when did your aunt take that picture from you?
It's none of your damn business.
Call Inspector Kramer.
Damn
Archie.
you! You know damn well when she took it. She took it the day she came down here.
That's better. But it wasn't the first time she objected to your relations with Miss Nichols, was it?
No.
Did she object on moral grounds?
Hell no. She objected to our getting married. My aunt was very possessive. She ordered me to break off the engagement. It was secret, but she got suspicious and questioned Janet. And Janet told her, and she made me call it off.
And naturally you were enraged. You burned for revenge.
I did not. You can come off that right now. You're not going to pin anything on me. I never really wanted to marry Janet, and what's more, I never intended to.
No.
I could prove that by a friend of mine.
A man like you has friends? But after your aunt made you break the engagement, you still kept the picture in your watch?
Yes, I had to. I mean, I had Janet to deal with, too, and it wasn't easy living right there in the house. I was afraid of Janet. You don't know her. I opened the watch case purposely in front of my aunt so she'd take that damn picture. Janet seemed to think that the picture meant something, and I thought when she knew it was gone...
Did you know that Miss Nichols sent the anonymous letters?
No, I didn't. Maybe I suspected, but I didn't know.
Did you also suspect when your aunt...
Stop it.
A little too much for you, is it, Miss Nichols?
Stop it.
As I expected, you're all rubble inside. There's nothing left of you. Huh. Well, the simplest way is for me to dictate a confession and you sign it. And I'll send a copy of it to a man I know, the editor of the Gazette, and it'll be on his front page this evening. He'd like an exclusive picture of you to go with it, and Mr. Goodwin will be glad to take it. I know you'll like that.
Stop it.
For your satisfaction, I ought to tell you that your guilt was by no means obvious. I became aware of it only when Mr. Goodwin telephoned me from Riverdale this morning. Your performance today was the act of a nitwit. I presume you were struck with consternation yesterday when you saw that piece of turf being removed and realized what the consequences would be. So you attempted to divert suspicion by staging an attack on yourself.
No, that's not true.
Did you know what I was getting at a while ago when I asked Dr. Brady why you didn't jerk the brush away the instant you felt the glass puncture your skin? And he replied, as of course he would, that you didn't feel the glass cutting you. That was precisely the point. You see, the cut should have been much longer. You jerked the brush away when you pulled it along your arm less than an inch because you knew this piece of glass was there and was cutting you. You put it there yourself.
Give me that.
Archie.
Stop her. Keep away from me.
I'll show you. I'll show you.
Come on, hey.
I've got her.
Let me go.
What?
Let me go.
My face is bleeding.
Only
Let me go.
Here, hold this handkerchief against it.
By God, if it leaves a scar.
That was a lie. You lied.
What?
She means that you lied when you said you neither desired nor intended to marry her. I agree with her that the air in here was already bad enough without that. You fed her passion and her hope. She wanted you, God knows why. When your aunt intervened, she wrote those letters. Revenge? Yes. Or as a way of saying to your aunt, let me have him or I'll ruin you.
She wouldn't let him go. She wouldn't let me have him.
And when did you decide that you had to kill her?
She took my picture out of his watch. And I found it here, on Mr. Goodwin's desk. She had no right. I had to stop her. I had to.
Your notebook, Archie.
Starring in today's episode were Mavor Moore as Nero Wolfe and Don Franks as Archie Goodwin. Barbara Hamilton was Bess Huddleston, Carrie Tweed, Janet Nichol, Lynn Darragon, Mariella Timms, Ken James, Daniel Huddleston, Tom Harvey, Dr. Brady, Alan Fawcett, Larry Huddleston. Cease Linder was Inspector Kramer, and Frank Perry was Fritz. Music was composed and conducted by Don Gillis. Technical operations by John Jessup. Sound effects, Bill Robinson. Production assistant was Nancy McElveen, and casting consultant was Ann Weldon Tate. Cordially Invited to Meet Death was written and produced in Toronto by Ron Hartman. Next week.
I wasn't surprised about the suicide, not really. I wasn't surprised either at the way he did it. He was always keyed up and dramatic about everything. So you'd expect him to do something startling about killing himself.
Well, just what did he do?
He took all his clothes off and jumped into a geyser in Yellowstone Park.
Archie goes to a fashion show.
Nope, I can't do it.
You can't do what?
Make a choice. The only way I can see to handle it is to send in an order for one of each. I'd have to marry all 6. Imagine it. After the weddings, I will, of course, have to take a good-sized apartment between 5th and Madison in the fashionable 60s. On a pleasant autumn evening, I'll be sitting in the living room reading the newspaper. I'll toss the paper aside and clap my hands, and in will come Isabel. She will have on a calf-exposing kitchen apron with a double hemline and will be carrying a tray of ham sandwiches and a pitcher of milk. She will say seductively, $2.93. Make interesting motions and gestures without spilling a drop. Then she'll go, and in will come Francine. She will be wearing slim silhouette pajamas with padded shoulders and a back-flaring hip line. She'll walk and wave and whirl and say, $9.31. Light me up a cigarette and dance out. Enter Delia. She'll be dressed in a high-styled bra of handmade lace with a billowing sweep right up to...
Enter another naked, carrying a basket full of bills and your checkbook.
The latest fashion was murder.
It's quite a long list, isn't it? Mrs. Domery killed in a riding accident. Mr. Nita propelled into a geyser and boiled. Mr. Domery hurtled into an ocean and drowned. It's not my affair, thank heaven.
Was Wolfe's client the murderer?
Miss Nita.
Yes.
Did you kill that man?
Did I kill my
Archie.
She'll be all right. I think she just...
Well, stop her. How do you stop her?
Well, I could slap her or kiss her. I think I'll try kissing her.
Next week, Man Alive, with guest stars Lynn Griffin, Neil Monroe, Sandy Webster, and August Schellenberg. Rex Stout's Nero Wolfe. Starring Mavor Moore as Nero Wolfe and Don Franks as Archie Goodwin. Episode Man Alive, with special guest stars Lynn Griffin, Neil Monroe, August Schellenberg, Michael Tate, Marion Waldman, and Sandy Webster.
Everything about Carla Nieder was graceful. The way she angled her chin to show off her long neck, the way way she perched on the edge of the red leather chair with her legs crossed at the ankles. And the way she managed her voice when she suspected me of kidding her.
You want me to spell it?
No, just the domery part, please. I already have the neater.
D-A-U-M-E-R-Y.
D-A-U.
Well, that's what we get for being so cocky about how famous we are. Now, what if somebody asked you how to spell Nero Wolfe?
Well, go ahead and try it. Put your fingers on my pulse and ask me, but don't ask me how to spell Archie Goodwin, which is me. That would hurt.
Anita, you made an appointment to see me. I suppose you needed a detective. Now, if so, tell me what for without encouraging Mr. Goodwin to start caterwauling. It takes very little to set him off. Who or what are Domery and Nita?
Domery and Neater is as good a name as there is on 7th Avenue. But, of course, if you're not in the garment trade and know nothing about it, I imagine your wives would know the name all right.
Why? No wives, neither of us. That's why we caterwaul.
Well, if you had one, she'd know about Domery and Neater. The business was started 20 years ago by two men, Jean Domery and my uncle, Paul Neater.
Excuse me. Will it save time to tell you that I don't do industrial surveillance?
Oh, yeah, I know you don't. Now, look, it's about him, my uncle. Uncle Paul was the designer, the creator, and Jean Domery was the businessman, the manager. And they own the business as a 50-50 partnership. Now, I inherited my uncle's half when he killed himself. Anyway, that's how it was announced that he committed suicide a little over a year ago. Boy, that was a surprise to me.
What, suicide, you mean?
No, that I inherited.
Oh.
Even though I was his only living relative. But I suppose he wouldn't have made me his heir if he hadn't known I had an unusual talent.
What kind of talent?
As a clothes designer, of course. You know, I wasn't surprised about the suicide, not really. And maybe I should tell you why.
Maybe you should.
Because I knew how unhappy he was. You see, my uncle was in love with Helen Domery, his partner's wife, and she just died. She was thrown from a horse and killed. It broke him up completely. He didn't leave his apartment day or night for 3 days. It was right in the middle of getting ready for the showings of the fall line. Then he says he's going away for a rest. 4 days later, the news came that he committed suicide. Under the circumstances, it didn't occur to me to question it then.
Huh. And do you question it now?
Yeah, I certainly do. You know, I wasn't surprised either at the way he did it. He was always keyed up and dramatic about everything. So you'd expect him to do something startling about killing himself.
Well, just what did he do?
He took all his clothes off and jumped into a geyser in Yellowstone Park.
What?
Huh?
You know, under the surface of that geyser, the temperature would be far above the boiling point.
Yes, it would seem to be conclusive. Why do you now question the suicide?
Well, because I saw him last week, here in New York, alive.
Oh, indeed.
Last Tuesday. We were showing our fall line to the press, and there was a large audience. Now, I was modeling one of my own designs when I saw him in the 5th row. Now, if you ask me how I recognized him, I can't tell you. I simply know it was him.
Why shouldn't you recognize him?
Because he had a bushy beard, and he wore glasses, and his hair was slick and parted on the left side.
Oh, an attempt at disguise.
Yeah, and it worked at first. None of the others recognized him. In the dressing room, Paulie Zarella asked Bernard. Oh, that's Bernard Domery, Jean's nephew. Who was the man that was growing his own wool? Bernard said he didn't know, probably from the Daily Worker.
But you recognized him?
No, not until I went out again to model our headliner, which is another of my designs. I took him in without being obvious about it, and, well, all of a sudden I knew who he was. I just knew. My God, I had to get off quicker than I should have. And in the dressing room, well, it was all I could do to keep them from seeing me tremble.
And no one else recognized him?
Well, I'm sure they didn't. Well, there would have been a noise. A dead man come back to life?
Yeah. Many of those present had known him?
Yeah, nearly all of them. Well, he was famous, you know, as famous as you are.
Did you speak to him?
No, the minute the show was over, I hurried out front, but he was gone.
Have you seen him since?
No, just that one time.
Whom have you told about this?
No one. Not a soul. I've been trying to decide what I should do.
Now, you say you inherited a half interest in that business from your uncle. Is the business solvent?
Oh, very. Business is very good.
Then why not just erase it? If you find your uncle and make him wash his hair and shave his beard, you'll have no inheritance. Your uncle will own half the business.
No, I have to know what's going on, and I have to know where I stand. I'm upset.
Then you should reserve decision. Never decide anything while you're upset. And, you know, in spite of your dogmatism, you may be wrong. It's true, you might have recognized him when others didn't, but others knew him intimately, too, like his business partner, Mr. Domery. Was he there that day? Did he see the man with the beard?
Oh, Didn't I? I thought I'd mentioned that. Well, of course, Bernard Domery, the nephew, was there. I know I mentioned him. But Jean Domery, my uncle's partner, now he's dead.
The devil he is. Jumped in a geyser?
No, in an accident. He was drowned. He was fishing and fell from the boat.
And where was this?
In Florida, off the west coast.
When?
A little over 6 weeks ago.
Who was in the boat with him?
Bernard, his nephew.
Anyone else?
No.
And the nephew inherited that half?
Oh, yes, but that's all right.
Why is it all right?
Well, that's a silly question. I merely mean that if there'd been any question of anything wrong, well, the Florida people would have attended to it.
Yeah, perhaps. Only it's quite a long list, isn't it? Mrs. Domery killed in a riding accident. Mr. Nita propelled into a geyser and boiled. Mr. Domery hurtled into an ocean and drowned. It's not my affair, thank heaven. But if it were, I should want better testimony than that of what you call the Florida people. About your uncle. What did you want me for?
I want you to find him. I want to see him.
No, it could take time. It would be expensive.
Oh, yes, I know. I'll give you a check now. I suppose it's understood that this is extremely confidential. No reports are to be mailed or phoned to me. Everything must be done in person.
Well, that'll present no problem, Miss Nita. The problem is where to look for a man resurrected from the dead. I'd need to know all about his former associates.
No, that won't help. He had no really close friends. The only person he ever really loved was Helen Domery, unless he had some affection for me. I have a suggestion, though.
Yes?
The one thing he loved was his work, the business. Now, I believe he came there last Tuesday because he couldn't stay away. So why wouldn't he come again? Now, our next showing is this afternoon, so if Mr. Goodwin or you could come, I could arrange tickets and we could plan a signal for me to give if I spot him.
Which explains what I was doing sitting in the third row when Domery and Nieder showed their fall line to buyers.
293. 293. 293.
My seat gave me a clear view of the 200 customers, but there was no one answering the description of Carla's uncle. Carla appeared about a dozen times, but she didn't signal me once.
So the afternoon was a waste of time for you?
Oh, no, sir. No, it's not a waste. I saw, let's see.
Yes?
6 of the girls that I've been waiting to marry, if you count Carla Nieder, and I don't see why you shouldn't. As to making a choice, well...
Look, type up a report and keep it in the client's file. I'm going to read now, Archie.
Nope, I can't do it.
You can't do what?
Make a choice. The only way I can see to handle it is to send in an order for one of each. I'd have to marry all 6. Imagine it. After the weddings, I will, of course, have to take a good-sized apartment between 5th and Madison in the fashionable 60s. On a pleasant autumn evening, I'll be sitting in the living room reading the newspaper. I'll toss the paper aside and clap my hands, and in will come Isabel. She will have on a calf-exposing kitchen apron with a double hemline and will be carrying a tray of ham sandwiches and a pitcher of milk. She will say seductively, 293. Make interesting motions and gestures without spilling a drop. Then she'll go, and in will come Francine. She will be wearing slim silhouette pajamas with padded shoulders and a back-flaring hip line. She'll walk and wave and whirl and say, 931. Light me up a cigarette and dance out. Enter Delia. She'll be dressed in a high-styled bra of handmade lace with a billowing sweep right up to...
Enter another naked, carrying a basket full of bills and your checkbook.
You have a very personal slant on women, sir. Sometimes I think Nero Wolfe's main objection to atom bombs would be that they might interrupt people while eating. So when the doorbell rang during lunch the next day, Fritz answered it and...
Oh, no, Mr. Kramer. Mr. Wolfe can't be disturbed at a meal. If you would be good enough to wait in the office. He's just having his dessert now. Please, Mr. Kramer.
Sorry to break in on your mail.
I'm sorry, Mr. Wolfe. I couldn't stop.
It's all right, Fritz. I heard. Inspector Kramer, if you haven't had lunch, we can offer
No,
you
thanks.
some
I'm in a
very-
hurry. A woman named Carla Nieder came to see you yesterday.
I'll have another rice cake, please, Fritz.
Yes, sir.
Well...
Well, what? You stated a fact. I'm eating lunch.
Fine, it's a fact. What did she want?
Now, you know my habits and customs, Mr. Kramer. I never talk business at a meal. I invited you to join us, and you declined. if you'd be so kind as to wait in the office.
No, I'll get this one, Fritz.
Oh, thank you, Archie.
Look, I don't give a damn about your habits and customs. I asked you a straight question. I want a straight answer.
You had it.
I don't have time to wait for you to finish stuffing your face.
Of course, my ears were burning at the mention of our client, because Kramer only handles one kind of case, homicide. But I figured I'd better not let Fritz try to handle another interruption. What I saw through the one-way glass panel in the front door relieved me a lot. Our client, alive and unhurt, was standing on the stoop.
I have to see Nero Wolfe right away.
Don't turn around.
What?
Don't. There's a car pulling up to the curb with city license plates. Do you know if you're being followed?
Followed? Oh, I don't think so.
Listen,
Why would anyone...
Listen to me. When I let you in, we're going across the hall to the front room. I don't want you to make a sound until we're there, all right?
Well, yes, but
come on. Come in.
What is all this?
Quiet.
What's the point of that?
The point is that a police inspector named Kramer is here. He's in the dining room asking about you. Now, do you want to see him?
No, I've already seen him.
What?
They've been asking me questions for hours.
Why? What happened?
My uncle,
Yeah. No. Take a deep breath. Come on. That's it.
I want to see Nero Wolfe.
All right, you stay here and sit tight till we get rid of Kramer. This door connects with the office, and they may go in there, so please don't make a sound. Are you feeling all right? Huh?
Yes. Yes, I'm all right now.
Sir, I have not finished my gobbling yet, as you put it. I would have eaten 2 more cakes, and I've not yet had my coffee. Come into the office. You broke in, and you're still here. If you weren't an officer of the law, Mr. Goodwin would knock you unconscious and drag you out.
Okay. Come on, forget it, all right? All I want is to find out why Carla Nieder came to see you.
You know perfectly well.
I know you have a right to be told why I'm asking, and I would have told you if you hadn't lost your temper just because I arrived while you were stuffing it in.
Mr.
There has been a murder.
Oh, indeed.
Indeed. Last night, between 8 and midnight, at the office of Domery and Nieder on the 12th floor at 496 7th Avenue. Carla Nieder was there last night between 9 and 9:30. She admits that. And nobody else as far as we know now. She says she went to get some drawings, but that's got holes in it. The body was found this morning lying in the middle of the floor of the office. He'd been hit in the back of the head with one of those hardwood poles used to raise and lower windows. At the end of the pole has a brass hook on it. Been jabbed into his face a dozen times or more, like spearing a fish.
Well, you haven't said who he was.
A complete stranger to all the world, apparently. And nothing on him to tell. You described him.
Oh, nuts. Who was it?
The medium-sized man around 40 with a brown beard and slick brown hair parted on the left side with glasses that were just plain glass. Can you name him?
Sorry, never met him.
Under the circumstance, you may concede that I have a right to ask what she came to you for. It was only after she tried 2 lies on us about how she spent yesterday morning that we finally got it out of her that she came here. She wouldn't tell what she came for, so I came to ask you.
Is Miss Nieder under arrest?
Nero Wolfe's residence. Archie
Let me talk to Inspector Kramer, Archie.
It's for you, Inspector.
Me? Thanks. Yeah, Levy. Here.
Answering your question, Mr. Wolfe, Miss Nieder is not under arrest. They turned her loose and put a tail on her, and the tail was just on the phone telling Kramer that she came here. She's in the front room. I put her there because I know how you are about having your meals interrupted. Shall I bring her in?
You snippy little bastard.
I am not little.
So the minute we let her go, she comes here.
Archie?
Yes, sir.
Did Miss Nieder say why she came?
No, just said she wanted to see you. She spent hours down at the station, and her tongue is tired.
Bring her in here.
Yes, sir. Inspector Kramer is here asking about you, Miss Nieder. Will you come in, please?
I told you. I'd already seen him.
Miss Nieder, I am working for you, and you have paid me a retainer. Is that correct?
Yes, certainly.
Then first, some advice. The police could have held you as a material witness, and you'd have had to get bail. Instead, they've let you go to give you an illusion of freedom, and they're following you around.
But why?
Should you at any time want to go anywhere without their knowledge, Mr. Goodwin's an expert on that, and he can tell you what to do. I understand that Mr. Kramer and his men have dragged it out of you that you came here yesterday, but that you have refused to tell them why. Is that correct?
Yes.
That was sensible. You are suspected of murder. But that puts you under no compulsion to disclose all the little secrets you have locked up. My position, though, is quite different from yours. What you said to me was not the privileged communication. In my business, I need to have the goodwill, or at least the tolerance of the police, in order to keep my license. And besides, I respect and admire Mr. Kramer and would like to help him. I tell you all this so that you will not misunderstand what I'm about to do.
What?
Mr. Kramer, since your army has had several hours to poke into corners, you've learned, I suppose, that Mr. Goodwin went to that place yesterday and sat through a show.
Yeah, I know about that.
You didn't mention it.
I hadn't come to it.
Oh, your reserves, eh? Well, you heard what I just told Miss Nita. She came yesterday morning to consult me about her uncle.
Yeah? What uncle?
Mr. Paul Nita. He's dead. Miss Nita inherited half of that business from him. Back files of newspapers will tell you that he committed suicide a little over a year ago by jumping into a geyser in Yellowstone Park.
What?
Miss Nita told me about that and many other things. I don't remember everything she said, and I don't intend to try. The only thing I can furnish that might help you is the conclusion I formed. You want to hear it?
Yes.
I concluded that Miss Nita had pushed her uncle into the geyser and, becoming fearful of exposure, had come to me to get her out of it.
Why, you...
Shut up. Archie, was that the impression you got?
Precisely.
Thanks for the conclusion. Did she tell you that she had killed her uncle?
Oh, no, indeed.
Exactly what did she want you to do?
Well, that's why I came to that conclusion. She left it vague about what I was to do. I couldn't possibly...
Try telling me what you told Goodwin to do when you sent him up there.
You remember, Archie?
Oh, sure. Sure, I remember. You told me to keep a sharp lookout and report everything that happened. And what happened was I saw 6 of the girls that I had been waiting to marry. Now, after the wedding...
You're a goddamn liar,
get a nice
Mr.
apartment.
Kramer, I'm tired of this. Mr. Goodwin can't throw you out of here once you're in, but we can leave you here and go upstairs, and you know the limits of your license as well as I do.
I said you're lying.
Prove it! For less provocation than you've given me by your uncivilized conduct in my dining room, I'd lie all day and all night. Regarding this murder of a bearded stranger, where do I fit? Oh, Mr. Goodwin, connect us if you can. Should you be rash enough to constrain us as material witnesses, we'd teach you something of the art of lying, and we wouldn't squeeze out on bail. We'd dislocate your nose with a habeas corpus and a sub judiceandum. Now, will you leave my house at once, or do we leave you here and go upstairs?
You won't get away with this, Wolf. Believe me, you won't.
Good day, sir.
Oh, well, we won't invite him to lunch again, will we, sir?
Shut up, Archie. Miss Nita,
Yes.
did you kill that man?
Did I? Did I kill my uncle?
Archie.
Well, she'll be all right. I think she just...
Well, stop her. How do you stop her?
Well, I could slap her or kiss her. I think I'll try kissing her.
What the hell? Why did you do that?
To stop you. See? Now, you can't blame her. I doubt if it's fear or despair or anything normal like that. It's probably hunger. I'll bet she hasn't even had breakfast yet.
Is that true, Miss Nita? Haven't you had lunch?
No. They kept me there, and then I had to see you.
Archie,
Sir?
have Fritz bring some sandwiches and beer at once. Beer, Miss Nita?
I don't have to eat.
Oh, nonsense. Beer? Claret? Milk? Brandy?
Scotch and water. I could use that.
Right. And Archie, have Fritz bring in the coffee and the rest of the rice cakes. Do you feel better now?
Yeah, much better, thanks. I guess I was pretty empty.
Good. You came to me as soon as the police let you go. Does that mean that you want my help in this new circumstance?
Well, it certainly does. Now, what I want to do is...
We'll go faster if I lead. Mr. Kramer's quite capable of sending men here with warrants, so let's compress it. There are 2 points in which I must be satisfied before we can proceed. First, did you kill that man?
No, I want to...
Just the no will do if it's the truth, is it?
Yes, it's no.
I'm inclined to accept it. Archie?
I vote no. I wouldn't have had the impulse to kiss her if she jabbed a window pole into a man's face. No, definitely no.
Then that's settled. The other point, Miss Nita, is this. Was the man you saw a week ago your uncle, and was it he who was killed last night?
Well, yes, it was Uncle Paul. I saw him. I went right
You're
up...
certain?
Look, I made myself go close to look at him. Oh, his face was dreadful, but he had the beard and the slick hair. I wanted to do something, but I didn't have the nerve enough, and I had to sit down to pull myself together. Now, they say I was in there 15 minutes, but I wouldn't think it took me that long to get up my nerve, but maybe it did. Anyway, I went and I pulled up the right leg of his trousers and I pulled his sock down. He had 2 little scars about 4 inches above the ankle where he'd been bitten by a dog once. I looked at them close. I had to sit down again. Oh, well, now that's why it took me 15 minutes. I'd forgotten all about that. I sat down again.
And then you left?
Yes, I went home to my apartment and phoned Mr. Demarest.
Who's Mr. Demarest?
He's a lawyer. He was a friend of Uncle Paul's, and he's the executor. So I thought I'd better phone him.
Yeah. Confounded, why didn't you phone me?
Well, I didn't know you well enough for that, did I? I mean, how could I tell what you would or wouldn't believe?
Yeah, indeed. So you decided to keep it from me, running the risk that I might glance at a newspaper. Yeah. What is the lawyer doing? Reading up?
No, I didn't get him. I phoned again at 11:30, but he still wasn't in. I intended to phone again, but I lay down on the couch and, well, it may be hard to believe, but I went to sleep and I didn't wake up till nearly 7 o'clock. Then I thought it over, and I decided not to tell Mr. Demarest or anybody else. Well, I figured during a show season, there are lots of people going up and down in those elevators after hours, and I thought, well, they won't remember about me, and my name wasn't in the book because they know me so well, and they're not strict about it. Oh, boy, that was dumb, wasn't it?
It was,
Yeah, well, of course I had to go to work as if nothing had happened. And the place was full of police and detectives when I got there. I'd only been there a few minutes when they took me into a fitting room to question me, and like a fool, I told them I hadn't been there last night when they already knew about it. When they were through with me, I phoned Mr. Demarest's office, and he was out at lunch. So I came here.
Yes. Well, you said you want my help in this new circumstance. What do you want me to do? Keep you from being convicted of murder?
Convicted? Of murdering my uncle? Now, I told you...
I suggest, sir, that you lay off unless you want to make me kiss her again. She's not a crybaby. Your direct approach is something.
Well, look, Miss Nita, if you're on the defense and intend to stay there, get a lawyer. I'm no good for that. If you want your uncle's murderer caught, whoever it is, and doubt whether the police are up to it, get me. Now, which do you want, a lawyer or me?
I want you.
All right, then we know what we're doing. In 20 minutes, I must go up to my orchids. I spend 2 hours with them every afternoon from 4 to 6. The most urgent question now is this. Who knows that the murdered man was Paul Nita? Who besides you?
Nobody.
As far as you know, no one has said or done anything to indicate knowledge or suspicion of his identity.
No, they all say they never saw him before, and they have no idea how he got there, who he is. Of course, the way his face was, you wouldn't expect anybody
I suppose not. But we'll assume that whoever killed him knows who he was. We'd be donkeys if we didn't. Also, we'll assume that he thinks no one else knows. That gives us an advantage. Now, are you sure you have given no one a hint of your recognition of your uncle last week?
Yes, I'm positive.
Good. Now, do you think you know who killed your uncle?
Well, no, of course not.
You've no idea at all?
No.
How many people work there?
Right now, about 200.
Oh, phooey. Can any of them get in after hours?
Not unless they have a key, or they're let in by someone who does have a key.
Well, who has keys?
Oh, let's see. Now, I have one. Bernard Domery, Polly Zarella, Ward Roper. That's all. Oh, no. Mr. Demarest has one. As my uncle's executor, he's in legal control of the half-interest.
Who opens up in the morning and locks up at night?
Polly Zarella. She's been doing that for years, since before I came there.
So there are just 5 keys?
Yeah, that's all.
Then we know of 4 people with keys besides you. Now, can you get them here this evening?
What? You want all 4 of them here this evening?
Yes.
Oh, good Lord, I can't just order them around. What can I say? But they're much older than I am. All but Bernard. Anyway, they think I'm just a fresh kid. I'm only 21. That is, I will be. My God.
What now?
Tomorrow's my birthday.
Really?
I'll be 21 tomorrow.
You will? Oh.
Yeah. Happy birthday.
Archie.
Yes, sir.
Go up there with Miss Nita. Get those people here by 8:30.
He's on the phone. He'll be with us in a minute. Now, listen.
Oh, I'm listening.
Now, the trouble with Bernie is that he can't bear to decide anything, especially if it's important. You might think he had to consult a crystal ball or something. And then when he does make up his mind, he's as stubborn as a mule. So now what I do when I want him to agree about something is I act as if it isn't very important. I keep very calm.
Very calm.
I'm sorry, Carla. That was Miss Doherty from Bloomingdale's on the phone. She thinks your work is better than ever. She's completely lost her head over you three... Oh, who's this?
Mr. Goodwin of Nero Wolfe's office. Mr. Bernard Domery.
How do you do?
Nero Wolfe, the detective?
Are there two?
Where does Nero Wolfe come in?
Well, I went to see him. I've hired him.
Well, what for? To do what?
Well, I think I need somebody. The police came within an inch of arresting me.
You're joking.
No, I'm not. They kept me there all morning, and then they even had me followed.
Then you need a lawyer, not Nero Wolfe. Have you seen Demarest?
No, not yet, but I will.
Well, damn it, you should have seen him first.
Bernie, I'm not taking your time to ask you what I should have done. I'll tend to that, thank you.
Miss Nieder.
I want to ask you to do something.
May I join in this calm discussion?
This thing is crazy, absolutely crazy. I think what we ought to do is just ignore it. Just simply ignore it.
Yeah, that would be innocent and brave, but it might get complicated if one of you gets charged with murder.
Charged with murder?
That's right.
How could we be charged? Why would any of us kill a man we never saw before? That's nonsense. Carla, what you want is Demarest. I'm going to phone him right now.
Bernie, don't tell me what I want. I know what I want, thank you, and it's not Demarest.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that.
Henry, I was just saying...
Yes, I heard. Have I come at an awkward moment?
No, certainly not. I was just about to phone you. Carla thinks she's in trouble with the police about the body that was found here this morning.
I was nearly arrested because I came here last night and stayed 15 minutes.
My dear child, you should have called me at once.
I tried to phone you last night, but you weren't at home, and I couldn't get you this morning either, so I went to Nero Wolfe instead.
Nero Wolfe?
Maybe I can clear this up, Mr. Demarest. I'm Archie Goodwin, Nero Wolfe's assistant. Miss Nieder has engaged Nero Wolfe primarily to keep her from being arrested. She is...
How would Nero Wolfe do that?
He sent me to arrange a meeting tonight to discuss it. Miss Nieder, Miss Zarella, Mr. Domery, Mr. Roper, and you.
The 5 people who have keys to this office.
That's right. You figured that quickly.
I spent most of the afternoon at the DA's office.
Then I guess you can see the point of this meeting. 8:30 would suit him fine. Refreshments served.
We're summoned.
I wouldn't dream of putting it that way.
No, but we are. We who have keys. I offer a comment. You say that Wolfe's primary function is to prevent Miss Nieder's arrest.
Yes.
Obviously, he intends to perform it by getting someone else arrested. That may prove to be difficult and expensive and possibly quite unnecessary.
Oh?
I would engage with the situation as it is now to get the same result with 1/10 the effort and expense. It's only fair to her, isn't it, to give her that alternative?
You could try it, yes.
What about it, Carla? It's your money. Do you want to pay Wolfe to do it his way?
Yes, I do.
Did you say 8:30, Mr. Goodwin?
That would be best. Mr. Wolfe works better when he isn't looking forward to a meal. You'll come?
Certainly I'll come to save energy.
To save energy?
It will take less to attend the meeting than it would to argue Miss Nieder out of it.
Good. How about it, Mr. Domery? You'll be with us.
I don't know. I'll think it over.
Oh, Bernie!
Carla, it may be inadvisable. I don't know.
How long do you think you'll need to think? An hour, half an hour? By 6:30.
I'll let you know.
There are 2 more to invite, Miss Zarella and Mr. Roper. It might help if you would get them in here, or would that require some thinking too, Mr. Domery?
You do your thinking, and I'll do mine. Polly, Ward, would you come in here right away, please?
Just as soon as I finish this.
No, now. I need you both now.
I am behind already, all day long.
Well,
The
what
police
is
are
it?
done.
What's so important?
This is Mr. Goodwin. He wants to ask you something.
How do you do? You're very busy. I can see that. I'll cut it short. Miss Nieder has hired my boss, Nero Wolfe, because she's in danger of being arrested. Mr. Wolfe would like to have a talk with you.
Why?
He wants to talk with everyone who carries a key to this place at his office at 8:30 this evening. Will you come?
No.
No.
No. I lose my time today. I will be here all evening with cutters cutting.
This is pretty important, Miss Zarella.
I do not think so. He was here, he is gone, and we forget it. I told that to the police, and I tell it to you. Miss Nieder is not danger. If she was danger, I would fight it off with these hands, because she is the best designer in America or Europe or the world.
Sure.
Yeah, but she is not danger. No. I go back to work now.
Polly, wait.
Yes, I think you ought to wait for Mr. Roper's vote. Mr. Roper.
Well, it doesn't seem to me that this is exactly the proper step to take under the circumstances.
Huh? What's wrong with it?
Well, almost everything, I'd say.
Oh.
It assumes that we, the 5 of us, are involved in this matter, which is ridiculous. One, indeed, may be involved, deeply involved, but not the other 4, not the rest of us.
What the hell are you getting
Oh,
at?
nothing, Bernard. Nothing specific. Just a comment expressing my reaction.
This is a joke, and if you ask me, it's a rotten one. Have you gotten around to your thinking yet, Mr. Domery? Made up your mind?
No, I haven't. And who do you think you are, anyway?
Just at present, I'm Miss Nieder's hired man. Now, who do you think Miss Nieder is? Some little girl asking you to please be kind and help her out? You damn fool. She owns half this outfit. Mr. Domery, you're her business partner. What couldn't she do to you if she felt like it? And the rest of you are just employees, her hired help. As Miss Nieder's representative, I hereby instruct you to report to the office of Nero Wolfe at 8:30 this evening. You confirm that, Miss Nieder?
Yes, I confirm it.
Good. You'll be there, Miss Zorella.
But certainly I will be there with bells on.
Fine. You, Mr. Roper.
Well, the way you put it, I hardly know what to say.
Is that right?
It is true. Yes, it is true that at some future time Miss Nieder will probably own a half interest in this business, in the success of which I have had some part for the past 14 years. That is, she will if she's available.
What do you mean, available?
Well, isn't it obvious? Of course, you can't be expected to be objective, Bernard, but the police are usually right about these things, and you know what they think, so I merely ask. What if she's not available?
Look, I warned you
As
last
for
night,
your...
Ward. I told you to watch your nasty tongue.
Oh.
Apologize to Carla and do it quick or I'll break your neck.
Apologize? For
I
what?
said apologize.
Don't fire him. Don't fire him. Miss Nieder doesn't want him fired. She wants him there tonight.
You'll be there. You'll be there, Ward. Do you understand? Answer me.
Yes. Fantastic. Which leaves only you, Mr. Domery. You'll be there too, won't you?
I'll decide later, and I'll let you know.
Thank you all for coming.
We had to. Your man Goodwin dragooned us.
Oh, not you, I understand, Mr. Demarest.
Oh, yes, me too. Only I saw the compulsion a little ahead of the others.
Well, anyway, you're here. I believe Mr. Goodwin has explained the circumstances to all of you, so I think we might start by clearing up one point. How you spent your time last evening from 8 o'clock to midnight. Will you begin, Mr. Demarest?
If your man had asked that question this afternoon, it might have simplified matters.
Oh, indeed? Well, it's been asked now.
And now I'll simplify it. You want it all, of course.
Please.
The showing of the fall line yesterday brought a situation to a climax. For 2 years now, it began even before Paul Nieder's death, Mr. Roper here has been getting increasingly jealous of Miss Nieder's talent as a creative designer.
That's not true.
The reactions to this new line have made it evident that she is vastly superior to him, and this enraged him. He wanted to quit. Since his services are still valuable within the limits of his abilities, it was desirable to calm him down. And for that purpose, Bernard Domery, Polly Zarella, and Ward Roper dined with me in a restaurant last evening. We were together continuously from 7:30 to well after midnight.
What? All 4 of you for the entire time?
Yes. It does simplify things, doesn't it?
You verify that, Mr. Domery? All of it, as told?
Yes, I do.
Do you, Miss Zarella?
Oh, yes.
Mr. Roper?
I do not.
Oh.
To say Miss Nieder is vastly my superior is absolutely absurd. I have in my possession 3 books of clippings from Women's Wear Daily, Vogue, Harper's Bazaar.
Yes, no doubt. We'll allow your exception to that part. Do you verify Mr. Demarest's account of what happened last evening?
No. There wasn't the slightest necessity of calming me down, as he put it. I merely wanted to
confound
make
it.
the
Were
point...
you 4 people together from 7:30 till after midnight?
Oh, that? Oh, yes, we were.
I see. Naturally, the police are especially interested in Miss Nieder, since she alone of those who have keys is vulnerable. Oh, by the way, Mr. Domery, how did it happen that Miss Nieder wasn't invited to that conference? Isn't she a half-owner?
I represented her interest.
But before long, she'll probably be representing herself. Shouldn't she be consulted on important matters?
Oh, damn it. Isn't it obvious? If she'd been there, we couldn't have handled Roper at all. He can't bear the sight of her.
I did not...
Even so, isn't it true that Miss Nita has been deliberately and consistently ignored in the management of the business?
Yes.
No.
Oh, yes, it is
Oh,
so.
please.
You are...
This will finish sooner if you let me dominate it. I'm not implying that Miss Nita is unappreciated. You all admit her designing talent, all but Mr. Roper. And just this afternoon, one of you was quick and eager to resent an aspersion on her. No, I refer, Mr. Domery, to your assault on Mr. Roper. You leapt, hot-headed, to Miss Nita's defense. Now, it isn't easy to reconcile that with your reluctance to come here this evening at her request.
Well, I wasn't reluctant. I had to think it over, that's all.
You, often have to think things over, don't you?
Well, what's it to you if I do?
Oh, it's a great deal to me. I have engaged to prevent Miss Nita's arrest for murder, and I suspect that your habit of thinking things over is going to show me how to do it. Mr. Demarest, how long have you known Mr. Domery?
6 years, ever since he started to work in his uncle's business.
Please give me a considered answer to this. Has he always had to think things over? Have you noticed any change in him in that respect at any time?
I don't have to consider it. He was always a very decisive young man, even aggressive, until he became the active head of the business some weeks ago. But that was only natural, wasn't it? A man of his age suddenly taking on so great a responsibility?
Perhaps. Miss Zarella, do you agree with what Mr. Demarest has said?
Oh, yes. Bernard has been so different.
And do you, Miss Nita?
Well, I suppose people might have got that impression.
Oh, you're
but...
hedging. Was there a change in Mr. Domery as stated about 6 weeks ago?
Well, yes, there was, but Mr. Demarest has explained why.
He thinks he has. Now we're getting somewhere. Mr. Domery, I wish to ask you some questions as Miss Nita's agent. They may strike you as irrelevant or even impertinent, but if they're not actually offensive, will you answer them?
What are the questions?
Are your parents alive?
Yes.
Where are they?
In Los Angeles. My father is a professor in the university there.
Is either of them conversant with your business affairs?
Not especially. Well, in a vague, general way.
Have you any other relatives that you see or correspond with frequently?
Carla, do you want me to go on with the autobiography?
She has no opinion in the matter because she doesn't know what I'm after. Can you object that my questions are offensive?
No, they're only silly.
Ah, then humor me. Or humor Miss Nita through me. Any other relatives that you see or correspond with frequently?
None whatever.
For help in making decisions, manifestly it's not Mr. Demarest you turn to, nor Miss Zarella, nor Mr. Roper. Is there a banker, a lawyer, a friend, any other person or persons on whose judgment you rely for guidance in your business? Anyone at all?
Well, no special person. No, I discuss things with people, naturally, including Mr. Demarest.
Oh, not Mr. Demarest. He has noticed a change in you. Now, this is your last chance, Mr. Domery, to drag somebody in.
I don't have to drag anybody in. I'm sound mind and body and over 21.
I know you are, and of a decisive and aggressive temperament, and that's why I'm making progress. Thank you, Mr. Domery.
What for?
Well, up to a few minutes ago when I got my head battered in by being told that you four people spent last evening together, I'd no idea of where my target was. Now I know. Where is he?
What?
Where is he, Mr. Domery?
Who?
No, sir, it's no good. I know. Even if I only guessed it'd be enough, I could give it to the police as a suspicion deserving inquiry. How long do you think it would take the police to find him? Mr. Domery, I cannot stress this strongly enough. Miss Nita is in serious danger of being arrested for a murder she did not commit.
Look, I've had enough of this. I'm leaving.
No, sir, you will not be permitted to leave this room until either you've told me where he is, or I've given the police time to start on his trail and cover my door.
Oh, unlawful restraint with witnesses.
Where is he, Mr. Domery? You can't take time to think it over now to consult him on this one. Where is he?
This is awful. This is an awful thing.
Stop it. You can't do this. You can't threaten and keep him here. It's unlawful. Now, just stop it now.
It's too late, Carla. You hired him. And I must admit, you're getting your money's worth. You'd better tell him, Bernard. It may be hard, but the other way's harder.
Where is he, Mr. Domery?
The address is 816 East 90th Street. Look, I want to phone him.
No, you will be unlawfully restrained if you try. What is it, an apartment building?
Yes, apartment 10C. I rented it for...
Is he there now?
Yes, I was to phone him there when I left here. I said I'd go to see him, but he said I might be followed, and I'd better phone from a booth.
What is the name?
Dixon. George Dixon.
Thank you. Archie?
Yes, sir.
Get Fritz in here and give him a revolver. I don't know how some of these minds might work. Then get Mr. Dixon and bring him here. The address...
I have it written down, sir.
Don't alarm him any more than you have to. I don't want you killed, and I don't want a suicide.
Mr. George Dixon?
What do you want?
I have a message from Mr. Bernard Domery.
Yes?
Are you George Dixon?
I'm Dixon. Hand it through to me.
I can't. It's verbal.
Then say it. What is it?
You'll have to open the door all the way. I have to see you first. You were described to me. Mr. Domery's in a little trouble. Thank you.
Okay, what kind of trouble?
He'll have to tell you about it. I'm just a messenger. All I can tell you is I was instructed to ask you to come to him.
Why didn't he phone me?
A phone isn't available to him right now.
Where is he?
At Nero Wolfe's office on West 35th Street.
Who else was there?
Well, several people. Mr. Wolfe, of course, and men named Demarest and Roper, and women named Zorella and Nieder. That's all.
I think you lie.
What?
I don't think Mr. Domery sent for me at all. I think this is a put-up job, and you can get the hell out of here and stay out.
Hey, okay, brother. Now, where'd I get your name and address from? A mailing list? Mr. Domery phoned you earlier to ask your advice about his going to see Mr. Wolfe. Now, my understanding was that if I didn't get you there by 11 o'clock, they'll all pile into a taxi, including Mr. Domery, and come here to see you. My car's waiting out front. I took it for granted that by the time I got back, everyone there would know who was coming with me, even if one or two of them hadn't caught on before I left. I thought it would be interesting to see how they would welcome Mr. Dixon. But he took charge of the script himself as he entered the office.
What the hell's the matter with you, Bernard? Can't you handle anything at all?
Not this, I can't. This man Wolfe is one for you to handle. I only hope to God that you can.
Well, I'm back, everybody. I would have been back soon anyway, but Bernard has hurried it up a little. Ward, you're looking like a window display in a fire sale. Surprised to see me? Still putting up with them, Paulie? Now you'll have to put up with me again. Carla, I hear you're on the way to lead the whole pack. You're all so quiet. Can't got your tongues. Where's Henry? I thought he'd be here.
He's in the other room with Wolfe.
I don't know this gentleman.
This gentleman is Inspector Kramer of the New York Police.
You didn't tell me the police would be here.
And believe me, I didn't know.
Nero Wolfe called and invited me. I just got here. What's going on, Goodwin?
I'm still catching up. You'll have to ask Mr. Wolfe.
Who's this man?
George Dixon, so I'm told.
What kind of charade is Wolfe pulling now?
Oh, why didn't you ask him? Here he is.
Archie, you're back.
Yes, sir.
Excellent. And Mr. Kramer, your timing was impeccable. My apologies for keeping you waiting. Mr. Demarest and I needed to discuss something.
Nero Wolfe? I'm Jean Domery. This is a real pleasure.
How do you do, Mr. Domery? Please sit down.
I was told that my nephew sent for me. He didn't. You got me here by a trick. What do you want?
Sit down, sir. This may take some time.
I can't give you much time. What do you want?
I want to present some facts, offer my explanation of them, and get your opinion. There's a chair beside your nephew.
What facts?
You all have a right to know, I think, that the man who was killed last evening was a former partner in the business, Mr. Paul Nieder.
What the hell?
Why, my mother's milk, it was.
Now, this time you've gone too far.
Be quiet. Everyone be quiet.
You have deliberately withheld knowledge of the facts.
Nonsense, Mr. Kramer. I have withheld nothing.
You knew that when I was here this morning?
No, sir, I did not know it then. I was given reason to suspect it later.
You could have told me then.
Oh, phooey, if I told you then what I suspected but didn't know. You'd quite reasonably have focused on the most likely seeming culprit, my client, and been led straight down a blind alley. I'm saving you time, Mr. Kramer. I'm giving you something.
You said on the phone you could name the murderer.
And I will, sir, if you'll sit down.
Go ahead.
We have here a situation that reads like a Wilkie Collins novel. Two men presumed dead, both returning to life. Now, some explanation is needed. Mr. Dixon Domery, won't you help us?
You were going to give us some facts. So far, you've given us fantasy.
I see. You won't help, then?
Certainly not. Why should I? It's your fantasy.
Well, we'll have to go about it the other way, then. When did you last see Paul Nieder?
About a year ago. just before he left for a vacation.
Well, that's not a very intelligent lie, sir. It can be checked. Mr. Kramer here has an army of men whose job it is to check such things. I'll ask you again. When did you last see Paul Neder? You won't answer, eh? Then I will. Mr. Kramer, if you put your men on it, I think you'll discover a meeting between Mr. Dixon and the deceased sometime after last Tuesday's showing of the Domery and Neder fall line. Quite possibly it was at Mr. Dixon's apartment. The address...
He won't find anything.
Oh, indomitable, are you? Ah. Then how about your meeting with Mr. Neder last evening at the offices of Domery and Neder when you killed him?
Killed him? You accuse me in front of all these witnesses of killing that man?
Oh, yes, sir. I'm certain of my ground. A record was kept of everyone that went into that building after hours last night. How did you do it, huh? A false name? A different floor given as your destination? Well, your face is known now. The elevator operator or the commissionaire will be able to recognize you. And, of course, there's the key.
What key?
The one that got you into the Domery and Neder office. The one presumed to be at the bottom of the ocean in the pocket of a drowned man. Is it in your pocket now, Mr. Domery, or did you leave it in your apartment? Oh, I see. I'm making you nervous. Look at his face, Mr. Kramer.
I'm not nervous.
Then perhaps you'll explain about your return from a watery grave. Why was it necessary to perpetrate such an elaborate hoax?
I can explain that, and I will, at the proper time and to the proper persons, not you.
It's no good, Mr. Domery. You're caught. Mr. Kramer and his men will find evidence to convict you even without this letter I have in my hand.
What have you got?
I'll read it to you. I suppose you all know, or most of you, that tomorrow will be Miss Neder's 21st birthday.
Oh, yes.
Well, I persuaded Mr. Demarest to anticipate the delivery date of this paper by a few hours. It was intended, as you'll see, only for Miss Neder, but as Mr. Kramer would tell you, evidence in a murder case has no respect for confidences. This letter is handwritten, as you can see. Yellowstone Park, May 16th of last year. It reads, My dearest Carla, I'll send this to Henry, sealed, and tell him to give it to you unopened on your 21st birthday. You're going to get news that I have killed myself, but I'm not going to kill myself. I fully expect to be with you again and with the work I love. I'm writing this to explain what I'm doing just in case something goes wrong. I think you suspected that Helen and I loved each other. Jean found out about us and killed her. He intended to kill me, too, and he still intends to. And as you know, Jean always does everything he intends to. That's why I wouldn't leave the apartment those 3 days. That's why I came away, and why I have to pretend to kill myself. Once he thinks I'm dead, I'll find time to think straight again and see what I can do. It may be that I'll find a way of dealing with this and that I'll be back with you before your 21st birthday. And if so, I'll get this back from Henry and you'll never see it. But if I don't get back, I want you to know the truth by this letter. If Jean should find me and kill me, I don't want him to get away with it. Your Uncle Paul. Well, Mr. Domery, nothing to say?
Nothing.
It offers a remarkable field for speculation. What, for instance, made you suspect that his suicide was a fake? Possibly you were as well acquainted with his character as he was with yours. He was certainly right about you. You didn't forget or abandon your intention. To coax him out, you went on a fishing trip with your nephew and staged a drowning. Another speculation. How much did you tell your nephew? Did you have to let him in on all the...
Listen to me, Carla. Whatever my uncle has done, that's up to him, but this is my part, and you've got to get it straight. He told me that someone had it in for him, and his life was in danger. He said nothing about Paul Neder. Of course, I thought he was dead.
Shut up and sit down.
You lied to me. You said your supposed death would force this person to take certain steps, and that the situation would soon be changed so that you could reappear. You lied to me.
Yes, I lied to you because you're a weak-natured fool. Could I have told you the truth? But it isn't necessary to lie anymore, since that other fool, Paul, seems to have gotten the last word. But I got him. I got Helen, and I got him.
Take him away, Mr. Kramer. I'm through with him.
I'll have that letter.
No, sir, I'll keep it. Or rather, I'll destroy it.
What?
No, it's mine.
Like hell it is.
Certainly it is. It's in my writing. I wrote it while Archie was going for him. With Mr. Demarest's help. You won't need it. Just take him out of here and get to work.
You...
I hope you won't cop, Mr. Kramer. Surely the end justified the means. You got your murderer.
Starring in today's episode were Mavor Moore as Nero Wolfe, Don Franks as Archie Goodwin, and Cease Linder as Inspector Kramer. Lynn Griffin was Carlin Meader, Neil Monroe, Bernard Gomery, August Schellenberg, George Dixon, Michael Tate, Ward Roper, Marion Waldman, Polly Zarella, Sandy Webster, Henry Demarest, and Frank Perry was Fritz. Music was composed and conducted by Don Gillis. Technical operations, John Jessup. Sound effects, Bill Robinson. Production assistant was Nancy McElveen, and casting consultant, Ann Weldon Tate. Man Alive was written and produced in Toronto by Ron Hartman.
Mr. Wolfe, I've come to you because I'm going to be murdered by a man called Conroy Blaney.
Indeed.
Yes.
Mr. Poor, I suppose 200 men and women have sat in that chair and tried to hire me to keep someone from killing them. How many, Archie?
209.
Have I taken the job?
No, sir, never.
For $2 million a year, you can make it fairly difficult for a man to kill you. That's about what it costs to protect a president or a king. And even so, consider the record.
I don't expect you to keep him from killing me. That's not what I came for.
Then what the devil did you come for?
To keep him from getting away with it.
Oh, I see.
Con Blaney is so damn clever that it isn't a question whether he can kill me or not. The question is whether he can manage it so he's in the clear. I'm afraid he can.
Next week, Instead of Evidence, with guest stars Lally Cadeau, Sean Sullivan, Martha Gibson, Eric Peterson, and Danny Bucos. Rex Stout's Nero Wolfe. Starring Mavor Moore as Nero Wolfe and Don Franks as Archie Goodwin. Today's episode, Instead of Evidence, with special guest stars Lally Cadeau, Sean Sullivan, Eric Peterson, Martha Gibson, and Dan Bucos.
It is merely one facet of my complex character that I do not like men named Eugene. I admit it's a prejudice. That, and that alone, accounted for my offish attitude when Mr. and Mrs. Eugene R. Poor called at Nero Wolfe's office that Tuesday afternoon in October.
Eugene.
Yes, dear?
You dropped your cigar.
Oh, I'm sorry. Mr. Wolfe, I've come to you because I'm going to be murdered by a man called Conroy Blaney.
Indeed.
Yes.
Mr. Poor, I suppose 200 men and women have sat in that chair and tried to hire me to keep someone from killing them. How many, Archie?
209.
Have I taken the jobs?
No, sir, never.
For $2 million a year, you can make it fairly difficult for a man to kill you. That's about what it costs to protect a president or a king. And even so, consider the record.
I don't expect you to keep him from killing me. That's not what I came for.
Then what the devil did you come for?
To keep him from getting away with it.
Oh, I see.
Con Blaney is so damn clever that it isn't a question whether he can kill me or not. The question is whether he can manage it so he's in the clear. I'm afraid he can. I would bet he can.
Eugene.
Yes, dear.
You've got to try to relax.
I came here, Mr. Wolfe, to give you the facts, to get the facts down, and to pay you $5,000 to see that he doesn't end up in the clear. I want someone to know about it.
Your wife knows about it.
What if he kills her, too? There's no one else I can trust.
Then why not go to the police?
The police? I'm not sure they'd even remember I'd been there if it happened in a year or maybe 2 years. I can't pay them to remember. What's the matter? Don't you want $5,000?
I wouldn't get $5,000. As my income tax now stands, I'd keep about 10%. If Mr. Blaney's as clever as you say he is, I wouldn't consider trying to uncover him on a murder for $500. No, sir. Mrs. Poor, may I ask why that makes you look so pleased?
Because I need help, and I think you're going to help me. I don't approve of this. I didn't want my husband to come here.
Where did you want him to go? To the Atlantic Detective Agency?
Oh, no. If I'd been in favor of this going to any detective, it would have been Nero Wolfe, but may I explain?
I am due in the plant rooms at 4 o'clock. I have 18 minutes.
Then I'm going to use them.
Eugene, please. It won't take 18 minutes, Mr. Wolfe. My husband and Mr. Blaney have been business partners for 10 years. They own the firm of Blaney & Poor, manufacturers of novelties.
We make things like matches that won't light, chairs with rubber legs, and bottled drinks that taste like soap.
Good heavens.
It's the biggest firm in the business. Mr. Blaney gets the ideas and handles the production.
He's a genius
and my
at it.
husband handles the business part.
Sales and so on.
But Mr. Blaney is really just about too conceited to live. And now that the business is a big success, he thinks my husband isn't needed. He wants him to get out and take $20,000 for his half.
It's worth a great deal more than that, 10 times as much. I won't do it.
The argument has gone on and on. Until now, my husband is convinced that Mr. Blaney is capable of doing anything to get rid of him.
Of killing him. And you don't agree?
Oh, no, I do agree. I think Mr. Blaney would stop at nothing.
Has he made threats?
Oh, no, he isn't that kind. He doesn't make threats. He just goes ahead.
Then why didn't you want your husband to come to me?
Because he's simply too stubborn to live. There's a clause in the partnership agreement. They signed it when they started the business. That says if either one of them dies, the other one owns the whole thing.
That's another reason why he'd kill me.
What my husband wants is to make sure Mr. Blaney gets caught. That's how stubborn he is. And what I want is for my husband to stay alive.
Martha, we've been over this
My
time
husband
and
has
time.
saved over $200,000. He can get another $20,000 from Mr. Blaney for his half of the business.
It's worth 20 times that much.
Not if you're dead. With the income from that, we could live comfortably and happily.
I thought you'd stand by me in this fight.
I would if you could possibly win. But you can't win. Instead of winning, you'll probably die. I ask you, Mr. Wolfe, you're a wise and clever man. What would you do if you were in my husband's position?
You put that as a question?
Yes, I do.
Well, granting that you've described the situation correctly, I would kill Mr. Blaney.
What? But that's silly. Of course, you're joking, but this is no joke.
I'd kill the bastard in a second if I thought I could get away with it. Maybe you could, Mr. Wolfe, but I couldn't.
And I'm afraid you couldn't hire me for that. Your wife's advice is sound. Are you going to take it?
No.
Are you going to kill Mr. Blaney?
No.
And you still want to pay me $5,000?
Yes, I do.
Well, I advise you against that, too, under the circumstances. Here are the circumstances. Archie, take your notebook.
Yes, sir.
Make a receipt reading, received from Eugene R. Poor, $5,000, in return for which I agree, in case he dies within 1 year, to give the police the information he has given me today, and to take any further action that may seem to me advisable. Sign my name and initial it as usual. Get all details from Mr. Poor. Now, if you have anything further to ask, sir, ask it of Mr. Goodwin.
That's no good. You don't even say what kind of action. At least you ought to
I
say that...
advised you against it under the circumstances. Those are the circumstances. That's all I'll undertake. Suit yourself.
Mr. Wolfe, I didn't mention that I brought the fee in cash. Speaking of income tax, getting it in cash would make it...
I am not a common cheat, Mr. Poor. Not that I'm a saint. Given adequate provocation, I might conceivably cheat a man or a woman or even a child. But you are suggesting that I cheat not a man or a woman or a child, but 140 million of my fellow citizens. Ho!
Mr. Poor.
Yes?
You dropped your cigar. Can I light that for you?
Oh, thanks. Is he always like that?
Oh, always, yeah. I'm the one who does all the work around here. I'm also an admirer of your wife.
Your what?
I admire your wife as an advice giver. Life is more fun outside the grave than in it, and with over $200,000.
I've had enough advice. My mind is made up.
Okay. Now, give me everything you think we'll need. It was nearly 5 o'clock when they left. I was still typing from my notes when at 6 o'clock, Wolfe came down from the plant rooms.
Well, did you take that man's money?
If I say I took it, you'll claim that your attitude as you left plainly indicated that he had insulted you and you wouldn't play. If I say I refused it, you'd claim I'd done you out of a fee. Now, which do you prefer?
Did you word the receipt properly?
No, sir. I worded it the way you told me to.
No.
The loot is in the safe. I told him you'd prefer a check, but he said there it was. He'd taken the trouble to get it, so why not take it? He still thinks you'll forget to report it to your 140 million citizens. Oh, by the way, if Blaney does perform, I'm going to marry the widow. You saw her legs.
I did not see her legs. Do your typing, Archie. I like to hear you typing.
Huh?
If you're typing, you can't talk.
Yes, sir. It was after dinner at about 9:40 that the phone rang. For you, Inspector Kramer.
Oh, thank you. What can I do for you, Mr. Kramer?
I'm at Eugene Poor's apartment. I've got a paper here taken from his pocket, a receipt for $5,000, signed by you, dated today. It says you have information to give the police if he dies. All right, what's the information? He's dead.
What killed him?
An explosion. A cigar blew up in his face.
Archie will be there in a few minutes.
You recognize him?
Well, it's the same suit and tie anyway. Jeez, a cigar did that to him?
So the wife says he lit a cigar and it blew up.
I don't believe it. Yes, I guess I do. She says so. They make novelties. Now, that's a novelty.
Yeah, we're all through here. Take it away, boys.
Where's Mrs. Poor?
Bedroom.
I want to see her.
The hell you do?
I want to see our client.
So you've got a client?
You've seen the receipt. You've read my report.
Give her a chance. I am. Let her pull herself together.
Is this the box the cigar came from?
Don't touch
I'm
that.
just pointing, Inspector. I'm not touching. I just want to satisfy my curiosity. He smoked 2 cigars this afternoon in the office.
Same brand?
The same, Alta Vista. It's a fresh box, only one gone. You suppose the rest of these are loaded?
The lab will answer that.
You picked up the partner, Blaney?
He's been sent for. Oh, I hope to God it's a wrap-up. Maybe it is. How did Poor seem this afternoon? Nervous, scared, what?
It was mostly stubborn. Mind made up.
What about the wife?
Stubborn, too. She wanted him to go on breathing.
You, want to talk to this young woman, sir?
How do I know? Do I?
Well, she came here just after we got here. She won't tell us why.
I did tell you why. I had an appointment with Mr. Poor.
Yeah? At first you said you just came here.
Well, that wasn't true. I had to say that.
Why?
Oh, look, I work for Mr. Poor. That is, I work for Blaney and Poor Novelties. Mr. Poor called and he asked me to meet him here.
What for?
Well, I can't tell you that. It's a confidential matter.
Nothing is confidential in a murder case, miss.
Please, you don't understand. If Mr. Blaney knows I came here, I'll lose my job.
Oh, no. What? Dora, what the hell's happening here?
We found this guy hanging around outside.
I have a right to be here. Oh, Helen, there you are.
Well, you didn't lose any time, did you? Now you think you can have her.
What's going on here? Who are you?
My name is Joe Grohl. I work for Blaney and Poor, factory foreman, and I have a right to be here.
Why were you hanging around outside?
Tell him.
I followed Helen Vardis when she left home tonight because I wanted to know where she was going. She came here, and I saw all the police outside. Now, where's Conroy Blaney?
He's been sent for. Why did you
That is not true.
What's not true?
That he was following me. Why would he follow me? He came here to...
Yeah, to what?
I don't know. But I do know who killed Mr. Poor. It was Martha Davis.
Oh, that helps. Who is Martha Davis?
She means Mrs. Poor.
Oh.
That was her name when she worked in the factory before she got married. She means Mrs. Poor killed her husband. She's jealous of Mrs. Poor. She's just plain crazy.
She certainly is. Martha. You ought to be ashamed of yourself, Helen. I think you will be when you calm down and thought things over. You have no right or reason to talk like that. Why?
Let me go, I say. Who's in charge here? I'm Conroy Blaney. Where's Jean Poor?
You ask?
Of course I do. Why have I been brought here?
You know perfectly well that Jean is dead. Murdered.
Good heavens. Who did it?
And that's when they removed me to another room.
Did you get to speak to Mrs. Poor at all?
Yeah, later. Much later, and only for a short time.
Well?
The Poors left here in their car a little before 5. She persuaded him to drive up to Conroy Blaney's place in Westchester, hoping they could talk it all out. She phoned ahead and made an appointment with Blaney for 6:30, but at the last minute, Poor balked and they stopped at Ronnie's Tavern near Scarsdale to debate. Poor won the debate. He wouldn't go. So she left him at the tavern and went on to Blaney's place alone. She got there at 6:15. Are you awake?
Oh, yeah, sure.
It's hard to tell when you close your eyes like that and don't move. Do you want me to go on?
Go on.
Blaney wasn't there. He lives alone, and the doors were locked. Now, she waited around till 10 minutes to 7 and then went back to the tavern. They ate dinner there, and then they drove back home. When he got home, he opened a fresh box of cigars. She was in the bathroom when she heard the explosion. Are you still awake?
You say the face was unrecognizable?
Yes, sir.
Something concealed in a cigar. Gee, that's next to incredible.
It's really incredible. So, what do we do?
Do? Nothing.
Nothing?
There is nothing to do. I engaged to give that information to the police and have done so. Also to take any further action that might seem to me advisable, and I've done that.
You mean you through with the case?
Certainly not. I haven't started. There is nothing to start on. Mr. Kramer may do the job himself. I hope so.
I resign.
Nonsense. Do your work.
No, sir, I'm going upstairs. I'm going upstairs to pack. If you're too lazy to wiggle a finger, very well, that's not news. But you're not even interested. Does it bore you because you've already collected the fees, eh? Too small a fee? Is it too obvious? Is it beneath you? Well, how about this in the Gazette, then? Man's naked body found in a lonely lane near White Plains, head crushed to a pancake by a car running square over him. Now, there's a case for a great detective like you. See, it might be Hitler, since his body has never been found.
Answer the door, Archie.
Yes, sir. Wolfe doesn't like receiving unexpected callers. He likes me to check with him first. So I didn't. Inspector Kramer.
Good morning, Mr. Kramer. To what do I owe
I
this?
told him to hell with him. You wouldn't see him. Since he's working on the poor case and you're not interested.
Oh, shut up, Archie. Sit down, Mr. Kramer.
Why do you put up with him?
He saved my life once.
Once? Have you forgot?
What can I do for you, Inspector?
I dropped in on my way uptown because I thought it was only fair. I think I'm going to arrest your client on a charge of murder.
You can't arrest my client on any charge whatever.
Oh, no?
My client is dead. And by the way, is he? I presume the corpse has been properly identified.
Certainly. With a face as blown apart as that, it's routine. Fingerprints, dentist, doctor, the works. Why? What do you think it was? Insurance fake?
No, I didn't think. Then you can't arrest my client.
Goodwin says Mrs. Poor is your client.
Oh, Mr. Goodwin is impulsive. You read that receipt? Yeah. Huh. So you are going to charge Mrs. Poor?
I think I am.
Indeed.
Now, don't indeed me. God damn it, didn't I take the trouble to stop by and tell you about it?
Well, go ahead and tell me.
Okay, but first, why did you ask if we established the identity? There's not the slightest doubt it was Poor. Not only the corpse itself, other things like the elevator man who took them up when they came home, and the people up at the tavern where they had dinner.
They identified him from photograph?
No, he was known there. There are no photographs of Poor, apparently.
Oh, I wondered why the papers were carrying none.
Are you doubting the identity of the corpse?
No, that would be silly since you're ready to make an arrest.
Goodwin told you about the box of cigars.
Something.
Well, that was it, all right. Poor smoked about a box every 2 days, boxes of 25. He bought them from a place near his office and factory. The box he started on Tuesday night. The 24 left in it are all loaded. Any one of them would have killed him 2 seconds after he lit it.
Oh, that's hard to believe. Inside a cigar?
Right, I thought so, too. The firm of Blaney & Poor has been making trick cigars for years, but they're harmless. All they do is make you jump. Now, what's in these 24 is anything but harmless. It was invented for the Army and still is on the secret list. Now, even this is confidential. It's made by the Beck Products Corporation. And their men and the FBI are raising hell trying to find out how this murderer got a hold of them. That's not for publication.
I am not a publisher.
Okay.
Of course, the Alta Vista tobacco people deny all knowledge.
Sure. They say the fillers are theirs, but the wrappers are not. Now, they say whoever sliced them open and inserted the things and rewrapped them was an expert. Now, there are 4 people connected with Blaney & Poor who are good at making trick cigars. Helen Vardis, one of their most highly skilled workers. Joe Grohl, the foreman. Blaney himself. And Mrs. Poor, who worked there for 4 years before she married Poor.
Oh, good at making trick cigars. Well, how did you narrow it down to Mrs. Poor?
How do you like this? Underneath the cigars in the box, we found 2 human hairs. They came from the head of Mrs. Poor, unquestionably. So I think I'll charge her.
Oh, I wouldn't do that if I were you, Mr. Kramer.
Oh, you wouldn't?
No, sir. Let me put it this way. You have her on trial. The hairs have been placed in evidence. I am the defense attorney. I'm speaking to the jury.
Shoot.
Ladies and gentlemen, I respect your intelligence. The operation of turning those cigars into deadly bombs has been described to you as requiring the highest degree of skill and the most minute attention. Deft fingers and perfect eyesight were essential. The slightest irregularity about the appearance of that box of cigars might have attracted the attention of a veteran smoker. And you can imagine the anxious scrutiny with which each cigar was inspected as it was arranged in that box. And you can realize how incredible it is that a person so intently engaged on anything and everything the eye could see could be so careless as to leave 2 of the hairs of a head in that box of cigars. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I appeal to your intelligence. I put it to you that those hairs, far from being evidence that Martha Poor killed her husband, are instead evidence that Martha Poor did not kill her husband.
So she is your client after all.
No, sir, she is not. It was Mr. Poor who paid me. Now, Inspector, you said you came here because you wanted to be fair. Well, I say phooey. You came here because you had misgivings. You had them because you are not a ninny. What about motive? Mrs. Poor was tired of smelling the smoke from her husband's cigars, perhaps?
No.
Or,
money. She gets the whole works, plus insurance. Or, according to that girl, Helen Vardis, she wanted Joe Grohl, and now they'll get married.
Huh. Proof?
Talk. Goes way back to when Mrs. Poor was working there. I'll tell you this, whether she's your client or not. We've been having conversation with everybody at Blaney & Poor's, and the females all go thumbs down on her. The idea being that she's a man-eater.
The specifications by the female?
Nah, none. But it's unanimous.
Oh, it would be. They never forgive a woman for marrying the proprietor.
It's our busy day. Mr. Conroy Blaney himself to see you. Do I let him in?
What does he want?
I think he wants to confess. Oh, I warn you. His squeak will get on your nerves.
Oh, confound it. Bring him in.
We meet at last, Mr. Wolfe. I was thinking on my way here, fate has thrown us together. You dominate your field and I dominate mine. We were bound to meet.
Your field?
That's right. I am supreme. I imagine you and I are alike in more ways than one. Now, I like to see things done in an orderly manner. So do you, don't you?
Mr. Blaney,
So first I'll give you my 4 reasons for coming here, and then we can take them up one at a time. 1, I want a copy of the report you gave the police of what Jean Poor and Martha, his wife, told you about me. 2, discussion of whether your giving that report to the police was publication of a libel and whether your withdrawal of it will satisfy me. 3, a proposal to make an orchid, guaranteed exclusive to you, an imitation orchid plant in a pot that would talk. When the pot was lifted, it would say distinctly, orchids to you, or anything of similar length.
God heavens!
I knew we would have many things in common. That's my favorite expression, too. I use it all the time. Good heavens. But you probably want to know where I stand. I would if I were you. Tuesday evening up at Jean's apartment, I heard a man saying to another man, I presume they were detectives, something about Mrs. Poor being Nero Wolfe's client, and in that case, Mrs. Poor was as good as out of it, so Blaney might as well get his legs shaved for the electrode. Now, I really think it would be a shame to make yourself ridiculous, and I don't think you want to, so I'm willing to take this trouble. You're not a man to reach a conclusion without reasons. That wouldn't be scientific, and you and I are both scientists. Tell me your reasons one by one, and I'll prove they're no good. Go ahead.
Archie, get him out of here.
The truth is, you have no reasons, isn't that right? All right, then, about this talking orchid. When I get hold of a creative idea, I can't concentrate on anything else. You will have to give me 3 or 4 orchid plants to work from, and they ought to be your favorite plants. Now, here's the stroke of genius. I was saving this. The voice that does the talking will be your voice. Whoever you send it to, preferably a lady, she will lift the pot, suspecting nothing, and your own voice, the voice of Nero Wolfe, will say to her, orchids to you. Probably she'll drop the pot, but...
I think you just performed a miracle, Mr. Blaney.
Oh, yes?
Yes. You caused Nero Wolfe to disappear.
I don't understand.
Oh, overlook it. He's eccentric.
So am I.
The geniuses are.
Does he really think I killed Jean Poor?
He does now.
Why now?
Oh, forget it. I'm eccentric, too.
There's another possibility. The idea of the orchid having his voice doesn't appeal to him. Then how about it having your voice?
What?
You have a good baritone voice. I could let you have it at cost, and you could give it to him for Christmas. Let's hear how it would sound. Say it in a medium tone. Orchids to you.
Hi there.
Archie, is that man gone?
No, sir. Now he wants
Get him out of there at once. Phone Saul and tell him to come here as soon as possible.
Yes, sir.
Let's hear how it would sound. I'll close my eyes, and you say it to me, just naturally to me. Orchids to you. Are you ready?
Oh, I'm ready.
Did you get Saul?
Yes, sir. He can't be here till 6 o'clock, so maybe I could
No, I need you here.
Yes, sir. Working on the orchid file.
To find out whether it seems advisable for me to talk with that man, Joe Grohl.
Yes, sir, with tea leaves, or there's a palmist over
When he was at the scene of the murder on Tuesday, he asked where Blaney was. Now find out why and anything else.
As for instance, when does he marry Mrs. Poor, and did she...
Anything. Just see him.
I picked Joe Grohl up at the corner of Barrack and Adams at 5:30.
Sorry to keep you waiting.
It's okay. It's okay.
I only quit being an Army hero 2 months ago, and they gave me my job back. But it keeps me busy catching up. Where are we going?
There's a bar on 19th Street, serves good scotch, all right?
Okay by me.
As we pulled away from the sidewalk, I couldn't help noticing that behind us, someone's desire to find a taxi became frantic. To oblige, I took my time. When I saw in the rearview mirror that a taxi had actually been snagged, I fed gas and went ahead. When I parked, I made sure that there was a parking space behind us for the taxi. Joe and I went into the bar and ordered drinks.
You're right. This is good scotch.
Say, you mind if I ask you something?
Go ahead.
Well, I don't go for this theory that it was Helen Vardas that killed Ford. Do you?
What are you talking about? What theory?
Well, this theory that Helen Vardas would do anything for Blaney. And God knows why. She made the cigars for him. She went there Tuesday night.
For Christ's sakes, who thought that one up?
Well, it wasn't me. Don't get excited.
That's right. Yes, I must remember that one. Don't get excited. They put you in a uniform and take you across the ocean into the middle of hell. Bombs, bullets, flamethrowers.
Huh?
Your friends die right against you and bleed down your neck, and after 2 years of that, they bring you home and turn you loose and say, don't get excited.
Hey, cool down, will you?
Look, I'm all right.
Cool down.
No, I'm all right.
I'm sorry I brought it up.
Okay, it's just that, I come home, and what do I find? The girl I had been counting on has married the boss, and no one told me.
Hey, now, that's a raw deal.
It wasn't her fault. She never promised me anything, but I had been looking forward to seeing her. Oh, I did see her, but only because she was in trouble and asked me to help.
Help how?
She thought her husband was going to get killed by Blaney. And knowing Blaney as I did, I saw no reason to doubt it. She asked me to watch Blaney, and... Look, why am I spilling all this to you?
I was in the Army, too.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, I think I understand. Anyhow, I wasn't heartbroken because Martha seemed a little older than I had remembered. Besides, there was another girl who'd been nothing but a kid in the factory before. But now she'd grown up. I saw her the other night.
Yeah, Helen Vardis.
I fell for her like a Sherman tank. Oh, I thought I'd finished that drink. You filled it up. Thanks.
Cheers.
I guess I was a little leery of all civilians, even Helen. But she seemed to reciprocate. She seemed to reciprocate. I just don't understand it. First Martha, then her. I saw her with him in a restaurant, and I saw them together in his car.
Who, Blaney?
Certainly not. Poor. Eugene Poor. Oh, boy. I can't understand what he had. Look, I put it to Helen. I asked her outright, and she as much as told me to go to hell.
She refused to explain?
And they say, don't get excited. Tell me, who is it that thinks Helen was helping Blaney?
Oh, no, it's nothing to worry about. No murder case you're apt to hear anything.
Well, it's stupid. If the cops had any brains at all, they should know that it had to be either Blaney or Martha who killed Poor.
How do you figure that?
Martha went up to Blaney's place in Westchester at 6:15 on the night of the murder. She says Blaney wasn't there.
That's right.
Blaney says he was there that whole evening. So one of them is lying, and the one that's lying killed Poor. So it's Blaney.
Why? Because Martha wouldn't lie?
Why would Martha kill him? He had everything going for him that he had 2 years ago when they got married. Anyway, it was Blaney. And he knows I was keeping an eye on him for Martha, so I'll be out of a job, and so the hell with him. Tell me, do you want to come along and help me do something?
Well, if you describe it, I promised my mother I would always be helpful to people.
You're very witty, you know that.
Well, Nero Wolfe tells me that all the time. Say, what are we going to do?
I'm going up to Blaney's office, look through his abditories.
Look through his what?
Abditories. Secret hiding places. His office is full of them. I'm going to search them. Do you want to come along?
You got the keys?
Hell, I'm foreman.
Okay. Finish your drink and let's go. You get in the car, Joe. I'll just be a minute. I want to talk to somebody in that taxi parked behind us. There's no sense in this, Miss Vardis. Look at that meter. Come on and ride with us.
Get out of here.
Hey, just relax, will you? I can't get out because I'm not in. Now, this is absolutely childish. You don't know the first principle of tailing. And this driver you happen to get is worse. Now, if you insist on tailing Joe, okay, we'll put him in a cab and we'll let him go ahead, and you ride with me, and I'll show you how it's done.
You're smart as they come, aren't you?
I'm at least smarter than you if you let that meter continue to tick. Now, pay him and come on.
You seem to be in charge of everything. You pay him.
Hey, I guess she got you, smartass.
Here, keep the nickel change. Move over a little, Joe. There's room for 3.
What is this? What are you doing here?
If I were you folks, I would incorporate and call it the Greater New York Mutual Tailing League. I don't see how you keep track of who is following whom on any given day. Of course, if one of you gets convicted of murder, that'll put a stop to it. You have now, however, one good reason that I know of for getting married. The fact that a wife can't testify against a husband or vice versa. It's one thing you got to watch. Now that Eugene Poor is dead, Helen will try to sell you the idea, Joe, that she was meeting him on the sly merely to keep him informed of anything Blaney seemed to be up to. And Joe will try to sell you the idea, Helen, that he was seeing Martha merely for that, too. Now, of course, he can't marry her for at least a long time because it would look a little suspicious, and he may want you just for a stopgap. You should both be
Are you always such a clown?
Always. It is a well-known fact that clowns have the biggest and warmest hearts on record, except mothers and 3 characters in a book by... So, if you get tired of being a stopgap, why don't you give me a ring?
Stop and let me up. We're not going where I said.
Oh, yes, we are. Trick dice, trick pencils. These are trick pencils?
When you press, the perfume comes out.
Perfume? Why would he bother hiding these in one of those...
Abditories.
Abditories.
Conroy Blaney is a strange man.
Tell me about it. Here, I need more light.
Wait, that's not a...
Oh.
That is not a light switch.
No, it's a water squirter.
You know, that is really interesting.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. Some customers say that the person won't be standing in the right place. But you were exactly. A person not as tall as you would get it right in the eye.
You are.
I'm what?
Not as tall as me.
Oh, yes, but I've got better sense.
Maybe you hadn't better touch those things.
Thanks for the suggestion. What happens if I sit on this?
Nothing. That one's okay.
Oh, swell.
Well, this is a new one on me. Helen?
What?
What is this thing, do you know?
I haven't got the faintest idea.
Here, let me see that. Where'd you find this?
Didn't you see me find it? In that calendar on Blaney's desk.
How many of them? Just one?
No, 2 of them. Well, what are they, do you know?
I think that it was one of these things that was in the cigar that Mr. Poor never got to finish. What do you think?
I think we can damn soon find out.
No, wait. That idea doesn't appeal to me. I suggest that we all 3 go and deliver these gadgets, calendar included, to Nero Wolfe. He may want to ask some questions.
You take him to him. I think I'll go home.
I think I'll go home, too.
Nothing doing. You'll just follow each other and get all confused again. If I take these things to Wolfe without taking you, he'll fly into a temper and phone the police to get you. Now, wouldn't you prefer to come with me?
Mr. Grove.
Yes, sir?
I don't know how much sense you have. If you have slightly more than your share, you must realize that if I hand these things to the police with Mr. Goodwin's story, they'll conclude that you are a liar.
Why would
Miss
they?
Vargas, please, I'm speaking to Mr. Grove. They will ask, why did you wait until witnesses were present to explore those...
abditories.
Hiding places. Is it even remotely credible that Mr. Blaney would leave such incriminating evidence in a hiding place that a dozen people knew about? I'll end by concluding that you put the capsules in the calendar yourself.
I didn't. It happened exactly the way I told you. But listen.
Oh, I am.
You seem to know that these things are the same as the loads in the cigars. And if you do, okay. But I don't.
Neither do I.
And what the hell? Maybe they're full of Chanel number 5.
I was coming to that. Archie, do you remember that metal coffee percolator that we were fools enough to try?
Yes, sir. It's in the basement.
Bring it here, please. Now, Mr. Grove, perhaps we can prevail on your expertise.
Ready?
Good. All right, now, the rest of you go out in the hall and I'll light it.
But I want to see it.
Oh, no, wait a minute. I saw Poor's face. You didn't. You go out in the hall.
Oh, nonsense, Archie. That little thing, I'll be quite safe here at my desk.
Okay. You've been warned. All right, here goes.
Jesus.
Are you all right, sir?
My God, look at the hole in the plaster behind his head.
It was the percolator lid. It missed me by inches.
My God, what's in those capsules?
It's outrageous. I was nearly killed. Now, this settles it. Against Mr. Poor, there may have been a valid grievance, but against me, none. I'm going to bed. Archie, you put that other thing in the safe.
What was that about? Is he mad at us? Geez, you'd think
Mr. Wolfe is a genius, as you well know. Geniuses can be eccentric. When I put the other capsule in the safe, I made a discovery. There was a receipt for me to enter in the cash book, which read $200, advance on expenses, Saul Panzer. So he'd hired Saul. I didn't sleep much that night. I tossed and turned until I finally solved the case. I did it with cold logic. All I needed was enough evidence for a jury. In the morning, I couldn't wait for Wolfe to come down from the plant rooms. Of course, nothing would interfere with his routine. We had a visitor. And she looked as if she hadn't slept all night either. Mr. Wolfe will be engaged until 11 o'clock, Mrs. Poor. He'll be down in 40 minutes.
I know. I'll wait.
Anything I can do?
You're very kind, but I'll wait.
I'll tell him you're here.
Yes?
Mrs. Poor's down here waiting to see you.
Confound the woman. Send her away.
But she...
I know what she wants. Tell her to go home and read that receipt.
Mr. Wolfe says for you to go home and read the receipt.
What?
He thinks you came here to complain because he isn't earning the money your husband paid him. And the idea of having to earn money offends him. It always has.
But that's ridiculous, isn't it?
Yeah, it certainly is. But my advice to you is to humor him. Much as I enjoy having you here, if he came down and found you here, he'd turn around and walk out. Now, if you have anything special to say, you tell me and I'll tell him. He'll listen to me because he has to, or fire me. And he can't fire me because then he'd never do any work at all. And eventually he'd starve to death.
Oh, I shouldn't think. I shouldn't think a cold-blooded murder is something to joke about.
Oh, I'm not joking. They're plain facts. What did you want to say to him?
I just wanted to talk with him. He hasn't come to see me. Neither of you.
Oh, well...
You haven't even phoned me. I don't know what's happening. The police asked me about 2 of my hairs being in that box of cigars. They must think
don't
that
worry. Mr. Wolfe knows about that. In fact, I think he's proved to Inspector Kramer that those hairs are evidence that you did not kill your husband. Listen, isn't the funeral this afternoon?
Yes.
Okay, that's enough for you for one day. Leave the rest for me. I mean, if anything occurs that would help you to know about, well, I'll see that you know, right?
Oh, thank you, Mr. Goodwin.
I'll drive you home. We didn't speak at all in the car. She was trying to control her tears, and I was trying to control my anger. When I got back to the office about 11:30, I couldn't blast right into him because the first thing that happened was the phone rang. The district attorney of Westchester County returning your call.
Thank you, Archie. I've got it. You can hang up. How do you do, Mr. Fraser? Thank you for being so prompt. Yes, it is urgent. I have something to give you. That body found in an orchard Wednesday evening with the head crushed, has it been identified? No, then the newspaper report is accurate. Please, I'm giving you something. Put this down. Arthur Howell, 904 West 78th Street, New York. He worked for the Beck Products Corporation of Baston, New Jersey. His dentist was Louis Marley, 699 Park Avenue. That should help. Try that. And in return for this, I would appreciate it very much if you'll have me notified the moment the identification is made. Did you get it all down? No, sir. That's all you'll get from me until I get word of the identification.
So that's what Saul has been doing.
Uh-huh.
Yes, So it's in the bag. A complete stranger named Arthur Howell. After snitching the capsules from Beck Products and making cigars and getting them into Poor's home God knows how, he was overcome by remorse and went to an orchard and took his clothes off and lay down and ran a car over himself with a radio-controlled device.
Shut up, Archie. We're ready to act in any case, but it'll make things a little simpler if that corpse proves to be Mr. Howell, so it's worth waiting for a report on it. Now, 7 minutes to 4. We might as well prepare it now. Archie, get that capsule you put in the safe, and then attach it with tape to this photograph.
This is Eugene Poor. I thought there were no Oh, no wonder you're looking so pleased, even if Saul did have to pay $200 for it.
Place the photo with the capsule attached in an envelope and replace it in the safe.
Yeah, but why?
You wait for my instructions. Call me the moment you hear from Mr. Fraser.
The mysterious body in the orchard is no longer mysterious.
Arthur Howell?
Right. Mr. Fraser was rather persistent.
Indeed?
He's on his way here right now with a couple of detectives. I think he wants to talk to you.
Archie, you'll have to pay a call on Mrs. Poor.
No, it's nearly 10 o'clock. She's probably tired. The funeral's this afternoon.
Can't be helped. Saul will go with you.
Saul?
Yes, he's up in the guest room asleep. He didn't go to bed last night. You'll take her that photograph with its attachment. You should leave as soon as possible before that confounded Westchester lawyer gets you. I don't want to see him. Tell Fritz to bolt the door after you go. Get Saul to come down at once, then I'll give you instructions.
I'm here under orders, Nero Wolfe's orders. I just want to make that clear.
What is it?
Item number 1 is to hand you this envelope and invite you to look at the contents.
Of course.
The decoration was Nero Wolfe's idea. I am not authorized to discuss it or the picture from any angle, except to remark that it is a very good likeness of your husband.
Where did you get it?
Sorry, out of bounds. As I said, I'm under orders. Item number 2, a man named Saul Panzer is out in the back hall on this floor, standing by the door of the service elevator. Number 3, That naked body found in an orchard not more than 10 minutes' drive from Blaney's country place has been identified as Arthur Howell, an employee of the Beck Productions Corporation.
I don't know why you tell me about that. Arthur Howell? Did you say Arthur Howell?
Yep, that's right. Howell, Arthur. Number 4, it is now 20 past 10. At 10:45, I'm supposed to either arrive back at the office or phone. If I do neither, Nero Wolfe will phone Inspector Kramer. Now, let's see. Photo and capsule, Saul out in the back, Howell, cops at 11:15, that's all. Without saying another word and with a photo in her hand, she turned and walked out of the room. Since I had to think about fire escapes, I went along. That game of follow the leader was one of my experiences that can stay unique and suit me fine. She might have been a deaf and dumb renting agent showing me the apartment and me the deaf and dumb prospective tenant. First, we did the master bedroom, her in front and me right behind. She opened a closet door, looked in a minute, and shut it again. Then she crossed to another door that was standing open. I had never seen a fire escape with an entrance through a bathroom window, but I thought it wouldn't hurt to look, so I did. It was okay. So I backed out, and she shut the door, staying inside. I looked out of a window at the dark for maybe 3 minutes, and apparently I forgot to breathe. When the door opened and she came out, I pulled in enough oxygen to fill a barrel. She was no longer carrying the photograph. Her next destination was the back door, leading from the kitchen to the service hall. With me at her elbow, she pulled the door wide open, and we were both looking at Saul. Saul?
Archie.
Back to the living room and onto the front foyer. I slipped ahead of her and stood with my back against the entrance door. And she simply turned around and kept going until she was in the bedroom again. I was right there. Then she turned in the middle of the room near the foot of the double bed where she had presumably slept with her husband.
Archie Goodwin, you think I'm terrible, don't you? You think I'm an awful woman, don't you?
I'm not thinking, lady. I'm just an errand boy.
You've had lots of experience. You know what women are like. I know you did when I first saw you. You know I'm a man's woman, but it has to be the right man. Just one man's forever. But I didn't find the man until it was too late. I didn't find him until this morning when you were so kind to me. You could have had me then. Forever yours. You could have me now if anything like that was possible. I mean, we could go away together. You wouldn't have to promise anything. Only you could find out if you want me forever, too, the way I want you. Hold me, Archie.
Listen, you are extremely good. There's no question about it. When you turn it on, it flows, but... As you say, it's too late. In 7 minutes now, Nero Wolfe will be phoning the police, so... You better fix your hair. You'll be having your picture taken.
You... Oh, I hate men. God, how I hate men.
She turned and walked into the bathroom. I sat down on the edge of the bed and did nothing but breathe. I suppose I did actually know what was going to happen.
Who the hell do you think you are anyway? God? You have taken the law into your own hands.
Then arrest me, Mr. Kramer. Shut up, get a warrant, and arrest me.
You have deliberately withheld evidence.
I have not withheld evidence, or obstructed justice, or shielded the guilty. I thought it possible that Mrs. Poor, confronted suddenly with that evidence, would collapse and confess. How could I know she would put that fuse in her mouth?
How about confronting me with the evidence? Instead of evidence, what you confront me with is another corpse.
Oh.
And I know exactly why. The only evidence you had that was worth a damn was that photograph of Arthur Howell. If you had given it to me...
Nonsense, you already had a photograph of Arthur Howell. Several of them. The Beck Products Corporation people gave them to you on Thursday. So they told Saul Panzer. And what good would one more do you?
Okay, but I didn't know that Howell had come to see you on Tuesday with Mrs. Poor, passing himself off as her husband, dressed in the same kind of suit and tie that Poor was wearing that day. Only you and Goodwin knew that.
I knew it. Mr. Goodwin didn't. He thought it was a photograph of Mr. Poor.
Protecting your health, eh?
How did you know it wasn't Poor, and when?
You told me that Mr. Poor smoked 10 to 15 cigars a day. Mr. Kramer, you said the same thing. But the man that came here Tuesday calling himself Poor didn't even know how to hold a cigar, let alone smoke one.
Oh, that's right, because when you left the room, he dropped his cigar again.
It was a ludicrous performance, and he should never have tried it. When I learned that Mr. Poor was a veteran cigar smoker, the only question was who had impersonated him in this office. And the complicity of Mrs. Poor was obvious, especially with the added information, also furnished by you, Mr. Kramer, that no photograph of Mr. Poor was available. There are photographs of everybody nowadays. Mrs. Poor was an ass. She was supremely an ass when she selected me to bamboozle. She wanted to establish the assumption that Mr. Blaney was going to kill Mr. Poor. Well, that was intelligent. But it was idiotic and insulting to choose me as the victim.
She hated men.
She certainly had a low opinion of men. In order to get what she wanted, presumably something like $500,000, counting her husband's fortune, the insurance, and a half share in the business, once Mr. Blaney was executed for the murder of Mr. Poor, for this, she was willing to kill 3 men. Her husband and Howell by direct action, and Blaney indirectly. But, except for the colossal blunder of picking on me, she was not a fool.
The hell she wasn't. She was absolutely bad.
No, sir, she was not. She was extremely clever at using what she had. The hostility between the partners, and her acquaintance with a man named Arthur Howell who had access to a supply of explosive capsules capable of concealment in a cigar, and who also resembled her husband sufficiently for her purpose. She didn't, of course, inform Mr. Howell that she hated men. Quite the contrary, she persuaded him to help her kill her husband, offering, I presume, a strong incentive.
And she was good at offering incentives.
She persuaded Mr. Howell to masquerade as Poor for the meeting in my office. They left here a little before 5 o'clock. Mr. Howell then made his way separately to Grand Plains, while she met her husband and they drove to Westchester to see Mr. Blaney. She talked him out of that, left him at the tavern, and drove somewhere to meet Arthur Howell, probably a railroad station. Then they drove off to that orchard, an isolated spot, where she killed him, removed his clothing, and ran the car over him to obliterate his face. Then she proceeded, first to Blaney's place to make sure by looking through windows that he was alone there so she could safely say she'd gone to see him and couldn't find him.
I really don't understand.
She was providing for all contingencies. If Arthur Howell's body was after all identified, known as that of a man who was with the Beck Corporation and had access to those capsules, it would help to have it established that Mr. Blaney had not been at home during the time that Arthur Howell had been killed. And Mr. Blaney would be blamed for that, too.
Jesus.
Then she returned to the tavern, dined with her husband, drove back to their apartment, and got him a nice, fresh cigar from a new box.
And she was your client?
No, sir.
You've got the $5,000.
Oh, I have.
But Poor didn't pay it to you. You never saw Poor, so you weren't hired by him. Mrs. Poor paid it. Do you take money from murderers?
Very feeble, Mr. Kramer. Whether Mr. Poor paid me or not, he got his money's worth.
Starring in today's episode were Mavor Moore as Nero Wolfe, Don Franks as Archie Goodwin, and Cease Linder as Inspector Kramer. Lally Cadeau was Martha Poor, Sean Sullivan, Eugene Poor, Eric Peterson, Conroy Blaney, Martha Gibson, Ellen Vardis, Dan Bukos, Joe Grohl. Alfie Scott was Doyle, and James Morris was Stebbins. Music was composed and conducted by Don Gillis. Technical operations, John Jessup. Sound effects, Bill Robinson. Production assistant was Nancy McElveen, and casting consultant was Ann Weldon Tate. Instead of Evidence was written and produced in Toronto by Ron Hartman. Next week.
She's dead?
Very.
I presume that she was alive when you left her to come up to me.
Yes, sir, sitting in that chair. She was alone. No one came with her. The door was locked as always. Fritz is out shopping. When I found her, she was on her side. I turned her over to test for breathing. After I cut the necktie off...
What necktie?
The one you left on your desk. It was around her throat. Everybody's gone, Fritz. I've locked up.
Thank you, Archie.
Hey, 3 empty wine bottles. We didn't even eat dinner.
I drank them, Archie.
You're pie-eyed.
No, Archie, I have tried, but no.
Oh, boy. Go to bed. It's nearly midnight.
No, he will be hungry.
He may never be hungry again.
Can you sleep?
You probably always have.
I can't even read. Archie, have you ever known me to show rancor?
I'd have to look up in a dictionary.
Vehement ill will. Intense malignity.
No, I've never known you to show rancor.
I have it now. And it's in the way. I can't think clearly. I have one thought.
Go ahead.
Will the police tackle Mrs. Sorrell?
I doubt it. Not right away.
She is young and comely.
Oh, yeah. I've never seen her off stage. Well, you've seen pictures of her.
Archie, you have a flair for dealing with personable young women.
I thought that now that you left your husband, I might be able to do something, render some little service that would earn me a smile.
Mr. Goodwin, I hardly know how to take you. You overwhelm me, really, you do. Have you any particular service in mind?
Well, I can sew on buttons.
So can I.
I could walk along behind you and carry an umbrella in case it rains.
I don't walk much. It might be better to carry a gun.
Next week, Eeny, Meeny, Murder, Mo, with guest stars Charmian King, Bud Knapp, Aileen Seaton, Neil Monroe, and Dan McDonald.
This is CBC.
Rex Stout's Nero Wolfe. Starring Mabel Moore as Nero Wolfe and Dom Franks as Archie Goodwin. Today's episode, Eeny, Meeny, Murder, Mo, with special guest stars Charmian King, Bud Knapp, Dan McDonald, Neil Monroe, and Aileen Seaton.
Since it would be a different story, and possibly no story at all if the necktie hadn't been there, I should explain about it. Nero Wolfe is a fastidious man. He's too fastidious to wear a brown silk four-in-hand decorated with tiny yellow curlicues and a large spot of Fritz's hollandaise sauce smack in the middle. So when Wolfe went to the orchid rooms, which he does every day from 4 to 6, he removed the tie and left it on his desk. That hurt me.
I'm going shopping, Archie. I should be back.
Oh, Fritz was hurt, too.
He has left that tie just sitting there on his desk.
He certainly has.
Oh, what if someone should come in? It doesn't look right, Archie.
Is this schlampig, yeah?
Oh, yeah. The desk of a great detective and a great man should not have a soiled tie on it.
Certainly not.
There is a limit to the duties of a chef and housekeeper. One has to draw the line somewhere.
My list of functions from confidential assistant detective down to errand boy does not include being a valet.
Besides, there's my arthritis. You haven't got arthritis, Archie.
Arthritis is beside the point, Fritz. Consider the dignity of man.
Yes.
He could have taken it upstairs on his way to the plant rooms.
Someone is here. You could put it in a drawer.
That would be evading the issue.
I suppose so. I agree. It's a delicate affair. I'm going out the back, Archie.
Good afternoon. I'd like to see Nero Wolfe, please.
I'm afraid Mr. Wolfe sees people only by appointment.
But this is urgent. Very urgent.
Oh, I'm sorry. Mr. Wolfe is engaged at the moment.
Could I wait till he's free? Please.
Sure. Come on in out of the cold.
Oh, thank you.
We'll go to the office. Mr. Wolfe won't be available until 6. I'll have to see him first and tell him about you. My name is Archie Goodwin. What's yours?
I'd rather not say. Until I know if Mr. Wolfe will take my case. It's very confidential.
Now, you'll have to tell him what your case is before he decides if he'll take it. And I'll be sitting there listening, so... Oh, also I'll have to tell him more about you than that you're 35 years old, weigh 120 pounds, wear no earrings before he decides if he'll even see you.
I'm 42.
What? Well, there you are. See, I need the facts.
It's very confidential. But I suppose there was no sense in coming unless I tell you.
That's right. Please sit down.
Very well. My name is Bertha Aaron, spelled with 2 A's. I'm the private secretary of Mr. Lamont Otis, senior partner in the law firm of Otis, Edie, Hideker, and Jett. I'm worried about something that happened recently, and I want Mr. Wolfe to investigate it.
Were you sent by someone in the firm?
Oh, no. Nobody sent me. Nobody knows I'm here.
Well, what happened?
Maybe I shouldn't have come.
No.
I didn't realize. Maybe I'd better not.
Oh, well, suit yourself, Mrs. Aaron. Miss Aaron.
Yes, I'm not married. Oh, this is silly. I've got to tell it. I owe it to Mr. Otis. I couldn't go to him about this because he's 75 years old and has a bad heart. It could kill him.
Miss Aaron, why don't you tell me what happened?
What happened was that I saw a member of the firm with our opponent in a very important case at a place where they wouldn't have met unless they wanted to keep it secret.
You mean with the opposing counsel?
Oh, no, the client. With opposing counsel, it might possibly have been all right.
Which member of the firm?
I'm not going to say. I'm not going to tell Mr. Wolfe his name until he agrees to take the case. Now, he doesn't have to know that in order to decide. Oh, dear, I'm in such a difficult position. I was afraid to go to any of the others in the firm because if one of them was a traitor, another one might be in it with him. Well, how could I be sure?
Well, you could be wrong. Well, of course, that's unethical, a lawyer meeting with an enemy client, but there could be exceptions. It might have been accidental.
No, it couldn't have been an accident.
When and where did you see them?
Last Monday, a week ago today, in the evening. They were together in a booth in a cheap restaurant. The kind of place she would never go to, never. I only went in there to use the phone. They didn't see me.
Then one of them is a woman.
Oh, I said she. Yes. The opposing client is a woman.
Well, isn't it possible, just possible that the member of your firm wasn't a traitor? And that there's some explanation?
Well, of course. I worried about that for a week. And this afternoon I couldn't stand it anymore, so I faced him with it. There is no question. He's a traitor.
What did he say?
It wasn't so much what he said as how he looked. He said he had a satisfactory explanation, but that he couldn't tell me what it was. And that's when I thought of Nero Wolfe. So I put on my hat and coat and came. Now, it's urgent. You can see it's urgent.
It could be. Look, Mr. Wolfe would have to know first what your firm's case is about.
Oh, I couldn't tell you that.
There are some kinds he won't touch, even indirectly. Now, come on. You can tell me.
Does he have to know?
Yeah, he does. Anyhow, I read the papers, and you told me the name of your firm and that it's a big, important case, and the opposing client is a woman. So is your client Morton Sorrell?
Yes.
And the opposing client is Rita Sorrell, his wife.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. It's just 5:39. Cross your fingers and sit tight. I'll go up to him. Excuse me for interrupting, but I have a problem.
What time is it?
It's 19 minutes to 6.
It can wait 19 minutes.
Oh, I know, but there's a snag. If you come down and find her there in the office with no warning, it would be hopeless.
Find whom?
A nice woman named Bertha Aaron. She's got a problem. It's a new kind of problem, and I came up to describe it to you so you can decide whether I go down and shoo her out, or you come down and give it a look.
You have interrupted me. You have violated our understanding.
Well, I said excuse me, and since you're already interrupted, well, I might as well tell you. She is the private secretary of Lamont Otis, senior partner of one of the top law firms in the country. They have a client, Morton Sorrell.
Sorrell, the divorce case in the news?
Well, there is a lot of
Broadway
talk
star
lately.
sues hubby for $30 million?
The papers do tend to dwell on the sensationalistic.
So that's why you pranced in here.
I did not prance. I walked.
You do quite well. I would have nothing to do with it.
I knew you wouldn't get divorce evidence, and neither would I. But what's that got to do with this? You wouldn't even have to touch this.
No, that marital squabble might be the central point of the matter. Send her away.
I can't do that. I told her that I would
Archie,
try to
I will not come down to the office till you ring me on the house phone and say that she's gone.
But you haven't even heard of all the
Archie,
big-headed...
that is my final word.
Back at the office door, I stopped for a moment and arranged my face so Bertha Aaron would know the answer as soon as she looked at me. Then I entered. Jesus. Two objects were on the rug, which hadn't been there when I left. A big hunk of jade, which Wolfe used for a paperweight, and Bertha Aaron. Her eyes were open and popping. Around her neck, knotted at the side, was Wolfe's necktie. There was no question she was dead, but I did the usual tests. Then I sat back and wondered what to do. It's after 6. To hell with it.
Yes?
You can come down now. She's gone.
These germination charts, Archie, I want you to say... You said she was gone.
She is.
She's dead?
Very.
I presume that she was alive when you left her to come up to me.
Oh, yes, sir, sitting in that chair. She was alone. No one came with her. The door was locked as always. Fritz is out shopping. When I found her, she was on her side. I turned her over to test for breathing. After I cut the necktie off...
What necktie?
The one you left on your desk. It was around her throat. Probably she was knocked out first by that paperweight.
My necktie?
Yes, sir. That's what stopped her breathing, as you can see by her face.
Do you dare to suggest that she was strangled with my necktie?
I don't suggest it. I state it. I do dare to suggest that if it hadn't been there handy, he might have had to use something else, like maybe a handkerchief. And also that if we had come down a little sooner, instead of having some kind of a silly squabble
shut
up
up
there... Yes, sir.
This is insupportable. I will not accept it.
No, sir. I could burn the tie. And then we could tell Kramer that whatever he used, he must have waited until he was sure she was dead, then removed it.
Shut up. She told you that nobody knew she came.
There's not a chance of that, and you know it. We're stuck. I put off calling until you came down, but it's already been 16 minutes. Would you rather call Kramer yourself?
I still think you're lying, Goodwin.
Inspector Kramer, you've been questioning me now for 5 hours. Now, look, you know me well enough.
I know you well enough to know you're capable of saving something for your private use. You asked me to believe that she didn't...
Excuse me, I don't care a single measly damn about what you believe. If you know what she said better than I do, then that's just fine with me.
I was talking.
I was interrupting.
You say that she gave you all those details, but she didn't name the member of the firm? I don't believe it. And I'm telling you this, Goodwin. If you or Wolfe use that name to get yourself hired to investigate this murder, say, and you use information you have withheld from me to solve a case and collect a fee, I'll get you for it if it costs me an eye.
Look, apparently you don't realize the morning papers will be full of the fact that a woman who had come to consult Nero Wolfe was murdered in his office, strangled with his necktie while he was up playing with his orchids and chatting with Archie Goodwin. I can hear the horse laugh from here. If we had known which member of the firm it was, I would have got him before you even arrived.
How did he know she was here? How did he get in?
For the last time, I don't know. Now, I've discussed that with Rowcliffe, with you, with Pearlie Stebbins over there, and not discuss it again.
Oh, what the hell. Come on, Stebbins, let's pack it up. Oh, Goodwin.
Yeah.
If it costs me both eyes.
Okay, everybody's gone, Fritz. I've locked up.
Thank you, Archie.
Hey, 3 empty wine bottles. We didn't even eat dinner.
I drank them, Archie.
You're pie-eyed.
No, Archie, I have tried, but no.
Oh, boy. Go to bed. It's nearly midnight.
No, he will be hungry.
He may never be hungry again. Pleasant dreams, Fritz.
Yes?
Everybody's gone. Last one's out. Fritz is standing watch in the kitchen, expecting a call for food. You better buzz him.
Can you sleep?
You probably always have.
I can't even read. Archie, have you ever known me to show rancor?
I'd have to look it up in a dictionary.
Vehement ill will. Intense malignity.
No, I've never known you to show rancor.
I have it now. And it's in the way. I can't think clearly. I intend to expose that wretch before the police do. I want Saul and Fred and Ori here at 8 o'clock in the morning.
Okay.
I don't know how I'll use them yet, but...
Oh, now what? I'll be right back.
I would like to see Mr. Wolfe, please, about my secretary, Miss Bertha Aaron.
You're Lamont Otis.
I am. This is Miss Ann Page, my associate, a member of the bar.
How do you do?
My coming at this late hour is justified, I think, by the circumstances.
Yes, I see what you mean. Just a minute. Hey, you over there. Across the street. Come on. Who are you, Jillian or Murphy? Come on over here a minute.
What on earth?
Oh, yes, it's you. Sergeant Wiley. Come on up here.
What for? May I ask what this is about?
You may. An inspector named Kramer is in danger of losing an eye, and that would be a shame. Mr. Otis.
Yes?
I'd appreciate it if you'd answer a simple question. Were you asked to come here by either Mr. Wolfe or me?
Certainly not.
Was your coming entirely your own idea?
Yes,
No,
but I don't...
excuse me, you heard him, Wiley. Include that in your report. It will save wear and tear on Kramer's nerves. Much obliged. Happy watchdogging. Come in, Mr. Otis, Miss Page. I'll tell Mr. Wolfe you're here.
Mr. Otis, I owe you an apology. A valued and trusted employee of yours has died by violence under my roof. If you came to reproach me, proceed.
I didn't come to reproach you. The police have told me how she was killed, but not why she was here. I think I have a right to know.
How old are you, Mr. Otis?
I'm 75. Why?
I don't intend to have another death in my office, this time induced by me. Miss Aaron told Mr. Goodwin that the reason she didn't go to you with her problem was that she feared the effect on you. Her words, Archie?
He has a bad heart, and it might kill him.
Bosh. My heart has given me a little trouble, and I've had to slow down, but it would take more than a problem to kill me.
She exaggerated it. She was so devoted to Mr. Otis that she had an exaggerated idea about his heart condition.
Miss Page, why did you come here with Mr. Otis?
Not because of his heart. Because he asked me to. I do shorthand.
And if I tell Mr. Otis, will you take responsibility for the effect on him?
I take the responsibility. It's my heart.
I doubt if the effect of telling him would be as bad as the effect of not telling him. I take no responsibility, but you have me as a witness that he insisted.
Very well, Archie. Give Mr. Otis a copy of the statement you typed up for the police.
Yes, sir. Perhaps if you looked at this paragraph first, Mr. Otis.
I shouldn't have brought you, Anne. You'll have to leave.
Believe me, Mr. Otis, you can trust me. On anything, believe me. If it's that bad, you shouldn't be alone with it.
I must be. I couldn't trust you on this. You'll have to leave.
You can wait in the front room, Miss Page. The wall and the door are soundproof. If you'll follow me, please.
Yes, all right.
We have given you all the information we have, but I add this. First, that nothing in that statement will be revealed to anyone by Mr. Goodwin or me without your consent. And second, that my self-esteem has been severely injured, and it would give me great satisfaction to expose the murderer. I would welcome your help.
You are making a wholly unwarranted assumption.
The police hypothesis, and mine, is the obvious one that a member of your firm killed Miss Harrell.
That hypothesis could destroy my firm's reputation. Why should I help you?
Because if you do, I will have two objectives: to get the murderer and to see that your firm suffers as little as possible. If you don't, I'll have only one.
Mr. Wolfe, why should I accept that a member of my firm killed Miss Aaron? How did he know that she was here? She said that nobody knew.
He could have followed her. Evidently, she left your office soon after she talked with him. Archie.
Well, she probably walked here. It's not far. It would have been a cinch to tail her on foot.
How did he get in? Did he sneak in unseen when you admitted her?
No, it's not possible. He saw her enter and knew that this is Nero Wolfe's address. He went to the phone booth and rang this number, and she answered. This phone on my desk. With me not here, that would be automatic for a trained secretary. Would she do that, Mr. Otis?
It's quite conceivable, yeah.
Okay. She answered. He said he wanted to see her at once and would give her a satisfactory explanation, and she told him to come here. And when he came, Fritz wasn't here. She let him in. All he was expecting to do was stall for time. But when he learned that she was alone in the office and she hadn't seen Mr. Wolfe yet, he had another idea, and he acted on it. It could have taken 2 minutes.
All that is mere conjecture.
Well, if you have one that fits any better, I do shorthand, too.
The police have covered everything here for fingerprints?
Sure. But in winter, I suppose the members of your firm wear gloves.
May I have a glass of water?
May I suggest some brandy?
No, just water, thank you. For washing down these pills.
Yes, sir, here you are.
Will they help, the pills?
Yes, the pills are reliable. Thank you. How can I help you?
By giving me information. It must be supposed that our killer was in a position to give Mrs. Sorrell information that would help her in her action at law against her husband. That's true?
Of course. Here, privately with you, it's not merely her action at law, it's blackmail. Her demands are exorbitant and preposterous.
And a member of your firm could give her weapons. Well, which one? Or ones?
I won't answer that.
Which member of your firm was in a position to betray its interests to Mrs. Sorrell?
They all were. Our client, Mr. Sorrell, is vulnerable in certain respects, and my 3 partners and I conferred together on it. But it could only be a partner in the firm, that is Frank Eady, Miles Haydecker, or Gregory Jett. And that's incredible.
Is it equally incredible for all 3 men, or are there preferences?
Please, you're asking me to
Had
talk...
any of them any problems? Say with money, women, whatever.
Certainly not. At least I shouldn't think so. Frank Eady, who is the oldest partner next to me, would be in a very sound financial condition. He's a family man.
Interests in other women?
I think so, yes, definitely. Very discreet.
And Mr. Haydecker?
Miles is extremely clever with money and has, I should think, amassed a considerable amount of it. Women, well, I think Miles is too interested in his work and his hobbies, chess and behind-the-scenes politics, to bother with women, including his wife.
Now, Mr. Jett?
Gregory is our junior partner. We made him a member of the firm just 2 years ago after he had made a spectacular success in 2 big corporation cases.
Oh, yes? His financial condition is...
I am in an extremely unpleasant position, Mr. Wolfe.
You are indeed, sir. You'll find it worse when you talk with the police.
Gregory is in the red. In his account with the firm last year, he made a bad investment, a Broadway show. Seems that a friend of his, a female, was in the cast.
Have there been any other expenses connected with female friends?
Not that I know of, for certain. Not recently. He seems to have settled down. Miss Aaron told me recently that he has been paying more attention to Miss Page than their professional association required.
Is that why you asked her to leave? Because you couldn't count on her loyalty in a matter concerning Mr. Jett?
Yes, Mr. Wolfe, I cannot continue this at the moment. It's been quite a shock. I'm afraid I overestimated my stamina. I would like to accept, tentatively at least, your offer of help. May I answer your questions tomorrow?
At your convenience, of course.
Well, that got us ahead by leaps and bounds. Do I still get Saul and Fred and Ori?
No, not yet. To what purpose?
Oh, I don't know. You're the genius. Find the restaurant where they met, maybe. Check out the alibis for the murder time.
Pointless. By mid-morning, Mr. Kramer and the DA will have 100 men pursuing those things.
And 200. This is special.
If they put 3 men on those things, it'd be frivolous.
All right. So what'll we do? Play chess?
I have one thought.
Go ahead.
Will the police tackle Mrs. Sorrell?
Oh. I doubt it. Not right away. Kramer would save that till he questioned the partners. Going to Mrs. Sorrell would spill it.
Yeah. She is young and comely.
Oh, yeah. I've never seen her off stage. Well, you've seen pictures of her.
Archie, you have a flair for dealing with personable young women.
Sure, they melt like chocolate bars in the sun, but... Wait a minute. You're exaggerating it a little if you think I can go to that specimen and ask her which member of the firm she met in a cheap restaurant, and she'll wrap her arms around me and murmur his name in my ear. Huh. That might take me an hour or more.
Can you find out where Mrs. Sorrell lives?
I already noticed. The Churchill was in the papers.
Address an envelope, Archie, to Mrs. Sorrell in your handwriting and mark it personal and confidential.
And what will be in that envelope?
A card, handwritten.
Which says...
We were seen that evening in the restaurant as we sat in the booth. It would be dangerous to phone you or for you to phone me. Stop. You can trust the bearer of this card.
Signed?
Unsigned.
And who delivers it?
You do. Later this morning to the doorman at the Churchill to be sent up to Mrs. Sorrell. You will wait for a reply. Now, will that get you in to see her?
Oh, I think there's a fair chance.
Yes, Archie, I think so, too.
You sent this?
I brought it.
Haven't I seen you before? What's your name?
Goodwin. Archie Goodwin. You may have seen my picture in the morning paper.
Oh, of course. What is this card all about? It's crazy. Where did you get it?
I wrote it.
You wrote it?
Well, it was a trick. I made it up. I tried to write something that would make you curious enough to see me.
I don't understand.
Okay, I might as well confess, Mrs. Sorrell. I have been at your feet for years. The only pictures in my heart are of you. One smile from you, just for me, would be rapture. I thought that now you left your husband, I might be able to do something, render some little service that would earn me a smile.
Mr. Goodwin, I hardly know how to take you. You overwhelm me, really, you do. Have you any particular service in mind?
Well, if I might come in, now that you have smiled at me.
Of course. So please sit down.
Thank you.
Not many people ever have a chance like this, an offer of service from a famous detective. What should it be?
Well, I can't sew on buttons.
So can I.
I could walk along behind you and carry an umbrella in case it rains.
I don't walk much. It might be better to carry a gun. You mentioned my husband. I honestly believe he's capable of hiring someone to kill me. You're handsome, very handsome. Are you brave?
Well, it depends. I probably could be if you were looking on. By the way, now that I'm here, and this is a day I'll never forget, I might as well ask you something. Since you saw my picture in the paper, I suppose you read about what happened in Nero Wolfe's office yesterday. That woman murdered Bertha Aaron, was it?
I read a part of it. I don't like to read about murders.
Did you read who she was? Private Secretary of Lamont Otis, partner of Otis, Edie, Haydaker, and Jet?
I didn't notice.
I thought you might because they're your husband's attorneys. Oh, you knew that, of course.
Oh, of course. I didn't notice.
I guess you didn't read that part, or you would have noticed those names, since you know all four of them. What I wanted to ask was, did you know Bertha Aaron?
No.
Oh, I thought you might, since she worked for the firm that represents your husband, and they handled a case for you once. You never met her.
No. You seem to know a good deal about that firm and my husband. You said that so nicely about being at my feet and the only picture in your heart.
Mm-hmm.
So they sent you, or Nero Wolfe did, and he's working for my husband.
No, he isn't.
Well, he's working for that law firm. That's the same thing.
No, he's working for nobody but himself.
Oh, you're lying.
I only allow myself so many lies a day, and I'm careful not to waste them. Mr. Wolfe is upset because that woman was killed in his office, and he intends to get even. He is working for himself. He thought you might have known Bertha Aaron and could tell me something about her that could help.
I can't.
Oh, that's too bad. I'm still at your feet.
I like you there. You're very handsome. I just had an idea. Would Nero Wolfe work for me?
Well, he might. What would you want him to do?
I'd rather tell him.
Well, if you'd like to go now, I'd be glad to take you. He'll be free till 1 o'clock.
I wonder.
You wonder what?
Nothing. No, I won't go now. I'll think it over. Oh, I'm sorry. I can't help. But I'd never met that woman. What was her name?
Bertha Aaron.
I'd never heard of her. I may ring you later today. I'll think it over.
Downstairs and in front of the building, I was joined by a little guy with a big nose who looked at first sight as though he might make $40 a week waxing floors. Actually, Saul Panzer was one of the highest paid operatives in the metropolitan area. Hi, Saul. Any plainclothes around?
None I know, and I think none I don't know. You saw her?
Yeah, I doubted her on her. I stung her and she may be moving. The boys are covering me.
Yeah. Red at the north entrance, Ori at the south. I hope she takes the front.
Yeah, so do I. See you in court, Saul. It was 11:40 when I got back to the house, so I expected Wolfe to be in the office. He wasn't. But a stranger was. Morning.
Good morning.
So I continued on to the kitchen, where I found the great man conferring with Fritz.
You cannot use onions.
We've had this discussion many times.
I know we have.
You forgot to leave the necktie on your desk.
Oh. The man in there is Gregory Jett. He spent the morning at the DA's office. I excused myself because I wanted to hear from you before talking with him. Now, did you see that woman?
Yes, sir. She's a gem. There is now no question about Bertha Aaron's basic fact, that a member of the firm was with Mrs. Sorrell in that restaurant.
She admitted it.
No, but she confirmed it. We talked for about 20 minutes, and she never mentioned the card after the first half a minute. She told me I was handsome twice. She smiled at me 6 times. She said she'd never heard of Bertha Aaron, and she asked if you would work for her. She may phone for an appointment. Do you want it all verbatim now?
Later will do. The men are there.
Yeah, Saul, Fred, and Ori are covering every entrance to that building, but it's wasted. She's not a fool, anything but. She's a very tough article, and she's after $30 million. What's biting Gregory Jett out there?
I don't know. Shall we see?
I said my business was urgent, and you kept me waiting 20 minutes. You're rather cheeky, aren't you?
Moderately so. If it's pressure, sir, it's on you, not on me. Am I concerned?
You are involved, and your employee. I presume this is Archie Goodwin.
That's my name.
Last night, you gave a statement to the police about your conversation with Bertha Aaron, and you gave a copy of it to Lamont Otis, the senior member of my firm.
Did I? I'm only an employee. Ask Mr. Wolfe.
I'm not asking, I'm telling. I want to know what is in that statement. Mr. Otis is an old man, and his heart is weak. To show him that statement was irresponsible and reprehensible. As his partner, I want to know what is in it.
Well, cheek meets cheek. You are manifestly indomitable, and I must buckle my breastplate. Who told you the statement exists and when?
Someone in whom I have the utmost confidence.
Mr. Otis himself?
No.
When did Miss Page tell you about it this morning?
No, last night she phoned me.
At what time?
About midnight, shortly after.
As soon as she took Mr. Otis home? Why so promptly?
That is not your affair.
Mr. Jett, you are trying my patience. I may or may not tell you what was in that statement, but first I must be satisfied that you have a valid reason for knowing.
Very well. I'll have to trust to your discretion, since there is no alternative. When Otis told Miss Page she had to leave, she suspected that Miss Aaron had told Goodwin here something about me.
Why about you? There'd been no hint of it?
Because he said to her, I couldn't trust you on this. You see, Miss Page and I are engaged to marry. It hasn't been announced yet, but it's probably no secret around the office.
And that's the whole reason for your concern?
No, it isn't. Added to that was the fact that she knew that Miss Aaron might have had knowledge, or at least suspicion, of a certain episode in which I had been involved. An episode of which Mr. Otis would have violently disapproved.
What was the episode?
No, I wouldn't tell you that even in confidence.
What was its nature?
It was a personal matter.
Did it bear on the interests of your firm or your partner?
No, it was strictly personal.
Did it touch your professional reputation or integrity?
It did not.
Was a woman involved?
Yes.
Her name?
I'm not a cad, Mr. Wolfe.
Was it Mrs. Morton Sorrell?
So that was it. Miss Page was right. I demand to see that statement.
Not yet, sir. Later, perhaps. Do you maintain that the episode involving Mrs. Sorrell had no relation to your firm's interests or your professional integrity?
I do. It was purely personal, and it was brief.
When did it occur?
About a year ago.
A year ago? When did you last see her?
About a month ago at a party. I did not speak with her.
When were you last with her tete-a-tete?
Not for nearly a year.
But you're still seriously perturbed at the chance that Mr. Otis has learned of the episode?
Certainly. Mr. Sorrell is our client, and his wife is our opponent in a very important matter. Mr. Otis might suspect that the episode was not merely an episode. I want to see that statement, and I have a right to see it.
Don't start barking again. I'll tell you this. There's nothing in the statement either explicit or elusive about the episode you've described. That should relieve your mind. Beyond that,
Excuse me, sir.
Yes, Fritz, what is it?
Mr. Edian and Mr. Haydecker are here, sir. They say it is urgent.
Edie and Haydecker? What?
Yes, sir. Uninvited and unexpected. You may leave unseen if you wish.
Well, no, have them in. I'd like to hear what they want.
All right, bring the gentleman in, Fritz.
Mr. Wolfe will see you.
Thank you. Mr. Wolfe.
Craig, what are you doing here?
Well, I might ask you the same question.
We came for information. I suppose you did, too. Unless you got more at the DA's office than we did.
I got damn little. They didn't answer questions. They asked them. Obviously, they think Bertha was killed by someone connected with the firm, but they don't say why. At least, not to me.
Nor me.
Nor me. What has Wolfe told you?
Not much. I haven't been here long.
I presume that you gentlemen have come with the same purpose as Mr. Jet. He asks for any information that will give light, with emphasis on the reason for Miss Aaron's coming to see me. He
That's
assumes...
it. What was she here for?
If you please. Surely the police and the district attorney haven't withheld all of the details from you. Haven't they told you that she didn't see me?
No, they haven't told me.
Nor me.
Then I'll tell you. She came without appointment. Mr. Goodwin admitted her. She asked to see me on a confidential matter, but I was engaged upstairs, and Mr. Goodwin came to tell me that she was here. We had a matter under consideration and discussed it at some length. And when we came down, her dead body was there on the floor. So she couldn't tell me what she came for, since I never saw her alive.
I don't get it. If the police don't know what she came to see you about, why do they think she was killed by someone in our office?
Mr. Goodwin.
Yes.
You admitted her. She was alone.
Yes.
You saw no one else around on the sidewalk?
No. Well, of course it was dark. It was 20 minutes past 5 on January the 5th. The sun set at 4:46.
How did...
I looked it up.
You conducted her to this room?
Yes.
Leaving the outer door open?
No.
Perhaps? You're certain of that?
Oh, yes. If I have one habit that's totally automatic, it's closing that door and making sure it's locked.
Automatic habits are dangerous things, Mr. Goodwin.
What?
Sometimes they fail you.
Now, wait.
When you brought her to this room, did you sit?
Yes.
Where?
Where I am now.
Where did she sit?
About where you are.
What did she say?
That she wanted to see Nero Wolfe, that her name was Bertha Aaron, and that she worked for your firm.
What else did she say?
Nothing.
Absolutely nothing?
Right.
You are Nero Wolfe's confidential assistant. He was engaged elsewhere.
Mm-hmm.
Do you expect me to believe that you did not insist on knowing the nature of her case before you went to him?
Not if you'd rather not. Nero Wolfe's residence, Archie Goodwin speaking.
This is Rita Sorrell, Mr. Goodwin.
Oh.
I've decided
Hold
that...
it, please. Just a second. That woman you sent a card to? The one who told me I was handsome. You want to listen on the extension?
Yes.
Sorry, you have decided?
I've decided that it'll be best to tell you what you came this morning to find out.
Oh.
You were too clever for me. The only pictures in your heart are of me. Well, I did sit with a man in a restaurant one evening last week.
Mm-hmm.
What evening was it?
It was Monday.
That's right. And you want to know who the man was, don't you?
Oh, it would help.
I want to help. You are very handsome. His name is Gregory Jett.
Many thanks. If you want to help even more...
That woman is a confounded nuisance.
Yes, sir.
I suppose we'll have to humor her.
Yes, sir, or shoot her.
You've seen her and talked with her, Archie. Can we rely on that?
I'd have to toss a coin. Several coins. I told you. She's a gem.
Obviously. Gentlemen, that was Mrs. Morton Sorrell on the phone. What she said has persuaded me that you deserve candor.
Did you say Sorrell?
I did, Mr. Haydecker. If she'd called 20 seconds earlier, Mr. Goodwin wouldn't have had to waste a lie. Archie, tell Mr. Haydecker the truth.
Yes, sir. I did insist on knowing the nature of Bertha Aaron's case before I went to Mr. Wolfe, and she told me. She said she had accidentally seen a member of the firm in secret conference with Mrs. Morton Sorrell one day last week. After worrying about it for some time, she told him about it that afternoon and asked for an explanation. And he didn't have one. So he was a traitor.
I don't believe it. Nor I. A member of the firm.
Did she name the man?
No, she didn't.
Do you expect us to believe that Bertha Aaron would come to an outsider with a story?
No more cross-examination, Mr. Haydecker. I indulged you before, but not now. Your questions are to be asked. I'll do the asking. As for Mr. Goodwin's bona fides, he's given a signed statement to the police, and he is not an ass.
Good God. No wonder the police assumed...
The assumption of the police is that Miss Aaron was killed by the man she'd accused of treachery, and that's an assumption I share with them. Evidently, the police have preferred to reserve the statement, and so have I, until now. But no longer, since Mrs. Sorrell has named the member of your firm that she was seen with. On the phone, just now. One of you.
Who?
I'm not going to tell you just yet. And that will make the pressure on one of you unbearable.
You're playing games with us. I demand
No,
to
sir. Mr. Goodwin saw Mrs. Sorrell this morning and found her devious. I need to substantiate her information before I use it. I need to know what each of you was doing on Monday evening of last week, 8 days ago.
To what purpose?
Because that was when one of you was seen by Miss Aaron in conference with Mrs. Sorrell. So I'm going to ask you now. Mr. Jett, how did you spend last Monday, say, from 6 o'clock to midnight?
I was at a theater with a friend.
The friend's name?
Miss Ann Page.
What theater?
The Drew. The play was Practice Makes Perfect. Miss Page and I left the office together shortly before 6 and had dinner at Rusterman's. We were together continuously until after midnight.
Thank you. Mr. Eady.
That was the Monday before New Year's. I got home before 6 o'clock and ate dinner there and was there all evening.
Alone?
No. My son and his wife and 2 children spent the holiday week with us. They went to the opera with my wife and daughter, and I stayed home with the children.
How old are the children?
2 and 4.
And where is your home?
An apartment, Park Avenue and 69th Street.
Did you go out at all?
No.
Thank you. Mr. Haydecker.
I was at the Manhattan Chess Club, watching a tournament. Bobby Fischer won his adjourned game with Weinstein in 58 moves. Larry Evans drew with Calme, and Rashevsky drew with Mednis.
Did they?
Mm-hmm.
And did play start at 6 o'clock?
Certainly not. I was in court all day and had things to do at the office. My secretary and I had sandwiches at my desk.
And what time did you leave the office?
Around 8 o'clock. My secretary would know.
What time did you arrive at the chess club?
15 or 20 minutes after I left the office. Damn it, this is ridiculous. You may be on the square, Wolf. I don't know. If you are, God help us. Frank, I'm going to see Otis. Are you coming?
Yes, I am. I think we should say nothing more till we talk with him. You agree, Greg?
Yes, I do.
Do I get Sol Fred?
To what purpose?
To check their alibi.
Boy, pointless. They have no alibis.
You weren't listening.
Their alibis are worthless. One with his fiancée, one watching a chess tournament, one at home with young children in bed asleep. I asked on the chance that one of them, possibly 2, might be eliminated, but no, there are still 3.
And what do we do?
It's 1 o'clock. We have lunch.
Inspector Kramer arrived right after lunch. And was he glowering? Have you an appointment?
I have in my pocket a warrant for your arrest as a material witness. And one for you, too, Wolf. I warned you.
Tommy Rot.
I'll serve these only if I have to. Damn it! We were withholding the contents of the statement you and Goodwin gave us, and you knew it, and you revealed them. Frank Eady has admitted it. He phoned an assistant DA.
Eady's a jackass.
Yeah. Who's your client, Otis?
I have no client. I am going to avenge an affront to my dignity and my self-esteem. I cannot escape the ignominy of having my necktie presented in a courtroom as an exhibit for the prosecution. I may even be called to the stand to identify it. But I want the satisfaction of exposing the culprit who used it. And in telling those men what I did, I served my legitimate personal interest, and I violated no law.
You knew damn well we were withholding it.
I am not bound to respect your tactics, either by statute or by custom. Mr. Kramer, this is pointless. You have a warrant for my arrest as a material witness, but you don't serve it, so it obviously is only a cudgel for you to brandish. To what end? What do you want?
I want the truth.
Phoy.
If I take Goodwin's statement as it stands, if he put nothing in and left nothing out, one of those three men killed Bertha Aaron, you agree?
Yes.
But if a jury takes Goodwin's statement as it stands, it would be impossible to get one of those men convicted.
Explain, please.
She got here at 5:20, and he was with her in this room till 5:39, right, Goodwin?
That's right.
Then you went up to the plant room and talked to Wolfe.
Right.
You returned to this room and found the body shortly after 6, right?
Right again.
Then listen to this. Those three men had a conference on a case in Frank Eady's office scheduled for 5:30. Eady and Jet were there ahead of time, and Haydecker joined them at 5:45. He says he had gone out on an errand which took longer than he expected. The three of them stayed there together until 6:35. Verified by Eady's secretary. Explain that.
What was Haydecker's errand?
He went to 3 theaters to buy tickets. We've checked. They don't remember him at the theaters. But even if you take him, what have you got? Bertha Aaron was alive at 5:39. Haydecker was at the conference at 5:45. Proved. 6 minutes to follow her, phone this number, come in and be admitted by her, kill her, and get back to that office more than a mile away. Phooey.
And, of course, the assumption that one of them hired a thug to kill her isn't tenable.
Here in your office with your necktie? Nuts. You can take your pick of 2 assumptions. 1, they're lying. The conference didn't start at 5:30 and or Haydecker didn't join them at 5:45. 2, Goodwin's statement is a phony.
Archie, get Mr. Parker at once.
Right.
Mr. Kramer, Mr. Goodwin reported fully and accurately. And the statement he signed corresponds in every respect with what he told me. So if you came armed with warrants to challenge that,
Archie,
you're wasting
hold
your
on.
time.
Here's Parker.
Mr. Parker, afternoon. Mr. Kramer is here waving warrants at Mr. Goodwin and me. And no, material witnesses. He may or may not serve them. Please have your secretary ring my number every 10 minutes. If Fritz tells you that we have gone with Mr. Kramer, you will know what to do. Yes, of course, just a moment. It seems Mr. Kramer is leaving. He has left. Thank you, Mr. Parker. I'll call again should I need you. I shouldn't think it would be necessary.
Well, I don't think we should count on any favors from Kramer for a while.
Preposterous. Did he omit the third assumption deliberately? Has it occurred to him?
I doubt it. He was concentrating on us, but it soon will.
It has occurred to you,
Well, sure. From that timetable it's obvious, but when it does occur to him, he'll probably mess it up. It's not the kind he's good at.
Yes. We must forestall him. Can you get Mrs. Sorrell here?
I can try. When do you want her now?
No, I must have time to contrive a plan. What time is it?
10 after 3.
Say 6 o'clock. We must also have the others, including Mr. Otis.
Mr. Wolfe.
Madam.
I'm not in the habit of going to see men when they send for me. This is a new experience. Well, maybe that's why I came. I like new experiences. Mr. Goodwin said you wanted to discuss something.
I do.
Something private and personal.
It is.
How provocative. How can I resist?
Since the discussion will be more productive if it's frank and unreserved, we should be alone. If you please, Archie, no notes will be needed.
Mrs. Sorrell might want to ask me...
No. Leave us, please.
If you say so. I went straight down the hall to the front room. Everything was in order. The 4 partners and Miss Page were sitting there. Saul and Fred were standing in the center of the room.
How long do you plan to keep us here?
If you talk, you won't hear. And even if you don't want to hear, others do. You can talk later. As Mr. Wolfe told you, there's a speaker behind the couch. And it's wired to a microphone in the office. He's in there talking with someone. Now, since you'll recognize the voice, I don't need to name her. Okay, Saul, turn it on.
I'm not going to pretend that you named him and are committed. You told Mr. Goodwin on the phone today that you were with a man in a booth in a restaurant last Monday evening, and you said his name is Gregory Jett.
That's not true.
Shh, quiet, please. You could have been merely scattering dust, and at will you can deny you made the call.
What if I don't deny it? What if I repeat it? It was Gregory Jett.
I wouldn't advise you to.
Why not?
Because it wasn't Mr. Jett.
No.
No, it was Mr. Haydecker.
That's ridiculous.
Shut up, Haydecker.
That's interesting. Really interesting. So I sat in a booth with a man and didn't know who he was? Really, Mr. Wolfe?
No, madam, I assure you it won't do. I'll expound it. I assumed that one of 3 men had killed Bertha Aaron, but 3 hours ago I had to abandon that assumption when I learned that those 3 were in conference together in Mr. Eady's office at 5:45. Now, that all 3 men were lying, that they were in a joint conspiracy was most unlikely, especially since others on the premises could probably impeach them. But though none of them could have killed her, one of them could have provoked her doom. Of the 3, only Mr. Haydecker was known to have left around the same time as Miss Aaron. He said on a personal errand, but his movements couldn't be checked. Now, my new assumption, not yet a conclusion, was that he'd followed her to this address and seen her enter my house, had sought a phone and called you to warn you that your joint intrigue might soon be exposed. And then, no doubt in desperation, he'd scurried back to his office 15 minutes late for the conference.
Haydecker.
Now, I
You're the
don't
traitor.
believe
Be
you
quiet.
came here, madam, determined to murder. Indeed, you couldn't have, since you could have no expectation of finding her alone. Mr. Haydecker believes that you merely intended to salvage what you could, at best to prevent the disclosure, at worst to learn where you stood. You called this number, and Miss Aaron answered and agreed to admit you and hear you. Mr. Haydecker believes that when you saw her sink to the floor, unconscious, and saw the necktie on this desk, the impulse carried you on.
How does he know that?
He believes...
How do you know what he believes?
A good question. I am not in his skull. I should have said he says he believes.
I said nothing of the sort.
Sit down, Haydecker.
You might have known, madam, that he couldn't stand the pressure. His treachery to his firm will end his career, but concealment of guilty knowledge of a murder might have ended his life. You might have known.
He's lying. He killed her. He's a rat and a liar. He phoned me twice yesterday. First to tell me that we had been seen in the restaurant to warn me, and again about an hour later to say that he had dealt with it, that our plan was safe. So I knew he'd killed her, but I knew he would lie. That's why I came here.
What time did he phone you the second time?
Between 5 and 6, about 5:30.
What was the plan he had made safe?
It was his plan. He came to me about a month ago and said he could give me information about my husband that I could use to get my rights. He wanted...
That's a lie. She came to
He
me.
wanted me to pay $1 million for it, and I finally said I would pay him 1/10 of what I got. That was at the restaurant.
Has he given you the information?
No, he wanted too much in advance. Of course, that was the difficulty. We couldn't put it in writing and sign it.
No, indeed. A signed document is of little value when neither party would dare to produce it. I presume you realize, Mrs. Sorrell, that you'll have to appear on the stand at a murder trial. Are you prepared to testify under oath?
I suppose I'll have to. I knew I would have to when I decided to come to see you.
Then you are a dunce, madam.
Oh, no, Mr. Wolfe. I am not a dunce.
Oh, but you are. One detail alone would sink you. After you rang this number yesterday afternoon and Miss Aaron answered and you spoke with her, you got here quickly. Unquestionably, you took a cab. Now, I need only telephone the police and suggest that they locate a cab driver who picked you up at or near the Churchill yesterday afternoon and drove you to this address. In fact, that's what I intend to do right now.
Why are you doing this? Do you want money?
No, madam. Oh, I confess a weakness. I am savoring a satisfaction. I'm getting even with you. 25 hours ago, in this room, you submitted me to the severest humiliation I've suffered for many years. I will not say it gives me pleasure, but I confess that
I'll kill you quick!
It was a sight I'd never seen before and never expect to see again. Nero Wolfe with a woman in his lap with his arms wrapped tight around her, hugging her close to him.
Confound it, Archie! Don't stand there! Get her!
Yes, sir.
I'll kill you! I'll kill you!
Starring in today's episode were Mavor Moore as Nero Wolfe and Don Franks as Archie Goodwin. Charmian King was Rita Sorrell, Bud Knapp, Mr. Otis, Dan McDonald, Miles Haytaker, Neil Monroe, Gregory Jett, Aileen Seaton, Bertha Aaron, David Hughes, Frank Eady. Cease Linder was Inspector Kramer, Alfie Scott, Sergeant Wiley, Nikki Guadagni, Ann Page, and Frank Perry was Fritz. Music was composed and conducted by Don Gillis. Technical operations by John Jessup. Sound effects, Bill Robinson. Production assistant was Nancy McElveen, and casting consultant, Ann Weldon Tate. Eeny, Meeny, Murder Mo was written and produced in Toronto by Ron Hartman. Next week, Nero and Archie meet Harry Coven, the cartoonist.
Good morning, my little dazzlers.
Good morning, Harry. Mr. Goodwin, you know Harry,
Yes,
but this
hi.
is Adrian Getz.
Mr. Getz, it seems cool in here. I opened a window. With Rucolo in the room? Good heavens.
So you got here, Goodwin. Don't mind the squirting his damn monkey. Loves that damn monkey. I call this the steam room. How is he, Squirt? Okay?
I think so, Harry. I hope so.
I hope so, too, or God help Goodwin.
Anything to say, Goodwin?
Sorry, Inspector, I lost my voice.
You're not funny, pal. You're never as funny as you think you are. This time you're not funny at all. I've got you. Even a suspended sentence, you lose your license. Take him downtown, Doyle.
Next week, The Squirt and the Monkey, with guest stars Jack Creeley, Patricia Collins, Sherry Flett, Richard Monette, and Eric Peterson. Rex Stout's Nero Wolfe. Starring Mavor Moore as Nero Wolfe and Don Franks as Archie Goodwin. Today's episode, The Squirt and the Monkey, with special guest stars Jack Creeley, Patricia Collins, Sherry Flett, David Hamlin, Richard Monette, and Eric Peterson.
I was doing two things at once. With my hands, I was getting my armpit holster and the Marley 32 from a drawer of my desk, and with my tongue, I was giving Nero Wolfe a lecture on economics. The most you can hope to soak our client is $500. Deduct the overhead and expenses, that leaves $300. Take off 85% for income tax, and that leaves you with $45 clear for the wear and tear on your brain and my legs, not to mention the risk.
Risk of what?
Complications. Playing games with a gun is sappy. Mr. Coven is sappy. And I resent my gun being used as a prop in his sappy schemes, not to mention me.
Foy! It's a thoroughly conventional proceeding. Mr. Coven has engaged us to find who stole his gun. You're merely out of humor because you don't like the cartoon strip he draws.
Dazzle Dan. And for God's sake.
Perhaps you prefer Betty Boop or Blondie.
Well, get you. I look at the comics occasionally just to be cultured. It wouldn't hurt any if you did the same. It was true that I didn't care for Dazzle Dan, even though it was syndicated to 2,000 newspapers, and I didn't care for its creator, Harry Coben, who had called at our office Saturday evening. Also, I didn't care for the job he wanted us to do, because Harry Coben had programmed it so he was going to do the detecting himself. The only difference between me and a messenger boy was that I was taking a taxi instead of the subway to his house on 76th Street.
Yes?
I have an appointment with Mr. Coben.
Are you the man from Fernari's?
No. My name is Goodwin.
Mr. Coven isn't available yet. Call back later.
Just excuse me for a minute. My appointment is for noon. It is now about...
Is that my dress?
No, it's Archie Goodwin, expected by Mr. Coven at noon. It is now 2 minutes past 12.
Oh, come on now. Bring him up, Pete.
Interruptions, shouting, noisiest goddamn place. Come on, then, up this way.
Thank you.
When you have an appointment with Sir Harry, always at an hour.
Dearest Pete, you are going to stop calling my husband Sir Harry.
You're wrong. It's a plan. I haven't got the guts to quit churning out this crap and starve for a while, so I call him Sir Harry to make you sore, working myself up to calling him something that will make him sore. And eventually I'll come to a boil and figure out a way to make Adrian Getz sore, and then I'll be fired, and I can be an artist again instead of doodling out Dazzle Dan. It's a plan.
There's no need to bore our guest with your plan. Hello, Mr. Goodwin.
Good afternoon.
There's every need. I'm more apt to go through with it if I announce it in front of a witness. You're the witness, Goodwin. My name's Jordan.
Peter, darling,
Hello,
you're
Mr.
acting like a brat, and you're too old to be a brat. Why not grow up?
I look on you as a mother.
Peter!
Now, excuse me, but I am not a professional witness. I came to see Mr. Coven at his request. Shall I go hunt for him?
Good morning, Mrs. Coven. Am I too early?
Good morning, Byron. Yes, it's too early. This is Mr. Hildebrand, Mr. Goodwin.
Pete left the workroom, so I thought it must be time. Oh, are you unable to work unless I'm there? I give you inspiration. Is that it? What you give me, Pete, isn't inspiration. It's a headache. Then why don't you take a pill? You are a royal pain.
It was all very informal and homey. I'd had enough of the three people in that room even before the monkey in the cage in a corner decided to join the fun. Also, the room was like an oven. So I walked to the far side of the room and opened a window.
Who opened that window?
I did.
Well, please shut it at once. Rukaloo will be dead in an hour.
Certainly. And now that I have your attention, finally,
Rukaloo's coughing. Are you all right, baby? Listen to him. Pneumonia already. That's an idea. That's what I'll do when I work up to making Getz sore.
You
Open
must
a
be
window.
Archie Goodwin. I'm Pat Lowell, Mr. Coven's manager.
Hello.
I was going to phone you this morning to warn you that Mr. Coven is never on time for an appointment, but he arranged this himself, so I didn't.
Well, never again pass up an excuse for phoning me.
I won't. You're early, anyway. He told us the conference would be at 12:30.
I was told to come at 12.
Oh? To talk with him first?
I guess so.
Well, I handle all his business. Everything from endorsements of cough drops to putting Dazzle Dan on scooters, and this is the first time he's ever done this.
Done what?
Called someone in without consulting me. I understand it's something to do with Dazzle Dan starting a detective agency.
We'd better wait and let Mr. Coven tell her. Right? As I understand it, I'm only here as a technical advisor. Of course, you would handle the business end, and that would mean you and I would have to have lots of talks.
Oh, here's Mr. Coven now with Mr. Getz.
Good morning, my little dazzlers.
Good morning, Harry. Mr. Goodwin, you know Harry,
Yes,
but
hello,
this
Harry.
is Adrian Getz.
Mr. Getz. It seems cool in here. I opened a window. With Rukaloo in the room? Good heavens.
So you got here, Goodwin. Don't mind the squirting his damn monkey. Loves that damn monkey. I call this the steam room. How is he, Squirt? Okay?
I think so, Harry. I I hope so.
I hope so, too, or God help Goodwin. Byron has 7:28 come.
No, I phoned Funari, and he said it would be right over.
Late again. We may have to change. When it comes, do a revise on the third frame, where Dan says, not tonight, my dear, make it not today, my dear. Got it?
But we discussed that.
I
yes.
know, but we changed it. We'll change 7:29 to fit if you finish 7:33.
No, but it's only a matter
Then what
of...
are you doing up here?
Why, Goodwin came, and you said you wanted us...
I'll let you know when we're ready, sometime after lunch. Show me the revise on 7:28. How is everybody? Blooming, see you all later. Come along, Goodman. We'll go to my study. Sit down.
Thanks. Well, this room's a little more comfortable.
What?
It's cooler.
Oh, yeah. I'm eating my breakfast now. You had yours.
Huh? Yeah, oh, yeah. Is this where it happened?
What?
The theft.
Oh, yeah. Did you bring the gun?
Yeah.
Let me see it.
It's the one we showed you at the office. Marley 32. It's just like your stolen one. Is this the desk where you kept it?
In the left-hand drawer in the back.
Loaded?
Yes, I told you so.
Yeah, so you did. And it's been there in that drawer for 2 years.
But last Friday when I looked, it was gone.
You think it was taken by one of the 5 people whose names you gave?
I think it may have been.
You didn't put it like that, but skip it. You gave us the 5 names. Your wife, Marcel, your manager, Pat Lowell, the 2 artists who draw Dazzle Dan, Pete Jordan and Byron Hildebrand, and Adrian Getz out there, the one you call Squirt.
Yes.
Well, then they're all here, and we can go ahead and get on with it. As I understand it, I am to put my gun there in the drawer where yours was, and then you get them up here for a conference.
Right. I ask you to show us how a detective searches a room to give us an idea of the picture potential. You better not start with the desk. Start maybe with the shelves back there. And when you come to do the desk, I'll push my chair back to be out of your way. And then I'll have them right in front of me. Then you open the drawer and take the gun out.
I thought you were to do that.
I know, that's what I said, but this is better because they'll be looking at the gun and you, and I'll be watching their faces. The one that took my gun is going to have a surprised look on his face, and I'm going to see it.
And if there are 5 looks of surprise?
What do you mean?
At seeing me take the gun out of your desk, those who don't know you had a gun there.
But they do know.
All of them?
Certainly. Everybody knows everything around here. They thought I ought to get rid of it. Now I wish I had. You understand, Goodman, all there is to this. I just want to know where the damn thing is and who took it. I'll handle it myself from there.
Yeah. Okay, the gun was here.
Yes, the rear compartment.
Like this?
Yes.
Okay, get him up here.
Just a minute.
What's the matter?
I'm going to have to get my nerve up. I'm never much good until late afternoon.
You called the conference for 12:30.
I know I did. I do things like that. But I've got to dress. I'm still in my bathrobe. Don't try to rush me, understand?
Now, look. Let me explain how Mr. Wolfe charges. If it takes more of my time than he thinks reasonable, he adds an extra $100 an hour. Now, keeping me here until late afternoon would be expensive.
Well, it only might take an hour or so.
An hour or so, yeah.
Do you know how much I make an hour? Over $1,000. More than $1,000.
Oh, excuse me.
What do you want, Marcel?
Going to get dressed now, are you, dear? I came to see if Mr. Goodwin was staying for a while.
Yes.
I thought you might be, Mr. Goodwin. You ought to have something to eat. We don't do any cooking. We even have our breakfast sent in, but there are some sandwiches.
Oh, well, I don't want to be rude, but are they in the room with the monkey?
Oh, no. Well, wouldn't that be awful? Downstairs in the workroom. I'm sure you'll be much more comfortable there. As you see, there's smoked turkey, sturgeon, caviar, and that's hot corned beef on the warmer. Just help yourself.
Thanks. Well, why doesn't someone turn the radios down?
What?
I said, why doesn't someone turn the 2 radios down or off?
Oh, one's Byron's and the other's Pete's. They like different programs when they're working, so they have to go for volume.
That's grand.
Adrian, what are you doing? I'm trying to work here.
What the hell are you doing? Why did you turn my radio off, Mr. Getz?
That was uncivil, I know. It was only that I wanted to ask Mr. Goodwin something.
Shoot.
Did you know when you opened that window that cold drafts are dangerous for tropical monkeys?
Sure. I was trying it out.
That was thoughtless. You may turn your radios on again.
Goodwin, God help you.
Why, does he sting?
Don't ask me why, but watch your step. I think he's a kobold.
Oh, yeah? What's a kobold?
A sort of goblin. Well, the muse calls. Want to see an artist create?
come and look.
No, thanks, I think...
What? What did you say? I said no thanks. I think I'll go and chat with the monkey.
And I did go and talk with the monkey for a while. When the heat got to me, I went back to the workroom and watched the artist for a while. Nothing I saw changed my opinion of Dazzle Dan, but I had to admire the way they did him. Working from rough sketches, which all looked alike to me, they turned out the finished product in 3 colors so fast I could barely keep up. Then I sat down and concentrated on the experiment of listening to 2 radio stations at once for a while. When my brain started to curdle, I got out. A door toward the front of the house was standing open. I stepped inside when I saw Pat Lowell was there.
Look, you listen a minute, Miss Lowell. We're here on a desert island, and for months you've been holding me at arm's length, and I'm desperate. It is not mere propinquity. In rags and tatters as you are, without makeup, I've come to look upon you.
I'm busy. Go play with a coconut.
Then I spent another half an hour or so looking through the glass of the front door at the outside world. The view was nothing to brag about. And the afternoon passed like that. Eventually, when I was thoroughly fed up, I went upstairs in search of Lord Harry. The study was empty, so I tried next door. Mr. Coven? Oh, sorry. Mrs. Coven was lying in the middle of a king-size bed there. I needn't have apologized. She was sound asleep, so I quietly closed the door. In the room across the hall, Harry Coven was standing at the window with his back to me.
Well, what do you want?
It's going on 4 o'clock. I'll be going soon and taking my gun with me.
I was standing at the window thinking.
Oh, yeah? Any luck?
Fame and fortune aren't all man needs for happiness, even with a loving wife. Marcelle is my third, you know, and she's wonderful. She's 14 years younger than me, but that still isn't all that's needed for happiness.
Look, it's 4:15, and it's getting dark. I would call it late afternoon. Now, what do you say we go ahead?
I want a drink. Will you join me?
It's a bit early for me.
I'm not supposed to drink until 5 o'clock, but I'll make this an exception. Bourbon, all right? Say when. Cheers. Oh, I need this today.
Suppose we take the refreshment into the study and go over our act.
Don't rush me.
Oh.
Oh, all right. Come on, bring your glass. Goodwin, you don't understand the pressures on a man in my position, the responsibilities.
Yeah, I see what you mean. I wouldn't want to be in your shoes. Okay, then, here we are. You sit at the desk there.
You're right.
I search the shelves back here, and then I come to the desk, and I open the drawer, and there's a gun, and you watch the expression on everyone's faces. Then I go and get... Wait a minute.
What's the matter?
We have found your gun.
What?
It's empty. Take a look.
That's the gun you put in.
It isn't. Mine was clean and bright. Is it yours?
I don't know. It looks like it. How in the name of God...
How do you think? Someone with hands took mine out and put yours in. It could have been you, wasn't it?
Me? No. How could it have been me? I didn't even know where mine was.
Yeah, you said you didn't. I had to stretch you out and tamp you down, keeping me here the whole goddamn day, and now this. If you ever talk straight and to the point, now is the time. Did you touch my gun?
No.
Do you know who did?
No, but you're...
All right, shut up, damn it, shut up. I'm going down there and I'm going to get them. You stay put right here. If I find when I get back that you've moved from that position, I'll either slap you down with your own gun or I'll phone the police.
My God, don't call the police.
I said shut up and stay put.
This is my house, Goodwin, and
God damn it, don't you know a raving maniac when you see one? Me. Maybe the best thing would be for you to call a cop. I want my gun. By the time I got down to the ground floor, I had myself well enough in hand to calmly tell them that Coben was ready for them upstairs. I found Pat Lowell at her desk and Hildebrand and Jordan still at their drawing boards and herded them upstairs. Where will I find Adrian Getz?
He may be in his room, over there. He takes his afternoon nap in there with Rukaloo, but not this late usually.
Thank you, I'll check. Mr. Getz, are you in there?
Why, there's a draft. Adrian never opens a window. Put on the lights. Adrian,
Adrian Getz, the squirt, was lying on the couch, but he wasn't taking a nap. The hole in his skull was just northeast of his right ear, and the blood had run over the edge of the couch onto the floor. I stuck my hand inside the V of his vest and held it there for 8 seconds. Adrian Getz was through taking naps.
My God, look in the cage over there. Look at Rukaloo. What's he holding to his chest?
That's a gun he's holding to his chest, a Marley 32. I suspect he's holding it to his chest because it's the only warm thing in this room, having recently been fired. Over Over the years, I haven't told the cops more than a couple of dozen barefaced lies. Maybe not that many. Well, on the other hand, I can't recall any murder case where Wolfe and I have simply opened the bag and given them everything we had. Except one. And this was it. On the murder of Adrian Getz, I let Inspector Kramer have it all. And it worked just fine.
You're a liar, Goodwin.
Oh, sir. You got it exactly as it happened. Everything.
You lied about that gun. If you don't want to get taken downtown to think it over, think now. Tell me what you came here for and what happened.
Look, what do you mean, take me downtown? On your order?
That's right.
You've already questioned me for 2 hours.
On a charge.
What charge?
Sullivan Act. Oh, we have to. You have no license for the gun we found.
Ha, 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 and ha. Okay, there, you got your laugh. It's a very fine gag. Ha!
Bring in Coven, will you, Doyle?
Yes, sir.
I told you where and how I got that gun.
You had the gun in your holster, and you have no license for it.
Oh, I get it. I get it. You've been hoping for years to hang something on Nero Wolfe, and here's your chance to get at him through me.
I want to know why you came here and what happened.
I told...
Oh, sit down, please, Mr. Coven. Mr. Coven, I told you that I would ask you to repeat your story in front of Goodwin, and you said you would?
That's right.
We won't need all the details. Just answer me briefly. When you called on Nero Wolfe last Saturday evening, what did you ask him to do?
I told him I was going to have Dazzle Dan start a detective agency in a new series, and I needed information on how an agency was run.
That's all you wanted from him? Information?
Essentially, yeah.
Did you say anything to Wolfe about your gun being taken from your desk?
Well, certainly not.
What?
Why should I? Besides, it hasn't been taken.
No, wait a minute.
Shut up, Goodwin. What arrangement did you make with Wolfe, Mr. Coven?
Oh, he agreed to send Goodwin to my place today for a conference with my staff and me.
And Goodwin came?
Yes. The conference was for 12:30, but I had a little talk with Goodwin and asked him to wait. I wanted to think it over some more. I'm like that. I put things off.
Was your talk with Goodwin about your gun being gone?
Certainly not. Oh, I did mention the gun, actually. I told him I didn't have a license for it, and I asked him how to go about getting one.
Did you show him the gun?
Well, I pulled the drawer open and we glanced in at it, and he said he had one of the same make.
Did you or Goodwin take your gun out of the drawer?
No, absolutely not.
Did he put his gun in the drawer?
Absolutely not.
When I took my gun from my holster to show it to you, did you...
Nothing doing. You're listening. Just the high spots for now. Did you have another talk with Goodwin later?
Yes, around 4 o'clock up there in my office. I told him I was ready for the conference, and he went to call the others.
Then what happened?
Well, after a while, he came back alone. And without saying anything, he came to the desk and took my gun from the drawer and put it under his coat. And then he went to the phone and called Mr. Nero Wolfe. When I heard him tell Wolfe that Adrian had been shot, I got up to go down there, and Goodwin jumped me from behind and knocked me out. When I came to, he was still talking to Wolfe. I don't know what he was telling him, and then he called the police. He wouldn't even...
Hold it. That covers that. One more point. Do you know of any motive for Goodwin's wanting to murder Adrian Getz?
No, I don't.
Then if Getz was shot with Goodwin's gun, how do you account for it? Now, you're not obliged to account for it, but if you don't mind, just repeat what you told me.
Well, I told you about the monkey. Goodwin opened a window, and that's enough to kill that kind of monkey, and Getz was very fond of it. I understand Goodwin likes to kid people. Of course, I don't know what happened, but if Goodwin went in there later when Getz was there and started to open the window, you can't tell. When Getz once got aroused, he's apt to do anything. He couldn't have hurt Goodwin any, but Goodwin might have taken out his gun just for a gag, and Getz tried to get it away, and it went off accidentally. That wouldn't be murder, would he?
No, that would be only a regrettable accident. That's all for now, Mr. Coven. Take him out, Doyle, and bring in Hildebrand.
I want to use that phone.
The lines are all busy. There's one downtown. Do you want to hear Hildebrand before you comment?
Oh, well, I'm crazy to hear Hildebrand. No doubt he'll explain that I tossed the gun in the monkey's cage to frame the monkey. Yes, let's just wait for Hildebrand. Oh, here he is now.
This will only take a minute, Mr. Hildebrand. I just want to check on Sunday morning. Yesterday, you were here working?
I often work Sundays.
You were in the workroom?
Yes, Mr. Getz was there, too, making some suggestions. I was doubtful about one of his suggestions and went upstairs to consult Mr. Coven.
But Mrs. Coben was in the hall.
You mean the big hall, one flight up?
Yes. She said Mr. Coben wasn't up yet, but Miss Lowell was in the study waiting to see him, and I could wait, too, if I wanted.
And you did it?
Yes.
While you were waiting, you had a conversation with Miss Lowell.
Yes. We discussed various matters, and mention was made of the gun Mr. Coben kept in his desk drawer. I pulled the drawer open just to look at it, with no special purpose, just to look at it.
Was the gun there in the drawer?
Yes.
Did you take it out?
No. Neither did Miss Lowell. We didn't touch it.
But you recognize it as the same gun?
I can't say that I did, no. I can only say that it looked the same as before.
So yesterday morning, in Miss Lowell's presence, you opened the drawer and saw the gun, which you took to be the gun you had seen there before. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, that's all. You can go now. Got anything to say, Goodwin?
Sorry, Inspector, I lost my voice.
You're not funny, pal. You're never as funny as you think you are. This time you're not funny at all. I've got you. I'll be leaving here before long to join you downtown. And on my way, I'll stop in a Wolf's place for a talk. He won't clam up on this one. At the very least, I've got you on the Sullivan Act.
Why fiddle around with the Sullivan Act? Make it a big one and really make a fool of yourself.
I've warned you. Even a suspended sentence, you lose your license.
Ah.
You goddamn mule. Take him downtown, Doyle.
It was after 9 o'clock before they finally let me use the phone at the cop shop.
I know where you are and how you got there. Mr. Kramer is here.
Really?
I have phoned Mr. Parker, but it's too late to do anything tonight. Have you eaten yet?
No, sir. I'm afraid of poison, and I'm on a hunger strike.
You should eat something. Mr. Kramer's worse than a jackass. He's a demented jackass. I intend to persuade him to release you at once.
Wolfe couldn't budge Kramer, because it wasn't until 2 p.m. the next day before Parker finally got bail posted and I arrived back home.
Are you all right?
No, don't you smell me?
What the devil is that smell?
Disinfectant for the bloodhounds in case you escape. I'm going to go up and rinse off.
Not yet. Have you eaten?
Enough to hold me.
Then we'll get started.
Look, it'll help if we first get it settled about my leaving that room with my gun in there in the drawer.
Shut up and sit down. I deny that you were in the slightest degree imprudent. Even if you were, this has transcended such petty considerations. Your notebook, take a letter.
Yes, sir.
Dear Mrs. Baumgarten, thank you very much for your letter of the 13th, requesting me to undertake an investigation for you, paragraph. I am sorry that I cannot be of service to you. I am compelled to decline because I've been informed by an official of the New York Police Department that my license to operate a private detective agency is about to be taken away from me. Sincerely yours.
What happened in your talk with Kramer?
Type that at once and send Fritz to mail it. If any requests for appointments come by telephone, refuse them, giving the reason and keeping a record.
The reason given in the letter?
Yes. Did Mr. Parker go back to his office?
That's what he said. Shall I get him for you?
No, you start typing. I'll call him. Send Mr. Coben a bill for recovery of his gun, $500. It should go today.
What, no extras?
No,
considering all...
$500 flat. And I want you to call your friend at the Gazette. I want the last 3 years of the Dazzle Dan comic strip. Can you get them?
I can try.
Do so. Mr. Parker. How long will it take to enter a suit for damages and serve a summons on the defendant? Can you do it by noon tomorrow? Then do your best, please. Mr. Coben has destroyed by slander my means of livelihood. I wish to bring an action demanding payment by him of the sum of $1 million.
Whoopee! There you are, sir. Mission accomplished. 30 pounds of Dazzle Dan with the best wishes from the editor of the Gazette.
Mr. Cohen was cooperative.
He thought it was a bargain. Front page will carry a few paragraphs exclusive to the Gazette, stating that Nero Wolfe is out of the detective business because Inspector Kramer is taking his license away.
Satisfactory.
Kramer will be real pleased. Also, scuttlebutt. Lonnie Cohen and I discussed the murder from the point of view of the press, what the boys in the business are saying but can't print yet. You want it?
I am a primate and therefore curious.
Okay, first of all about Miss Lowell. Juicy. It is said that Getz learned that she was chiseling on royalties from makers of Dazzle Dan products and intended to hang it on her. That could have been big money.
Any names or dates, evidence?
No, nothing repeatable yet. But there are some facts about Hildebrand.
Oh, yes?
He's been drawing Dazzle Dan for 8 years. Now, last week he was told he could leave at the end of the month. Now, he might or might not get another job at his age. He's been talking about it openly and blaming Getz.
What about Mr. Jordan? Anything on him?
No, this I don't like. They say Jordan has painted some pictures, modern stuff, and twice he has tried to get a gallery to show them. Now, both times Getz has somehow kiboshed it. Now, whether because Getz was a born louse or whether he wanted to keep Jordan
I'll do
alive...
my own speculating, thank you, Archie.
Sir?
Mr. Getz may not have liked the pictures. Mr. Coven.
Oh, well, what better could you ask there? Getz ruled the roost. Plenty of evidence about that, so the only question is what he had on Coven. The house on 76th is registered in Getz's name.
Oh, indeed.
Mm-hmm.
And Mrs. Coven?
Well, husband and wife are one, aren't they?
Oh, yes. Man and wife make one fool.
Hey, Lonnie will want to print that one. Can I tell him?
It was printed more than 300 years ago. Ben Jonson wrote it.
Oh.
Another errand for you, Archie. Contact LeVay Recorders Incorporated. Have them send over a man before noon tomorrow.
It wasn't till nearly dinner time that I got to take that much-needed shower. After dinner that evening, we were all hard at it in the office. Fritz unfolding gazettes, finding the right page, and tearing it out. I was banging away at my typewriter on a detailed report for Mr. Parker in the slander suit against Harry Coven. And Wolfe was at his desk concentrating on a methodical study of 3 years of Dazzle Dan. It was well after midnight before he pushed back his chair and got up.
This morass of fatuity has given me indigestion.
Yes, sir. Culture can be hard to take.
Read this strip, Archie.
Oh, yummy. The Sunday section in color. Well, boys and girls in the first picture, Dazzle is scooting along this country road on his motorcycle, passing a sign that says Peaches right from the tree. Aggie Ghoul and Haggie Cruel, proprietors.
It isn't necessary to read aloud.
Comics are meant to be read aloud. And in the second picture, Dan says, give me a dozen.
Notice how the two women are dressed.
The old one is wearing a potato sack, and I think that's supposed to be a mink coat on the young one.
Look at frame 5.
The old one is handing the young one a coin and saying, here's your 10%. Haggie, and Haggie says, thank you very much.
Well, go on.
All right. And Dazzle asks Haggie, why don't you split it even? And Aggie tells him, because it's my tree. Huh? Am I supposed to comment?
If it would help, yes.
All right, if you mean the mink coat, Pat Lowell's may not be paid for.
There have been 2 similar episodes, one each year with the same characters.
Then it may be paid for.
Is that all?
Well, that's all for now. I'm not a brain, I'm a typist. I gotta finish this damn report. The next day, the phone nearly rang off the hook. Reporters wanting the latest on the Gazette story. Kramer, absolutely apoplectic, wanting Wolfe's hide. I had the pleasure of hanging up on him. The Libet Recording Company. And Parker, to say that the summons had been served to Coven. But it wasn't until after 6 that our first visitor arrived. Pat Lowell was red-faced and hard-eyed.
So you're Nero Wolfe? I'm scared to death. I hope I don't look it. I'm trying not to. I was sent here by Mr. Cohen. My God, don't you ever say anything?
Oh, on occasion. Give me one. You say something.
Mr. Coven sent me about your ridiculous suit for damages. He intends to enter a counterclaim for damage to his reputation through actions of your acknowledged agent, Archie Goodwin. Of course, he denies that there's any basis for your suit. That's the situation.
Thank you for coming to tell me. Archie, show Miss Lowell up.
Yes, sir.
Wait. Mr. Coven thinks lawyers would just make this more of a mess than it is, and I agree with him. He thinks you and he should settle it between you. Now, is that possible?
Oh, we can try. There's a phone. Get him here.
He's too upset. I'm sure he'll find it more practical to deal with me, and if we can come to an understanding, he'll approve. I guarantee that.
I doubt if that will get us anywhere. For one thing, a factor in both claims is the question, who killed Adrian Getz and why? I'd have to begin by considering that aspect. I'd have to ask you some pointed questions, and I doubt if you'd dare to risk answering them.
Oh, what kind of questions?
Well, for example, how's the monkey?
Oh, I can risk answering that. It's sick. It's at the Spire Hospital. They don't expect it to live.
Exposure from the open window?
Yes, they're very delicate, that kind.
Last August and September, a monkey had a prominent role in Dazzle Dan. At first it was depicted maliciously, on a conjecture by someone with a distaste for monkeys. Thereafter it was drawn sympathetically. The change was abrupt and noticeable. Why? On instructions from Mr. Coven?
Well,
You hesitate.
I was thinking back. Mr. Getz objected to the way the monkey was drawn, and Mr. Cohen had Mr. Jordan do it instead of Mr. Hildebrand.
Mr. Jordan likes monkeys?
Yes.
But Mr. Hildebrand does not.
No, not that one anyway. Rookaloo bit him once.
Ah.
Isn't this pretty silly, Mr. Wolfe? Are you going on with this?
Unless you walk out, yes. How did you feel about the monkey?
I thought it was an awful nuisance, but it had its points as a diversion. But it was my fault it was there since I gave it to Mr. Getz.
Oh, indeed? When?
About a year ago. A friend returning from South America gave it to me, and I couldn't take care of it, so I gave it to him.
Mr. Getz lived in the Coven house?
Yes.
Then actually, you were dumping it onto Mrs. Coven. Did she appreciate it?
I know I should have considered that. I apologized to her, and she was nice about it.
Did Mr. Coven like the monkey?
He liked to tease it, but he didn't dislike it. He teased it just to annoy Mr. Getz.
I am told that it's generally believed, though not published, that the conception of Dazzle Dan was originally supplied to Mr. Coven by Mr. Getz. That Mr. Getz was the continuing source of inspiration for the story and pictures, and that without him, Mr. Coven will be up a stump. What about that?
Talk, just cheap talk.
Good, I'm glad to hear you say so. If that belief could be validated, I admit I'd be up a stump myself.
I don't understand.
Well, to support my claim against Mr. Coven, I need to demonstrate that Mr. Goodwin did not kill Mr. Getz. If he didn't, then who did? One of you 5, huh? But all of you had a direct personal interest in the continued success of Dazzle Dan. And if Mr. Getz was responsible for the success, why kill him? So you see, I'm not silly at all. We've been at it only a few minutes, and already you've helped me enormously.
I didn't say Getz had nothing to do with the success of Dazzle Dan. After all, so do I. I didn't say he won't be a loss. Everyone knows he was Mr. Coven's oldest and closest friend. We were all quite aware that Mr. Coven relied on him.
Please, Miss Lowell, please don't spoil it for me. Don't give me a point and then try to take it back. Next, you'll be saying that Coven called Getz the squirt to show his affection, as a man will call his dearest friend an old bastard, whereas I prefer to regard it as an inferiority complex, deeply resentful, showing its biceps. Or telling me that all of you, without exception, were inordinately fond of Mr. Getz and submissively grateful to him. Phooey!
Look, Mr. Wolfe,
You should know that I had a talk with Inspector Kramer Monday evening and learned from him some of the plain facts, such as the pillow lying on the floor, scorched and pierced, showing it had been used to muffle the sound of the shot, and the failure of all of you to prove lack of opportunity.
We aren't getting anywhere. This is pointless.
You're quite right. We've gone as far as we can, you and I. It's time for you to call Mr. Coven and tell him so. Tell him to be here at 8:30 with Mrs. Coven, Mr. Jordan, and Mr. Hildebrand.
Are you trying to be funny?
I now know who killed Mr. Getz. I'll have to tell the police, of course, but first I want to settle the matter of my claim with Mr. Coven. And you can tell him that. Tell him that if I have to inform the police before I have a talk with him and the others, there'll be no compromise on my claim, and I'll collect it.
This is a bluff.
Then call it.
I'm going to. I'm not such a sap.
Archie, Inspector Kramer.
Yes, sir.
They'll be there by the time you are, Miss Lowell.
Hello. Yeah, homicide? Inspector Kramer, please. Yeah, this is
Hang
a very...
up, damn you. Hang up.
Okay.
Get Mr. Coven's number for her, Archie.
Well, Mr. Wolfe, we're all here. This time you can't cook up a fancy lie with Goodwin. There are witnesses.
We won't get anywhere that way, Mr. Coven. The situation is this. You don't want to pay me $1 million. I don't want to lose my license. The police don't want to add another unsolved murder to the long list. The central and dominant factor is the violent death of Mr. Getz, and I propose to deal with that at length. Now, if we can get that
You
settled...
told Miss Lowell you know who killed him. If so, why don't you tell the police? That ought to settle it.
You don't mean that, Mr. Cole.
You're damn right I mean it.
Then there's a misunderstanding. I heard Miss Lowell's talk with you on the phone, both ends of it. I got the impression that my threat to inform the police about Mr. Getz's death was what brought you down here. Now,
It
you
wasn't
seem
any
to...
threat that brought me here. It's that blackmailing suit you started. I want to make you eat it, and I'm going to.
Oh, indeed. Then I gather that you don't care who gets my information first, you or the police. But I do. For one thing, when I talk to the police, I like to be able to... Archie, if you will.
Yes, sir. I went to the hall and switched on the porch light for a look through the one-way glass of the front door. One glance was enough. I stepped back into the office. Excuse me, sir, the man about the chair.
Tell him to... No, wait. I'll see him. If you'll excuse me a moment.
Wolfe strode to the front hall, peered through the glass, and opened the door. The chain bolt stopped it at a crack of 2 inches.
Well, Mr. Kramer.
I'm coming in.
I doubt it. What for?
Patricia Lowell entered here at 6 o'clock and is still here. The other 4 entered 15 minutes ago. I told you your license was suspended. I'm coming in.
I still doubt it. I have no client. These people are here to discuss an action for damages which I brought against Mr. Coven. I don't need a license for that. I'm shutting the door.
My God, this does it. You're through.
I thought I was already through. But this sort
I
of...
can't hear you. The wind.
Oh, this is preposterous. Talking through a crack. Descend to the sidewalk and I'll come out. Do you hear that?
Yes.
Very well. To the sidewalk. Archie, my coat. I don't like fighting a blizzard, so let's get to the point. You blundered and you know it. You arrested Mr. Goodwin on a trumpery charge. You came and blustered and went too far. Now you're afraid I'm going to catch a murderer and toss him to the district attorney so you...
I'm not afraid of a goddamn thing. I told you to lay off, and by God, you're going to. I want to go in there.
You may.
What? Well, you just said...
Under one condition. You know the peephole in the wall of my office concealed by a picture? Standing in the nook at the end of the hall, you can see and hear us in the office. The condition is that you enter quietly, take your post in the nook, oversee us from there, and give me half an hour.
What kind of a
I'm after a murderer, and there's one chance in 5 I'd say that I'll get him.
You said you were discussing an action for damages.
We are. I'll get either the murderer or the damages. Now, I'm going in. If you come along, it must be under the condition as stated. Are you coming?
Yes.
You accept the condition?
Yes.
Come along, then. I apologize to you all. That was unavoidable. Now, suppose we start over, Mr. Coven, with your surmise to the police that Getz was shot by Mr. Goodwin accidentally. That's absurd.
I don't know how else it could have happened.
Do you really dare, sir, in front of me, to my face, to cling to that fantastic tale you told the police, that rigmarole?
You're damn right I do.
Pooey! I had hoped here together we were prepared to get down to reality. It would have been better to adopt your suggestion to take my information to the police. Perhaps...
I made no such suggestion.
Huh? In this room, Mr. Colvin, some 15 minutes ago.
No.
I see. Oh, it's impossible to get on solid ground with a man like you, but I still have to try. Archie.
Yes, sir.
Play back the tape.
Yes, sir.
Tape? What? You made a tape?
You'll see. We sometimes find it necessary.
But that's... You can't do that, can you?
We have done that. Are you ready, Archie?
Yes, sir, just about. There, that should do it.
It's not that, Mr. Coleman, not at all. I only doubt if it's worth it to you, considering the size of my minimum fee, to hire me for anything so trivial as finding a stolen gun. No, Archie, what was said today? I shouldn't.
Oh, I'm sorry. I rewound it too far.
Must I do it myself?
Well, I said I'm sorry. It's hard to be accurate in such a hurry. There, that should be right.
It's my license. The police don't want to add another
Is that what you
unsolved
wanted?
murder
That
to
should
the
do,
long
yes.
list. The central and dominant factor is the violent death of Mr. Getz, and I propose to deal with that at length. Now, if we can get that settled...
You told Miss Lowell you know who killed him. If so, why don't you tell the police? That ought to settle it.
You don't mean that, Mr. Cole.
You're damn right I mean it.
Then there's a misunderstanding.
That's enough, Archie.
Now, Mr. Colvin, I'd call that a suggestion that I take my information to the police, wouldn't you?
You recorded it when I came here the first time.
You heard the tape?
Well, then...
Why haven't I given it to the police? On Monday evening, when Inspector Kramer came to see me, I still considered you as my client, and I didn't want to discomfort you until I heard what you had to say. Before Mr. Kramer left, he'd made himself so offensive that I was disinclined to tell him anything, ever. Now you are no longer my client.
What are you going to do?
Well, to begin with, I'm going to unmask a murderer, so let's get at it, shall we? What do we know about him or her? We know a great deal. First, he took Coven's gun from the drawer sometime previous to last Friday and kept it somewhere, because that gun was returned to the drawer when Goodwin's was removed shortly before Getz was killed.
Wait a minute. Mr. Coven's gun was in the drawer Sunday morning. Byron and I saw it.
That's right.
We'll come to that in a moment. Second, he knew the purpose of Coven's visit to me and of Goodwin's errand at the Coven house on Monday, and he knew the details of the procedure planned by Coven and Goodwin.
I don't know them even yet.
Neither do I.
None of us do.
The innocent can afford ignorance. Enjoy it, if you have it. Third, his mental processes are devious but, defective. His deliberate plan to make it appear that Goodwin had killed Getz, while ingenious in some respects, was witless in others. Going to Coven's office to exchange guns, proceeding to Getz's room, shooting him in the head, using a pillow to muffle the sound, all that was competently conceived and daringly executed, but then what? Wanting to make sure that the gun would be found on the spot, he slipped it into the monkey's cage. That was probably improvisation, but it was utterly brainless. Mr. Goodwin couldn't possibly be such a vapid fool. Fourth, he hated the monkey deeply and bitterly, either on its own account or because of its association with Getz. Having just killed a man and needing to leave the spot with all possible speed, he went and opened a window from only one conceivable motive. That took a peculiar, indeed an unexampled malevolence. Well, I admit it was effective. Miss Lowell tells me the monkey is dying. Fifth, he placed Coven's gun in the drawer on Sunday morning, the day before the murder, and after it had been seen there, took it out again. Why? It could only have been that he'd already planned what was going to happen on Monday, and he was arranging in advance to discredit Mr. Goodwin's story. So he not only put the gun in the drawer Sunday morning, he also made sure its presence would be noted. You saw the gun in the drawer, Mr. Hildebrand?
Yes, but I didn't put it there.
Your claim to innocence has not been challenged. You went upstairs to consult Mr. Coven.
Yes.
You encountered Mrs. Coven one flight up. We're told by her that Mr. Coven was still in bed.
Yes.
You went into the office, found Miss Lowell there.
Yes, ma'am.
And you pulled the drawer open, and both of you saw the gun there.
That's right.
I didn't go there to look in that drawer.
Well, stop meeting accusations that haven't been made. It's a bad habit. Had you been upstairs earlier that morning?
No.
Had he, Miss Lowell?
Not that I know of. Our looking into the drawer was only incidental.
Had he, Mrs. Coven?
Had he what?
Had Mr. Hildebrand been upstairs earlier that morning?
Earlier than what?
Well, you met him in the second-floor hall and told him that your husband was still in bed and that Miss Lowell was up in the office. Now, had he been upstairs before that morning?
I haven't the slightest idea.
Then you don't say that he had been.
I don't know a thing about it.
There's nothing as safe as ignorance or as dangerous. Now, to complete the list of what we know about the murderer, sixth and last, his repugnance to Getz was so extreme that he even scorned the risk that by killing Getz he might be killing Dazzle Dan. How essential Getz was to Dazzle Dan...
I make Dazzle Dan. Dazzle Dan is mine. I am Dazzle Dan.
For God's sake, shut up, Harry.
Well, I've identified the murderer for you by now, Shirley.
You have not.
Then I'll specify. But first let me say a word for the police, particularly Mr. Kramer. What flummoxed Mr. Kramer was Mr. Coven's elaborate lie, apparently corroborated by Miss Lowell and Mr. Hildebrand. If he'd proceeded on the assumption that Mr. Goodwin and I were telling the truth, he would have found it simple. This should be a lesson to him. Now then, the murderer. Mr. Jordan.
Yes?
You're eliminated because you weren't there Sunday morning to place the gun in the drawer. Mr. Hildebrand.
What?
You were there Sunday morning, but you had made no earlier trip upstairs. Miss Lowell.
Oh, for God's sakes, will you get to the point?
You didn't know why Mr. Coven had called Mr. Goodwin there.
Hold it. Inspector, Kramer, what
Damn
is he...
you, Wolf, you and your game. If you'd only given it to us.
I can't give you what you won't take. You're gonna have her now. You want more help? Mr. Coven was still in bed Sunday morning when two of them saw the gun on the drawer. More? Spend some time with Mr. Hildebrand. I'll stake my license against your badge that he'll remember that when he spoke with Mrs. Coven in the hall, she said something that caused him to open the drawer and look at the gun. Still more? Take the contents of her room to your laboratory. She must have hidden the gun among her intimate things, and you should find evidence.
Take me home, Harry.
Marcel.
I said, take me home.
Sit down, Marcy. I'll handle this. If you've got a record of what I said here Saturday, all right. I lied to the cops. So what? I didn't want...
Quiet, Harry. Get a lawyer and let him talk. Don't say anything.
That's good advice, especially, Mr. Coven, since I hadn't quite finished. It's a matter of record that Mr. Getz not only owned the house you live in, but also that he owned Dazzle Dan and permitted you to take only 10% of the proceeds. In one episode repeated annually, he buys peaches from two characters named Aggie Gould and Haggie Cruel. And Aggie Gould, saying that she owns the tree, gives Haggie Cruel 10% of the amount received and pockets the rest. It's a childish allegory. A.G. are the initials Adrian Getz. Haggie Cruel has the same initials as you, Mr. Coven. Now, it's not credible that that's coincidence, not repeated annually. Mr. Getz must have had a singularly contorted psyche, taking delight as he did in compelling you each year to publish that for a meager 10%.
Not of the net. 10% of the gross. Over 400 a week.
You worm.
What?
I said you worm. Not even a worm. Worms have guts, don't they? The one time you ever acted like a man and you didn't have the guts to see it through.
I don't know what you're talking...
You're right, Mr. Wolfe. Getz owned Dazzle Dan. He took Harry in years ago to front it and draw it. Harry should have insisted on an even split right then, but he didn't. When Dazzle Dan caught on and kept getting bigger and bigger, Getz didn't mind Harry having the name and the fame as long as he owned it and got the money. He was a vampire.
Yeah, I'll accept that.
When I found out how it was, I tried to talk some sense into Harry. I told him his name had been connected with Dazzle Dan so long that Getz would have to give him a bigger share, at least half, if he demanded it. But Harry just wasn't man enough to do that. I didn't let up. I kept after him, I admit that. I'll admit it on the witness stand if I have to. And I admit I didn't know him as well as I thought I did. I didn't know there was any danger of making him desperate enough to commit murder. I didn't know he had it in him. Of course he'll break down, but if he says I knew that he decided to kill Getz, I'll have to deny it because it's not true. I didn't.
Marcy.
Oh, I see. First you planned to put it on a stranger, Mr. Goodwin, and failing that, you put it on your husband. No, madam. Your silliest mistake was opening the window to kill the monkey. But there were others, including underestimating my confidence in Mr. Goodwin. Mr. Kramer?
Starring in today's episode were Mavor Moore as Nero Wolfe, Dawn Franks as Archie Goodwin, and Cease Linder as Inspector Kramer. Jack Creeley was Harry Coven, Tricia Collins, Pat Lowell, Shari Flett, Marcel Coven, David Hemblin, Adrian Getz, Richard Monette, Pete Jordan, and Eric Peterson was Hildebrand. Music was composed and conducted by Don Gillis. Technical operations, John Jessup. Sound effects, Bill Robinson. Production assistant was Nancy McElveen, and casting consultant, Ann Weldon Tate. The Squirt and the Monkey was written and produced in Toronto by Ron Hartman.
the Parkway police car coming up behind us.
You know, when you were having the car sent down, I phoned home. Fritz said there'd been 4 calls, one from an officer of the court, one from the DA's office, and 2 from Inspector Kramer.
Oh,
Would
swell.
Kramer have sent out an alarm?
Well, the way he'd like to pin your scalp to his wall, I wouldn't put it past him. And we're about to find out. Hey, no, that's no way to do it. Open a valve and let it out.
He'd see.
Unger.
Oh, God, help me. It would be wonderful if someone could put his arms around me and tell me, all right, my darling, I'll take care of everything. Just leave it to me. Oh, that would be wonderful.
I may try it if you'll brief me on what I'd have to take care of.
God, I'm a fool. You saw my car out front.
The Yellow Jag.
I am going to burn it. How do you set fire to a car?
If you're sitting on a lid you don't want open, my advice is to move. Now, the sooner the better, or you may get hurt.
I am already hurt.
Mr. Wolfe, you knew you were to be called yesterday, but you left the courtroom.
Yes.
If your reason for leaving is unsatisfactory, you are in contempt of court. Do you understand that?
Yes, sir.
Then, why did you leave? You are under oath.
Your Honor, I respectfully ask your indulgence. My reason for leaving is inherent in my testimony, and therefore I would rather plead on the charge of contempt afterwards, if the court will permit. I'll still be here.
Indeed you will. You're under arrest.
No, I'm not.
You're not under arrest?
No, sir, I came here voluntarily.
Well, you are now. Officer, this man is under arrest.
Next week, The Next Witness, with guest stars Terry Tweed, Robert Christie, Michael Ayub, and Dixie Seatle. Rex Stout's Nero Wolfe. Starring Mavor Moore as Nero Wolfe and Dawn Franks as Archie Goodwin. Today's episode, The Next Witness, with guest stars Terry Tweed, Robert Christie, Michael Ayub, and Dixie Seatle.
I call Clyde Bagby to the stand.
It was the third day of the trial. and the assistant district attorney had just called his fifth witness, which meant that Nero Wolfe would be called to the stand next. I had been subpoenaed, too, in case corroboration was needed.
Yes, sir, I do.
Will you tell the jury your name and occupation?
Clyde Bagby. I'm president and owner of Bagby Answers Incorporated.
What is the nature of your business?
Well, it's a telephone answering business, that's all. It's not a big one, really, because I specialize in serving individuals instead of businesses or firms.
Is one of your offices at 618 East 69th Street, Manhattan?
Yes, sir.
Describe the operation at that address.
Well, that's my newest place and my smallest, so it's not an office building, really. It's just an apartment. I had to have it in an apartment because of the labor law. You can't have women working in an office building after 2 a.m. I have to give my clients all-night service, so I've got 3 operators who live right there in the apartment. That way, I always have someone for the night shifts.
Are the switchboards installed in one of the rooms of the apartment?
Yes, sir.
Tell the jury what one of them is like and how it works.
Oh, well, for each client, there's a little light and a cubbyhole and a card strip with the client's name. When someone dials the client's number, his light goes on and a buzz synchronizes with the ringing of the client's phone. How many buzzes the girl counts before she plugs in depends on what client it is. Some want her to plug in after 3 buzzes, some longer. That's the kind of specialized, individualized service I give my customers. You see, the big outfits, they don't do that.
Thank you, Mr. Bagby, but I wasn't buzzing for a plug for your business.
Yeah.
Now, when
I thought that joke a little out of place at a murder trial, so I glanced over at my boss, Nero Wolfe, sitting beside me, but he wasn't registering anything but martyrdom. Morose martyrdom.
Oh, Mrs. Smith.
Nero Wolfe hates to leave his house under any circumstances, and a courtroom bench hasn't been built to hold his 1/7 of a ton, especially in a crowded courtroom. And he'd had to suffer this for 3 days now because of a mere 10-minute acquaintance with the accused, Leonard Ash.
I think that gives us a clear picture of the operation. Now, Mr. Bagby, please look at that gentleman in the dark blue suit sitting next to the officer. He is the defendant in this trial. Do you know him?
Yes, sir. That's Mr. Leonard Ash.
When and where did you meet him?
In July, he came to my office on 47th Street.
Can you give me the day in July?
Yeah, the 12th, the Monday.
What did he say?
He said he wanted my answering service for his home telephone.
Did he want any special service?
Well, he didn't ask me for any, but 2 days later, he contacted Marie Willis and offered her $500.
Objection. Sustained.
Mr. Bagby, just answer my questions. Did you accept Leonard Ash as a client?
Oh, sure. There was no reason not to.
So his name and number were given a place on one of your switchboards?
Yes, sir.
What was the name of the employee who attended that board? The one with Leonard Ash's number on it?
Marie Willis in the daytime.
And Leonard Ash's number was on Marie Willis's board?
Yes, sir.
After the routine arrangements for serving Leonard Ash as a client had been completed, did anything happen to bring him or his number to your personal attention?
Yes, sir.
What and when? First, when?
Well, it was a Thursday, about 3 days after Ash had ordered the service. Marie phoned me at my office and said she wanted to see me privately about something important. So, a little after 6, I went up to 69th Street, and we went into her room at the apartment. She told me Ash had phoned her the day before and asked her to meet him somewhere to discuss some details about servicing his number. She told him such a discussion should be with me, but he insisted
Your Honor
that...
pleases, I submit that the witness may not testify to what Marie Willis and Mr. Ash said to each other when he was not present.
Certainly not. He is reporting what Marie Willis told him had been said.
That should be kept clear. You understand that, Mr. Bagby?
Yes, sir. I mean, Your Honor.
Then go ahead. What Miss Willis said to you, and you to her.
Well, she said she'd agreed to meet Ash because he was a theatrical producer, and she wanted to be an actress. I hadn't known she was stage-struck, but I know it now. So, she'd gone to his office, and he told her... Now, this is what she told me. He told her he wanted her to listen in on calls to his home number during the daytime.
How could she do that?
Well, all she'd have to do when his light on her board went off, well, that would mean that someone had answered the phone at his home. Well, she'd just plug in and listen to the conversation.
And she told you Mr. Ash asked her to do that?
Yes, sir. And to phone him each evening and report. And that's what she said. And he offered her $500 if she would do it.
Did she say anything else?
Yes, sir. She said she knew she should have turned him down flat, but she didn't want to make him sore, so she told him she wanted to think it over. Then she told me she had slept on it and decided what to do. She was convinced that what Ash was after was phone calls to his wife. And aside from anything else, she wasn't going to spy on his wife because his wife was Robina Keene, the actress. And, Marie worshipped Robina Keene as her ideal. Well, that's what Marie told me.
Did she tell you what she had decided to do?
Yes, sir. 3 things. Tell me about it because she was working for me. Tell Robina Keene about it to warn her because Ash would probably get someone else to do the spying for him. You know, it occurred to me the real reason for her wanting to tell Robina Keene.
What occurred to you isn't material, Mr. Bagby. Now, did Marie tell you the 3rd thing she had decided she must do?
Yes, sir, that she must tell Ash that she was going to tell his wife. She said she had to do that because she promised him she would keep it confidential, so she had to warn him she was taking back her promise.
Did she say when she intended to do those 3 things?
Yes, well, she'd already done one of them, telling me. She said she'd phoned Ash and told him she would be at the office at 7 o'clock. Well, that was crowding it a little because she had the evening shift and would have to be back at the boards at 8. It crowded me, too, because it gave me no time to talk her out of it. I even went downtown with her in a taxi where Ash's office was and did my best, but I couldn't move her.
What did you say to her?
I tried to get her to lay off. Well, I could drop him as a client and forget it, but she was dead set on warning Robina Keene. And to do that, she had to take back her promise to Ash. Well, I hung on until she got in the elevator to go up to Ash's office, but I couldn't budge her.
Did you go with her?
Oh, no, that wouldn't have helped any. Well, what could I do?
Then you didn't go up to Ash's office with Marie Willis?
No, sir.
Did you go up later at any time after she had gone up?
No, sir.
Did you see Ash at all that evening?
No, sir.
Did you speak to him on the telephone that evening?
No, sir.
What did you do that evening after you saw Marie Willis enter the elevator to go up to Ash's office?
I took a taxi home, and about 10 o'clock, I got a phone call from the police to say that Marie Willis had been found murdered in my office. And I went there as fast as I could, and there was a crowd out in front, and an officer took me upstairs. They hadn't moved her. They'd taken the plug cord from around her throat. They hadn't moved her. And there she was, slumped over on the ledge in front of the board.
Excuse me,
They wanted me to identify her, and I had to. It's the hardest thing I ever had to do in my life. I'd never seen anyone have been strangled before, but it was her, all right. The same clothes and everything she was wearing.
We want a taxi, but first a word with you.
No, sir. First, a word from me.
What?
Mandelbaum may finish with that witness any minute. You were told he'd follow back.
I know.
If you want a taxi, of course, you're going home. And that
I'm not going home. I can't.
Right. If you do, you'll just get hauled right back here with a fat fine for contempt of court. Not to mention me. I'm under subpoena, too, remember? Where are you going?
To 618 East 69th Street.
To Bagby's answers? Why?
I'll explain on the way.
I'm going back to the court.
No. I'll need you.
All right. Shoot. I've heard you do a lot of explaining, but this'll have to be good.
You know, it's preposterous.
It sure is. Let's go back.
I mean Mr. Mandelbaum's thesis that Leonard Ash killed that girl. Leonard Ash is not an imbecile. I refuse to believe he'd go to that place at that time to kill her. You were present when he called on me that day to hire me. Do you believe it?
I pass. But I find it hard to believe his story. That a man phoned him a voice he didn't recognize and said if Ash would meet him at the Bagby place, he thought they could talk Marie out of it. And when Ash got there, the door was open, and there she was with a plug cord around her throat. So he opened up the window and yelled for the police. Do you believe that?
Phooey, I didn't like it, but it may be true. And another thing I didn't like was sitting there on that confounded wooden bench with a smelly woman against me.
Oh, now we're getting to it. By the way, that smell was Tissot's passion flower, and it's $80 an ounce. Lily Roan wears it.
Soon I was to be called as a witness, and my testimony would have been an effective corroboration of Mr. Bagby's testimony. It was intolerable. I will not be a party to a judicial transgression.
Let's see if I get you. The reason you're scooting is you can't bear to help convict Ash of murder because you doubt he's guilty.
That's close enough.
It's not close enough for me. What are we going to do with Bagby's answering?
We'll see when we get there. Taxi! just come from the courtroom where Leonard Ash is being tried. This is my assistant, Mr. Goodwin.
Yes?
We're checking on subpoenas that have been served on the witnesses for both the prosecution and the defense. Are Miss Hart and Miss Velarde and Miss Welch here?
I'm Alice Hart, and that's Bella Velarde on board, too. Helen Welch isn't here. It's her day off. We've all had subpoenas, but... Aren't you Nero Wolfe, the detective?
Yes.
What do you want?
I want information, madam. I want you and the other two ladies to answer some questions.
We have no information.
But I won't get any, but I'm going to try.
Who sent you?
Autokinesis. There's a cardinal flaw in the assumption that Leonard Ash killed Marie Willis, and I don't like flaws. It has made me curious.
A flaw? Take my board, will you, Bella? I won't be long. We'll go to my room. This way.
One moment, Miss Hart. A point not covered in the newspaper accounts. Marie Willis's body was found slumped over the ledge in front of the switchboard. And presumably she was seated at the switchboard when the murderer arrived. But
Yes.
You live here, you and the others.
Yes?
Then if the murderer was Mr. Ash, how did he know she was alone on the premises?
Oh, I don't know. Perhaps she told him she was. Is that the flaw?
Good heavens, no.
Come in, please. My time is limited. Now, what is this flaw?
I am the inquisitor, Miss Hart, not you.
What's the matter?
That painting on your wall, that's a Van Gogh, isn't it? And unless I'm very much mistaken, an original. Where did you get that picture?
That is none of your business.
It isn't, but here is the situation. You have been questioned by the police and the district attorney's office, but they were restrained by their assumption that Leonard Ash was the culprit. Now, since I reject that assumption and must find another in its stead, there can be no limit to my impertinence with you and others who may be involved. I'll take you and that picture. If you refuse to say where you got it, or if your answer doesn't satisfy me, I'll put a man on it and he'll find out. You can't escape being badgered, madam. The question is whether you suffer it here and now by me, or face a prolonged inquiry among your friends and associates by more meddlesome men.
What does it matter where I got that picture?
Probably it doesn't. Possibly nothing about you matters. But that picture is a treasure, and this is an odd address for it. Do you own it?
Yes, I bought it.
When?
About a year ago from a dealer.
The contents of this room are yours?
Yes, I like things that... Well, this is my extravagance. It's my only one.
How long have you been with this firm?
5 years.
What's your salary?
$150 a week.
Not enough for your extravagance, An inheritance, perhaps? Alimony?
No, I have never married. Mr. Wolfe, if you save for 15 years, I think you do have a right to something.
You have indeed. Where were you the evening that Marie Willis was killed?
I was out in Jersey in a car with a friend, Bella Velarde, to get cooled off. It was a hot night, all right? We got back after midnight.
Of course, the police have asked if you know of anyone who might have had a motive for killing Marie Willis. Do you?
No.
Were you friendly with her?
Yes, friendly enough.
Has any client ever asked you to listen in on calls to his number?
Certainly not.
Did you know Miss Willis wanted to be an actress?
Yes, we all knew that.
Mr. Bagby says he didn't.
Well, he was their employer. I don't suppose he did know. When did you talk with Mr. Bagby?
I didn't. Heard him on the witness stand. Did you know of Miss Willis's regard for Robina Keene?
Yes, we all knew that, too. Marie did imitations of Robina Keene in her roles.
When did she tell you of her decision to inform Robina Keene that her husband was going to monitor her telephone?
I didn't say she told me.
Did she?
No.
Did anyone?
Yes, Miss Velarde. Marie had told her. You can ask her.
I shall. Do you know Guy Unger?
Yes, I know him. Not very well. He was a friend of Marie Willis's.
And what was the nature of his relationship with Miss Willis?
I'm sure I don't know.
Miss Willis must have talked about it.
Not to me. We were never very close. Maybe to Bella, Miss Velarde.
Well, I would like to speak now to Miss Velarde.
Well, certainly. You can wait in her room. It's just next door. Go ahead in. I'll send her along.
Certainly a contrast in rooms.
Yes, sir.
Oh, Miss Velarde is a crack lever.
A what?
She never quite closes doors or drawers.
Oh.
She is also a philanthropist.
Indeed?
She donates to the cause of equine genetics.
Meaning?
She bets on horse races. She subscribes to racing form and track dope.
Ah. Archie, open drawers. Have one open when she enters. I want to see how much impudence these creatures will tolerate.
This photograph. Miss Velarde and another woman, and do you recognize the man? Now, I could be wrong. It's been 2 months since the newspapers had a picture of him.
Well, that's Guy Unger. Find more of him.
Taking their time out there. I'd say Miss Velarde's getting a thorough briefing from our Miss Hart. Here she comes. This should get her.
Miss Hart says you want to ask me something.
Sit down, Miss Velarde. Do you know what a hypothetical question is?
Of course I do.
I have one for you. If I put 3 expert investigators on the job of finding out approximately how much you've lost betting on horse races in the past year, how long do you think it would take them?
I don't know.
I do. With luck, 5 hours. Without it, 5 days. It would be simpler for you to tell me. How much have you lost?
How do you know I've lost anything?
There's a fair chance that you keep a record of your gains and losses. Archie, your search was interrupted. Resume. See if you can find it. You may watch if you like, Miss Velarde. There's no question of pilfering.
Look, Mr. Wolfe, there's no secret about my liking to bet on the races. But the amounts I bet, that's different. You see, I have friends who, well, they don't want people to know they bet, so they give me money to bet for them. So it's about $100 a week, and sometimes more, maybe up to $200.
I see. What's your salary?
Oh, it's only $120, so of course I can't bet much myself.
Of course. About the windows in that front room. In summer weather, when one of you's on duty there at night, are the windows open?
Well, when it's hot, yes. Usually the one in the middle. If it's very hot, maybe all of them.
With the shades up?
Yes.
It was hot on July 15th. Were the windows open that night?
I don't know. I wasn't here.
Where were you?
I was out in Jersey, in a car with a friend, Alice Hart, to get cooled off. Now, we got back after midnight.
If the windows were open and the shades up on the evening of July 15th, as they almost certainly were, would anyone in her senses have proceeded to kill Marie Willis so exposed to view? What do you think?
I know. That would have been... No, I don't think so.
Then she or he must have closed the windows and drawn the shades before proceeding. Then how could Leonard Ashe, in the circumstances given, have managed that without alarming Miss Willis?
I don't know. He might have... No, I don't know.
He might have what?
Nothing. I don't know.
How well do you know Guy Unger?
I know him fairly well.
You seen much of him in the past 2 months?
No, very little.
When was this snapshot taken?
Oh, that. You took that from my drawer. What else did you take? You get out of here. Get out and stay out.
Come, Archie. There seems to be a limit, after all.
Wait. Wait a minute. I didn't mean that. I flare up like that. I don't care about the damn picture. It's just...
When was it taken?
About 2 weeks ago. 2 weeks ago Sunday.
Who was the other woman?
Helen Welch.
Was Guy Unger Miss Welch's companion or yours?
We were just together.
Nonsense.
Well, Guy and Helen. I was just with them.
Then I take it that since Miss Willis died, Mr. Unger's interest is centered on Miss Welch.
I don't know about center. They seem to like each other.
Where is Miss Welch?
This is her day off.
That I know. Where can I find her?
I think she's up at her place she rented for the summer in Katona.
You think so? You're not sure?
Do you want me to phone and find out?
Yes, if you would. I want to talk to her.
Nero Wolfe refuses to ride in the front seat of a car because when the crash comes, the broken glass will carve him up. Also, it takes most of the back seat to hold his bulk. And he rarely talks in a car because he sits with his fists and jaws clamped tight as a vice.
Is that a siren, Archie?
Yeah. It's a Parkway police car coming up behind us.
You know, when you were having the car sent down, I phoned home. Fritz said there'd been 4 calls, one from an officer of the court, one from the DA's office, and 2 from Inspector Kramer.
Oh, swell.
Would Kramer have sent out an alarm?
Well, the way he'd like to pin your scalp to his wall, I wouldn't put it past him. And we're about to find out. Nope. Not this time.
Archie Goodwin, I'm Helen Welts. Mr. Wolfe?
Yes. Give me a hand, Archie.
It's a real pleasure. This is Guy Unger.
How'd you do?
Hello.
Let's sit in the shade of the old apple tree, shall we?
Oh, thank you. I prefer to sit.
You didn't give me a chance on the phone. I didn't want you to have a trip for nothing. You see, I can't tell you anything about that awful business of what happened to Marie. I really can't because I don't know anything. I was out on the Sound on a boat. Didn't Bella tell you?
That's not the kind of thing I'm after, Miss Welch.
Hmm?
Such routine matters as checking alibis have certainly been handled by the police. My attack must be eccentric. For instance, when did Mr. Unger get here?
Oh, why, just...
Now, wait a minute. Just forget me. I'm looking on, that's all.
Ah, a substantial chair. Thank you. Now, I'll explain, Miss Welch, why I asked when Mr. Unger got here. When I spoke with Miss Hart and Miss Velarde, I was insufferable, both in manner and in matter, and they should have ordered me out, but they didn't. Manifestly, they were afraid to, and I intend to know why. I assume that you know why.
I know.
I assume that after I left, Miss Hart phoned you again, that she also phoned Mr. Unger, or you did, and he was enough concerned about me to hurry to get here before I arrived.
I heard about you being on your way about 10 minutes ago when I got here.
Mr. Unger, I'll probably finish sooner with Miss Welch if you withdraw. For 20 minutes, say?
I think I'd better stay.
Then please don't prolong it with interruption.
Now, you behave yourself, Guy. I'll tell you what I think, Mr. Wolfe. I think he just wants to show you how smart he is. You see, when I told him that Nero Wolfe was coming, well, you should have heard him. He said maybe you're famous for brains and he isn't, but he'd like to hear you prove it. Oh, you did. Something like that, anyway. I don't pretend to have brains. I was just scared.
Oh? Scared of what?
Well, scared of you. I mean, wouldn't anybody be scared if they knew you were coming up to grill them?
Not enough to send for help. Certainly not if they had the alternative of snubbing me, as you have. Why don't you choose it? Why do you suffer me?
Now that's a question. I'll show you why. You see, I didn't want to miss a chance to touch the great Nero Wolfe. There. Now I have patted the head of the great detective, and the strain's been too much. I need a little drink.
Helen.
Having touched me, you still suffer me. I'm sure Miss Hart told you that I reject the thesis that Leonard Ashe killed Marie Willis and propose to discredit it. I hope to establish a reasonable doubt of his guilt. Can you give it to me?
Well, of course not. How could I?
One way would be to suggest someone else with motive and opportunity. Can you?
I'm sorry, but you're funny. I mean, the way they had us down there at the DA's office and the way they kept after us, asking all about Marie and everybody she knew. And, of course, they wanted to find out if there was anybody besides that man Ashe that might have killed her. Well, now they're trying Ashe, and they wouldn't be trying him if they didn't think they could prove it. And here you come and expect to drag it out of me in 20 minutes. I mean, don't you think that's funny for a famous detective like you? Because I do.
Helen, I think you've had enough to drink.
No, Miss Welch, no. The most I expected was support for my belief that you people have common knowledge of something that you don't want revealed. And you have given me that.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Nonsense. You're at the edge of hysteria.
I am not.
Take it easy, Helen. Look, Wolfe, I don't get this. As I understand it, what you're after is an out for Leonard Ashe on the murder, is that right?
Yes.
And that's all?
Yes.
Would you mind telling me, did Ashe's lawyer hire you?
No.
Who did?
Nobody. I developed a distaste for my function as a witness for the prosecution, along with a doubt of Mr. Ash's guilt.
Why doubt his guilt?
Divination. Contrariety.
I see. You're shooting at it on spec. Okay, I'll humor you. Do you regard me as a suspect?
In a word, yes.
Okay. So did the cops for a while. Because just before she was killed, Marie and I had been having a little thing, you know? But that's absolutely all there was to it. The cops found absolutely nothing in my relations with Marie that could possibly have made me want to kill her. Any questions?
No.
And if they had dug up a motive, they would have been stuck with it, because I certainly couldn't have killed her the evening of July 15th. At 10 o'clock that night, I was asleep on my boat at an anchorage near New Haven. My friend Ralph Ingalls was with me, and his wife, and Helen here.
That's right.
Of course, the police checked it, but you're welcome to check it yourself if you care to. Any more questions?
One or two. What is your occupation?
For God's sake, you haven't read the papers.
Yes, I have, but that was weeks ago, and as I remember it, they were vague. Broker, I believe. Stockbroker?
No, I'm a freewheeler. I handle anything.
Have you an office?
I don't need one.
Have you handled any transactions for anyone connected with Bagby Answers Incorporated? Any kind of transaction?
That's a funny kind of question. Why do you ask that?
Because I suspect the answer is yes.
Why? Just for curiosity.
Now, Mr. Unger, do you suppose I would have made this excursion completely at random? If you find the question embarrassing, don't answer it.
It's not embarrassing. I'll tell you. I think you got a hold of some crazy idea somewhere. God knows what that is. And I want to speak to you privately. Let's take a little walk.
No. I don't like conversing on my feet. If you want to say something without a witness, Miss Welch and Mr. Goodwin can leave us. Archie?
Miss Welch, let's go and pick flowers. Mr. Unger will want me in sight and out of hearing.
All right.
You seem to be,
Now, the goldenrod I know, but what are the blue ones?
I don't know.
Well, this should be far enough. Unless he uses a megaphone. Well, I admit he'd be a maniac to jump Wolf under the circumstances, but maybe he is one.
What?
I learned a long time ago that people involved in a murder case, nothing is impossible.
He is not involved in a murder case.
And he will be before Mr. Wolf gets through with him. Hey, no, that's no way to do it. Open a valve and let it out.
He'd see.
Unger.
Oh, God, help me. It would be wonderful if someone could put his arms around me and tell me, all right, my darling, I'll take care of everything. Just leave it to me. Oh, that would be wonderful.
I may try it if you'll brief me on what I'd have to take care of.
God, I'm a fool. You saw my car out front.
The yellow Jag.
I am going to burn it. How do you set fire to a car?
You pour gasoline on it, all over the inside, toss a match in, and jump back faster. You'll singe your eyelashes.
Is it a bluff? Is Wolf just trying to scare something out of us?
No, not just. If he scares something out, fine. If not, he'll get it the hard way. If you're sitting on a lid you don't want open, my advice is to move. Now, the sooner the better, or you may get hurt.
I am already hurt.
Then hurt worse.
I guess I can be. You asked what these blue flowers are?
Mm-hmm.
They're wild asters. Just the color of my eyes.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I already know what I'm going to do, and I decided walking over here with you. What time is it?
It's 3:15.
Well, let's see, it's 4 hours. Where can I see Nero Wolfe? Around 9 o'clock in town.
Well, his address and number are in the book, but he may not be there this evening.
But I've got...
Phone and ask for Fritz.
Fritz?
Tell him you're the Queen of Hearts. And he'll tell you where Wolf is. Now, if you don't say you're the Queen of Hearts, he won't tell you anything, because Mr. Wolf hates to be disturbed when he's out. Look, but why not save time and trouble?
No.
Now, evidently, you've decided to tell him something, and there he is. Come, we'll tell him now.
I can't. You see, I don't dare.
On account of Unger?
Yes.
Uh-huh. Well, if we'll go and we'll come back after Unger leaves.
He is not going to leave. He's going to ride to town with me.
Then record it on tape and use me for the tape. You can trust my memory. I guarantee to repeat it to Mr. Wolf word for word. When you phone this evening, you'll have had time to think.
Come on, he's afraid I'm talking. If you tell him, I'll deny it. Are you going to tell him?
Wolf, yes, but Unger, no.
Because if you do, I'll deny it.
Then I won't.
I have a little item for you.
Then stop somewhere. I can't talk like this.
We got a nibble. She has something to say to you, but she has to say it to you tonight after she's ditched Unger.
Confound it. She was in a panic. It'll wear off.
Well, it may, and so? Yeah, I'll go back and do it over if you'll write me a script.
Phooey. I don't say I could better it. You're a connoisseur of comely young women, aren't you? Is she a murderess in a funk trying to wriggle out, or what is she?
I pass. She's trying to wriggle, all right, but from out of what, I need 6 guesses. What did Unger want privately? Is he trying to wriggle, too?
Yes. Offered me money, $5,000, then $10,000.
For what?
Not clearly defined. A retaining fee for investigative services. He was crude about it for a man with brains.
I'll be damned. What'd you tell him?
That I resented and scorned his attempt to suborn me.
He was in a panic, and it'll wear off. Why not string him along?
It would take time, and I haven't any. I told him I intend to appear in court tomorrow morning.
Tomorrow? With what, for God's sake?
Well, at least with a diversion. If Miss Welch's panic endures, possibly with something better.
Uh-huh, I get it. Deciding to go back to court tomorrow makes it possible for you to go home.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll get you there by 5 o'clock.
No, we're not going home.
Huh?
Mr. Kramer will have a man posted there all night, probably with a warrant. And a hotel would be risky, too. Wait a minute. Isn't Saul Panzer's apartment conveniently located?
Yes, but he only has 1 bed.
We'll manage somehow. All right, go ahead to the city.
And to our right, you will be able to see our destination as we approach. The beautiful downtown residence of this country's second-best private investigator, Saul Panzer.
Thank heaven.
Fasten your seatbelts and no smoke. Jeez.
Why did you do that?
Because we don't want to see Saul after all.
What flummery is this?
No flummery. Sergeant Pearlie Stebbins was just turning in at the entrance.
Did he see us?
I don't think so.
Confound it.
Yes, sir. Next stop, please.
Oh, you're enjoying this.
I am like hell. I was going to watch a ball game tonight.
Confound it. You told Saul about Miss Welch when you called?
Yes, sir. I told him you'd rather have an hour alone with the Queen of Hearts than a blue orchid. You know Saul.
And you looked up Mr. Donovan's address?
Like you told me.
How long will it take to drive there?
10 minutes.
All right. Go ahead.
Yes, sir. Just sit back and try to relax.
Nero Wolfe and Archie Goodwin. What kind of a trick is this? My maid told me Judge Wolfe.
I merely evaded vulgar curiosity. I had to see you, Mr. Donovan.
But you can't see me. It's highly improper. You're a witness for the prosecution, and I'm the defense attorney. Also, a warrant has been issued for you. I'll have to report
I'm
this.
not here as a witness for the prosecution. I don't intend to discuss my testimony with you. I have become aware of certain facts which I think your client, Leonard Ashe, should know about, and I want to tell him. I suppose it would be improper for me to tell you more than that, but it wouldn't be improper to tell him. He's on trial for first-degree murder.
You know damn well you can't see him.
I can if you arrange it. Early tomorrow morning will do, before the court sits. You may, of course, be present if you wish, but I suppose you'd prefer not to. 20 minutes with him will be enough.
I can't ask you what you want to tell him.
I understand that. I won't be on the witness stand where you can cross-examine me until tomorrow.
No, you won't. No, I can't arrange for you to see him. It's out of the question. I shouldn't even be talking to you. It will be my duty to report this to Judge Corbett in the morning. Good evening, gentlemen.
His saying he'll report to the judge in the morning, and he didn't intend to phone the DA now, but he might change his mind. We better get out of this area fast.
Yes.
Where to now?
Find a phone. See if that woman has called Saul yet, and is it safe to go to his apartment.
Okay.
And get Mrs. Leonard Ashe. I have to see her. Arrange it.
You mean tonight?
Now.
Oh, that should be a cinch. She's probably sitting there hoping a couple of strange detectives will drop in. Hey, do I have to be Judge Goodwin?
No. We are ourselves.
I'm dead tired, Mr. Wolfe, and empty. Completely empty. I don't think I ever...
I'll make it as brief as I can.
What is it? Of course, it's something about my husband.
I have information that will be of considerable value to your husband. Information that could raise sufficient doubts in the minds of the jury to get him acquitted.
To get him acquitted?
It could. The problem is to get the information to the jury. It would take intricate and prolonged investigation to get it in the form of admissible evidence, and I have a shortcut in mind. To take it, I must have a talk with your husband.
But he's in prison. How can you?
I must. I've just called on his attorney and asked him to arrange it, which was futile as I expected. Since I'm a witness for the prosecution, he feels it improper for him even to talk with me, let alone arrange an interview for me with his client. But you are under no such prescription.
You mean you want me to get you in?
You are the wife of a man on trial for his life. It would not be impossible for you to get permission to talk with your husband tomorrow morning before the court convenes, and you can take me with you.
But there's a warrant out for your arrest. The papers say that
Don't mention me in getting the permission. Simply take me with you. Now, will you do it?
I don't see how I can... You just want to talk with him?
Yes.
What do you want to tell him?
I can't tell you that now. It might compromise my plan to get it to the jury. I can't risk that.
But at least you can tell me what it's about. How can I be sure that you...
Oh, you say you're tired, madam. So am I. At considerable risk to my reputation, my self-esteem, possibly even my bodily freedom, I'm undertaking a step which should be useful to your husband, and I'm asking your help. But I'm not asking you to risk anything. You've nothing to lose. I have. Of course, I've made an assumption that may not be valid, that whether or not you're sincerely devoted to your husband, you don't want him convicted of murder. Now, I can't guarantee...
You didn't have to say that. I'm devoted to my husband. I love him very dearly. He acted like a fool, but I love him very much. I certainly don't want him convicted of murder.
Then you'll do it?
All right. I have nothing more to lose. But if I do this, I'll have to tell Mr. Donovan...
No, you must not. Not only would he forbid it, he would prevent it. This is for you alone.
Oh.
Only you can do this.
Oh, I thought I was too tired to live, and I am. But it would be a relief to do something. I'm going to do it. I will do it. Leave this to me. Where can I reach you?
Saul's number, Archie. Well, a good room, Saul. I congratulate you.
I'm glad it can be of use to you, Mr. Wolfe.
What time is it?
20 minutes to 10.
Have you heard from that woman?
Mrs. Ash called. You have an appointment at 8 o'clock in the morning.
Satisfactory. And Miss Welch, the
Queen of Hearts. Has she called?
Not yet.
It's past the time she said. Could be in the soup.
Soup. Saul.
I have some beer, cheese. Good cheese.
Thank you, Saul.
Quarter to 1. Our lady's panic wore off.
Well, I'm going to bed.
Afraid I haven't got any pajamas you could get into, but...
I got it. Mrs. Jackson, 43109.
Hello, I want to speak to... this is the Queen of Hearts.
It sure is. This is Archie Goodwin. Where are you?
I'm in a booth in Grand Central. I couldn't get rid of him, and then he... Well, that doesn't matter now, but where are you?
With Mr. Wolfe, waiting for you, close to Grand Central. I'll meet you at the information booth, upper level, in 5 minutes. Will you be there?
Yes.
Sure.
Of course I will.
Make some coffee, will you, Saul? She'll either need that or bourbon.
Honor, I wish to call a witness whom I called yesterday, but he was not available. I learned only a few minutes ago that he is present. You will remember that on my application you issued a warrant for Mr. Nero Wolfe.
Yes, I do. Is he here?
Yes, he is. Nero Wolfe.
I have some questions for you, Mr. Wolfe, after you're sworn.
Take the Bible in your right hand. You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God?
I do. Mr. Wolfe, you knew you were to be called yesterday, but you left the courtroom.
Yes, sir.
If your reason for leaving is unsatisfactory, you are in contempt of court. Do you understand that?
Yes, sir.
Then, why did you leave? You are under oath.
Your Honor, I respectfully ask your indulgence. My reason for leaving is inherent in my testimony, and therefore I would rather plead on the charge of contempt afterwards, if the court will permit. I'll still be here.
Indeed you will. You're under arrest.
No, I'm not.
You're not under arrest?
No, sir, I came here voluntarily.
Well, you are now. Officer, this man is under arrest. Very well. You will answer to the contempt charge later. Proceed, Mr. Mandelbaum.
Mr. Wolfe, have you ever met the defendant in this case? That gentleman?
Yes, sir, that's Mr. Leonard Ash.
Where and under what circumstances did you meet him?
He called on me at my office on July 13th of this year.
What did he say to you on that occasion?
That he had, the preceding day, arranged for an answering service for his home telephone, that he wanted to hire me to propose to the switchboard operator assigned his number that she eavesdrop on calls made on it and report to me.
Did he say why he wanted to make that arrangement?
No.
Did the defendant suggest any inducement to be offered this person to get her to do the eavesdropping?
He didn't name a sum, but he indicated...
Not what he indicated, what he said.
He said that he would make it worth a while, but stated no amount.
What else did he say?
That's about all. The entire conversation lasted only a few minutes since I refused to do it.
Did you tell him why you refused?
Yes, sir.
Well, what did you say?
I said that I excluded from my field anything that smacked of marital difficulties and,
Yes? Well, what else did you say to him?
I'd like to be sure I understand the question. Do you mean what I said to him that day or on a later occasion?
Well, I mean that day, of course. There was no later occasion, was there?
Yes, sir.
When and where did this meeting take place?
Shortly after 9 o'clock this morning in this building.
You met and spoke with the defendant in this building today?
Yes, sir.
Under what circumstances?
His wife arranged to see and speak with him, and she allowed me to accompany her.
How did she arrange it? With whom?
I don't know.
Was Mr. Donovan, the defense counsel, present?
No, sir.
Don't you know that it is a misdemeanor for a witness for the state to talk with the defendant charged with a felony?
No, sir, I don't. I understand it would depend on what was said. I didn't discuss my testimony with Mr. Ash.
What did you discuss?
Certain matters which I thought would be of interest to him.
What matters? What exactly did you say?
I said that yesterday, seated in this room awaiting your convenience, I had formed a surmise that certain questions raised by the murder of Marie Willis had not been sufficiently considered and investigated, and that therefore my role as a witness for the prosecution was an uncomfortable one. I said that I had determined to satisfy myself on certain points, that I knew that in leaving the courtroom I would become liable to a penalty for contempt of court, but that the integrity of justice was more important than my personal ease. That I had been confident that Judge Corbett was the man...
If you please, Mr. Wolfe, you are not now pleading to a charge of contempt.
No, sir. You asked what I said to Mr. Ash. He asked what surmise I had formed, and I told him. First, that as one with long experience in the investigation of crime and culprits, I had an appreciable doubt of his guilt. Second, that the police had been so taken by the circumstances pointing to Mr. Ash, his obvious motive, his discovery of the body, that their attention in other directions had possibly been somewhat dulled. So it occurred to me...
This court is not interested in what occurred to you, Mr. Wolfe, only in what you said to Mr. Ash.
Yes, sir. I said to Mr. Ash that it occurred to me as I sat in this room yesterday and heard Mr. Bagby describe the operation of the switchboards that an unscrupulous operator might, by listening in on conversations, gain information that could be turned to account. A blackmailer, for instance, might...
This is mere speculation, Mr. Wolfe. Did you say all that to the defendant?
Oh, yes, sir.
How long were you with him?
Oh, nearly half an hour. I can say a great deal in half an hour.
No doubt. But the time of the court and jury should not be spent on irrelevancies. You didn't discuss your testimony with the defendant?
No, sir.
That's all. No more questions.
Do you wish to cross-examine Mr. Donovan?
Yes, Your Honor. I wish to state that I knew nothing of the meeting this morning of the witness and my client. I only learned of it here and now. If you think it desirable, I will take the stand to be questioned about it under oath.
I don't think so, Mr. Donovan. Not unless developments suggest it.
At any time, of course. Mr. Wolfe, why did you seek an interview this morning with Mr. Ash?
Because I had acquired information which cast a reasonable doubt on his guilt. And I wanted to get it before the court and the jury without delay. It occurred to me that if I talked with Mr. Ash, the fact would probably be disclosed in the course of my examination by Mr. Mandelbaum. And if so, he would almost certainly ask me what had been said. Therefore, I wanted to tell Mr. Ash what I'd surmised and discovered. If Mr. Mandelbaum allowed me to tell all I'd said to Mr. Ash, that would do it. If he dismissed me before I finished, I thought it likely that on cross-examination, the defense attorney would give me an opportunity to go on. So I sought an interview with Mr. Ash.
Did you say more to Mr. Ash than you have already testified to?
Yes, sir.
Please tell the jury what you said to him.
I said that my assistant and I went to the office of Bagby Answers, where Marie Willis was murdered, that from a look at the switchboards, I concluded that it would be impossible for any one operator
Objection, Your Honor. Conclusions of the witness are not admissible.
He is merely relating what he said to Mr. Ash. The assistant district attorney asked him to.
The objection is overruled.
I said I had concluded that it would be impossible for any one operator to eavesdrop frequently on her lines without the others becoming aware of it, and therefore it must be done collusively. I said that I had spoken at some length with 4 of the people connected with Bagby Answers throughout the day. Miss Alice Hart, Bella Velarde, Helen Welch, Mr. Guy Unger, and had received 2 encouragements for my surmise. 1, that it was evident that their personal expenditures greatly exceeded their salaries. And 2, that all of them were visibly disturbed at my declared intention of investigating them fully and ruthlessly. Indeed, Miss Welch was disturbed to a point approaching hysteria, and Mr. Unger to offering me $10,000 for services which he did not specify.
You said all that to Mr. Ash?
Oh, yes, sir. And that Helen Welch, broken down by my attack and her own sense of guilt, arranged to meet with me privately, where she confessed that for years the operation had been used precisely as I had surmised. All of the switchboard operators have been parties to it, including Marie Willis. Their dean, Alice Hart, collected the information. That is Miss Hart and Miss Velarde just leaving, sir.
Officer, no one is to leave the room. Order! Order! Go ahead, Mr. Wolfe.
Thank you, Your Honor. Alice Hart collected information from them and gave them cash for it in addition to their salaries. Guy Unger and Clyde Bagby also gave them cash occasionally. So in 3 years, Miss Welch received a total of approximately $15,000, not counting her salary.
Do you know where Helen Welch is now?
Yes, sir, she's present. I told her that if she came and faced it, the district attorney might show appreciation for her help.
Have you anything to add? That you told Mr. Ash this morning?
I have, Your Honor. Do you wish me to differentiate clearly between what Helen Welch told me and my own exposition?
No. Anything whatever that you said to Mr. Ash.
Marie Willis had been ordered by both Unger and Bagby to accept Mr. Ash's proposal to eavesdrop on his line and not to tell Mrs. Ash, but she had refused and announced that she was going to quit. Now, of course, that made her an intolerable peril to everyone concerned. The success of the operation hinged on the fact that no victim ever had any reason to suspect that Bagby Answers was responsible for his distress. It was Bagby who got the information, but it was Unger who used it. and the tormented under the screw would not know where the tormentor had got the screw. So Miss Willis's decision to quit and expose the whole business was a mortal menace to any and all of them. Ample provocation for murder. I told Mr. Ash that all this established a reasonable doubt of his guilt, and I went beyond that and considered the most likely candidate to replace him. Do you wish that too?
Yes, proceed.
I told Mr. Ash that I greatly preferred Mr. Bagby. The mutual alibi of Miss Hart and Miss Velarde might be successfully impeached, but they do have it. I exclude Miss Welch because when she came to me last evening, she'd been jolted into utter candor, or I am a witless gull. And that excludes Mr. Unger, too, because Miss Welch is certain he was on his boat the whole evening. And that leaves Mr. Bagby. He admits that he went to his apartment around the time of the murder, and his apartment is near where the murder occurred. I leave the timetable to the police. They are extremely efficient with timetables. And I think that covers everything, Your Honor. I would now like to plead to the charge of contempt.
Mr. Wolfe, you know quite well that you have made that charge frivolous by the situation you have created. The charge is dismissed.
Order! I will have order in the court.
Leonard Ash got off because Nero Wolfe hated to sit against a perfumed woman on a wooden bench. The irony, of course, is that Wolfe didn't get off. 6 months later, he was subpoenaed again, this time as a witness in the case of the State versus Clyde Bagby. Only this time, the defendant was found guilty.
Starring in today's episode were Mavor Moore as Nero Wolfe and Dawn Franks as Archie Goodwin. Michael Ayub was Mandelbaum, Bill Lynn, Clyde Bagby, Art McDonald, Donovan, Robert Christie, Judge Corbett, Patricia Moffat, Bella Velarde, Terry Tweed, Helen Welts, John Evans, Guy Unger, Denise Ferguson, Robina Ash, Dixie Seatle, Alice Hart, and Alfie Scott was Saul Panzer. Music was composed and conducted by Don Gillis. Technical operations were by John Jessup. Sound effects by Bill Robinson. Production assistant was Nancy McElveen, and casting consultant was Ann Weldon Tate. The Next Witness was written and produced in Toronto by Ron Hartman. Next week, Death of a Demon, with guest stars Mary Peary, Bud Knapp, Patricia Hamilton, Helen Hughes, and Mina E. Mina.
This is CBC Stereo.
Rex Stout's Nero Wolfe. Starring Mavor Moore as Nero Wolfe and Dawn Franks as Archie Goodwin. Today's episode, Death of a Demon, with special guest stars Mary Peary, Bud Knapp, Patricia Hamilton, Mina E. Mina, and Helen Hughes.
When Mrs. Hazen arrived for her appointment with Nero Wolfe, she gave me a smile.
Thank you for getting him to see me, Mr. Goodwin.
It isn't often that a man gets a natural, friendly, straightforward smile from a young woman who has never seen him before, with no come-on, no catch, and no dare. So I was surprised and disappointed when she took a gun from her purse and walked to Wolfe's desk.
That's the gun I'm not going to shoot my husband with.
Mrs. Hazen, I am not impressed by histrionic.
Oh, I'm not trying to impress you. I'm only telling you. That's what I came for, just to tell you. I thought it would be more definite, I guess, if I brought the gun and showed it to you.
Just that? You wanted half an hour.
Because I thought it would be better if I told you something about why. If you will regard it as confidential.
With the reservation that if you tell me about a crime, I can't engage not to disclose it. I'm not a lawyer or a priest.
That's all right. There hasn't been any crime, and there won't be. You know who my husband is, Barry Hazen, Public Relations?
Mr. Goodwin has informed me.
We were married 2 years ago, just after my father died. My father was an inventor, and Barry used to do some public relations work for him. That's how I met him. I thought I really was in love with him. I've tried to decide what was the real reason I married him. You don't need to know all that. You don't even need to know why I want to kill him.
It's your half hour, madam.
I don't hate him, but I think I despise him. I know I do. And he won't let me get a divorce. I tried to leave him. Well, I did leave him, but he made such a... There I go again. I don't need to tell you all that.
As you please.
It's not as I please, Mr. Wolfe. It's as I must.
As you must, then.
You know how there can be something in your mind, but you don't know it's there until all of a sudden there it is?
Certainly. The subconscious is not a grave, it's a cistern.
But we don't know what's in it. I didn't. One day a month ago, I went to his bedroom and saw that gun in his drawer, and all of a sudden, I was thinking how easy it would be to shoot him while he was in bed asleep. I said to myself, you idiot. You absolute idiot. And I didn't go near that drawer again, but the thought came back. It kept coming back. Mostly when I was trying to go to sleep. And it got worse. It got so that I was planning how to do it so I wouldn't get caught. I knew it was idiotic, but I couldn't stop. I could not. And then, just 2 nights ago, I got out of bed trembling all over and went to the shower and turned on the cold water and stood under it. I had found a plan that would work. I don't have to tell you what the plan was.
As you please. As you must.
It doesn't matter. I went back to bed, but I didn't sleep. I was afraid of what my mind might do. I'd found out I couldn't manage my mind. So yesterday afternoon, I decided I would fix it so my mind would have to quit. I would tell somebody all about it, and then the plan couldn't work. Telling a friend wouldn't do, and of course I couldn't tell the police. Then I thought of you. And here I am. That's all except this. I want you to promise that if my husband is shot and killed, you will tell the police about my coming here and what I said.
I see.
There. That's it. If you promise to tell the police, I can't possibly do it. Will you promise?
No, I advise you not to insist on a promise.
I must know.
Very well.
You promise?
Yes.
Oh. Well then, is a check all right?
Certainly. Some time of your half hour is left, Mrs. Hazen, if you've any use for it.
No, thank you. That's really all I came for. Oh,
yes?
I would love to see the orchids. I've read so much about them. Would it be possible, do you think? Just a quick look. Perhaps Mr. Goodwin could show me if you're too busy.
It would be a pleasure.
Mr. Goodwin doesn't owe you the time. I do. Come with me. You won't need your coat.
I had no kick coming. The 10,000 orchids in the 3 rooms up on the roof were his, not mine. He did like to show them off, but that wasn't why he had intervened. He had some letters to dictate, and he thought that if I took her up there'd be no telling when we'd come back down. Years ago, he decided on insufficient evidence that I forgot about time when I'm with an attractive young woman. So I got on with my work, and at noon I did what I often do, which was to switch on the radio for the news.
But the contractor insists that he has received no favors from the senator. The body of a man named Barry Hazen was found this morning in an alley between two buildings on Norton Street in Lower Manhattan. He had been shot in the back and had been dead for some hours. No further details are available at present. Mr. Hazen was a well-known public relations counselor. The Democratic leaders in Congress have apparently decided to hold their fire.
When you would like to know if a gun has been fired recently, you smell it automatically, but it doesn't mean a thing, really, unless it's just been fired, and there's been no opportunity to clean it. The cylinder was full of cartridges.
Beautiful. Absolutely stunning. What was the name again?
Phalaenopsis.
Oh, they're lovely. Thanks again, Mr. Goodwin. I'll take the gun.
No, ma'am, there's been a development. I turned on the radio for the news, and I got some, all right. The body of a man named Barry Hazen was found this morning in an alley between two buildings on Norton Street in Lower Manhattan. Been shot in the back, and he'd been dead for some hours. No further details are available at present.
You're making it up.
No, that's what was said verbatim.
Archie, get her something. Brandy.
Yes, sir.
No. I'm all right. He said that.
That's what was said.
He's dead.
Yes.
He's dead.
I'll be in the kitchen.
No, hold it, sir. She'll be all right in a minute. Take a deep breath, Mrs. Hazen, please.
I want to phone somebody. I have to know. Who can I phone?
A shot of brandy, maybe it wouldn't hurt you after all.
I don't want anything. Who can I phone?
Nobody, not just now.
Why not?
Because we must first consider whether I should phone the police as I promised. Archie, has that gun been fired recently?
If so, it's been cleaned. It's fully loaded. The cartridges all look alike.
Did she shoot him?
For a quick guess, no. To make it final, I would need facts.
So would I. Did you shoot your husband, Mrs. Hazen?
No.
Since my promise was to you, you may, of course, release me from it. Do you wish me to phone the police?
Not now. You don't have to now. You won't ever have to. He's dead, and I didn't kill him. That's all over now.
Oh, sit down. It's not so simple. When the police ask you where you were this morning from 11 o'clock on, what do you say?
What?
Confound it. Quit propping yourself on my desk and sit down. That's better. What do you say?
Why, will they ask me that?
Certainly. You'll have to account for every minute since you last saw your husband. Did you come here in a cab?
Yes.
Then you'll say so. You'll have to. When they ask why you came to see me, what'll you say?
Oh, you'll have to tell me what to say.
Oh, I expected that. Confound it. You are not my client. You have paid me for half an hour of my time, now stretched to more than that, and released me from my promise, so I can... What are you doing?
I'm going to write a check, then I will be your client. How much?
Mrs. Hazen, I am not a blackmailer. I take pay for services, and you may not need my services. Now, will you answer some questions?
Of course, but I've taken more than my half hour.
No, if you didn't shoot your husband, we've both been snared by circumstance. First, instead of a question, a statement. You cannot take the gun. The gun stays here.
But I have to put it back where I got it.
No, I cannot let you take the gun. Now, when and where did you last see your husband?
Last night at home. We had people for dinner.
All right, details. How many people? Their names.
They were clients of Barry's, important clients, all but one. Mrs. Victor Oliver, Ann Talbot, who's the wife of the banker, Jules Curry, an inventor. He used to work with my father. Ambrose Purtis, who's a shipping man. Theodore Weed, he's not a client. He works for Barry. 7, counting Barry and me.
And when did these guests leave?
I don't know exactly. Barry had told me he was going to discuss something with them, and I wouldn't be needed. And after the coffee I left, I went upstairs to my bedroom.
Did you hear him when he went up to bed?
No.
What about this morning?
He wasn't there. He rises early. The maid who... Oh.
What?
Nothing. Nothing that matters to you. I'm not liking myself, Mr. Wolfe. I said he rises early. But now I can say he rose early, and I wanted to sing it. I did.
Oh, if you please, you'll have plenty of time for that. Now, about the maid.
I'm sorry. The maid said he hadn't come for breakfast, and when she went up, his bed hadn't been slept in. He'd done that before, not very often, once or twice a month.
What, without telling you where he was going?
Yes.
Do you know where he went last night?
No, I have no idea.
Were you continually in the house from the time you went to your bedroom last night until you left this morning?
Yes.
Would the maid have heard you if you'd gone out during the night?
I don't think so. Her room is in the basement.
What time did you leave this morning?
5 minutes past 11. I wanted to be sure to get here on time.
When did you take the gun from the drawer in your husband's room?
Just before I left. I didn't decide to bring it until the last minute.
How many people know that you despised your husband? Despise is your word, Mrs. Hazen.
I don't think anyone does. I have never told anyone, not even my best friend.
Hooey, your maid knows, for one. Is she not a dolt? She's, of course, being questioned at this very moment. Was your husband wealthy?
I don't know.
You don't know?
Well, he had a large income. He must have. He was free with money. He owned the house.
Any children?
No.
You will inherit?
Mr. Wolfe, this is ridiculous. I don't want anything from him.
I am merely examining your position. You will inherit?
Yes, he told me I would.
Didn't he know you despised him?
He was incapable of believing that anyone could despise him. I suppose he was a psychopath. I looked up psychopathy in the dictionary.
No doubt that was a help. I presume you will now go home. Since you must tell the police that you were here, you might as well say that you learned of your husband's death from my radio. It'll save you the bother of feigning surprise and shock. I said you would be in a pickle, madam, and you are. What are you doing?
I am writing you a check.
No, you may not be in jeopardy. They may get the murderer today or tomorrow. If they don't, we'll see. Archie.
Yes, sir.
Mrs. Hazen is leaving. Archie, I do not intend to serve the convenience of a murderer. What ground do you have for your guess?
You heard her stutter that I was making it up. Also, she went white, all white in 3 seconds. No one can do that.
Very well. Call your friend Mr. Cohen at the Gazette and get details.
He may not have any yet. Anything in particular?
Whatever he has. But in particular, I want to know if the weapon has been found or a bullet.
Body was found by a truck driver at 10:18 a.m. It was stiff, so he must have been dead at least 5 hours, probably more. He was fully dressed, including an overcoat. His hat was there on the ground. Usual items in his pocket, except that there were no keys, no wallet, no watch. His name was on some letters in his pocket, so the wallet wasn't taken to delay identification. He was shot once in the back. A rib stopped the bullet at 32.
They have the bullet?
Right, but no weapon.
Will she report what she told me?
No.
That's why I put up with you. You could have answered with 50 words, and you did it with 1.
I've often wondered. Now tell me why I put up with you.
Oh, that's beyond conjecture.
Huh.
I want a bullet that's been fired from that gun on your desk, and we shouldn't wait until after lunch. You have 20 minutes. If your guess about Mrs. Hazen is correct, that gun is not evidence. If it is, you'll be tampering with it. Shall I do it?
No. You might shoot your toe off.
When will the police come?
It'll probably be Kramer. Give him 2 hours.
What time did Mrs. Hazen get here this morning?
Is that snow on your hat, Mr. Kramer?
I asked you a question.
Perhaps you'd be more comfortable if you removed it. The hat, I mean.
What time did she get here?
11:30.
When did she leave?
Shortly before 1 o'clock.
What'd she have to say?
Mr. Kramer, I know that Mrs. Hazen's husband has been shot and killed. She was with me when the news came on my radio. I have knowledge of no evidence that would be useful to you in your investigation. That is my considered opinion. Mrs. Hazen consulted me in confidence. What we spoke of is not pertinent to your inquiry.
Someday you're going to fall off and get hurt, and this could be it. I'm asking you to tell me what Mrs. Barry Hazen said when she came to see you 9 hours after her husband was murdered.
Should I have occasion to change my mind. And, by the way, I can offer you an opportunity to change it for me. Archie, where's the bullet? Give it to Mr. Kramer. Now, Mr. Kramer, this will be pointless if you found the weapon that killed him. Have you?
No.
It will also be pointless unless you have found the bullet that killed him. Have you?
Yes.
Then I suggest that you have your lab compare this bullet with that one. If you find that they were shot by the same gun, let me know at once, and I'll have some information for you. I would, of course, want to see the lab report certified.
Where did you get this bullet?
I'll tell you, or I won't, when I get your report.
By God, this is pertinent. This is evidence. I'll take you down, both of you.
Nonsense. And evidence of what? I don't know, and neither do you. If it wasn't fired by the gun that killed Mr. Hazen, it's evidence of nothing. I'm not indulging in a prank, Mr. Kramer. There's a possibility that the bullets will match. And if so, it will indeed be evidence. Let me know.
Kramer left at 3:20. Wolfe, of course, stuck to his usual routine from 4 to 6 upstairs with the orchids. But I spent the afternoon like a hen on hot bricks. It's a simple matter to do a bullet comparison. I expected to hear from Kramer by 4:30 or 5. I didn't. And it wasn't until after 6 o'clock that the doorbell rang. But to my surprise, it wasn't Kramer. Theodore Weed to see you, one of the dinner guests. The
What
one
do
that...
you want?
You.
No. I've been pestered enough on a matter in which I have no interest. Tell him so, and don't
I'm not going to pester you. I'm going to hire you.
Sir, you not only intrude, you presume. Archie, show him out.
All right. I started wrong. I'll try again. Mrs. Barry Hazen came to see you this morning and left a gun with you. Where is it?
Intrusion, presumption, and now effrontery. I must insist.
Damn it,
sir,
I know she did. She told me so. She also wanted to hire you, but you wouldn't take her check, so I want to hire you. She's at the DA's office now. They're going to charge her with murder. Please, you got to let me hire you.
Nero Wolfe's office. Archie Goodwin speaking.
It's Lucy Hazen. May I speak to Nero Wolfe, please? It's urgent.
One moment, please. The woman who brought the sausage this morning. Urgent.
Yes, Mrs. Hazen?
Yes, Mr. Wolfe, I'm about to be arrested.
Where are you?
At the DA's office. I don't know
Say only what you must on the telephone.
I'm in a booth with a door closed.
Oh, boy, it's probably not only heard, but also recorded.
All right, he said I could phone a lawyer, and I don't know any except my husband's, and I don't want him. Will you get one for me?
Yes, I'll send one to you, and then you can decide whether to engage him.
But I want to engage you, too. You said you would if I needed you.
I said I would see. Oh. Very well, I'm engaged. One question. Have you disclosed any of your conversation with me, yes or no?
No.
Satisfactory. The lawyer's name is Nathaniel Parker. I'll get him there as soon as possible, but say nothing more to them until you speak to Mr. Parker. Mr. Weed, that was timely. That was Mrs. Hazen on the phone. She is now my client.
And take my money.
No, sir.
But I want to help. I don't see why.
You're not obliged to see, and I'm not obliged to explain. Why do you think Mrs. Hazen killed her husband?
I don't. She didn't.
If I'd taken your money, what were you going to ask me to do?
I don't know exactly. I was going to consult you. I wanted to know what you did with the gun. Have the police got it?
Mr. Weed, I am acting for her now, and you are the enemy, or one of them. What if you killed Mr. Hazen? I'll know who did.
My God, look, this is straight. You can cut off this arm if it will help her any.
I have no use for your arm, but some information might be helpful. When did you last see Mr. Hazen?
This morning at the morgue. I went there to identify him by request. Alive at his house last night.
At what hour?
Around 9:30. That's as close as I can come.
And the circumstances?
There were people there for dinner. Clients of Hazen's. After dinner, Hazen told Lucy that we were going to discuss a business matter, and she left. I left soon after that, and that was the last I saw of him alive, there with them.
How did you spend the next 6 hours?
I went home, to bed.
You were associated with Mr. Hazen and his business?
I was in his employ.
In what capacity?
Mostly I write stuff, handouts, plugs, the usual junk. Also, I was supposed to use my contacts. I was a newspaper man when Hazen hired me a little more than a year ago.
Well, if they were going to discuss a business matter, why did you leave?
Well, I wasn't needed or wanted.
And why were you there at all?
Well, maybe I ought to give you a different answer than the one I gave the DA. The right answer. Even if it makes you think I killed him, which I didn't.
If you did, Mr. Weed, you're doomed, no matter what answers you give.
Hazen liked to have me in the same room with his wife because he knew how I felt about her. God only knows how he knew. I certainly tried not to show it, and I thought I did pretty well. And I'm sure she doesn't know, but he did. He was a remarkable man.
Yeah.
That's why I was invited to dinner last night. I don't think he expected to see me squirm. He didn't have to. He knew how I felt. He was a sadist, and a damned subtle one.
And your feeling for her, was that returned?
Certainly not. I was just a guy that worked for her husband.
Rather a forlorn situation for you.
Yeah, forlorn is right. Another thing you might want to know. I think there was something screwy about his business.
Oh, in what way?
Well, take the 4 people who were there last night. Why did Mrs. Oliver, an extremely wealthy widow, pay him $2,000 a month? She needs public relations like I need a hole in the head. And Mrs. Talbot, a banker's wife? Maybe her husband could use a PR expert, but why her? And Jules Coury. What can public relations do for an inventor? And Ambrose Piertis is the screwiest of all. He already uses one of the big PR operators, the Cadre Associates, but personally, he's paid Hazen more than $40,000 this past year. I'm not supposed to know this. I got curious and looked at the records one day.
Did he have any other clients?
About a dozen, but his total take was over $250,000 a year.
Interesting. Mr. Weed, will you be available for further questioning, say, this evening?
Well, sure, but why not now?
I must arrange a lawyer for my client, Archie. Get Mr. Parker. Sit down, Mr. Parker. You've spoken to my client?
I've just come from there. She's our client now.
Ah.
I stopped in instead of phoning because I have to deliver this at her request. The key to Mrs. Hazen's house and written authority from her to enter her house to get something.
To get something?
Yes, if you want to. An iron box and a chest of drawers in Hazen's bedroom. You remove the bottom drawer, pry up the board it slides on, and the box is underneath. She doesn't know what's in it. About a year ago, Hazen lifted the board and showed her the box. He told her if he died, she was to have it opened by a locksmith and burn the contents without looking at them. You'll be acting legally on her instructions through her attorney.
I'll use my discretion.
I'm sure you will. I'd like to be present when it's open, but I have an appointment.
Shall I go there now?
Will the police be there?
I wouldn't think so. He wasn't shot there. Do I wear gloves?
No, you have authority.
Oh, I'm off then.
Archie.
Yes?
Take your gun.
I stood across the street from the Hazen house, and I was glad I brought the gun. The house was dark except for a tiny sliver of light at the bottom edge of a window on the 3rd floor. A sliver you might leave if you weren't quite thorough enough when you arranged the drape. It wouldn't be the maid. Her room was in the basement. And why only that one light at 9:30 at night? I crossed over, used the key, and entered the house with care. Very quietly, I climbed the stairs to the 3rd floor.
Try under the bed. Got to be here someplace.
I've done that. Let's look beyond the pictures. There may be a safe.
A door at the front of the house was slightly ajar. And through it I could see part of the bed, drapes over a window, and the back of a woman's head. She was sitting in a chair, facing away from me.
There's no sense in this.
There certainly isn't, Mr. Corey.
I don't think it's here. It could be in Lucy's room. That would be like him.
All right, let's try it.
Look! In the doorway.
Don't anyone move. This gun is loaded.
Who are you?
Billy the Kid. Now back up, please. Stand against the wall. I see the ladies' purses are on the bed with the gentlemen. Please throw their wallets there, too. Carefully, please. I'd hate to have to use this gun.
You wouldn't dare shoot.
Oh, I assure you I would. And I should warn you. I'll aim for the shoulder or the leg, but I'm not a very good shot.
Are you a burglar?
No, ma'am.
Then what do you want?
I want you to tell me who you are and what you're doing here.
But you have taken our wallets.
Yes, sir, so I can check your identity as you tell me, just to make sure. Now, let's start with you, shall we?
My name is Jules Coury. Is it important why we are here?
Okay, the ID checks you, ma'am.
This is Victor Oliver, as you can see.
Are you from the police?
No, are you worried? You, sir, I've seen your picture in the papers on the business pages.
I'm Ambrose Purtis. What is the point of this?
In time. That leaves just you, ma'am, and it's an easy guess, Mrs. Talbot, I presume.
Yes, I'm Ann Talbot.
All right, now that I know all your names, it's only fair that you should know mine, Archie Goodwin. I work for a man you may have heard of, Nero Wolfe, the private detective. He's been hired by Mrs. Barry Hazen. I have the key to the house and her written authority to enter. So why are you here? No? How'd you get in? Who has the key? Oh, okay then. Okay, we do it the hard way. You will take off your clothes and pile them on the floor, including your shoes and socks or stockings, but I think not your underwear. I'll think about that one.
I most certainly will not.
Let's just pretend you're at the beach or a pool. Would you want me to have to peel you? Don't think I wouldn't. Let's start with the gloves. I want them too.
Is this necessary? Is it so important how we got in?
Yes. There were no keys in Hazen's pockets.
We don't have a key. The maid let us in. She has gone out, but when she comes back, you can ask her.
She'll deny it. You see, I paid her to let us in and to go away for the evening.
Yeah, I think I believe you, Mr. Curry. In any case, that can be checked. Hold it a minute. I'll have to call him.
Now, wait a minute. I have something to say.
Yeah?
Are you calling the police?
No, come on, say it fast.
You swear you're not a policeman?
No, I told you who I am.
He's Archie Goodwin. I've seen him at the Flamingo.
And a private detective?
Right.
Then you do things for money. We will pay you $50,000 if you will leave this house and forget that you've been here. Half of it in cash tomorrow morning, and the other half later. We'll give you a satisfactory guarantee, perhaps something in writing.
How much later?
Well, that's hard to say. It's delicate. We would need to be sure of your forgetting until certain difficulties have ended.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's pretty vague. All right, you can collect your wallets and bags. No funny moves.
Now, look here.
I'm not calling the police, Mr. Purtis. I'm calling Nero Wolfe.
Yes?
It's me. Could we use $50,000?
In the box?
No, I haven't got to that yet. I'm in Hazen's bedroom. There are 4 people with me, the 4 that came to dinner last night. They were in this room looking for something, hadn't found it. Purtis just offered me $50,000 to go away and forget I was here. I'll split it with you. He'd probably double it.
Are you intact?
Sure, I'm just calling to let you know to expect us all in about half an hour.
We will double it. $100,000.
Skip it. What would I tell my mother if I had one? All right, now you people have a choice. Either I phone Inspector Kramer and tell him everything, or you can come and talk it over with Nero Wolfe. And you may have 2 minutes to consider it starting now.
Listen, Mr. Goodwin, we were looking for something that belongs to us. We're not thieves. We're respectable citizens.
Sorry, don't waste it on me. I just run the errands. It's either Nero Wolfe or the police. If you pick Nero Wolfe, go downstairs and get 2 taxis. You will get in one of the taxis and wait till I come down and get in the other one. I'll be down in a couple of minutes. Oh, there's one complication. If any of you split, I'll phone the police immediately. I would rather not, but I'd have to. Well?
Do we have any alternative? Let's go.
There's your box.
You haven't opened it?
No, sir. Save that for you.
The 4 people you mentioned.
They're all here in the front room. I thought you'd want to do this first.
Well,
Shall I open it? The lock will be a cinch.
This will be distasteful. Go ahead.
Okay.
Any trouble finding it?
No, it's exactly where it was supposed to be, under the bottom drawer. I got there just in time. Another hour or 2, they probably would have found it. There we are. Well, it sure is distasteful.
Empty. Just as well.
Huh?
It would probably have presented us with a problem. I presume he decided it was a mistake to tell his wife of it and removed the contents. Elsewhere in the house?
I doubt that.
So do I. Lock it up and leave it on your desk. Have a gun in your hand when you admit them and go to your desk. Proceed. If you would all sit down, please. I like eyes at my level. Thank you. This shouldn't take long. First, the situation. I shall not resort to euphemism. You were being blackmailed by Mr. Hazen, either collectively...
That's not true.
Please don't interrupt. If there was any doubt, it was removed when Mr. Goodwin found you in that house surreptitiously looking for something, and you offered him a large sum of money. So much, in
I
fact...
didn't. Mr. Purdes did.
Oh, phooey. You were there. Did you object? I am acting for my client, Mrs. Hazen. She's being held under suspicion of killing her husband and has given me certain information. This is one item. One day, about a year ago, her husband showed her a metal box he'd hidden in his bedroom. He told her that if he died, she should have the box opened by a locksmith and burn the contents without looking at them. And it was to get that box Mr. Goodwin went there this evening with Mrs. Hazen's key and authority, as it on the desk.
So it was there.
Oh, God.
I have a proposal to make, but first a question or two. My objective, of course, is to demonstrate that Mrs. Hazen did not kill her husband. Now, yesterday evening, all of you dined at her table. I want to know about your conversation with Mr. Hazen after his wife and Mr. Weed left. What was said?
Nothing.
Nonsense. Mr. Hazen had told his wife he was going to discuss something with you. Now, what?
Nothing of any importance. He opened the champagne. We discussed the stock market. He asked Mrs. Talbot what plays she had seen. He got Purdes talking about the ships.
He talked about poison.
He talked about his wife's father. He said his wife's father was a great inventor, a genius.
Oh, please. If he discussed some aspect of his peculiar relations with you, naturally you didn't tell the police about it, but I know of those relations and the police don't. I intend to know what was said.
You don't understand. You couldn't understand unless you knew him. He didn't want to discuss anything. He just wanted to have us there together, and we had to go. It was his special kind of torture. He wanted each of us to know about the others, and to know that the others knew about us. He liked to see us trying to act as if it was just a dinner party. You didn't know him.
He was a demon.
Yeah, I'm beginning to see that. Did he reveal to any of you the nature of his hold on the others last evening or at any other time? Any hint at all?
Reveal? No, not his style. I think he hinted. For instance, poison. I thought he hinted.
But no particulars?
No.
You said you had a proposal.
I do. It's likely he kept in that box whatever support he had for his demands on you. The box will be placed in my safe. I don't desire or intend to inspect its contents, but Mrs. Hazen is my client, and I am committed to protect both her person and her property. I will surrender the contents of the box to you, the four of you, for $1 million.
Oh, God.
You don't mean it.
I shall expect $250,000 from each of you, either in currency or certified checks, within 24 hours. There's no question of extortion by Mrs. Hazen or me. We haven't seen the contents of the box. I only say, as her agent, you may have them at that price if you want them.
You haven't opened the box?
No, I haven't.
What if it's empty?
You get nothing and you pay nothing. The box will be opened here tomorrow at midnight with all of you present, or earlier if and when you meet the terms. If it's empty, well, so much for that.
It's a short time to raise so much money.
I dare not give you longer. The police would no doubt regard the contents of that box as evidential in their investigation of a murder. I cannot undertake to withhold my knowledge of it longer than 24 hours. So I shall await your pleasure.
When I undressed for bed that night, I made assorted tries at deciding what Wolfe was up to and what was next on his program, and didn't like any of them. As it turned out, the next thing on the program wasn't decided by me or him. Inspector Kramer arrived at our doorstep at 3 o'clock the next day, and he was looking pleased. Too pleased.
Okay, I want to hear it from you. What Mrs. Hazen came to you for yesterday?
Mr. Kramer, it shouldn't be necessary for me...
She's booked for murder.
On what evidence?
We have the gun.
Oh, indeed.
We found Hazen's car parked near the scene of the murder. The gun was in the dashboard compartment.
And you proved it was the murder weapon?
Definitely. And we have traced the gun. It was bought by Hazen 6 years ago, and he had a permit for it. He kept it in a drawer in his bedroom.
But you hadn't connected Mrs. Hazen to the gun.
Oh, haven't we? How about this? Hazen was killed about midnight. At 8 o'clock the next morning, the maid went up to call him for breakfast. The drawer was open, and she saw the gun.
You still hadn't connected...
Shortly after 11, the maid was tidying. The drawer was still open, but the gun was gone. Mrs. Hazen, the only other person in the house during that time, had just left the house, presumably to keep an 11:30 appointment with you. So maybe you know why she put the gun in the car. Let's hear you.
What kind of gun was it?
It's your turn to talk.
I don't like this.
I'm sure you don't.
Oh, you're not squeezing it out of me, though you think you are. I would tell you nothing and risk the consequences if it weren't for one thing.
Mm-hmm. And what's that?
I need some information that I can only get from you. I have to know where the gun came from that Mrs. Hazen left with me yesterday. Now, if you'll agree...
She left a gun with you?
Yes. Yeah, I'll tell you about it and give it to you if you'll give me its history at the earliest possible moment. I want your word.
You won't get it. Mrs. Hazen is charged with murder. If she left a gun with you, it's evidence in a murder investigation.
No, it's evidence in my investigation, but not in yours. You have your gun, the one the murderer used. How can it embarrass you to tell me about this one?
You're going to tell me what she said about it?
I am.
Okay, go ahead.
I have your word?
Yes.
Get the gun, Archie.
Right. Oh, by the way, there's a question that wasn't answered. What make is your gun? I mean, the one that killed him.
Drexel 32.
Huh. So is this. Oh, of course, there are millions of Drexel 32.
It was fired yesterday by Mr. Goodwin to get a bullet. The bullet I gave you.
That could have been evidence.
No, we know it isn't, Mr. Kramer.
All right. Let's hear it. First from you, and then Goodwin comes down to the station for a detailed statement.
Very well.
I don't get it. I have never known you to take a murderer for a client. Whether it's just your goddamn luck or what, I don't know, but you haven't. Why did you take her?
Oh, I asked Mr. Goodwin's opinion, and he said she was innocent. His judgment of women under 30 is infallible.
This is Nero Wolfe.
Me, in a phone booth at the DA's office, and it may be tapped, as you know. They should be finished with me in another hour or so. I thought I should tell you. They were curious about guns, and then a phone call came and they weren't.
I already know. Mr. Kramer phoned me. The gun we gave him was traced without difficulty. It was purchased by Mrs. Hazen's father, Titus Postel, and he committed suicide with it 2 years ago.
Wow. So presumably it was in our client's possession.
Not yet established, but we should know soon. Meanwhile, I've gotten Saul and given him an errand. I need you. Come home at once.
They haven't released me yet.
They will now. I've made a deal with Mr. Kramer.
What deal?
Not now. Mrs. Oliver and Mr. Purtis are already in the front room. Mr. Corey will arrive any moment, and Mrs. Talbot hopes she'll be here by 10 o'clock. It's nearly that now.
So the charade is on.
Of course. And it should be very interesting. Hurry home, Archie.
Please sit down, Mrs. Talbot. Well, since all four of you are here, I assume that you're prepared to act on my proposal. Mrs. Oliver?
This is a cashier's check for $250,000 made out to me. I'll endorse it, or I won't.
Yes, that will, of course, depend on what's in the box. Mrs. Talbot?
I have a certified check for $65,000 and $40,000 in cash. I'll pay the rest as soon as I can. I tried. I did the best I could.
Right. Mr. Purtis?
I have a certified check for my share.
The full amount?
Yes.
Mr. Corey?
I have nothing.
Oh, indeed. And why are you here?
I want to know what's in the box. If there's anything worth $250,000 to me, I'll buy it.
The deadline is midnight. You'd have 90 minutes.
I don't think so. I don't know what you are doing, but whatever it is, I want to know what's in the box.
Well, yes, this situation wasn't covered by the terms of my proposal. Two of you are prepared to comply with the terms and shouldn't suffer for Mr. Corey's dissent. As for you, Mrs. Talbot, I'm willing to accept your declaration of good faith that you've done your best. You'll, of course, commit yourself in writing to pay the balance. But as for you, Mr. Curry, if you're willful, so am I. Whatever the box contains that relates to you will be turned over to the police at midnight. Open the box, Archie.
It's empty.
Empty?
Damn you. You've got it. You had a key.
Use your head, Paradis. He didn't know it was empty. Now, why would
Well,
he?
you're wrong. I did know it was empty. I knew it last night when I made my proposal.
You knew?
I made the proposal not out of caprice to plague you, but for a purpose. And that purpose has been served.
Who are you calling?
I'm calling my man in the kitchen. Fritz, Inspector Kramer's there. He's arrived.
The police.
Let me speak to him.
You've called the police?
You have the gun, Archie. Stand at the door. No one is to leave. Mr. Kramer, the situation has developed as I expected. You may bring Mrs. Hazen in now. No, I will not. As I told you before, her presence is essential. Yes, I am prepared to name a substitute, yes.
Damn you. You told the police this was all a game.
No, are you a dunce? Would I contrive such a hocus-pocus just to pass the time? Confound it, sit down.
I'm going.
No one is going. Mr. Goodwin wouldn't shoot you, but he wouldn't have to, would he? Sit down.
I asked you if you'd opened the box.
And I said no, I had not. That was necessary. In fact, it was Mr. Goodwin who had opened the box, and it was empty.
I don't believe that. It's a trick.
I did concoct a trick, but it's a fact that the box was empty. That's what you have a right to know. Well, 3 of you.
I don't believe the box was empty. I think you're lying.
I don't. Why would he? There's $605,000 here, ready for him.
Why did you do this, Mr. Wolfe?
Believe me, Mrs. Talbot, it was necessary to expose a murderer, which I am now prepared to do. Come in, Mr. Kramer. Oh, Archie, find a chair for Mrs. Hazen.
I have to say something to these people first, Wolfe.
Well, if it's brief, Mr. Kramer.
Now, I'm here because Wolfe told me that you 4 people would be here, and I wanted to know what he had to say to you. I brought Mrs. Hazen because I was convinced by something Wolfe said that it would be in the interest of justice for her to be here. I want to make it plain that as an officer of the law, I don't rely on any private detective to do my job for me. And what's more, no private detective is going to interfere.
Thank you, Mr. Kramer. Sergeant Stebbins, Mrs. Hazen is your prisoner, and of course it's your duty to guard her, but I doubt if she intends any outbreak. If you wish to stand by the murderer of Mr. Hazen, I suggest you move to Mr. Curry.
That's my name.
Indeed it is. Mr. Kramer, I promised you I'd offer a substitute for Mrs. Hazen for the murder of Barry Hazen. Though I've no conclusive evidences of this moment, I have some highly suggestive facts.
But you said you
First,
had a...
Mr. Hazen was a blackmailer. He extorted large sums of money from the 4 people in this room using his public relations business as a cover. He had in his possession...
You can't prove that.
Oh, phooey, you have in your bag a check for $250,000. For what? I advise you, madam, for your own good, hold your tongue. Mr. Hazen had in his possession various objects, I don't know what, to substantiate his blackmailing demands. And last evening I told these 4 people that I'd secured these objects and that I'd surrender them for $1 million. I gave them 24 hours to meet my terms. They are here. 3 of them...
The objects are here?
No, I don't know where the objects are. The people are here. 3 of them came prepared to pay. Mr. Curry did not.
And that's your basis for accusing this man?
This will go better if you keep your questions until I'm through. I was acting on the premise, certainly worth a test, that one of Hazen's victims had killed him. And to kill him would have been futile unless he got the object that had made it possible for Hazen to bleed him. Now, this evening, 3 people came prepared to buy those objects from me, not Mr. Curry. He knew I'd nothing to support my threat. Even when I told him that the objects pertaining to him would be given to the police in 90 minutes, he was unmoved.
Mr. Curry, do you want to comment?
No. This is fascinating. I thought I had decided not to bring my share of the money because I didn't believe he had anything that threatened anybody.
Get back to facts, Wolfe.
Well, for a fact, I submit the conversation at the gathering Monday evening after Mrs. Hazen and Mr. Weed left. Of course, you and your staff have it in detail, but you didn't know that Hazen was a blackmailer, did you? And that he not only bled his prey, he was pleased to torment them. In that conversation, he introduced topics that obviously referred to the pinch he had them in. For instance, poison. I don't know which of those present that touched. I'm not concerned. But one of his topics pointed clearly at Mr. Corey. Mrs. Oliver, can you tell me again what he said about Mrs. Hazen's father?
Well, he said her father was a great genius, an inventor.
Yes, Mrs. Hazen's father, Titus Postel, had been associated with Mr. Corey. Inspector Kramer, you phoned me this evening to say that the gun I'd given you had been the property of Titus Postel, and he'd committed suicide with it 5 years ago. And soon after that, on the telephone, Mr. Corey informed me he'd be present this evening, but was declining my proposal.
Yes, Mr. Corey? Nothing.
Now, the guns. When Mr. Corey went to that grotesque dinner party Monday evening, he had Mr. Postel's gun with him.
You can prove he had it.
Certainly not. At the moment, I'm telling you what happened, not what I can prove. During the evening, he found or made an opportunity to go to Mr. Hazen's bedroom, probably on a pretext of using the washroom.
He did. I remember that he went...
Thank you, Mrs. Oliver, but later, if you please. Mr. Corey then switched the guns in Mr. Hazen's drawer with a double purpose. First, so that Hazen would find a gun there if he looked for it. Second, to implicate Mrs. Hazen. He intended to leave Hazen's gun in the car after he killed Hazen. The police would, of course, learn that it had been Hazen's, kept in that drawer, and when they found the other gun there, they'd naturally assume that she'd put it there in a witless effort to mislead them, which is what happened. Is it not, Mr. Kramer?
You're telling this. Go on.
Mrs. Hazen, the gun that had belonged to your father, was it in your possession?
No, I don't think...
When did you see it last?
I don't understand. When they told me the gun I brought you was the one my father shot himself with, I thought they were lying. I don't understand.
No wonder. Neither do the police. Did you ever have that gun, your father's?
I had it for a while. They gave it to me after he died. I kept it with some of his things, but it disappeared.
How long after his death did it disappear?
I don't know. It was about a year later that I noticed it was gone.
Have you any idea who took it?
I don't know, but I thought perhaps Mrs. Corey had. I didn't ask her. She thought I shouldn't keep it because it only reminded me. Is it true that my husband was a blackmailer?
Yes.
My God. A husband who was a blackmailer. A father.
Oh, I can relieve your mind about that anyway, about your father. He didn't commit suicide. He was murdered by Mr. Corey.
Another one. You are piling it on.
Oh, your aplomb is admirable, sir. Of course, you're counting on what I said earlier, that I have no evidence. But you're too sanguine. That evidence not only exists, it's available to me. I'm obliged to Mr. Hazen for a valuable hint. His remark that Mrs. Hazen's father was a great inventor and a genius. That suggested to me that you might have cheated him out of the proceeds of his genius. So I put a man on it. Saul Pencer. Mr. Kramer knows his capacities.
What did he report?
Oh, no, sir. You'll have to hear that from Mr. Kramer when he lays his charge. But I can assure you that Mr. Pencer is at your office at this moment guarding evidence that will definitely connect you with Mr. Postel's death.
Really? There's a limit. I've had enough of this, so if you will excuse...
Stop him, Sergeant.
I'll have to leave it with two loose ends. First, the object or objects that Hazen had collected were never found, unless they were found by Mrs. Oliver, Mrs. Talbot, or Purtis, so we'll never know. Second, the fee that Wolfe had certainly earned. Lucy refused to take any of Hazen's leavings. She wouldn't even take the house. But there is a chance that she'll get a chunk of Corey's pile eventually on account of the evidence Saul dug up that Corey had stolen a couple of Titus Postel's inventions, but Corey, who is now locked up while his lawyers hop around from court to court, has admitted nothing, and neither has his wife. So Wolfe hasn't collected a fee yet. As for a third point you might be curious about, whether Lucy and Theodore Weed have found out how they feel about each other, you can have one guess. If you need more than one, what do you suppose makes the world go round?
Starring in today's episode were Mavor Moore as Nero Wolfe and Don Franks as Archie Goodwin. Mary Peary was Lucy Hazen. Bud Knapp, Ambrose Purtis. Patricia Hamilton, Ann Talbot. Mina E. Mina, Jules Curry. Helen Hughes, Mrs. Oliver. Dan McDonald, Nathaniel Parker. Richard Blackburn, Theodore Weed. And Cease Linder, Inspector Kramer. Music was composed and conducted by Don Gillis. Technical operations, John Jessup. Sound effects, Bill Robinson. Production assistant was Nancy McElveen, and casting consultant, Ann Weldon Tate. Death of a Demon was written and produced in Toronto by Ron Hartman. Next week, Nero and Archie become involved in the world of high fashion.
You are not much interested in fashion.
Not particularly, but go on.
Oh, but of course you are not married and you have no mistress. And feeling the way you do about women, how could
We
I...
were to discuss your problem, I thought.
I'm sorry. Bianca-Wurst, hold the line, please.
Thank you. Get on the other line, Archie. Check. Hello, this is Nero Wolfe. Are you Miss Voss?
Yes. What do you want?
If my name is unknown to you, I should explain.
I know your name. What do you want?
I want to invite you to call on me at my office. I've been asked to discuss certain matters with you.
Who asked you?
Well, I'm not at liberty to say. I'll tell...
What matters?
If you'll let me finish. The matters are personal and confidential. That's all I can say on the telephone. I'm sure you understand.
I know your name, yes. You are scum in your stinking sewer. A slimy little ego in your big gob of fat.
Oh.
And you dare... Oh!
Hello? Hello? Hello, Miss Voss. Are you all right? Miss Voss. There's nothing.
That's interesting. Apparently something fell on her and then, hung up the phone.
What?
You and your gorgeous words, just like your orchids. Well, I'm on my way. I don't like gags about homicide. Murder is no joke. But I want to tell you, Mr. Wolfe, Bianca Voss had you wrong. What was it she called you?
Scum in a stinking sewer.
Yeah. Well, obviously she doesn't know you. Orchids don't smell.
You know, Archie, I'm beginning to think this joke may be on me.
Next week, Murder is No Joke. Guest stars Joy Coghill, Vivian Reese, Nani Griffin, Richard Monette, and Murray Westgate. Rex Stout's Nero Wolfe. Starring Mavor Moore as Nero Wolfe and Don Franks as Archie Goodwin. Today's episode's Murder is No Joke, with special guest stars Joy Coghill, Nani Griffin, Richard Monette, Vivian Reese, and Murray Westgate.
Coming right up now is Alec Gallant's stunning new cocktail gown, 3/4 length in chartreuse taffeta. Doesn't Wendy look sensational in those slash sleeves with the white accent cuffs? Another brand new innovation by Alec Gallant. The coat is a separate piece, and you can take it off if you like. And there's Wendy looking just a wee bit cooler. Thank you, Wendy, and thank you, Alec Gallant, for that.
I'd never been to a fashion show before, and it's downright embarrassing. Nero Wolfe had sent me to do a job of investigation, but between deciding whether the models are showing off the dresses or vice versa, it's damn near impossible to keep your mind on your work. My instructions were to get a line on a new client named Flora Gallant before she came to see him, and she'd represented herself as the sister of Alec Gallant, the hot new designer. Wolfe told me to pick up whatever I could, but I don't think he meant one of the models or the reporter beside me who was crossing her legs for my benefit. Oh, and it was, too.
Whisper of indiscretion to the waist. What else but pure silk could shape your lovely legs in such eye-catching folds? Watch the turn. Isn't she a vision? It's the kindest cut of all you get from Alec Gallant. Now watch the disc. Thank you, Rita.
Rita was pretty good. Oh, but the MC was no dog either. Gold ribbon mold and frame, she moved like music. My program identified her as Emmy Thorne, Director of Public Relations. I wondered about her private relations. She spoke to a gent who looked like Lord Byron, but was probably Alec Gallant himself, and he turned and spoke to a dumpy female on his right. I asked the reporter beside me who Dumpy was. It was like I'd started a tape. Dumpy was the vice president, and her name was Flora Gallant. And did I know she was Alec Gallant's sister, and the story of how they got to... Oh, to hell with the models. I took the reporter to lunch.
I must apologize for asking such an important man as you, Mr. Wolfe, to give up your valuable time to listen to me and my troubles. I want you to understand.
It would take less of my time, Miss Gallant, if you'd simply tell me what your troubles are.
Yes, but you see, I do not expect anything for myself. The trouble is about my brother. You know who he is.
Yes, Mr. Goodwin here has informed me. An illustrious dressmaker.
Oh, he is not merely a dressmaker. He is an artist, a great artist. It is his trouble, so I must be careful with it. I come to you because I know that although you and Mr. Goodwin are private detectives, you are gentlemen.
They are not mutually exclusive, madam.
Well, I meant that I know I can trust you.
You may.
Mr. Goodwin.
Right, whatever Mr. Wolfe says. I only work here.
Thank you. I must explain that in France, where my brother and I grew up, our name was not Gallant. I came to this country just before the Second World War. My brother just after it. He entered legally under his new name of Gallant, and within 7 years he had made a reputation as a designer. You are not much interested in fashion.
Not particularly, but go on.
Oh, but of course you are not married and you have no mistress. And feeling the way you do about women, how could
We
I...
were to discuss your problem, I thought.
I'm sorry. My brother got financial backing and opened his place on 54th Street.
Yes. And since then, it's been one triumph after the other. I know. Please get to the point.
Yes, triumphs. I will not say I had a hand in them, but I have been trying to help in my little way, and so have many others. But now we get to the trouble. The trouble is a woman called Bianca Voss.
Madam, I am not in the habit of accepting cases of romantic entanglement.
No, not an affaire d'amour. I am sure of it.
Well, that's fortunate.
My brother has never married, but he is very healthy about women. I will confide in you that he has une amie intime, a young woman who works in a firm. Bianca Voss cannot attract him in that way.
Good.
She came first here from Europe a year ago. He expected her, so he must have met her somewhere.
I see.
He designed things for her, but no bill was ever sent. Then he gave her one of the offices on the 3rd floor, and she started to come in every day. She began to take over, and my brother let her. She has a private telephone, which no one else has, hires and fires employees, and pokes her nose into everything.
It sounds as if she owns the business. Perhaps she bought it.
No, she has not. If she had a financial interest, why would she be trying to ruin a business that has always made a profit? My brother has the controlling interest, but he seems to be prepared to let her ruin it, and we do not know why.
Why don't you ask your brother?
I have. He will tell me nothing. A month ago, some of the others persuaded me to try to find out where she stands. I decided to come to you, Mr. Wolfe. I want you to ruin her.
Really? How? By wiggling a finger, madam?
Oh, but you can. She has some hold on him. Find out what it is. If she is blackmailing him, isn't it against the law? Would that not ruin her?
Well, it might. It might ruin him, too.
Oh, I am trusting you. You would not tell. Only make her stop.
I fear, madam, you're biting off more than you can chew. A prolonged investigation here, perhaps abroad, would be laborious and extremely expensive, aside from my fee, which would not be modest, with the outcome highly uncertain.
My brother, Mr. Wolfe, is a generous man.
Yes, but he isn't hiring me. Now, if your brother himself were to consult me, if you brought him in...
No, impossible. I told you. But if he were released from her, I assure you, Mr. Wolfe, she is a true villain. You are a clever man. You would know it if you saw her or spoke with her.
Perhaps.
I cannot ask her to come for you to speak to her, but you can. You can tell her you have been asked in confidence to discuss something with her, and she will be afraid not to come, and that alone will show you she has guilty secrets.
Well,
Here, in this envelope is $100. For you, nothing. But it will show you that I am in earnest. For one phone call.
Worth $16, Mr. Wolfe, after income tax.
I know that, Archie. Well, Miss Gallant, where is Miss Voss?
At my brother's firm. She always is.
Give Mr. Goodwin the phone number.
I get it. She may be downstairs.
No, use my phone. Mr. Wolfe's is for him.
Oh, very well.
This Miss Voss sounds like a difficult customer.
I've no idea what she sounds like. I haven't heard her yet.
Very funny.
Doris, this is Flora. Is Miss Voss around? Oh, I thought she might have come down. No, don't bother. I'll ring her there.
Well?
She's up in her office. I'll get her. Miss Bianca Voss, hold the line, please. All right.
Thank you. Get on the other line, Archie.
Check.
Hello, this is Nero Wolfe. Are you Miss Voss?
Yes. What do you want?
If my name is unknown to you, I should explain.
I know your name. What do you want?
I want to invite you to call on me at my office. I've been asked to discuss certain matters with you.
Who asked you?
Well, I'm not at liberty to say.
What matters?
If you'll let me finish. The matters are personal and confidential. That's all I can say on the telephone. I'm sure you understand.
I know your name, yes. You are scum in your stinking sewer.
What?
A slimy little ego in your big gob of fat.
Oh.
And you dared. Oh!
Hello?
Hello? Hello, Miss Voss. Are you all right? Miss Voss. There's nothing.
That's interesting. Apparently something fell on her and then hung up the phone.
What? What?
Miss Gallant was present in body, but absent in mind. So I had to look up the number of Alec Gallant Incorporated to get the switchboard again. When I did, I told the receptionist to whip upstairs and see if Miss Voss was okay, that I'd just been talking to her and she was in some kind of trouble. She put me on hold. It was 9 minutes by my watch before someone picked up the line again, and this time it was a man.
Hello.
Hello.
This is Carl Drew. What is your name, please?
Watson, John H. Watson. Is Miss Voss all right?
May I have your address, Mr. Watson?
Well, Miss Voss knows my address. What's happened?
I must have your address, Mr. Watson. Miss Voss is dead.
What?
She was assaulted in her office while she was on the phone with you, according to our receptionist.
What?
And I must insist on having your address.
Why did you hang up, Archie?
Miss Gallant, who is Carl Drew?
Oh, come, madam, pull yourself together.
He is the business manager. What happened?
Bianca Voss is dead in her office.
Oh.
He said she was assaulted, but he didn't say with what or by whom.
Well, Miss Gallant, it seems someone else has done your dirty work.
Oh, no. No, it is impossible.
I'm only quoting your Carl Drew.
But how? But how?
Here, Miss Gallant, your money.
No.
No, take it, confound it, take it back.
No.
After her, Archie. We're
Sure.
star witnesses, and it'll be our next if Inspector Kramer thinks we got paid for it.
Of course, I appreciate it, Mr. Wolfe. Saves me a lot of time and trouble. There are 7 John Watsons in the New York phone book.
As well, Mr. Kramer, as Sherlock Holmes' famous assistant. A clue that might have led you to my assistant, Mr. Goodwin.
Terrific.
Oh, yeah, I thought so, too.
But I don't play games, Goodwin.
Oh, no, sir. That's why I typed up the verbatim report. Everything we said and Miss Gallant said, the voice said, what you've just read there.
And as you can see, we both signed it.
Yes.
Yeah, I noted that. So it was 11:31 when you heard the blow.
We heard no blow,
No.
identifiably. Perhaps when you've had a chance to read the report more carefully.
Try page 4,
Okay,
Inspector.
okay. You heard a groan and a crash and rustles, whatever that is.
Yeah.
And I'm telling you there was a blow. She was hit on the back of the head with a chunk of marble, a paperweight. Then a scarf was tied around her throat to stop her breathing. But you didn't hear the blow.
Not to recognize it as such. No, Inspector.
No.
Okay. Now, this implies that Flora Gallant was a complete stranger to you, that you'd never spoken to her or her brother or any of the people at that place. Is that true?
The implication is valid, except as related in that statement, of course. Nor has Mr. Goodwin spoken to them, Archie.
Right, Mr. Wolfe.
Okay. Then you never heard Bianca Voss's voice before, and you couldn't recognize it on the phone.
Naturally not.
And you can't hear it now since she's dead, so you can't swear it was her talking to you.
Obviously.
Okay. Now, if it was her talking to you, she was killed at 11:30. There are 4 important people in that organization, you should know, who had it in for Bianca Voss.
Oh, as usual, Inspector, you worked with dispatch.
They admitted it. Besides Flora Gallant, there is Anita Prince, head fitter, been with Gallant 8 years. Emmy Thorne, public relations head, been with him 4 years. Carl Drew, the business manager, been with him 5 years. None of them could have killed Bianca Voss at 11:30. From 11:15 on, until a call came from one John H. Watson.
Well, I'm really sorry about that, Inspector.
Yeah.
It's just...
Carl Drew was down on the main floor in view of several customers. From 11 on, Anita Prince was in the top floor workshop with Alec Gallant, with 2 models and a dozen employees. At 11:20, Emmy Thorne had an appointment with 3 men till 11:45, all airtight.
It's very neat.
Yeah, too damn neat. Of course, there may be others who wanted Voss out of the way, but as it stands now, those 4 are all in the clear.
Why not 5? Alec Gallant himself.
Okay, 5. They're all in the clear, including him, if she was killed at 11:30. But suppose she wasn't.
What?
Suppose when Flora Gallant phoned her from here and put you on, It wasn't her at all. Somebody pulling a stunt with a phony voice and all those noises to make you think you heard a murder at that time.
Oh, yeah. With the corpse there on the floor.
Well, why not?
Now, then you're no better off, Inspector. Who did the impersonation? You say they've all got alibis for 11:30.
No, it could be someone else, easy enough.
Such as who, Archie?
Well, there's lots of women around there. Someone who wouldn't commit murder but might be willing to help cover it up.
Whoever did it is an accessory. Don't forget that.
Oh, it's very tricky, Mr. Kramer. If Flora Gallant killed her, it must have been planned as carefully as a coup d'etat. She phoned here last week to make an appointment for 11 this morning. She came on time, didn't she, Archie?
Right on the dot, sir.
Well, then, did she first kill Miss Voss in that lady's office, station some accomplice beside the corpse to answer the phone, then rush down here and maneuver me in a matter of minutes into ringing Miss Voss's number? Am I so simple?
That's one thing you aren't, Wolf. Look, I didn't say it was Flora Gallant who killed her. Oh, hell, I know it's tricky. It could have been any of them. I'm bringing it up because you two heard those sounds, not me.
Ah, you want to know if we're satisfied if those sounds were authentic?
Or if they might have been faked. Just maybe.
Yes, of course. Right, Archie?
Mm-hmm.
Well, we can't really help you, Mr. Kramer. If they were bogus, they were well executed. At the time, hearing them, I had no suspicion they might be flummery. Archie?
Oh, I pass. As the report says, they're on page 4.
I got it. I read it. It's not what you say, it's what you don't say.
Well, my guess is she dragged the phone along as she went down, and it struck the floor.
Okay, but were you convinced it was real? Was it happening then?
Well, something was sure as hell happening then, and look, a chunk of marble hitting a skull wouldn't make much noise anyway. Besides, if she was killed earlier, couldn't the doctor tell?
With blood he might have, but there wasn't any.
Well, is that your impression, Archie, that it might, or might not, have been actuality?
Well, there is one more thing. I mean, what about the layout? Whoever did it, whenever they did it, they must have left right away, and with all those people around.
Oh, the place is a rabbit warren.
That's right.
A front entrance, a separate door to the offices upstairs, a side door, a back door, 3 different elevators.
It's like wide open.
There's a barn door.
I knew you'd say that.
Okay. Now let's get down to brass tacks. Mr. Wolfe, let's have it in plain language. You thought those sounds you heard were open to question or not?
Not intrinsically. Circumstantially, of course.
You and your gorgeous words, just like your orchids. Well, I'm on my way. I don't like gags about homicide. Murder is no joke. But I want to tell you, Mr. Wolfe, Bianca Voss had you wrong. What was it she called you?
Scum in a stinking sewer.
Yeah. Well, obviously she doesn't know you. Orchids don't smell.
You know, Archie, I'm beginning to think this joke may be on me.
Next morning, I was eating breakfast in the kitchen with the Times propped up in front of me, reading about the Bianca Voss murder. It included mention of John H. Watson, but never identified him as yours truly. Kramer was obviously playing it close to his well-stuffed vest. But just as Fritz served the eggs Benedict, I saw another item on page 1.
Coffee with the eggs, Archie?
Yeah, thanks. Fritz, you ever see an actress named Sarah Yer?
What movies has she been in?
Oh, no, she was too good for the movies. She was a stage actress.
Oh, well, then.
I saw her 3 times in Strange Interlude. She was fantastic. Only time I ever wrote a fan letter was to her. Last night, Sarah Yer committed suicide.
Was it a gun or poison?
Cyanide in a glass of bourbon.
Terrible. Unless it was very bad bourbon, how could she take it?
She was an alcoholic, Fritz, and she'll drink anything. What a way to go, eh?
Was it at home, Archie, or somewhere else?
Huh?
I always feel better when they do it at home.
It was at home, it says here. If you call a lousy flat on East 13th a home. Oh, she must have slid a long way down. I wonder if it was really suicide.
Well, of course, Archie. It's in the Times, isn't it? You've seen the Times this morning, Archie?
Yes, sir. I'm sorry I let you get to the office before me, but you're early. What's the emergency?
Oh, no emergency.
But you can't... How'd you get that phone book?
Walked over to your desk, lifted it up, walked back to my own, and sat down. I knew no other way.
Well, why didn't you wait for me?
Because I needed to know a number.
Oh, can't I get it?
No. I have instructions. You will go to Alec Gallant Incorporated on 54th Street and speak with Mr. Gallant, his sister Flora, Miss Prince, Miss Thorne, and Mr. Drew, separately if possible.
Now?
Now. You will tell each of them that I've engaged you to make inquiries about Miss Sarah Yare.
Sarah Yare?
And that I shall be grateful for any information they may be able and willing to furnish. I'd like to see any communications they've received from her in, say, the past month. Oh, don't raise one eyebrow like that. You know it disconcerts me.
I've never seen you disconcerted yet. And what do I say when they ask me who engaged you to work for Miss Yare? Everybody knows the lady's dead.
That you don't know. You're merely following my instructions.
Uh-huh. If I ask you who engaged you, what do you say?
I tell you the truth. I have engaged myself.
Oh.
I think I may have been hoodwinked by a very skillful actress, and I intend to find out.
You mean Sarah
You may be fishing where there are no fish. They may all say they've never had any association with Sarah Yare, and they may be telling the truth or they may not. If any of them acknowledge knowing her, try to find out the degree of intimacy, but don't labor it. It can wait until we bait a hook. All I want to know now is, are there any fish in that particular pond?
Okay. I'll look up that number for you.
No, you will not. I can at least read. Get out.
Alec Gallant Incorporated was no palace, inside or outside. There was a show window, but all it had in it was a swatch of black fabric against dark green. I went in. Everything inside was dark green, too. Wall-to-wall carpet and wall-to-wall walls. No racks, no dresses, nothing to buy. Only mirrors and screens and tables and chairs and a few ashtrays. And a couple of customers who obviously had all day to flip through the design books. And a dapper salesman in a four in hand. I picked on him.
I'm sorry, Mr. Gallant is not available. What is it you want?
Look, I'm not a reporter, or a cop, or a lawyer drumming up trade. I'm a private detective named Archie Goodwin, sent by a private detective named Nero Wolfe to ask Mr. Gallant a couple of questions. Harmless questions, nothing to do with Bianca Voss. I read about that.
Mr. Gallant is not available.
You wouldn't... May I ask you if you are Mr. Drew, Mr. Carl Drew?
Yes, I am.
Then I'm in luck. I was instructed to see 5 different people here, including you. Could we sit down somewhere, please?
I don't, as a rule. See us about what?
To get information, if you have any, about a woman who died yesterday.
Now, look...
Not Bianca Voss. I'm talking about Sarah Yare. She died yesterday, too, you know.
Oh, yes. That was tragic.
Yes, it was.
What sort of information? Is it Mr. Goodwin?
Yes. As a matter of fact, I wish I knew. All I know is somebody has engaged Mr. Wolfe to make inquiries about her. Any messages or letters in recent months. Maybe if you could let him see them, or...
That seems a little... Who engaged him?
Oh, search me. Maybe if you'd like to know before you show him anything, Mr. Wolfe would tell you.
I have no messages or letters.
You mean recently?
Ever. I doubt if she ever wrote letters. She always did everything by phone.
Well, not letters about clothes. Mr. Wolfe's looking for personal letters, and he thought maybe you'd known her well enough personally.
Well, I didn't. She was a very fine customer here for a couple of years, and she was a very private person. But she hasn't been around in over a year, and I never had a personal letter from her. Now, if...
Oh, thanks. I'd appreciate it if you'd tell me when Mr. Gallant will be available.
Please wait here a moment.
So, that was one fish. I had to resist the temptation not to play him on the line, but Wolfe had said not to labor it, and I only disobey him when I know better. Carl Drew made a phone call and came back.
Mr. Gallant is in his office with Miss Prince, and we'll let you have 5 minutes, Mr. Goodwin. This way, please.
Another fish. I'm sure Drew must have told Gallant what my line was, or why did I even rate 5 seconds? By the time I got through the pin-up paradise on the second floor, nudes to the right of me, nudes to the left of me, I understood the way designers have to master subjects like the female anatomy. The insight was so blinding that I didn't notice until Carl Drew had left that I was in the presence of Lord Byron himself, with Mona Lisa in tweeds perched on the table beside him.
Now, Mr.
Goodwin.
Mr. Goodwin, what is all this about Sarriere?
Just a couple of questions, Mr. Gallant, and thank you for seeing me. And you too, Miss Prince.
Please, let us skip the hors d'oeuvre.
Check. I suppose Mr. Drew explained to you
He
about...
said the detective Nero Wolfe is making an inquiry and sent you. That's all.
That's right, Miss Prince. What are you smiling at?
She can't help it. She smiles at life. Very well. An inquiry about what? How Miss Yard died?
I don't think so, Mr. Gallant, but I'm just an errand boy on this trip. I'm to ask you if you got any messages or letters from her in the past month or so, and if you'll let Mr. Wolfe see them.
My God, this is too much, too much.
What?
A woman was assassinated here yesterday. Don't you know that?
Yes.
Of course you do. And after that calamity comes another, as always. The death of my old and valued friend, Miss Yare. In mold and frame, she was perfection. In movement, as music. In friendship, completely pure. I never had a letter from her. Send them away, Anita.
You gave him 5 minutes, Alec, and he's only had 2.
Thank you.
Mr. Goodwin, who has hired Mr. Wolfe?
Well, search me. He'll probably tell you if you have any of what he wants.
I had no letters. I had no personal relations with Miss Yare. Mr. Gallant preferred to fit her himself.
Oh.
It seems odd that Nero Wolfe should be starting an inquiry immediately after her death, or did he start it before?
Well, first I knew he gave me this errand this morning. Well, this noon.
You don't know much, do you?
No, I just take orders.
But you do know that Sarah Yare committed suicide.
Name of God, must you? Send him away.
She didn't need to send me. I went. Because Gallant had picked up a marble ashtray and was about to send it at my head. In fact, I ran down the hall until I was stopped by the sound of a voice I recalled from a fashion show coming from an open office.
Not falling loose, but neatly arranged.
It was Emmy Thorne, the MC, doing her PR work. I decided to investigate and had stepped in before I noticed the room's other occupant.
Good one, for the love of God.
Hello, Sergeant.
You. Well, what? Sightseeing? Rubbernecking? The scene of the crime?
Well, just morbid Stebbins, like you homicide types. Compulsion neurosis. Is this the place?
What do you think?
I think that's the desk and the telephone. And that's where the dead body lay. And the live one is Miss Emmy Thorne. How do, Miss Thorne?
Who did you say he was, Sergeant?
A pain in the drain. What have you got to do with this, Goodwin?
Actually, Sergeant, this is one homicide I have no finger in. I'm here on a fishing trip, Miss Thorne. I'm Archie Goodwin of Nero Wolfe's office. May I have a word with you?
Now, wait a damn minute,
It's all
Goodwin.
right, Sergeant. I'm expecting him. He's the one Mr. Drew told me about. Sure, Mr. Goodwin. Let's take a walk.
You can't leave this building, Miss Thorne. What are you fishing for, Goodwin?
If I knew, I might tell you, but don't hold your breath. See you in court, Stebbins. I appreciate your taking the time, Miss Thorne.
It's all right out here on the roof. We haven't actually left the building.
You could say that, yes.
Now, what's all this garbage about letters from Sarah Yare?
You know, I think my tie must be crooked, or I've got a grease spot on my shirt. Mr. Drew resented me. Mr. Gallant was going to heave an ashtray at me, and now you. Why is it garbage to ask a simple question politely?
Maybe I should have said gall.
Hmm?
What right have you to march in here and ask any kind of question?
Oh, none. It's not a right. It's a liberty. I have no right to ask you to have dinner with me this evening, which might not be a bad idea, but I'm at liberty to. And you're at liberty to tell me to go climb a tree, and I'm at liberty to go climb a pole instead. So, have you any letters from Sarah Yare?
Oh, Lord. I didn't think I'd laugh for a year.
What?
This mess, what happened here yesterday, and then Sarah. No, I have no letters from her. You don't have to go climb a tree.
Oh, thanks.
What else?
Nothing, unless you know of something. You know of anyone who might have letters?
I don't. Of course, I'm curious, if you want to call it that. I was very fond of Sarah. And this coming after all her trouble, naturally, I'm wondering who got Nero Wolfe to send you here.
Oh, my guess is some friend of Miss Yare's. Someone else might be curious. Well, thanks, Miss Thorne. Oh, and by the way, I'm glad I don't have to climb a tree or a pole.
Well, perhaps when all this is over.
Yes. Yeah, that might be fun. Well, let's go back downstairs, shall we? Bingo, Mr. Wolfe.
Bingo? I sent you on a fishing trip.
Uh-huh. Then the Gallant place is a hatchery. Sarah Yer bought all her clothes there. They all knew her, and it seems they all loved her.
Including Flora Gallant?
She wasn't there. My guess she's down at the DA's office.
Very well. That settles it. You will now go at once
No, Mr. Wolfe, that doesn't settle it. Not for me.
What is this, Archie? Insubordination?
I don't care what you call it. It was bad enough me going up there without knowing the score, playing dumber than I am because you sent me out on a limb in the dark. Before I do any more climbing, I want some light. Why did you pick on Sarah Yer? You never go to the theater because they don't make seats big enough.
That is unworthy of you, Archie.
And while I'm on the subject of your mobility, what was so important about that phone book this morning that for the first time in your life you actually crossed the room to my desk and hefted it back to your own? I want to know.
All right.
Thank you.
This morning I told you I thought it possible that the performance here yesterday, getting us on the phone just in time to hear a murder committed, was flummery, designed to hoodwink me.
Yeah, sure. Even Kramer thought that, and we had to ballet dance our way out of it.
So we did. But Kramer's theory that Bianca Voss had been killed earlier and that another woman, not the murderer, was standing beside the corpse waiting for a phone call was patently ridiculous. With all those people around, anyone could have opened the door and stepped in.
But if she wasn't killed at the time we heard those sounds, she must have been killed earlier, because I phoned right after and had someone sent up to her office.
Precisely. Therefore, Archie, the sounds did not come from there.
Well, then where the hell did they come from?
Miss Gallant did not dial that number.
What?
She dialed the number of some other person she'd persuaded to perform that hocus-pocus. Clear?
When did you figure that out?
I had come to that conclusion before I went to bed last night, and I found it intolerable. I will not be mistaken for a jackass.
No. So you read the item about Sarah Yer at breakfast?
Initially only because you, as a theatrical connoisseur, had once told me you considered her outstanding in her profession.
Yeah, she was.
Then I went on to read that she'd recently been in distress, and also that she had died rather conveniently.
Uh-huh.
So I came down to the office, looked her up in the phone book, and after you left, dialed her number. Here it is. Algonquin 91847.
Well, what did you do that for? She was dead.
I didn't lift the receiver. I merely dialed it to hear it. You and I, Archie, are trained to observe and to register.
Right.
Close your eyes and listen. Take your ears back to yesterday when Miss Gallant was at your phone dialing. Not the first number she dialed. You dialed that later yourself. But the second one. When, according to her, she was dialing the direct line to Bianca Voss's office. Now, listen.
Okay.
Compare.
No, wrong. The first, third, and the fourth.
Now, try again. This will be another number.
Go. I think that's it. Anyway, the first four...
Satisfactory. The first number was Bianca Voss's private line. The one you just recognized was Sarah Yer's number.
I'll be damned.
Good God, what time is it?
Huh? Oh, 5 to 4.
Then instructions for your next errand must be brief. Go to Sarah Yer's address on 13th Street and take a look at her apartment.
You mean break in?
You are checking the telephone. Huh? I need one last detail. Her phone might have been disconnected since this directory came out. I need to know that it's still operable. If I'm to see that whoever tried to make a fool of me regrets it, I must take care not to make a fool of myself. Now on your way.
I won't describe the place. It was too painful. It was a hell of a dump, even for a down and outer. But the phone was there, and it was working. I dialed home to make sure. Fritz?
Is that you, Archie?
Yeah, it's me. Tell Mr. Wolfe the phone works, and I'll be home in 15 minutes.
I can't just now. He's got Inspector Kramer in the office.
Kramer's there?
Came 10 minutes ago. They're having a terrible argument.
I'll be there in 5. I got a hacky who liked to take advantages and made it there in 10. When I let myself in, they were still arguing in the office. So I figured I'd better stay out in the hall and sniff the atmosphere before barging in.
Mr. Kramer, I said I've never known you to be more wrong. You accused me of duplicity.
I am stating facts, Wolf. Fact, yes. You said you've never had any association with those people, but you sent Goodwin up there today with some song and dance about a fishing trip, for God's sake.
I did not.
Yes, you did. He told Sergeant Stebbins it had nothing to do with Bianca Voss, for God's sake.
Phooey.
Nuts! And when I ask you politely why you sent him up there, you say you'll tell me in 24 hours.
Perhaps sooner if you'd help instead of hinder.
Instead of hinder,
Have you any information on the death of a woman named Sarah Yare?
When the doorbell rang, I was still out in the hall eavesdropping, so I about-faced and looked through the one-way glass in the front door. The whole mob was there. Gallant, his sister Flora, Carl Drew, Anita Prince, and Emmy Thorne, the girl whose walk was music. Fritz appeared from the kitchen to answer it, but I grabbed him and marched him into the office with me.
Archie? What? Was that you ringing the bell?
No, sir, but I'm bringing the message. First, the connection you inquired about is operational. Second, 5 fish in the net are worth 10 in the sea.
All right. What gobbledygook is that?
Message received. Fritz?
Yes, sir.
Put the chain bolt on and tell those people they'll be admitted shortly, then stay there.
Yes, sir.
Inspector, Mr. Gallant and his 4 colleagues have just arrived, uninvited and unexpected. You'll have to leave without being seen. So into the front room, please, then duck out when they leave. We'll communicate later.
Like hell they're unexpected, and like hell I'll leave.
Oh.
If you won't let them in, I will.
Mr. Kramer! Would I lie so clumsily?
You're damn right you would.
If they'd been expected, would I have invited you in and sat here bickering with you? Either you leave or I do. Admit them, and you'll have them to yourself, and I wish you luck.
You think I'm going to sneak out and sit in your goddamn stoop until you whistle?
No. No, that would be unseemly, wouldn't it? Very well. Get behind the waterfall.
A what?
That picture. You've hidden behind it at least once before and seen and heard all that went on through the spy hole, but you must not disclose yourself until I invite you to do so. Well, Inspector, they're waiting. Are they waiting for you or for me?
Okay, Wolf, we'll try it your way.
All right, Archie. Show them the way to the spy hole and then bring them in.
I demand to know why you sent Mr. Goodwin to ask us about Sarah Yare. What business is it of you?
Mr. Gallant, I'm under no compulsion to reply, and I'm not sure I'm prepared to. Instead, I may ask why Mr. Goodwin's questions, which certainly when provocative, so disturbed all of you that you feel impelled to call on me in a body. Now, why?
It's all talk, Mr. Wolfe. Mere talk about Sarah Yare. The wind blowing. Tell him, Miss Prince.
The police have insisted on knowing why he was there and what he wanted, and we don't know.
I think you do. Yet all of you refused to tell the police, I understand. Now, why did you refuse, Miss Thorne?
Because it was none of their business.
And that's what you told Inspector Kramer?
We have a right to know why you sent him.
Absolutely.
Oh, there's no point dragging this out. I'll answer your question, and we'll go on from there. I sent Mr. Goodwin to see you because I suspected I had been gulled in connection with the murder of Bianca Voss, and because I guessed it had some connection with Sarah Yare. By coming here en masse, you've made that guess a conviction, if any doubt remained.
Oh, my God, Ellie.
Tais-toi. Mr. Wolfe, we came here for an explanation.
Of what, Mr. Gallant?
No, for an understanding.
Ah, that's better, Mr. Drew. Continue.
We're in trouble, all of us, you know that. And we need your help, and we're ready to pay for it. But first, we have to know what the connection is between Sarah Yare and what happened to Bianca Voss.
No, you don't mean that. You mean you have to know whether I have established the connection. And if so, how? Well, I'm willing to tell you, but first we must get a few things straight. I understand that each and every one of you felt yourselves endangered by Miss Voss's presence and that it would destroy the company. Is that true, Miss Thorne?
Yes, everybody knew it.
All right, that's understood. But beyond that, you, Miss Gallant, had a more intimate concern for your brother. And you, Mr. Gallant, gave her cause. You are no man to truckle, yet you let that Voss woman prevail. Now, presumably you were under severe constraint, were you?
I was under her heel. The police know. They found out some. I told them the rest. Years ago, we were in the French resistance together. In war, you marry a person without really knowing them. And I made that mistake. Later, I found out she was a traitor to France. Perfide. I left her. I changed my name, came to America. And then she finds me, makes demands. I was under her heel.
No, that won't do, Mr. Gallant. I doubt if it satisfied the police, and it certainly doesn't satisfy me. The fact that she was an unwanted wife might lead you to kill her, but not to let her take charge of your business and indeed your life. What else was there?
Nothing.
Oh, phooey, she knew something about you, didn't she, eh? Some damning evidence?
All right. What does it matter now she's gone? She had 2 brothers. They were both traitors. I killed them. Not during the war, when such things were every day, but after, when it was a crime.
That's better. In a word, she knew you were legally an assassin.
Yes, but I did not assassinate her. You know I did not. At 11:30 yesterday morning, I was...
Hold it, Alec. Mr. Wolfe knows the alibis. He said he's trying to get things straight. Let him.
Well, thank you, Miss Prince. The cat's head is out of the bag, but I've already heard it scratch. What makes you so sure, Mr. Gallant, that Miss Voss was killed at 11:30?
You do. You yourself heard her on the phone.
Oh, but I'm sure she wasn't killed at 11:30.
But
I was there.
It's obvious. The woman who spoke to me on the phone called me a gob of fat. Somebody speaking English with such a heavy accent would hardly have the word gob on the tip of her tongue if she had it anywhere. But that's just a trifle. But what about the murderer striking just when the victim was on the phone? Wouldn't it have shown more acumen to wait until she'd hung up? Whoever was talking with her might easily get the wind up and sound the alarm. But there's a more telling detail. Miss Gallant, you didn't dial Plaza 29022, Miss Voss's number. You dialed Algonquin 91847, the number of Miss Sarah, yeah.
How did you know?
Oh, I didn't know that yesterday. But I've just learned that Miss Yare's line is still in service. Obviously, you had arranged with Miss Yare to impersonate Bianca Voss, and it's a reasonable...
Mr. Wolfe, you cannot prove that. How do you know she dialed Sarah's number? You could not see the dial from so far away.
Evidently, you discussed it with your sister in some detail. But you're quite right, Mr. Gallant. Neither Mr. Goodwin nor I could actually see the dial. But we can give evidence, and I think it will be persuasive.
What evidence?
It's no good, Alec. You know what we decided.
I'm not sure that we decided right.
I am, Anita. Carl?
Yes, I think so. Yes, Emmy.
All right, Flora. It's up to you.
Yes. Yes. I agree.
My God. All right. Mr. Wolfe, we'll pay you to help us. My sister is innocent, and she must not suffer. She was stupid, but she is innocent. She did arrange that exhibition with Sarriere, but only Mr. Wolfe to move you, to make you hate Bianca Voss so much that you would undertake the case. Take it for what my sister could afford to pay. When she told me, I knew it was unforgivably stupid, but it was not criminal. She must not suffer.
All right. Miss Gallant, you heard your brother. Is that true?
Yes.
I agree with you, sir, that your sister was stupid, but you are not the one to proclaim it. Miss Yare's performance went beyond abusing me, sir. She enacted a whole melodrama of violent attack and then hung up the phone. That's something corpses do not usually do. Was that her idea? Your sister's stupidity can bow to yours if you expected me to overlook that detail, or worse, missed it yourself.
I'm not stupid, Mr. Wolfe.
Devious, then, beyond my experience.
Devious?
Oh, rusé, subtil.
Never. Suppose, only to suppose, she arranged that comedy, too. Suppose even that she killed Bianca. Was that a crime? No. Voss was an evil woman. And for ending her villainy, you would crucify my sister? You know about Sarriere, but the police do not. By your word, they can believe Voss died while my sister was here with you. I will pay you. It will be a great service from you. It deserves payment. I will trust you. I will pay you now.
Oh, no, you will not.
Can I not appeal to your charity?
Yes, but not to my cupidity. I will accept no money from someone who at the same moment robs me of my self-esteem. I will not permit a murderer to take me for a simpleton. Now, let us grant that Bianca Voss deserved to die. She was not the only casualty of this sordid affair. Was Sarriere also a perfidious woman?
But she killed herself.
No, she didn't. Do you suggest she was so depressed by the quality of her telephone performance that she forthwith downed a glass of liquor impregnated with cyanide? She spoke with me in the role of Bianca Voss at 11:30 and was discovered dead at 2 o'clock. The person who killed Bianca Voss before 11:30 arranged with Sarriere to enact that comedy, as you call it, and later went to her apartment and killed her. So if you ask for my...
that is totally impossible. My sister loved Sarah. She could not kill her. It would be stupid.
You came here believing she killed Bianca Voss. That was stupid, if you like. She didn't.
What's this, Mr. Wolfe?
What is this?
A game?
Oh, no, Miss Thorne. As a certain policeman said to me yesterday, murder is no joke. Miss Gallant, there is much against you.
Then
but
how did you know I didn't kill her?
Oh, you told me yourself. If you had devised that elaborate humbug, certainly you would have planned how to react at the moment of crisis. Alarm, shock, perhaps even a swoon. But do you remember what happened? When Mr. Goodwin told us what Mr. Drew had told him, you said, in obvious bewilderment, you said, "But how?" And then repeated it, "But how?" Now, if you'd known how you did murder Bianca Voss, you'd have had to be a Shakespeare to invent so simple a line and a Bernhardt to deliver it. But, according to your brother, you're little more than stupid.
Tais-toi, chérie. Je sais.
But if you are innocent, someone else is guilty. The arrangement you had made with Sarah Yare to impersonate Bianca Voss was discovered by someone else, perhaps overheard when you told your brother about it. That someone then persuaded her to add a gruesome climax not in your script, which was only intended to insult me and gain my interest. That someone else killed Bianca Voss. And to make sure her alibi was invulnerable, this someone went to Sarah Yare's apartment and poisoned her with cyanide in a glass of whiskey.
Who is this someone,
Now,
Mr.
all
Wolfe?
that was done before 2 o'clock. You, Miss Gallant, according to my friend Inspector Kramer, arrived at your brother's place only 15 minutes after I know you'd left here. You had no time for a detour to 13th Street.
I wanted to go to see what had happened,
It's
but
a good thing you didn't, madam. I also learned from Mr. Kramer that you, Mr. Gallant, you, Mr. Drew, and you too, Miss Prince, were under constant surveillance from the time the police arrived. And that leaves you, Miss Thorne.
Leaves me where, Mr. Wolfe?
You were with 3 men in an office downtown from 11:20 until 11:45.
So I have 3 witnesses.
Yes, but according to the police, you arrived at Alec Gallant Incorporated shortly before 3 o'clock. You may be able to account for the interim period. You want to try?
it can't be, Alec. How could you?
I don't have to try. I don't like your games, Mr. Wolfe, and I don't think I'll play.
I didn't think you would. I won't be playing either, actually. The rest is up to Inspector Kramer, who's been following the moves and may now... Grab her, Archie!
Don't climb a tree.
Okay, Goodwin, I'll take over.
Thank you, Mr. Kramer.
No, let me talk to her. Emmy, I have loved you. You killed Sarah?
Yes, I killed her.
Then you heard us that day. You heard me tell Flora. You found out I was already married to me.
Yes, I heard you.
And you knew I couldn't marry you, so you killed her.
She was killing you. I did something about it.
I understand. Because I loved you. And maybe you killed her because you loved me. But then, you killed Sarah. Why?
You don't understand a thing, do you?
And worse, when I tell you and the others what my sister has done, you accept it. You allow us to accept it that my sister has killed Bianca. Look at me.
I am looking at you, Alec. What am I supposed to see? I don't think you could ever love anyone but yourself. My mistake.
All right, Inspector Kramer, she's all yours.
Take it easy, Miss Thorne. We're going for a walk.
Emmy Thorne. Oh, it's too bad. I almost felt sorry for her walking out that way. When she walked like music, all right. But it just wasn't my kind of tune.
Starring in today's episode were Mavor Moore as Nero Wolfe, Don Franks as Archie Goodwin, and Cece Linder as Inspector Kramer. Joy Coghill was Flora Gallant, Nani Griffin, Anita Prince, Richard Monette, Alex Gallant. Vivian Reese, Emmy Thorne. Murray Westgate, Carl Drew. James Morris, Stebbins. And Frank Perry was Fritz. Music was composed and conducted by Don Gillis. Technical operations, John Jessup. Sound effects, Bill Robinson. Production assistant was Nancy McElveen, and casting consultant, Ann Weldon Tate. Murder is No Joke was written by Alan Osborne and produced and directed in Toronto by Ron Hartman. We hope you've enjoyed this last episode of the 13-week Nero Wolfe series. Audience returns to this time slot next week. If you missed any of the Nero Wolfe episodes broadcast on CBC Stereo, you'll have a chance to hear them on our Sunday matinee series on CBC AM. Tune in tomorrow at 4:05 for Before I Die, with guest stars Maria Loma, Jane Eastwood, John Evans, David Hemblin, August Schellenberg, and David Stein. Radio drama will be returning in the fall on CBC Stereo with the Scales of Justice series, in which real-life Canadian crimes are dramatized. The series is hosted by Toronto lawyer Eddie Greenspan. If you have any comments or suggestions about the radio dramas you hear, please write to the CBC Radio Drama Department at Post Office Box 500, Station A, Toronto, Ontario, M5W 1E6. This is Harry Manus wishing you a very good evening.
Stay tuned for Nero Wolfe. If the chimes shudder a little on Sunday afternoon, well, they know there's mystery in store Sunday with men of action like Mike Waring, better known as the Falcon, who brings his fearless and romantic touch to the solution of another mystery. After the Falcon, it's high adventure. Then the big guy steps in. The new private eye Charlie Weil concludes with a few casual homicides. The chimes mean mystery and action this Sunday afternoon on NBC. Transcribed.
My boss is the smartest and the stubbornest, the fattest and the laziest, the cleverest and the craziest, the most extravagant detective in the world, Nero Wolfe.
It's the adventure of Stamped for Murder, with that brilliant, eccentric private detective, orchid fancier, and gargantuan gourmet, Nero Wolfe, starring Sidney Greenstreet.
Instructions for this morning, Archie. Your notebook, please. First, Mr. Salinsbeck. Inform him that the Long Island peafowl he sent were most unsatisfactory. Peafowl's breast flesh is not sweet and tender unless it is well protected from all alarms, especially from the air, to prevent nervousness. Long Island is full of airplanes.
Look, Mr. Wolfe,
I shall want a dozen chickens that have been raised on blueberries and a fresh-killed lamb for tomorrow.
Mr. Wolfe, please listen. There's...
Mr. Goodwin, be quiet, and then dinner on the following day becomes a problem.
Mr. Wolfe, dinner any day is going to be a problem if we don't pay Sausenbach's bill.
Then pay it.
With what? The bank account's empty.
Ridiculous. There were $4,000 yesterday.
But you bought that shipment of orchid bulbs from Winold Gluckner. Mr. Wolfe, we need money. You've got to stop eating and drinking beer long enough to earn some.
Shush. You're an alarmist.
Will you, for the love of heaven, stop turning down clients and turn an honest dollar? I've got a couple of prospects right outside the door.
Send them away.
No, sir.
Send them away. Tell them I've gone to Egypt.
Nothing doing, sir.
Confound you, Archie. Obey orders. Send them away.
Miss Kent, Mr. Rodman, come in, please.
Thank you.
Confound you, Archie. You're mutinous.
Yes, sir, and you're stuck with it. This is Miss Gloria Kent and Mr. Rodman. They arrived as advertised with a pressing problem.
Good morning. You people are here by sufferance only. I shall speak to Mr. Goodwin about it later. Yes, indeed. I don't like pressing problems, Miss Kent. What are yours?
My father.
Indeed, I'm not a court of domestic relations, Miss Kent. What did your father do? Beat you? Withhold your earnings? Discourage your suitors? Mr. Goodwin should have informed you this office does not undertake cases involving marital or family problems.
But that's not...
If Mr. Goodwin had not been beguiled by your pretty face, he might have warned you and avoided this embarrassment to you and annoyance to me.
Now, take it easy, take it easy. How many times have I told you don't know how to handle women?
Then suppose you let Miss Kent handle me.
Well, it's simply this, Mr. Wolfe. I had some money my mother left me. My father's just spent it without my permission. I want it back without a scandal.
Thanks, Miss Kent. How much? How spent?
$10,000. Father bought a treasure map.
Indeed, from whom?
A pair of swindlers named Cross and Halleck. They've driven him crazy, talking about fortunes salvaged from the SS this and the SS that. He's got a map and old letters he studies. He's childish.
Many fortunes have been recovered. Many more await on the sea bottom. How do you know your father has been duped?
Well, I know.
You do, Mr. Rodman.
Yes. Cross and Halleck bought some old letters for me, written by my grandfather from Hawaii. They used them to manufacture the map and evidence. And that's what they sold to Kent.
Father thought he was being so clever. He had the paper analyzed. Of course, the document research laboratory said the letters were genuine. They were. But something new had been added. I'd have never known if Mr. Rodman hadn't told me.
You're a party to the swindle, Mr. Rodman?
I was not. I never knew what they were up to.
Mr. Wolfe, you've got to help me. I can't do anything with Father. I can't convince him. Even Mr. Rodman can't.
No, Miss Kent, I'm sorry. This is not for me.
Oh, but you must. You must.
Not in my office, madam. No tears. Please, Archie, stop her.
Okay.
Archie, when Miss Kent has finished her disgraceful exhibition, show them out.
How dare he walk out on us like he was...
Easy. I know him. You don't. He gets into a panic when women cry, or else he's curious about what Fritz is cooking for lunch. Now, just wait a minute, please. Oh, aren't you ashamed of yourself walking out like that on that poor kid?
That hysterical gamma.
She's lost all of her money. She needs help.
I charge high fees, Archie.
So charge a small fee. Do you want her to starve?
Good heavens. Starve? How monstrous.
I'm not kidding. While you'll be in here smelling your dinner, she and her father will be starving.
I thought you were bringing me a paying client.
Well, this is different. She's,
You're beautiful. Archie, you're impossible. Oh, very well. Go back into them. Get names, addresses, facts. I am not committed to Miss Kent's case, but we'll see. Be a tribute I pay for your weakness for a pretty face.
Rodman and Gloria Kent were gone, however. So all I had were the few facts they'd given me before they met Wolfe. I felt guilty about that when he came back into the office and sat down in his specially built chair. He closed his eyes, and I glared at him. Well, how much of you is awake? Mr. Wolfe.
Ah.
Well, they disappeared. Did you tell me you were going to help this girl just to get her out of the office, or did you mean it?
You're a gadfly.
No, sir. No, sir. You made a promise, and you're stuck with it.
What did you get from Rodman?
Name, address, occupation. He's a librarian, that's all.
Very careless, Archie. You missed a significant point.
Such as,
How did Rodman discover the letters he sold were being altered by forgery and used for swindle? How did he locate the dupe, Mr. Kent?
I guess you're right. I'll ask him next time. But what about now? Are you going to get Gloria's money back?
I assume you call Miss Kent Gloria solely in order to annoy me. It does. Stop it. Get Cross and Halleck.
On my way.
You'll find them at the Hotel Bogart.
Wrong, sir. According to my notes, their address is...
Never mind their address. The Hotel Bogart is the headquarters for successful confidence tricksters. They celebrate their victories there while the money lasts. You will possibly find Cross and Halleck drinking whiskey or lunching, probably both.
I located Cross and Halleck in the hotel bar and lured them back to our place on 35th Street. Wolfe was sitting behind his desk with his hands crossed on his impressive middle, at peace with his lunch and the world when I ushered them in. He sat bolt upright and scorched me with a look. Good afternoon, Mr. Wolfe. The tall one's name is Cross, the short one is Halleck. They want to help me invest my money. Gentlemen, Mr. Nero Wolfe.
What?
Who?
Nero Wolfe.
Hey, what is this?
Confound you, Archie. How drunk are they?
Not too drunk for business.
Let's get out of here. Come on.
Wait a
Dirty
minute.
shill duck decoy.
You want me to keep him here, Mr. Wolfe?
Not by violence, Archie. Come back here, gentlemen. Unless you want 7 years in the state penitentiary.
Unless what? You got nothing on us, Wolf. Nothing.
I have the Kent case.
The Kent? That's a laugh. We're sitting pretty.
You are not, sir. You imagine you possess legal immunity. Mr. Kent believes you are grotesque balderdash and will not sue for fraud. Miss Kent cannot sue because she is reluctant to accuse her father of wrongfully obtaining her money. Ergo, you think you are invulnerable.
Now, listen.
But you forget me. I'm a detective with a fee to earn.
A big fee.
Quiet, Archie. I am determined to get that fee. Therefore, as Miss Kent's agent, I can and will bring action against you. I'm indifferent to her tears or her father's disgrace. I'm indifferent to anything outside of money. You will return the $10,000 to me at once, sir, or you will be in jail by morning.
You mean that?
I do, Mr. Cross.
Alec. Come here.
Come on, hurry.
Okay. Here, Mr. Wolf. Alec and I have decided we don't want to get in any trouble with you. Here's your 10 grand.
Let's have it.
Give the dough to Kent, Mr. Wolf, and get the letters and map back for us. You've got a reputation for being tricky, but honest. We trust you. Come on, Alec, let's go.
Well, how about that?
Preposterous.
No, sir. Take a look. $10,000, genuine coin of the realm.
That man Cross is a fool. Does he imagine I am to be fooled so easily?
What do you mean he left the money?
He surrendered too quickly, Archie. Too easily. And that money in the envelope he was carrying all ready to refund. Why?
Well, maybe he's got a better sucker. I heard him mention a Ben Sanford.
Nonsense. Does he need Kent's forged letters and map to cheat this Ben Sanford? Couldn't he prepare another set?
I guess you're right. Something's fishy.
In any event, it's no concern of mine, thank heaven.
Why not?
I'm not committed to Miss Kent in any way. As a favor to you, I undertook to regain her money. I have done that. You may take it back to her and obtain the forged papers in return.
But,
Silence, Mr. Goodwin. Go to your red-haired charmer. Leave me in peace. I intend to spend this afternoon with my New World Atlas.
I left him 3,000 miles up the Amazon with his magnifying glass and drove up to East 69th Street. The Kent house was a broken-down little brownstone, and as I went up the stoop, the door opened and Gloria Kent burst out like a skyrocket. Hey, Miss Kent, easy.
Let go of me. Let go.
What's wrong? Wrong.
Nothing is wrong. Nothing at all.
Well, how about seeing your father?
You want to see my father? Come inside.
Oh, for the love of heaven.
Come inside, Mr. Goodwin. I'll introduce you. He's in a back room. Come right through the living room.
What else came through this living room? A hurricane?
No, Mr. Goodwin. Something else. There's my father, Mr. Goodwin.
What in the devil? He's dead. His throat's cut.
Father, this is Archie Goodwin from Nero Wolfe's office. He and his boss refused to help while they could. Maybe he can help you now.
Stop it.
All I'm good for now is revenge, that's all.
Stop it. Stop it and look at me. When did it happen?
I don't know.
When did you find him?
Just now.
Keep looking at me. Who went through this house like a hurricane? You?
No.
Where did you go after you left the office?
To the laboratory.
What lab?
Document research. The place that checked the map.
How long were you there?
Until an hour ago. I was with Mr. Rodman.
Keep looking at me. And then?
I had lunch.
With Rodman?
Alone. And then I came home.
All right. All right, now listen to me. I want you to go to Mr. Wolfe's house right now. Have you got cab fare?
Yes.
All right, take a cab. I've got to stay here, but I'll call Mr. Wolfe and tell him you're on the way. Now, get. I called Wolfe, told him everything, and he instructed me to advise Inspector Kramer, who arrived with the homicide squad. I gave the inspector everything while the squad photographed and measured, print dusted and detected. At 3:30, Kramer took me back to the house on 35th Street for a fight with Wolfe.
It's a great story, Wolf. Great. Kent buys a phony treasure map. Everybody knows it's phony except Kent. But Cross and Halleck try to buy it back, and Kent gets himself murdered.
Did you find the map and letters in the house, Inspector?
No, I didn't.
The killer was after the map.
A phony map?
Certainly.
Why?
Well, if we knew that, we would know why Cross and Halleck so willingly paid back the money and why Kent was murdered.
Maybe it's not phony.
I'd better see the girl now.
Oh, you fancy her for the murder?
Well, I'll know after I ask a few questions.
Tonight. She's had a shock, Mr. Kramer. She needs rest.
Look, Wolf, I want her.
Why bother with her when there's so much to be done?
Yes, such as?
Cross and Halleck, find them. And the mystery man they spoke of, Ben Sanford. These are the men you want now, not this poor, overwrought girl.
Yeah. All right. The girl will be here for questioning tonight, though, huh?
Tonight, Mr. Kramer.
Okay. You'll hear from me later on.
Well, you buffaloed him out of that, okay. Say, why don't you want her questioned? Is she guilty?
I don't know.
Well, what did she say when she got here?
She said nothing. She never arrived.
She never what?
She never arrived.
Well, then why did you tell Kramer she was resting?
Would he have believed the truth? She must be found. More important, we must learn why forged letters and forged